Wang Jifei, a courier, found himself inexplicably transported to a parallel world, embarking on a quest to unravel the mystery of his arrival while acquiring an array of mystical companions. One fateful day, he merged all his summoned spirits, resulting in the birth of a magnificent dragon, its head resembling a lion, antlers akin to a deer, legs reminiscent of shrimp, a crocodile's jaws, a turtle's neck, a serpent's body, fish scales, a clam's belly, a fish's spine, tiger's paws, eagle's talons, and a goldfish's tail resonating throughout the continent, shaking the very cosmos. Chapter 1. The Courier. Our universe is but one of many parallel worlds, each branching out every nanosecond, never intersecting nor communicating with one another. The female broadcaster elucidated the theory of parallel universes. Wang Jifei listened to her melodious and dulcet tones. He gradually made his way back. He had grown accustomed to delivering packages while indulging in the soothing sound of sweet-voiced female hosts, indifferent to the content of their broadcasts, as it was far preferable to the boss' thunderous reprimands or the incessant whining of customers. Glancing at the famed big pants, he imagined the urban beauty clad in a black and white work uniform within. Riding his modified electric bike, he returned to the uncomfortable confines of the SF courier office, where he was met with the customary roar of the boss. Wang Jifei, you scoundrel! Charging your bike at the office again? Get back to work. Boss, it's time to head home. The owner is waiting. This bike is a valuable company asset. I certainly cannot take it home, he replied, mounting his bicycle and slipping away with a grin. Returning to charge the bike was an impossibility, a dream forever out of reach. Not only was his cramped living space inadequate for such a large vehicle, but the 3 additional high-capacity batteries also constituted a significant financial burden. As he pedaled slowly through the evening breeze, thoughts of his miserly boss, who had long surrendered to the tyrannical rule of the boss lady, crossed his mind. He couldn't help but shake his head, silently cursing her for her greed. Having followed his fellow townsman, Sun, to Suzhou for over a year, he was approaching his 21st birthday in 2 months. Apart from a meager balance in his account, it seemed he possessed little else. After treating himself to fried rice and a bottle of beer, Wang Jifei sat in his seat, gazing out at the night scenery, feeling the alien and cold nature of the city. After settling the bill, he returned to his rental room, took a quick shower, and retrieved a well-preserved copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms to read. At 7:30 the next morning, Wang Jifei checked the weather. Cloudy, with temperatures ranging from 13 to 21 degrees and a gentle breeze. That it was a day well-suited for outings such as travel, picnics, or fishing, and certainly favorable for delivering parcels. A promising day for him. After a day filled with activity, he examined the last package in his cargo and the charge of his electric bike, feeling a surge of joy. It was not yet 8, nearly an hour earlier than usual, and the battery would suffice for tomorrow's deliveries. He could avoid enduring another of the boss lattice roars. If he hurried to complete this delivery, he might cultivate a connection with Xiaoyan across the street, perhaps alleviating his single status. Hello, is this Mr. Li? I am a courier from Comfortable Express. You have a package, may I ask if you are home? Wang Jifei inquired while standing by the riverbank opposite the client's residential complex. Am not home. Please leave it with the security guard. I'm busy, a hurried male voice replied, accompanied by the sounds of a woman crying and the commotion of a scuffle, echoing from the nearby greenery. Upon closer inspection, Wang Jifei noticed 2 women and a man embroiled in a heated argument. Li Dakawei, you scoundrel. You still defend that wretched woman. Elon, you shameless creature. How dare you come to my community? Shouted a woman clad in a light blue t-shirt, her hair disheveled, as she lunged at another woman, equally unkempt and hiding behind the man. Isn't that my client? Wang Jifei pondered, observing the man on the phone, seemingly enjoying a rather unconventional situation. Should I intervene? What bad luck this is. Never mind, they don't seem like decent people anyway. I'll just leave the package with the security guard, he decided, moving forward. Suddenly, the woman named Yi received a sharp slap from the one in the blue t-shirt and dashed away, barreling straight towards Wang Jifei's bike. He swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding a collision. Just as he prepared to turn back and voice his displeasure, he felt an unsettling shift in his grip. A glance revealed that the front half of his electric bike had plunged into the river. With a splash, Wang Jifei, caught off guard, failed to apply the brakes, and he, along with his bike, tumbled into the water. Despite being a capable swimmer, The modified high-capacity batteries sent jolts of electricity coursing through his body, rendering him convulsing, his consciousness fading. He could only remember flashes of purple and blue light before succumbing to darkness. Amidst the chaos, he seemed to hear a man's voice. "Quick, let's go before anyone sees us. We can dispose of this courier without a trace." Chapter 2. Wang Dachui of Qingshi village. In a somewhat familiar chamber, Wang Jifei lifted his gaze, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. A table, 2 stools, and upon the table lay a long sword, prompting a bitter smile to grace his lips. This room belonged to Wang Dachui, yet it had now become Wang Jifei's domain. Although 2 days had elapsed since his arrival, Wang Jifei remained unaccustomed to the reality of inhabiting the body of a boy who shared his name. Wang Jifei, affectionately known as Wang Dachui, was a 17-year-old from Qingshi village, Shimin town, Dongwu kingdom of the Donghua continent. He had been eking out a living alongside his uncle, who had raised him since childhood, in the Shunchang escort agency and had honed his skills with a long sword. The sword on the table was a reward from his uncle, bestowed upon him when he discovered that Wang Dachui possessed a fateful beast at the age of 16, a discovery that had led his uncle to traverse the mountains and forests for half a year. As the throbbing in his head gradually subsided over the past 2 days, Wang Jifei began to digest and assimilate the memories of Wang Dachui. Firstly, he had indeed traversed into an unknown realm. Yet this did not imply the disappearance of Wang Dachui. In that moment of awakening, Wang Jifei understood, almost instinctively, that Wang Dachui was, in essence, his counterpart in this strange world, their souls having intertwined as one. Secondly, this world revered martial prowess, with all beings relying on the celestial energy known as star power. The strength of a human's martial abilities was intrinsically linked to the potency of their fateful beast. Even the weakest of fateful beasts could enhance a person's physique, while more advanced ones could manifest to assist in battle. This was precisely why his uncle had been so elated at the discovery of Wang Dachui's fateful beast. Lastly, he pondered the nature of their shared existence in one body and how their memories were merging. Lost in thought, a familiar sound of footsteps drew Wang Jifei back to reality as he began to dress. With a creak, his uncle opened the door and inquired with concern, "What is it, Afei? Does your head still ache today?" Gazing at the tall figure before him, Wang Jifei felt warmth in his heart and respectfully replied, "Uncle, I am feeling much better, though I do feel a bit fatigued." His uncle, upon hearing this, offered comforting words. As the saying goes, illness descends like a mountain, but it departs like a thread. Healing does not happen overnight. He then sat at the edge of the bed, informing Wang Jifei that he would be embarking on a long journey with the escort agency, which would take about half a month. Initially hesitant, he felt reassured seeing Wang Jifei's recovery and thus had little to worry about. He advised Wang Jifei to begin training in martial arts once he regained his strength, emphasizing that those who dined at the escort agency must possess formidable skills. He also cautioned Wang Jifei to be cautious around a certain Meyer, whom he deemed a dubious character. Indeed, Meyer was far from a virtuous individual. After his uncle departed, Wang Jifei paced slowly around the room, inwardly chiding his counterpart, Wang Dachui. Upon hearing his uncle mention Meyer, he took a moment to reflect on her character. It was undeniable that Meyer possessed an enchanting beauty, her alluring face complemented by a graceful figure. As the daughter of the village chief, she commanded influence in the village, drawing the attention of many young men. The spirited Wang Dachui inevitably sought her company, yet Meyer remained indifferent to his advances. It was only after Dachui awakened his fateful beast that he foolishly sought her out to flaunt his newfound abilities, relegating himself to the status of a mere shadow in her presence. Wang Dachui's fateful beast was a gale hawk, classified as a third-tier beast, only marginally superior to ordinary creatures. From Wang Dachui's memories, Wang Jifei learned that only a select few in the Donghua continent awakened their fateful beasts between the ages of 12 and 16, with a meager success rate of 1 in 10. Fateful beasts, also known as divine beasts, were regarded as humanity's most precious gifts bestowed by the heavens, varying in rank and quality, akin to the classification of mystical creatures in this world. Wang Dachui had once overheard boastful tales from other escorts about the royal family of Dongwu possessing non-living fateful beasts. Currently, Wang Jifei could be considered a third-tier fateful disciple. Yet in this remote village, even the martial arts skills available were merely third-tier, let alone the cultivation methods for fateful beasts. He lamented his own insignificance. pondering how others who traversed realms often possessed golden fingers or wise mentors, while he found himself in a rather mundane predicament. Despite his frustrations, Wang Jifei remained resilient, having endured challenges in his past life that forged his strength. After a moment of introspection, he found solace in the fact that Wang Dachui's foundation was relatively robust, offering him a promising future compared to his former self. Gazing into the mirror, he took a moment to scrutinize the youthful visage before him, a handsome lad, standing at roughly 178 meters, bearing a striking resemblance to his former self, with yellow skin and black hair. He noted the similarities in appearance, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he shook out his hands and kicked his legs, testing his physical prowess. With newfound determination, Wang Jifei decided it was time to venture out, believing that after 3 days of acclimatization, he could navigate the world without revealing the secret of his transmutation. There were matters that required his attention as well. Chapter 3. Entering the mountains, pushing open the door, Wang Jifei gazed at the azure sky, ready to step outside, when a sudden discomfort washed over him. It then dawned on him that he had forgotten to bring his trusty weapon. Turning back, he slowly approached the table, scrutinizing his cherished blade. This sword measured 2 feet and 3 inches in length, its sheath a dull gray, utterly unremarkable, save for its affordability. Valued at a mere 15 taels of silver. It is often said that the impoverished are scholars while the wealthy are warriors. A truth especially pronounced in the eastern Hua continent, where a single tael and a half of gold could secure a decent lodging in Sherman town for 2 years, yet could only procure the most inexpensive longsword. To put things into perspective, 100 pounds of rice cost 500 copper coins, equating to 5 taels of silver, although retail prices could see a pound of white rice sold for 6 coppers. However, with the new year approaching, he would soon begin escorting goods alongside his Uncle Chi, and it was imperative that he be equipped with a reliable weapon. Lifting the longsword, he weighed it lightly in his hand and casually performed a flourish. His prior training had focused mainly on the fundamentals, enduring rigorous exercises under Uncle Chi's watchful eye, hoisting stone locks and lifting barbells alongside stances and strikes, honing his skills on wooden swords and aiming for leaves or pushing stone rollers. It was only at the age of 15 that he began practicing a third-rate sword technique known as the swift wind swordplay. According to Uncle Chi, even the mightiest of ordinary men could reach the level of a great fate beast master through diligent practice, a status comparable to that of a demon king. Uncle Chi himself possessed martial prowess akin to that of a first-rate fate disciple, yet once a first-rate disciple mastered their manifested beast, Uncle Chi would undoubtedly face defeat, requiring at least 3 of himself to have any hope of survival. This illustrates the fearsome and precious nature of fate bearers. Uncle Chi had also advised Wang Jifei not to underestimate the heroes of the world, even those who were not fate bearers, possessing various cunning techniques and secret methods, can wield power on par with that of fate bearers. Arriving at the northeastern corner of the village, Wang Jifei beheld the lush green mountains ahead. A vista filled with endless forests and undulating hills, the calls of eagles and the cries of monkeys echoing through the air. This marked the boundary between the eastern Wu Kingdom and the Yu Kingdom, the magnificent Qilong mountain range. Stretching approximately 7,000 miles from east to west and 3,000 miles from north to south, it served as an insurmountable natural barrier between the two nations. The Qilong mountain range was divided into the lesser and greater Qilong mountains, separated by an unfathomable canyon that cleaved the range in two, resembling a colossal sword that had severed a mighty divine dragon at its hind claws. According to the village elders, the Qilong was once a celestial dragon that, having violated heavenly decrees, was cast down to the mortal realm to subdue evil spirits. The saying "the green mountains transform into a divine dragon." The deep valley conceals demons aptly describes this tale. Whether or not demons truly existed, Wang Jifei was uncertain. But the depths of the mountains were known to be a paradise for demonic beasts, with those of the emperor level frequently roaming, deterring anyone from venturing too far. Even the village's finest hunters dared only to roam within a 100-mile radius of the village. Recalling how easily he had divulged the secret of the golden silver herb to Yi Meyer after her flattery, he felt an urge to slap himself. Wang Dachui, you are nothing but a fool who loses his wits in the presence of a pretty woman. Is this a secret one can carelessly reveal? Yet the golden silver herb was his lifeblood. The golden silver herb was an exceptionally rare medicinal plant, thriving in shadowy locales, capable of absorbing metals and moonlight, with golden stems and silver leaves. When mature, the leaves emitted a faint silvery luminescence in the dark. Thinking of that vixen-like woman, Wang Jifei's frustration grew. Wang Dachui was naive, but he, Wang Jifei, was not foolish. There was undoubtedly something amiss with Yi Meyer. Wait a moment. Didn't Yi Meyer's mother seem to be named Yilan? In another world, the woman who had inexplicably thrust him into a river and caused his bewildering transmigration was also named Yilan. Surely, such coincidences were improbable. After all, parallel worlds should not intersect or communicate. Wang Jifei resolved to investigate the cave, estimating that the gold and silver herb would still require some time to mature. He would collect it today. Although the less than fully matured herb would lose considerable value, it was still preferable to yielding it to that woman, Yi Meyer. Remembering his loss of nearly 50 taels of silver, Wang Jifei felt a wave of regret wash over him. Yet there was little he could do. Yi Meyer had numerous supporters, particularly Shi Yuan and Su Lihu, against whom he stood no chance. Yi Meyer was undoubtedly waiting for the gold and silver herb to fully mature before harvesting it, leaving him to suffer this loss. Following the small river at the village's edge for a while, he ventured into a small grove. Wang Jifei felt a hint of fatigue. It appeared his body had yet to fully recover, and he was currently operating at only half his previous strength. He realized he had acted somewhat recklessly and hoped no trouble would arise. Although this was merely the outer fringes of the lesser Qinglong Mountains, where danger was typically minimal, one could never be too cautious. As the saying goes, fear attracts what one fears. Not long after, as Wang Jifei navigated the grove's periphery, he discerned distant sounds ahead. He hastily concealed himself within the underbrush, holding his breath and listening intently. The sounds were faint and unclear, resembling the low growls of some ferocious beast, intermingled with high-pitched cries. Raising his head to survey his surroundings, he deduced that the sounds emanated from the valley where the golden silver herb was located, near a small watering hole. It was likely a beast was hunting small creatures that ventured to drink. Wang Jifei pondered. It seems I must wait until this beast has its fill. Let us hope it consumes its meal swiftly and turns its attention to its smaller kin, sparing me from its wrath. Chapter 4. Jin Yingji. Wang Jifei extended his hand to test the wind direction, cautiously making his way from the upwind side. As he approached the small pond, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Firstly, the vigilance of wild beasts is exceedingly acute. Even if they successfully hunt near water, they would never consume their prey at the water's edge. It was certain that more than one fierce creature roamed this area. Moreover, the sound he heard grew increasingly peculiar, almost resembling human voices, and it seemed to be the voices of two individuals. Gently, Wang Jifei unsheathed his longsword and stealthily advanced to the southwest side of the small pond, where half-grown grass concealed his figure. Carefully parting the tangled leaves, he surreptitiously surveyed the valley. Just 10 meters away, he spotted a man and a woman embracing each other on a stone by the pond. The strange sounds he had heard earlier originated from them. What in the world? It startled him greatly. At such a late hour, what could a solitary man and woman be doing here? Could it be a secret rendezvous? In circumstances like these, anyone would inevitably be drawn to eavesdrop. After all, one might as well take a glance. Yet, Wang Jifei retained a sliver of caution. It wasn't that he feared the couple were transformed beasts in human form, for that seemed implausible. Only demon emperors had the ability to assume human shape. And the notion of two demon emperors engaging in a clandestine romance near this dilapidated village was preposterous. What truly concerned Wang Jifei was the perilous nature of the night forest. These two individuals daring to appear here at such an hour surely had their own resources or allies. Perhaps the couple in their embrace had heard an unusual sound, as the woman suddenly turned her head toward his direction. In that moment, Wang Jifei felt a surge of panic. His hair stood on end as he quickly withdrew his hand from the parted foliage. To his astonishment, it was Yi Meyer and Su Lihua. What were they doing here? Thoughts raced through Wang Jifei's mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anxiety and fear, forcing himself to regain composure. They must have come for the Jin Yingji and had already located the cave that Dechui had informed Yi Meyer about, where the precious herb could be found. This was certainly not good news for him. His purpose for venturing out today was to stealthily procure this invaluable medicinal material. He would not hesitate to incur a loss if necessary. What was he to do now? Lost in contemplation, Wang Jifei ignored the immediate situation, straining his ears to listen intently to the conversation between the two. Meyer, what is it? Did you hear something? Su Lihua said with a smirk directed at Yi Meyer beside him. Could you be thinking of Wang Dachui? Huh? Taking advantage and then feigning innocence. Huh? Who could resist our Meyer's charm? Su sighed. It's a pity the Jin Yingji isn't ripe yet. Otherwise, it would be even better. That foolish Wang Dachui makes me laugh just thinking about it. Suddenly, Wang Jifei was jolted back to reality upon hearing his name mentioned, gripping his longsword tightly. He steeled himself and parted the leaves once more. He beheld Ymire resting her head on Su Lihua's shoulder, her enchanting feet playfully splashing in the water. Furrowing her brow, she spoke slowly. Yes, by the end of this month, or at the latest by the 5th of next month, I will achieve a breakthrough. If I can absorb the mature gene Inji, my chances of success will increase by 20%. There's no choice but to absorb it early. Every bit helps. Su Lihua said, playfully pinching Ymire's cheek. After all, it's a gift from that fool. Ymire swatted Su Lihua's hand away, glaring at him. How could that be? Just because he awakened a fated beast, what does that matter? I am on the verge of breaking through to a 3rd-tier martial apprentice. I could simply let out a fart, and he would find it delightful. Indeed, that fool could awaken a fated beast. I truly don't understand, Su Lihua replied. Jealousy lacing his words. Darling, you and your esteemed master certainly hail from a prominent sect. Is what you mentioned earlier truly the case? You must not deceive me. I am utterly devoted to you, master. Remember to call me senior sister, Ymire snapped, standing up in anger and kicking Su Lihua, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Don't think I am unaware of everything. Since senior sister has said that once the matter is accomplished, you may join our Cha Nu sect, then it is indeed true. But until then, you must heed my command. Of course, wherever you point, I shall not stray. Su Lihua said, his gaze lingering on the alluring form before him as he swallowed hard. You mentioned that this fated beast can be nurtured. The gene Inji is a herb that promotes its growth. Wang Dachui can't possibly have that intention, can he? That fool is merely lucky. He knows nothing. Ymire shook her head, gazing at the distant cave. He doesn't even comprehend how his own fated beast awakened. How could he possibly know how to nurture or strengthen it? The techniques for fated beasts are the well-guarded secrets of each faction. Once I break through, I can proceed with that matter. Why hasn't that old fool yielded yet? Ymire stood up, rustling her garments, addressing Su Lihua. Once we return, keep a close watch on Wang Laotu. Let's go back. Su Lihua nodded, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture, glancing at Ymire with a stern expression. If that old scoundrel doesn't speak up soon, we will have no choice but to resort to other measures. Only after they had walked far away did Wang Jifei release a deep breath, slowly relaxing his tense demeanor. Chapter 5. Anomalies in Dreams. Damn it. These two promiscuous individuals. As Wang Jifei slowly emerged from the thicket, he glanced at the sky. It seemed he wouldn't make it back today. The dangers of the night forest were too numerous. Fortunately, he could make do with a night in the cave. Upon arriving at the cave, he first located the unscathed gold and silver herb, which put his mind at ease. He gathered some straw and soft vines to fashion a simple bed, then lit a fire in the cave. He also found some coarse branches to barricade the entrance, obscuring it from view. Bathed in the glow of the evening dusk, Wang Jifei sat on the battlefield where Ymire and Su Lihu had just clashed, slowly savoring the events he had eavesdropped on. The Siren sect appeared to be the name of Ymire's faction, which sounded far from virtuous. Moreover, it seemed she had a senior sister, who appeared to be more formidable than Ymire, at least a 1st-tier martial practitioner, alongside Su Lihu, a 2nd-tier martial practitioner. He was no match for them. With less than 10 days until the 5th of next month, his 7th uncle would undoubtedly not return in time. Initially, he thought Ymire was merely an ordinary woman, wielding her beauty and the status of the village chief's daughter to command respect in the village. However, the reality was evidently more complex. Would he really have to relinquish the gold and silver herb so easily? Wang Jifei was loath to concede. Who was Ymire's senior sister? And what of the mother-in-law mentioned by Su Lihu? Was she the village chief's wife? What monumental affair were they discussing? Were there others involved? Pondering these questions, he found himself at a loss, his mood growing increasingly agitated. He stood up involuntarily and began to pace by the water pool. After several laps, still unable to comprehend the situation surrounding Ymire and her associates, he resigned himself to abandon that line of thought. Instead, he began to reflect on his innate beast and the gold and silver herb. It appeared he needed to devise a method to acquire the cultivation techniques and nurturing methods for this innate beast. He could not simply harvest the herb. He needed to find a way to utilize it to enhance his innate beast. As he contemplated, Wang Jifei suddenly realized he had yet to study his innate beast since arriving in this world, a rather shocking oversight. It seemed imperative for him to adapt to this identity thoroughly, otherwise he would surely expose his true self. With this thought, he entered the cave, sealed the entrance, and gradually relaxed his mind. He made his way to the flat stone beside the gold and silver herb, settled into a cross-legged position, and began to earnestly recall all the memories regarding the innate beast stored in Wang Dachui's mind. Unfortunately, after much effort, he gleaned nothing of significance. All he knew was that a gale hawk resided in his mind, yet he had no clue how to connect with or command it, leaving him to question whether it was merely an illusion. After fruitless efforts, Wang Jifei had no choice but to surrender to fatigue and lay down. Staring at the dark cave wall, he soon fell into a deep slumber. At nearly midnight, the luminous moonlight streamed through the crevice at the cave's top, gradually illuminating the gold and silver herb. It seemed as if the moonlight bestowed a soul upon it, as the herb slowly unfurled its leaves. A wondrous scene unfolded. Yet Wang Jifei remained oblivious to it. Each leaf's veins appeared to come alive, transforming into a pale silver hue, as though moonlight flowed rhythmically within them. As time passed, the radiance emanating from the gold and silver herb intensified, gradually enveloping the peacefully sleeping Wang Jifei. At that moment, he remained entirely unaware, lost in a profound dream. It felt as though something was controlling his slumber. His breathing rhythm began to synchronize with the flowing silver light of the herb, ultimately merging perfectly. A halo began to circulate gently, and a nearly imperceptible luminescent cocoon formed around Wang Jifei, pulsating in a rhythmic dance of light and dark, wrapping him in a soft glow. Just then, a cloud drifted across the moon, casting a shadow over the cave and dimming it slightly. Should anyone approach the cocoon and examine it closely, they would notice the surface occasionally shimmering with tiny purple and blue specks of light. Turning over, Wang Jifei continued to sleep, entering a peculiar dream. In this dream, he found himself within a seemingly small, enclosed world, surrounded by a gray, fog-like space. This dimly glowing mist abruptly enveloped him from all sides, tightly encasing him within a 7 or 8 meter radius. Whether he sat, walked, ran, or jumped, the strange fog clung to him, neither increasing nor decreasing, neither closing in nor pulling away. The sporadic appearance of a few purple and blue specks made this eerie silence even more mysterious. It felt as though he were submerged underwater, or imprisoned in the depths of the cosmos. Within this confinement, Wang Jifei oscillated between being his earthly self and transforming into Wang Dachui, occasionally morphing into a gale hawk. In the depths of his subconscious, he sensed something awaiting him at the far end of the dense gray mist. However, this feeling was faint, almost imperceptible. In this timeless space devoid of direction, he could not discern the source of this sensation. Chapter 6. The return to the village and the encounter with a cat. The thunderous roars from outside the cave jolted Wang Jifei from a bizarre dream, causing him to sit upright in alarm. He swiftly grasped the long sword that lay at his right side before he went to sleep, and with a single push, he leaped to his feet, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Fortunately, the sounds emanated from outside the cave, and he detected no immediate danger within. Wang Jifei exhaled softly in relief. After tidying his garments, he stealthily approached the cave entrance to observe the outside world. At this hour, just before dawn, the area by the water pool was bustling with activity. The earlier roars belonged to a white-eyed tiger engaged in a hunt. After observing for a while, Wang Jifei realized the outside world was perilous. He retreated into the cave, deciding to devise a plan to return to the village after daybreak. At this moment, he was completely awake and dared not make a sound. The moonlight had long ceased to illuminate the cave through its opening, leaving him unable to discern anything beyond 2 meters. He refrained from lighting a fire and instead groped his way back to the stone where he had previously meditated, waiting silently for dawn. Feeling restless, Wang Jifei stretched, his mind drifting back to the peculiar dream he had just experienced. How could he have felt as though he had simultaneously transformed into Wang Dachui, Swift-Wind Eagle, and himself? What was that strange gray space? What force was summoning him? His mind was a whirlpool of confusion, yet his instincts suggested that this was no ordinary dream. Something significant must have transpired. The gray space seemed familiar, and the purple and blue lights evoked a sense of déjà vu, yet he could not quite recall their origin. As his thoughts meandered, Wang Jifei's heart gradually calmed, reminiscent of a tranquil monk in meditation, leaving only the faint sound of his breathing within the cave. After a considerable time had passed, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a look of joy illuminating his face, nearly leaping with excitement. In that state between sleep and wakefulness, he had inadvertently sensed the presence of his destined beast. This sensation was wondrous yet ineffable. If previously he had likened the swift-winged eagle to a distant relative he had never met, now his destined beast felt like a long-lost kin. He could genuinely sense the slumbering entity within him, nurturing and growing. Wang Jifei realized the connection to his destined beast had intensified, its aura now considerably weightier. Though the reasons eluded him, he was certain it was a positive development, likely related to the mysterious dream. As dawn broke, and the animals outside had dispersed, Wang Jifei consumed a modest meal of dried rations and skillfully cleared away the traces of his activities from the previous night. Unbeknownst to him, the tightly closed gold and silver fungus appeared somewhat wilted, its golden branches tinged with gray. He then departed the cave, making his way back toward the village. After walking several miles, Wang Jifei gradually noticed a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. Traversing the rugged mountain paths, he felt as light as a swallow. His vision seemed sharper, enabling him to perceive vegetation 500 meters away and spot rabbits from over 4 miles off. This realization solidified his belief that he had indeed undergone a transformation, likely due to the strengthening of his destined beast. The innate talents of avian beasts are speed and vision, which could explain the rapid improvement in both areas. Feeling the surge of speed and strength coursing through his muscles, Wang Jifei brimmed with confidence, contemplating testing his newfound prowess. As he imagined returning to the village to spar with his good friend Yin Chong, perhaps even besting him in a friendly bout, a sudden tiger's roar pierced the air. Wang Jifei quickly regained his composure, swiftly drawing his trusty sword and taking cover against a tree trunk half a meter thick. Holding his breath, he cautiously maneuvered deeper into the woods. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he spotted a tiger over 300 meters away, lounging atop a rock, its half-eaten prey lying below. Nearby, a few scavenger birds gathered, drawn by the scent of blood. It seemed the earlier roar had been the tiger scaring off those creatures intent on its meal. Observing the tiger, Wang Jifei's inflated confidence led him to consider the prospect of petting the big cat. After all, a cat is merely a smaller cousin of the tiger. If one can pet a cat, surely one could pet its kin. With this resolve, he cautiously approached, calculating the strength of both sides, convinced that with careful maneuvering, victory was within reach. When he was within 10 meters of the tiger, he abandoned all pretense of stealth and shouted, "Little kitty, you dare to bear the name Wang. Meet your demise." With that, he lunged forward, sword poised to strike at the tiger's rear. The ensuing battle between man and beast raged on for the better part of a tea break, during which Wang Jifei demonstrated that bearing the surname Wang and having a royal character on one's forehead were fundamentally distinct. Triumphantly, he succeeded in his endeavor, acquiring a full tiger pelt, bones, claws, and a substantial amount of tiger meat, as well as a complete tiger tail. After all, what man wouldn't need such spoils? These would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Chapter 7. Encounter with Shi Yuan. The king dispatched me to patrol the mountains, and I shall traverse the realm. Humming a cheerful tune, Wang Jifei, with a bundle of spoils upon his back, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Through the recent skirmish, he discerned that his martial prowess had transcended to the 3rd rank, achieving the status of a 2nd-tier martial apprentice. Considering his extraordinary speed and keen eyesight, he felt confident in contending with 1st-tier martial apprentices. The bond with his innate beast was indeed remarkable, as he gradually familiarized himself with it. His strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. With this thought, Wang Jifei perceived the world around him in vibrant hues, his spirits uplifted. During the recent confrontation with the tiger, his comprehension of the Gale sword technique had ascended to a new level. Given that his swordsmanship was aptly named after the Gale, it was inherently swift, perfectly suiting his innate beast, the Gale eagle. This reflection led him to recall his 7th uncle, who had meticulously selected his martial arts, filling his heart with warmth. As he journeyed onward, halfway through his path, Wang Jifei contemplated the value of his recent feline conquests and how to utilize the gold-silver herb to nurture his innate beast. Suddenly, he heard a voice call out, "Dichui, quite the haul you have there." Upon hearing the voice, Wang Jifei halted, lifting his gaze, his brow furrowing in discontent. The speaker was Shi Yuan, a suitor of Yimeir, who had previously humiliated Wang Jifei, leveraging his status as a 2nd-tier martial apprentice. Wang Jifei assessed Shi Yuan, noting his athletic attire, soft whip in hand, and a hint of scorn curling at the corner of his lips as he sauntered closer. In a commanding tone directed towards his subordinates, he carelessly remarked, "Unfurl the tiger skin. Let me take a look." Wang Jifei shot him a cold glare, preparing to retort. But Shi Yuan's next words ignited his fury. I was pursuing this tiger tirelessly. After inflicting grave injury, it escaped while my guard was down, only for you to stumble upon it. Just as Wang Jifei was about to counter Shi Yuan, he recalled the rivalry between Shi Yuan and Su Lihu over Yi Meier, deciding to feign compliance and extract information instead. With this in mind, he altered his demeanor, adopting a submissive faade, and softly replied, "This is a gift I prepared for Meier. I could share some with you." He intentionally steered the conversation towards Yi Meier. Upon hearing her name, Shi Yuan shot him an irritated glance and retorted, "You think you can win Meier's favor? Look at your own standing. If I see you near her again, I'll break your legs." Dismissing further conversation, he advanced swiftly, reaching for Wang Jifei's shoulder. Startled, Wang Jifei sidestepped and continued to provoke Shi Yuan. "Why not confront Su Lihu? I saw him with Meier just outside the village yesterday." As expected, upon hearing this, Shi Yuan's focus shifted entirely to Yi Meier and Su Lihu. Wang Jifei, seizing the opportunity to sow discord, artfully recounted the previous day's events, embellishing them to stoke Shi Yuan's anger. Those two deserve to be punished. Shi Yuan seethed, casting a venomous glare towards the village. "Come with me. I shall gather the gold-silver herb. I will ensure that vile woman does not obtain it." Wang Jifei was taken aback, surprised that Shi Yuan was aware of the gold-silver herb. Quickly, he protested, "That's mine. I intend to present it to Meier." While voicing this, he internally strategized on how to safeguard the herb. Shi Yuan, noticing Wang Jifei's infatuated demeanor, felt further incensed. "You truly are a fool. Do you think they ventured out for innocent pursuits? Wake up. She is not the gem you believe her to be." Shi Yuan continued to taunt Wang Jifei. "I've already been with her. You're merely daydreaming." Witnessing Shi Yuan's reaction, Wang Jifei decided to escalate his ruse, feigning embarrassment and indignation. "You speak nonsense. Meier is not that kind of person. She promised that if I give her the gold-silver herb, she would take me into her sect, the Cha Nu sect, one of the most powerful sects in the Eastern Wu Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan erupted into a tirade. "That wretched woman is indeed despicable. Last I heard, she claimed that entry required 100 taels of gold. It seems she was deceiving me." With that, he patted Wang Jifei on the back, feigning camaraderie, "Brother de Chue. We've both been duped. We cannot let this go unpunished. Let us gather that gold-silver herb. We want to allow this contemptible woman to benefit from our misfortune." It appeared that Shi Yuan, despite being a mere second-tier martial apprentice, was not to be underestimated. Realizing that joining the Cha Nu sect was unattainable, he sought to acquire the gold-silver herb instead. Wang Jifei thought to himself, then replied with feigned enthusiasm, "Indeed, we must not allow her to benefit. And Su Lihu is no better. Brother Shi, I shall follow your lead. We cannot let this matter rest." With one intent on seizing the gold-silver herb and the other wishing to extract further information, the two, each harboring ulterior motives, began to forge a brotherly bond. Dismissing any further mention of the tiger, and resolved to seek out the coveted herb. Chapter 8. A murderous intent. The two men, who had been addressing each other as brothers, cautiously advanced towards the pool, one leading the way while the other remained vigilant. Their conversation was cordial, with Wang Jifei adopting a humble and even foolish demeanor to elicit information about cultivation techniques and the customs of various sections. He learned that the Eastern Wu Kingdom lacked major sects, instead being home to 2 second-tier sects, 5 third-tier sects, and several influential families. The 2 prominent second-tier sects were the Celestial Mechanism Hall and the Purple Sun sect. Yi Meier's alluring maiden sect, known for its predominantly female membership, was a third-tier sect located in the northwest of the kingdom. Their practices centered on enchantments and the use of poison, employing ruthless and insidious methods. Furthermore, they appeared to have a deep-seated connection with the 100 Flowers Pavilion in a neighboring country. The Eastern Wu Kingdom also had an official organization called the Divine Constable Bureau, which primarily dealt with matters involving martial artists and those with awakened destinies. Generally, these sects would periodically open their gates, conducting rigorous assessments to recruit promising disciples. Those seeking entry without invitation had to either be recommended or donate substantial wealth. A second-class martial apprentice was the minimum requirement for joining these sections. Regarding martial arts training, Shi Yuan, also a second-class martial apprentice, did not offer much insight. The martial apprentice stage primarily focused on refining the body, with significant transformations occurring only upon reaching the martial master realm. At this stage, martial artists would develop astral energy within their bodies, granting them extraordinary destructive power and the ability to attack from a distance. Martial masters typically held complete dominance over martial apprentices, with even a top-tier third-class martial apprentice unable to inflict a fatal blow on a martial master. Wang Jifei had initially held little hope for information about destiny beasts and had not intended to inquire about it from Shi Yuan. Perhaps it was a stroke of fate. Or perhaps Shi Yuan was intentionally using this information to lull him into complacency. Shi Yuan revealed that the village chief of Qinshi village had once rescued a prominent figure who, upon departing, entrusted the village chief with a token. Holding this token would allow one to seek apprenticeship under him. This was originally intended as a blessing for the village chief's descendants, but fate had played a cruel trick. As the village chief's first wife had not borne him any children, it was only 3 years ago that the village chief had taken another wife. The current village chief's wife, Yilan. However, some whispered that this was merely an excuse for the village chief to visit a widow's door. Upon hearing this, Wang Jifei couldn't help but speculate about the significant matter Yi Meyer and Su Lihu had mentioned, suspecting a connection between the two. Observing Shi Yuan's smiling face, Wang Jifei grew wary. In a world where martial prowess was highly valued, everyone sought to conceal their knowledge. Shi Yuan's willingness to divulge such crucial information suggested ulterior motives. At midday, the two men paused for a brief respite by the stream before resuming their journey towards the cave where the gold-and-silver Ganoderma was located. As time passed, their conversation dwindled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The distance between Wang Jifei and Shi Yuan gradually widened, eventually settling at around 10 steps. A distance that allowed for both defense against sudden attacks and the ability to launch a counteroffensive. Reaching the small pool, Wang Jifei was contemplating how to deal with Shi Yuan after subduing him. Unexpectedly, Shi Yuan spoke first. His tone now harsh and devoid of the previous friendliness. The gold and silver Ganoderma must be in the cave, right? You go in first and lead the way. Let me go first? Wang Jifei understood that Shi Yuan was being cautious. Without a word, he strode into the cave and approached the gold and silver Ganoderma. Turning to face Shi Yuan, he said, "Brother Shi, this is the gold and silver Ganoderma I found, but unfortunately, it's not fully mature yet." "Ha ha ha, you fool, you're right. It's not mature yet." Shi Yuan drew his saber and pointed it at Wang Jifei, saying, "Now that you've seen the gold and silver Ganoderma, you can leave." With that, he lunged forward, catching Wang Jifei off guard and slashing at his chest. Having anticipated this, Wang Jifei swiftly drew his sword and employed the Gale swordplay to engage him in a skirmish. To prevent Shi Yuan from escaping, Wang Jifei feigned weakness, gradually retreating deeper into the cave. Seeing Wang Jifei's continued incompetence, Shi Yuan pursued him while laughing uproariously. "If I didn't need you to show me where the gold and silver Ganoderma was, I wouldn't have kept you around this long. Would I have told you about the village chief's matter? Ha ha ha, die, you fool. Quickly kneel and accept your death. I'll grant you a swift demise." Completely underestimating Wang Jifei, Shi Yuan chased him deeper and deeper into the cave, only to suddenly lose sight of him. Enraged, Shi Yuan erupted in curses. "You good for nothing. All you can do is hide. Come out, now. I say you come out. You waste. If you don't come out, I'll set this place on fire. Don't think you can escape by hiding, you little brat." After searching for a long time without finding Wang Jifei, Shi Yuan grew agitated. He hurled stones into every corner, hoping to flush Wang Jifei out. Suddenly, just as he had exhausted his supply of stones and bent down to pick up more, a gust of wind swept in from behind. Shi Yuan quickly turned to parry the attack. Stumbling back a few steps, Shi Yuan saw Wang Jifei finally emerge. Brandishing his saber, he sneered, "I thought you had improved, but it seems you're still green. You think I was bending over for so long for nothing? Ha ha, you fool. You're still too naive. Go learn a thing or two from the King of Hell." This time, Shi Yuan launched an all-out assault on Wang Jifei. As they traded blows, the two fought on relatively equal footing. However, Shi Yuan grew increasingly alarmed. The former Wang Dachui would have avoided him at all costs, easily defeated in moments. How could he now be evenly matched with him? After exchanging blows for nearly half an hour, Shi Yuan was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The more he fought, the more uneasy he felt. He realized that he was no match for Wang Jifei. He desperately wanted to ask, "Wang Jifei, what kind of miraculous elixir did you consume?" Seeing that Wang Jifei was only slightly winded and noticing the faint, enigmatic smile on his lips, Shi Yuan suddenly realized that he had been played by Wang Jifei. Tricked like a fool. He instantly understood that Wang Jifei had not been trying to hide, but had instead circled around to prevent him from escaping. At this realization, Shi Yuan's heart plummeted into an abyss. However, With the situation at hand, he had no way out and could only grit his teeth and continue fighting. Realizing that Shi Yuan had discovered his intention to use him as a training dummy, Wang Jifei no longer intended to prolong the fight. He began to taunt him, saying, "Brother Shi, what's wrong? I'm about to collapse. Just hold on a little longer, and I'll kneel before you. Please, you must persevere." As he spoke, Wang Jifei intensified his attacks. The sword flashed, leaving several wounds on Shi Yuan's body, and his clothes were reduced to mere strips. "Stop, stop." Seeing that Wang Jifei was genuinely intent on killing him, Shi Yuan cried out, "Brother Dachui, it's all my fault. I'll kneel before you. I'll kowtow." Shi Yuan was a ruthless and adaptable man. As he spoke, he leaped backward, discarded his saber, and knelt on the ground with a thud, begging for mercy. If Wang Jifei were still the same Wang Dachui from before, he might have been deceived by Shi Yuan's pitiful display of tears and snot. However, having long understood the principle that one must be ruthless to survive, Wang Jifei did not give Shi Yuan a chance. After binding Shi Yuan and ensuring his safety, Wang Jifei carried the trussed-up Shi Yuan to the small pool and said with a smile, "Shi Yuan, there's no need for idle chatter. You're destined to die today. I'll ask you a question, and if you answer honestly, I'll grant you a swift death. How does that sound? Pooey, you dare spit at me? It seems you haven't understood the situation. I'll let you cool off first." Wang Jifei kicked the large bundle into the pool with a thud, sending it straight to the bottom. After a few minutes, "Will you talk or not?" Pooey, slap, splash after several repetitions. Shi Yuan was pale and barely clinging to life. "Will you talk or not?" Still not talking. As Wang Jifei was about to lift his foot, he halted abruptly. He noticed the nearly unconscious Shi Yuan suddenly raise his right hand with a strength reminiscent of a small but tenacious creature, signaling Wang Jifei to stop. Despite his predicament, Shi Yuan stubbornly clung to his pride, questioning why he hadn't spoken earlier instead of waiting until he had quenched his thirst. After a brief respite, Shi Yuan, having expelled several mouthfuls of water, found an unexpected surge of strength and retorted loudly, "Did you give me the chance to speak? How could I respond before I had expelled the water? Show me how it's done." Observing the swollen belly of Shi Yuan, which suggested he had consumed at least 10 more pounds of water, Wang Jifei felt a twinge of embarrassment. He managed an awkward smile, but soon delivered another kick, remarking, "It seems you are still not satiated." Half an hour later, having posed all his inquiries, Wang Jifei disposed of Shi Yuan's lifeless body in a wolf den located over 10 miles from the cave, before changing direction and departing. Chapter 9. Planning. Shi Yuan carried with him a plethora of valuable items, which he could not yet bring back to the village. Wang Jifei sought a suitable hiding place for them. Considering that he had been away for 2 days, he feared returning empty-handed would arouse suspicion. Thus, he hunted a few rabbits and gathered some common herbs before making his way back to the village at dusk. Upon returning to his abode, Wang Jifei stored his belongings and then made his way to Yin Chang's home with tiger meat and 2 rabbits in tow. Yin Chang was Wang Jifei's close friend in Qingshi village. They were of similar age and lived nearby. Yin Chang's father was a renowned hunter in the village, and both boys had honed their hunting skills under Uncle Yin's guidance. After Uncle Yin deemed Wang Jifei capable of hunting alone, it was during one such solitary expedition that he stumbled upon the cave of honeysuckle. "Dachang, do you have any fine wine at home?" Wang Jifei called out before even stepping through the door. "Of course, you little rascal," Uncle Yin chuckled, taking a drag from his pipe while eyeing the meat in Wang Jifei's hands. "What fine meat have you brought me, a fei?" he inquired. "Don't just stand there. Go fetch the medicinal wine I prepared. Can't you see a fei has arrived?" Uncle Yin instructed his son, shaking his head at the boy's playful demeanor. The Yin family was elated to see Wang Jifei. Aunt Yin approached, scrutinizing him closely. "How are you, a fei? Is your health better now? I'll prepare a few dishes. You all take your time and enjoy." "Old man, don't overindulge a fei. He has just recovered and mustn't drink too much," Aunt Yin cautioned Uncle Yin. "Dachong, you can only have one bowl, do you hear?" she warned her son, feeling the warmth of family that he lacked. Yin Chang shot Wang Jifei a glance before dutifully fetching the wine. After a long absence from shared meals and drinks, the gathering culminated in laughter and merriment, with cups raised until the moon hung high in the sky. Once again, Wang Jifei learned from Uncle Yin that indeed, village chief Wang had once rescued an outsider, gravely injured at the time. However, Uncle Yin could not ascertain the man's identity, only affirming that he was no ordinary person. The following morning, Wang Jifei awoke with a slight throb in his head and rose from his bed. He splashed his face with cold water from a bucket in the yard. After a hasty breakfast, he ventured to the escort agency. With his health restored, he intended to act in accordance with his identity as Wang Jifei. The morning passed uneventfully, and Wang Jifei greeted familiar faces, practicing his martial arts in the courtyard as per his usual routine. In the afternoon, instead of heading to the escort agency, he meandered through the village, intentionally lingering near the village chief's home. Aside from noticing that the chief's house was considerably larger than others, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. However, he did observe that Yumeyer, known for causing trouble in the village, had been conspicuously absent all day, likely hiding at home to prepare for a breakthrough. Wang Jifei spent the day aimlessly wandering the village until he finally returned to his home at dusk. While it appeared that he had done nothing of consequence, he had meticulously surveyed every aspect of Qishir village. He understood that to protect the honeysuckle and his own life, he could not afford to be careless. He must seize every advantage. Securing the doors and windows, Wang Jifei sat in quiet contemplation for some time. After a long sigh, he retrieved paper and pen, methodically inscribing the names: Yumeyer, Yilan, the village chief, Su Lihu, Uncle Chi, and the Chana sect. After a moment of thought, he also included the enigmatic figure and the deceased Shi Yuan. Next to each name, he annotated details such as strength, allies and foes, preferences, and weaknesses, ultimately connecting them with lines to illustrate their relationships. This process consumed nearly half an hour. Gazing at the chaotic scrawl that only he could decipher, Wang Jifei sighed again and slowly burned the paper. 3 certainties emerged. First, he was at a disadvantage. He could not contend with Yumeyer and her group, and the escort agency would not come to his aid. Second, he had not yet revealed his true strength, and Yumeyer and her companions remained unaware of his burgeoning power, nor did they know he had uncovered the village chief's secret. Lastly, Yumeyer was likely on the verge of a breakthrough, and once she achieved it, she would swiftly target the village chief to seize the token. Gazing helplessly out the window, Wang Jifei lamented his own weakness. Was he truly to abandon the honeysuckle? Unwilling to accept such a fate, he lay on his bed, reminiscing about his days on Earth, reflecting on the years spent delivering packages, enduring hardships, and facing scorn and disdain. The city he had strived to assimilate into had ultimately cast him into this harsh new world. Clenching his teeth, he rose and approached his table, staring intently at his sword for an extended moment. If fate had led him to this world by chance, he would explore it thoroughly. If he possessed a higher starting point than others, he would not squander it. If this world revered strength, then he would measure whose fists were mightier. Having failed to live a worthwhile existence in his previous life, he resolved to savor the joys and sorrows of this one, embracing both its bitterness and sweetness. With this determination, sleep eluded him, and he decided to investigate the village chief's home. Chapter 10. A night visit to the village chief's home. Gazing out at the moonlit sky, and noting that it was still early, Wang Jifei decided to delay his visit to the village chief's residence until after midnight. Instead, he resolved to examine the small notebook he had acquired from Shiwan, which contained a technique for concealing one's presence that seemed particularly suitable for tonight's endeavor. Lifting the 3rd stone tile from the right side of the wall, he retrieved a thin booklet with a gray cover. The booklet bore no title, and its edges were frayed from frequent handling, having merely skimmed through it yesterday. Wang Jifei now perused it more carefully and discovered that it contained Shiwan's handwritten records of martial arts techniques and training insights. Although Shiwan practiced a long knife technique known as the wave-cleaving blade technique, which was evidently unsuitable for him, Wang Jifei believed he could nonetheless learn from the concentrated force techniques and cutting methods described within. Without lingering on the knife techniques, he quickly flipped to the latter part of the booklet, where he found the section on the breath-concealing technique and examined it closely. After a quarter of an hour, he gently closed the booklet, a frown creasing his brow. It appeared that this technique was fundamentally about controlling the rhythm of one's breath to minimize the outward leakage of one's presence, thus making it difficult for others to detect him. However, the booklet only recorded the first half of the technique. The latter half could only be practiced once the practitioner had cultivated their soul to a sufficient degree, allowing for introspection. Unconsciously tracing the characters in the booklet with his fingers, Wang Jifei realized that this breath-concealing technique was far more complex than he had initially anticipated, as it involved the cultivation of the soul. This marked his first encounter with knowledge pertaining to the realm of the soul, prompting profound contemplation. Could the soul be cultivated in this world? Such methods were exceedingly rare. How did Shiwan come by this knowledge? And what exactly did introspection refer to? He recalled that such concepts were mentioned in martial arts novels from Earth. Feeling utterly baffled, Wang Jifei reluctantly set aside his myriad thoughts and began to practice the breath-concealing technique as described in the booklet. In truth, overthinking was futile, as Shiwan lacked the latter part of the cultivation method. As the moon reached its zenith, Wang Jifei concluded his practice of the breath-concealing technique with immense satisfaction. The session had gone exceedingly well, so well that he found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, he had followed the key points outlined in the booklet, first calming his mind and slowing his breathing, then visualizing an object with which he was familiar, gradually sketching it in his mind until the image was vividly entrenched. All the while, he controlled his heartbeat to a specific frequency. Finally, he aimed to harmonize these three elements into instinctive action. In Wang Jifei's view, there were two primary challenges in mastering the breath-concealing technique. One was the visualization of an object, and the other was maintaining a tranquil state of mind over an extended period. However, shortly after he began his attempts specifically, on his second try after shifting his focus from his long sword to his destined beast, he successfully entered a state of profound calm, wherein a fierce gale hawk with sharp talons naturally emerged in his mind. The hawk remained motionless, its keen round eyes gazing into the distance, creating the illusion that it was fixated on Wang Jifei himself. Thus, he seamlessly entered the initial stage of the breath-concealing technique. After several more attempts, he found that maintaining that peculiar low-frequency heartbeat placed a considerable strain on his body, making it difficult to sustain for long. Currently, he could only maintain this state for about 3 minutes while remaining still. Any movement would immediately disrupt his focus. Realizing that further practice might yield little benefit, he decisively concluded his training. After sitting quietly for a quarter of an hour to restore his spirits, Wang Jifei donned a set of dark clothing, crouched low, and stealthily made his way to the village chief's house. To the southeast of the village lay a path, the sole route leading from Qingshi village to Sherman town, suitable for horse-drawn carriages. This path also served as the village's entrance. The village chief's home was located to the south of the entrance, surrounded by a grove of bamboo. At this point, Wang Jifei had climbed a tall tree within the bamboo grove. He had chosen this tree during the day. It stood 7 or 8 meters high, its dense foliage providing ample cover, and a sturdy branch extended toward the village chief's residence. From this vantage point, with his remarkably keen eyesight, he could survey the chief's belongings with ease. The houses in the mountain village were modest, and the chief's was no exception, consisting of 7 rooms arranged in a right angle around a spacious courtyard. Carefully scrutinizing the 3 rooms directly in front of him, he noted that the central room served as the living area. The left was the bedroom of the village chief and his wife, while the right was the bedroom of Ymir. Wang Jifei's brow knitted tighter as he observed the stillness surrounding the chief's home. As a second-tier martial apprentice, he could discern even the faintest sounds of falling leaves within a 50-meter radius. Yet, despite his focused listening, there was not a single sound emanating from the village chief's residence. Even if Yalan and Ymir practiced martial arts and could suppress their presence, what of the chief? Standing on the branch, Wang Jifei mused quietly. The chief was an ordinary man. It was implausible for him to be without any sign of breath. Could it be that no one was home? By now, the clock had struck 2 in the morning, and in just over an hour, the early rising hunters would awaken. Wang Jifei resolved that he could not afford to wait idly. With a firm grip, he broke off a small dry branch and tossed it toward the chief's bedroom, listening intently for any response, but there was none. He then threw another branch toward Ymir's room. Yet again, silence prevailed. Stealthily descending from the tree, Wang Jifei slipped into the courtyard and crept cautiously toward the back wall of the living area, pressing himself against it and listening intently for a quarter of an hour. But still, there was no sound. Where could everyone have gone? Should he venture inside to investigate? Just as he hesitated, a light flickered to life in the woodshed on his left. Startled, Wang Jifei quickly lowered himself, holding his breath and straining to listen. "Sister, what should we do? It seems the old man is on his last legs. For half a year, we have been using charm techniques to ensnare him. Even iron would crumble under such pressure, let alone an ordinary old man." This sounded like Ymir's voice. With a creak, the door opened, and 2 sets of footsteps approached the hall. A more mature female voice followed, saying, "This old coot is so stubborn. If it weren't for my brother's certainty, I would suspect this was all a ruse. Sister, what should we do? The old man has been in a daze for months now, even if this is genuine news. We are powerless to act. The matter regarding our sect is about to commence. It seems we must abandon this old man. Prepare to head into the mountains tomorrow. You should take 2 or 3 days to solidify your foundation, and once you break through, you can leave the village." What about Jean Ji and Su Lihu, sister? What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave that boy behind? Let me tell you, before your skills mature, you must not develop any real feelings. As the footsteps drew nearer, Wang Jifei peered cautiously through the light, nearly gasping aloud in shock. He beheld Ymir in white, following a man into the inner room, conversing as they went. The man was none other than the village chief, whom Ymir had claimed was in a state of confusion. Just as Wang Jifei thought he had fallen into a trap and prepared to flee, he witnessed the village chief halt. Turning to Ymir and speaking in a female tone, "As for that secret method, I cannot guarantee much. We can only try once you break through and reach the pinnacle of the third tier. Ji is merely an external object. Do not place too much importance on it." Upon hearing this, Ymir responded with a respectful tone, "I understand, sister. However, can this secret method truly awaken our destined beasts? Even the slightest chance is worth our effort. Have you forgotten what happened before? Why was Wu Jishu able to dictate terms to us in the sect? It was because she awakened her destined beast. Be careful, do not harm Su Lihu's foundation." With that, the sister turned to enter the room. Ymir echoed, "Oh," and followed her into her bedroom, where the sound of steady breathing soon filled the air. Listening to their rhythmic breaths, Wang Jifei gradually relaxed, retreating back into the bamboo grove. Upon returning to the original tree, he carefully observed the woodshed, suppressing his curiosity to investigate further at that moment and retracing his steps homeward. Upon returning to his chamber, he had just settled beneath the covers when the crowing of roosters resonated outside, soon followed by the sounds of the early rising hunter departing with his hound. Lying in bed, Wang Jifei found himself wide awake, engaged in profound contemplation. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. The significant matter was not the village chief's token. What could it possibly be? It seemed to be connected to the Chanigate. The village chief had likely not yet met with misfortune, as he had been in a dazed state within the woodshed for several months. This suggested that the individual who had recently appeared before everyone as the village chief was an impostor. Where was the village chief's wife? And what of Yilan? Could Yilan perhaps be the same as his senior sister Ymir? The resemblance in voice was somewhat uncanny. How was Su Lihu entangled in the awakening of the life beast? What arcane technique was at play? It seemed he too was being utilized. Reclining in bed and reflecting on the events that had transpired, an array of questions surged within Wang Jifei's mind. The secrets surrounding the two women were exceedingly intricate, with many revelations unfolding before him, leaving him in a state of utter perplexity. Yilan's capabilities undoubtedly surpassed his own. While Ymir was on the brink of a breakthrough, her strength likely comparable to his, alongside Su Lihu, Wang Jifei pondered deeply, yet could not conceive a method to safeguard the invaluable Jean Ji. Was he truly destined to relinquish it? Such a thought was unbearable. He had yet to be discovered. He would take each step as it came, and if all else failed, he would have no choice but to concede, attributing the blame solely to his own inadequacies. What of the village chief? Once Yilan and the others ventured into the mountains, he would follow to investigate. After all, he was still the village chief. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Jifei gradually succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he felt as though a pair of hawk-like, piercing eyes were fixed upon him, evoking a sense of familiarity. Chapter 11. Rescuing the village chief. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Wang Jifei awakened, stretching languidly and relishing the delightful crack of his spine. He felt invigorated, as if a newfound vitality coursed through him. After a hasty breakfast, he ambled to the escort agency, where he informed the deputy head of his absence, claiming he intended to venture into the mountains for a few days. The deputy, accustomed to such whims, merely turned a blind eye. The escort agency in the small mountain village was merely a branch of Sherman Town, bustling for a few months each year, while the rest of the time, villagers often trekked into the woods to hunt and supplement their household income. Upon exiting the agency, Wang Jifei returned to his quarters, gathered his hunting gear, and departed the village from the north side of the village chief's residence. After traversing 4 or 5 li into the mountains, he concealed his belongings in the crook of a tree and took a circuitous route to the northeastern outskirts of the village. He deduced that Yilan and her companions would surely exit the village from this direction, as it was the closest route to the small Qinglong mountain. And Jean Ji also resided in this vicinity. As he anticipated, after waiting for nearly half an hour, 2 figures, a green-clad woman and a girl in yellow, materialized in the distance, revealing themselves as Yilan, the village chief's wife, and her daughter, Yeme. Wang Jifei scrutinized the pair, noting the resemblance between Yilan and the imposter village chief from the previous night, which bolstered his confidence. As the 2 women approached, Seemingly oblivious to the fact that someone was tracking them, their conversation flowed freely without hesitation. The girl in green appeared to be Yimei, burdened with a sizable pack that likely contained provisions for their journey into the mountains. Yimei inquired, "Senior sister, why didn't you bring Su Lihu along this time? It's been several days. Aren't you bored? You shameless one, always thinking about men," Yalan retorted. "I have reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier and need to dedicate time to my cultivation." "You're impressive, senior sister. Is Brotherly coming this time?" "Brotherly is likely to arrive in October. He will be here to plan that matter." "Do you think there's a way to make that old man speak once Brotherly arrives?" "Unlikely, as you witnessed last night. The old man is in no condition to be of any use. We have searched those houses for 3 years without a trace of that token. Let it go. Perhaps that significant figure is merely a disciple of some minor sect. Forget about it. We'll just deal with him before we leave. That old man, despite his age, still desires me. It's quite nauseating. That's because you're enchanting, senior sister. By the way, do you think the old man will starve to death in the cellar? Let him be. The cave is just ahead." Wang Jifei stealthily followed them to a small valley at the mountain's edge, observing as they entered a concealed cave within the cliffside. It appeared that Yimei intended to undergo a breakthrough here. Wang Jifei took note of the surrounding terrain before retreating back to the village. As he walked, thoughts swirled in his mind. So Yalan is on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the martial apprentice stage. The gap between us is vast. The village chief must be in the cellar of the woodshed. I should investigate. Su Lihu had not accompanied them, which was a fortunate turn of events. With August drawing to a close, it would only be a month before their senior brother made an appearance. It seemed imperative to avoid any conflict with them. Alas, I am still too weak. The grievances I suffered at Yimei's hands remain unavenged. By the time Wang Jifei returned to the village, dusk had settled. He found a secluded spot in the woods to meditate and await the encroaching darkness. After nearly an hour of practicing the breath-concealing technique, he sensed a clearer connection with his spirit beast. As the night enveloped the village, punctuated only by distant barks, Wang Jifei quietly approached the village chief's home. Peering inside, he confirmed his suspicions. The room was empty. Pushing open the door to the woodshed, he slipped inside. Illuminated by the moonlight, he observed neatly stacked wood on either side, while a pile of straw sat in the corner. There was no sign of the cellar. Had he misheard? It was unlikely to be too concealed, given the frequency of access. His gaze then fell upon the straw heap, where he noticed a scattering of debris. This must be the place. He prodded with his sword, and the sound of its striking wood echoed in the silence. Wang Jifei smiled lightly and prepared to clear the straw when he heard soft footsteps approaching. Could Yalan and the others have returned? That seemed unlikely. He quickly halted his movements and concealed himself behind a stack of firewood. The footsteps drew closer, heading straight for the woodshed. The door creaked open, and the intruder entered, deftly clearing away the straw and opening the wooden door to the cellar, slipping inside. Su Lihu? What could he be doing here? Wang Jifei exhaled in relief, pondering how Yalan and the others could not have disclosed the village chief's situation to Su Lihu. How did he come to know? After a moment, Su Lihu's voice rang out from within. "Village chief. Village chief. It's me, Lihu. Please wake up. I'm here to rescue you." Wang Jifei could sense the village chief stirring, uttering indistinct words, though the voice was too faint to decipher. He cautiously approached the cellar entrance, straining to listen. Suddenly, Su Lihu's voice escalated. "Since you already know, there is nothing more to discuss. Where is the token? Speak quickly." Then came the sound of the village chief's anguished cry. Su Lihu would not spare the village chief. He had come here under the guise of secrecy, intent on taking action. With this realization, Wang Jifei unsheathed his sword, advancing stealthily into the cellar. Chapter 12. The cellar upon entering. One finds the cellar to be rather modest in size, measuring no more than 10 meters in length and approximately 3 meters in width, divided into 2 sections. The village chief, shackled by iron chains, lies on the floor of the inner room, on the verge of death. Wang Jifei cautiously approaches the door, employing a technique to suppress his presence, peeking in to see Su Lihu, who is squatting in front of the village chief, gripping the chief's hair tightly and shaking it violently while muttering curses. After an arduous struggle, Su Lihu, frustrated by his lack of success, finally ceases his torment as the village chief's breath becomes shallow. Shouting a few times and receiving no response, Su Lihu bitterly remarks, "Old fool, blame those 2 wretched women. May your journey be smooth." With that, he forcefully covers the village chief's mouth and nose, pressing down mercilessly. realizing that the village chief is on the brink of death. Wang Jifei swiftly brandishes his sword and strikes at Su Lihu, shouting, "Stop this at once." Su Lihu, taken aback and clutching his wounded right hand, rolls aside, staring in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Wang Jifei. "Wang Daju, what brings you here?" He barks, rising to his feet, his expression fraught with suspicion. "You entered as I did," Wang Jifei coldly retorts, pointing his sword at Su Lihu. "I am here for the same purpose as you. Now, where is the token?" Su Lihu, startled, tightens his expression and responds, "Since you are aware, it seems I have no escape today. I suppose my greed has led to this. Go ahead. Strike me." Accepting his imminent demise, Su Lihu relinquishes his guard and slowly sits down. Wang Jifei knocks Su Lihu unconscious with the hilt of his sword and securely binds him, stuffing a cloth into his mouth. With these tasks completed, he finally breathes a sigh of relief and turns his attention to the village chief's condition. The chief, disheveled and bruised, is curled up on the floor atop a tattered straw mat, barely recognizable as a human. As Wang Jifei draws near, a foul stench and amalgamation of excrement, blood, decay, and mildew assaults his senses, nearly causing him to retch. Suppressing his nausea, he attempts to rouse the village chief, but the man, shackled by chains around his shoulders and neck, lies motionless like a corpse. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jifei steps outside to fetch some straw, covering the village chief with it before lighting a brazier to heat some water. Checking the chief's pulse, he observes that as the temperature gradually rises, the chief's breathing stabilizes, and his once pallid cheeks regain a hint of color. Estimating that it may take some time for the village chief to awaken, Wang Jifei proceeds to rouse Su Lihu. Upon opening his eyes, Su Lihu realizes he is bound and struggles against his restraints. "Save your energy, be compliant," Wang Jifei says, delivering a kick to him. "There is nothing to discuss. I never expected your foolishness was an act. Today, I have met my match." Su Lihu glares at Wang Jifei, enduring the pain in his right hand with bitterness. "Wang Jifei, I have underestimated you. We are both men of understanding. Grant me a swift end." He then closes his eyes, choosing silence. "To aspire to be a martyr is a luxury you cannot afford," Wang Jifei states, drawing his sword and slicing 2 gashes across Su Lihu's face, causing blood to flow profusely. Su Lihu screams in agony, rolling on the ground, his visage resembling that of a tormented specter. "Oh, the pain is unbearable. If you have the courage, just kill me," he bellows, the desperation evident in his voice. "Speak. What is your purpose here?" Wang Jifei demands, stabbing Su Lihu's leg again. Su Lihu, writhing in pain like a shrimp, suddenly seizes the moment while Wang Jifei is distracted and lunges his head towards the corner of the wall, colliding with a resounding thud. Wang Jifei, sensing the danger, rushes over, relieved to find that Su Lihu, despite being bound, has only managed to injure himself on his forehead, blood streaming down, rendering him akin to a demon escaped from hell. Realizing Su Lihu is merely dazed and not dead, Wang Jifei secures him further, binding him tightly. A few minutes later, as Su Lihu's consciousness begins to return, Wang Jifei, resigned, speaks up, "Very well, we are both men of understanding. I shall refrain from further inquiries. But I require you to answer one question." "Go ahead, ask," Su Lihu replies, his defiance waning. Sensing his reluctance, Wang Jifei probes. "Yi Meyer mentioned that you possess a method to help them awaken their innate beasts. I wish to know this method." Su Lihu, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, gazes intently into Wang Jifei's eyes for a prolonged moment, sensing sincerity, before silently shaking his head and mockingly saying, "I do not know." "Do I appear to possess such knowledge?" Wang Jifei, momentarily stunned, quickly realizes that the secret technique must be extraordinary and likely insidious in nature, leading him to conclude that Yulan and the others had not disclosed anything to Su Lihu. A wave of pity washes over him as he casts a sympathetic glance at Su Lihu. Their eyes meet, and for a moment, both men share an unspoken bond as fellow wanderers in despair. After a pause, Su Lihu speaks first. "It seems that Yulan and Yi Meyer harbor no good intentions. Today, I cannot escape death. If you wish to know, ask. I only have one condition. Tell me about them." Chapter 13. The so-called token. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jifei could not help but feel an overwhelming joy, promptly agreeing to Su Lihu's proposal. Subsequently, he recounted the eavesdrop dialogue by the water's edge, the revelations shared by Shi Yuan, and the snippets of information he had gathered from the 2 women last night and earlier today, laying everything bare before Su Lihu. He also shared his conjectures regarding the China Gate. Observing Su Lihu, who remained silent with closed eyes after absorbing the information, Wang Jifei was not anxious. He trusted that Su would not remain mute for long. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the despondent Su Lihu eventually divulged everything. It turned out that Su Lihu had succumbed to the allure of the two Yi sisters' beauty, unable to resist the temptation of joining the Chanu Gate, thereby gradually becoming their puppet. He was oblivious to his own peculiar situation and entirely unaware of Yi Lan's intention to sacrifice him to awaken his destined beast. Approximately 2 months prior, Su Lihu had stumbled upon the village chief's strange behavior and, through persistent probing, uncovered this secret. Today, seizing the opportunity presented by the sisters' venture into the mountains, he intended to seek the token, inadvertently crossing paths with Wang Jifei. In the end, realizing he could not escape death, he surrendered his martial skills and possessions, merely imploring Wang Jifei to avenge him if the opportunity arose. After listening to Su Lihu's account, Wang Jifei posed a few additional questions, devoid of sympathy, before incapacitating Su Lihu once more. With Su rendered unconscious, Wang Jifei pondered how to deal with him when a sudden cough interrupted his thoughts. Who goes there? Wang Jifei quickly drew his sword and peered toward the entrance. Cough. Cough. It is I, came the frail voice of the village chief from behind. Village chief, when did you awaken? How do you fare? Wang Jifei inquired. Waving his hand, the village chief interrupted Wang's questions. Cough. Cough. I am beyond saving. Listen to me. The village chief took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if embracing the last warmth of this world. An hour later, Wang Jifei left the village chief's abode and made his way to the location where hunting tools were concealed. Under the bright moonlight, various sounds of nocturnal creatures resonated around him as he reclined in a cave, scrutinizing a 1-foot-high clay statue of the god of wealth. After a prolonged gaze, he discerned nothing particularly extraordinary. It was merely an ordinary idol of mediocre craftsmanship. Tapping it lightly with his hand revealed no anomalies, and a thorough examination yielded no distinctive features. After toiling for a considerable time with no results, Wang Jifei began to wonder if the village chief had deceived him. According to the chief, he had been awakened when Su Lihu hit the wall, eavesdropping with closed eyes. This enabled him to grasp the intricate details of the situation, ultimately deciding to disclose the secret of the so-called token to Wang Jifei. Otherwise, he intended to take this secret to his grave. Upon reaching this point, Wang Jifei could not help but reflect. Despite the village chief's seemingly insignificant position, his elevation to that role indicated he was not an ordinary individual. In truth, the village chief had concealed the token within this clay statue of the god of wealth long ago. More than a year prior, when Yi Lan had repeatedly tested him, the village chief had become wary and remained tight-lipped. Only months ago, the Yu sisters had suddenly acted, imprisoning him in the cellar and subjecting him to torment ever since. The two women, hailing from the Chanu Gate, employed cruel tactics and possessed exceptional seductive skills, forcing the village chief to feign madness to endure until today. While he had contemplated seeking death as a release, the sisters' surveillance was relentless, and their expertise with drugs left him with no opportunity. However, after pretending to be mad, the torment lessened, yet the village chief was unwilling to perish without a fight, leading to the current scene. As for how an ordinary person could withstand such torment for so long, that was a tale involving a significant figure. The village chief revealed to Wang Jifei that there was, in fact, no token, and the two women would never acquire it. Years ago, when the notable figure wished to repay the village chief for saving his life, the chief, being advanced in age, was presented with a manual of martial arts to memorize. He was informed that this encompassed the first 3 tiers of the figure's sex techniques, which he could pass on to his descendants for cultivation and, upon achieving mastery, could seek out the figure at the Tianyan sect in the northern region of the Yu Kingdom. Ultimately, the childless village chief relinquished all other desires and began to cultivate in secret. However, due to his advanced age, he made little progress in martial skills, though he did enhance his mental fortitude. This was the reason he could maintain a semblance of clarity amidst the seductive arts and manipulations. After imparting this knowledge, the village chief, aware that his time was short, did not request further rescue from Wang Jifei. Instead, he urged him to retrieve the clay statue of the god of wealth, seeking vengeance if the opportunity arose, and to assist the village as much as he could. Without imposing undue pressure, Wang Jifei understood the village chief's days were numbered, and thus he complied. He meticulously staged the scene to appear as though Su Lihu had perished in a fire while searching for the token. After thoroughly searching the two women's quarters, Wang Jifei ignited the fire with storage. Moments later, flames engulfed the village chief's residence. and Wang Jifei observed the cellar's ventilation shaft erupting with long tongues of fire from the bamboo grove, sighing softly before departing the grove. After a while, the previously tranquil village erupted into chaos, with cries for help reverberating in all directions. Seizing the opportunity while the villagers were occupied with the fire, he stealthily infiltrated Su Lihu's home, secured the items he sought, and departed the village once more. Life's unpredictability astounded him. Who would have thought that the village chief's good deed would lead to such a dire fate? Contemplating this, Wang Jifei felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. After paying his respects to the late village chief, he examined the clay statue of the god of wealth once more, yet found nothing of value. Frustrated, he felt an urge to shatter the idol. Disheartened by his lack of findings, he had little inclination to pursue any further discoveries. So he made some arrangements and succumbed to a deep slumber. In the morning of August 27th, Wang Jifei awoke in the mountain cave. As he stretched and surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the previous night's gains, Wang Jifei's spirits were considerably lifted. After practicing swordsmanship for half an hour, as dawn broke, he concluded his training, consumed some rations, and began to examine the spoils of the previous night. He began by inspecting Su Liu's possessions, the contents of which Wang Jifei had gleaned a general understanding from Su Liu himself, having also taken a cursory glance upon seizing them the night before. Yet, as each item was laid out before him, Wang Jifei couldn't help but swallow hard several times. Su Liu's trove also comprised a hand-copied booklet for vials of medicine, a small black crossbow with 3 bolts, a dull silver dagger, and a quantity of gold and silver. From Su Liu, he learned that the 4 vials contained a vulnerary, 2 vials of tiger bone pills and stone ox pills for assisting cultivation during the martial apprentice stage, and a vial of poison for application to weapons, devoid of any antidote. The small black crossbow could be concealed within a sleeve, and upon testing, it effortlessly pierced about 5 centimeters into a tree trunk 10 meters away. The dull silver dagger was rather heavy and exceedingly sharp. Wang Jifei was enamored with these 2 items, handling them for quite some time before setting them down and picking up the booklet to peruse. The booklet documented 3 items: a fist technique, a movement technique, and a secret art. The fist technique, known as Tiger Subduing Fist, was a third-rate technique, likely given to him by Yi Meyer, but unsuitable for Wang Jifei. What caught his eye were the movement technique and the secret art. The movement technique could significantly enhance his speed, perfectly complementing the swiftness granted by the Wind Eagle. Although merely a rudimentary technique, its utility was no less than that of a third-rate technique, capable of increasing his speed by about 20%, reaching approximately 18 meters per second upon mastering it. The secret art was a demonic technique for accelerating blood flow and elevating body temperature, enabling one to explode in combat prowess for a brief period, doubling one's combat strength, albeit at the cost of entering a state of enfeeblement afterward, requiring a day of rest for recovery. If employed judiciously, this secret art could turn the tide of battle at crucial moments. Fortunately, I subdued Su Liu beforehand. Wang Jifei inwardly compared their strengths, concluding that he truly couldn't have defeated Su Liu after his outburst, and couldn't help but feel immensely grateful. Regaining his composure, Wang Jifei, having examined Su Liu's belongings, anticipated the possessions of the 2 Yi sisters with even greater eagerness. If Su Liu had contributed nearly 500 taels of gold worth of treasures, then the 2 women from his sect would undoubtedly offer even more. Perhaps the heavens disapproved of his avarice, for while the 2 women possessed numerous items, few were of significant value. It wasn't that their belongings were inferior to Su Liu's, but rather that he felt somewhat disappointed by the limited number of valuable items. Wang Jifei had seized the 2 women's possessions in haste, unable to discern them clearly in the dark. Now, upon meticulous sorting, a large pile of useless items emerged. First, there was a collection of gold and silver jewelry, worth approximately 150 taels of gold. Next, there were various medicines, most of which Wang Jifei didn't recognize. Except for 2 types, tiger bone pills and stone ox pills. There were 3 vials of tiger bone pills and only 1 vial of stone ox pills. These medicines were estimated to be worth 100 taels of gold. There were also several silver notes and ingots, worth another 100 taels of gold. The most abundant items were books and scrolls. At the time, Wang Jifei couldn't distinguish them individually, so he had retrieved all the paper items he could find. Now, after a cursory glance, he nearly flew into a rage. Out of 30 books and over 10 scrolls, most were worthless. Only 4 items were of value: a map, a hand-copied book, a record of experiences from the Joyous Union sect, and a scroll, with several yellowed scraps of paper affixed to a blank sheet, forming a fragmented map. The other books were ledgers and rosters, clearly belonging to the village chief. Among the remaining scrolls, Wang Jifei did find an intriguing item, a portrait of Yilan and Yi, two graceful women dancing amidst lilies. The seductive expressions and lithe figures of the young women captivated Wang Jifei, who nearly exclaimed how lifelike it was. Indeed, the portrait was remarkably realistic, with Yi's face appearing alluring and lifelike, while Yilan's face was entirely unfamiliar. Only then did Wang Jifei realize that the village chief's wife was merely her disguise, causing him to inwardly rejoice in his good fortune. After stowing away the painting, Wang Jifei examined the map and the hand-copied book. He had no intention of looking at the fragmented map scroll, as it lacked any place names, depicting only a few mountains and 2 rivers, along with a red cross, making it entirely incomprehensible. The map depicted the back of the eastern Wu Kingdom and the southern part of the Yu Kingdom, with the Azure Dragon Mountain range occupying a large area in the center. This was relatively useful to him, as it at least revealed his location. Unfortunately, the Azure Dragon Mountain range, which occupied most of the map, was depicted in an extremely simplistic manner, with only a few high mountains and large rivers marked on the periphery. After careful examination, Wang Jifei located Qingstone Village and then Stonegate Town, before stowing away the map. The hand-copied book, however, was a treasure, documenting the joyous union great art, the cultivation technique of Yilan and Yi's sect, along with several other martial techniques, detailing the various characteristics and cultivation points before the martial master stage. The following pages contain their own cultivation insights and conjectures. The final 3 pages were particularly important, outlining the secret method for awakening one's natal beast and information about the fragmented map. Chapter 15. The completion of cultivation. Wang Jifei did not delve deeply into the chronicles. His recent endeavors had yielded substantial rewards, prompting him to seek a new locale for more rigorous practice. After erasing his traces, he consulted the map and arrived at the foot of a mountain known as Blackstone Mountain. This mountain stood approximately 200 to 300 meters high. Beyond it, heading northwest, one would enter the outer reaches of the Qinglong Mountain Range. To the south, a mere 7 or 8 miles away, lay the valley where the Yi sisters were sequestered in meditation. On his journey, Wang Jifei hunted a few creatures to serve as provisions, and he paused in a sizable cave halfway up the mountain. After about 15 minutes of tidying the cavern, he, feeling ravenous, began to prepare his breakfast. As he roasted a wild chicken, he perused the handwritten manuscripts of the Yi sisters and Su Lihu. Upon careful comparison, and aware of the folly of overextending oneself, he resolved to focus on Su Lihu's nameless movement technique, Shi Wan's breath-concealing method, and a martial art from the Channa sect suited for male practitioners. Ensuring his own swordsmanship would not be neglected. With an unwavering determination to grow stronger, Wang Jifei embarked on a regimen akin to that of an ascetic. Each morning, he devoted an hour to intensive practice of the movement technique. After breakfast, he practiced internal energy cultivation and breath concealment techniques for an hour each. Post-lunch, he reviewed the chronicles and the 2 manuscripts to deepen his understanding of the cultivation world. Evenings were reserved predominantly for sword training, with occasional practice of dagger and crossbow techniques when fatigue set in. As sweat streamed down, Wang Jifei's prowess surged dramatically, his speed astonishingly reaching a level that startled even himself. Normally, such rapid advancement would be inconceivable for an ordinary martial artist, and Wang Jifei could only attribute it to the influence of his destined beast. In a mere 5 days, both his movement and internal skills had reached the threshold of initiation, with significant improvements in speed and strength. When exerting himself fully, he could achieve a velocity of approximately 20 meters per second, 3 times that of an average person, and lift weights of up to 400 kilograms, equivalent to 5 to 6 times the strength of an ordinary individual. His mastery of the breath concealment technique and swordsmanship also progressed, allowing him to maintain a state of breath concealment for around 10 minutes, albeit without mobility. The evolution of his swordsmanship was remarkable. He had transcended mere proficiency, achieving a state of mastery that led him to believe he could effortlessly defeat the second-tier martial artist Su Lihu using only his sword skills. Moreover, it is noteworthy that he attempted the secret techniques of the Demon Clan once, and their power was indeed extraordinary. In his explosive state, Wang Jifei could effortlessly snap tree branches measuring 30 to 40 centimeters in thickness, with his speed soaring to approximately 25 meters per second, a remarkable increase in strength. However, This explosive state could only be sustained for about 15 minutes, leaving him utterly drained afterward. Having experienced it once, Wang Jifei lacked the courage to attempt it again. The ordeal was not solely a physical torment but also a mental trial. He vividly recalled the initial half-hour, during which his body was drenched in blood-tinged sweat, and every muscle felt as though it had been utterly shredded. His mind initially blanked, only to be followed by a pain akin to hundreds of ants gnawing at him, rendering him incapable of controlling his own body. Reflecting on this, Wang Jifei could not help but admire the formidable nature of the demon clan's secret techniques, capable of doubling one's power in a brief span, while also acknowledging the robustness and resilience of their bodies and nerves. Upon closing the manuscript, he let out a resigned sigh and stepped out of the cave. Despite harboring a glimmer of hope, he had achieved nothing regarding the destined beasts. The secret method of Yilan merely involved utilizing a person with a strong soul, supplemented with precious herbs to cultivate a cauldron. After the process was complete, one would employ yin-yang techniques to absorb the cauldron's power, alongside the extreme excitement induced by charming techniques and stimulating drugs. The ultimate goal was to invigorate the spirit, unlock potential, and awaken the destined beast. Understanding this, Wang Jifei felt despondent, realizing that this method held little relevance for him unless he were to assist others in awakening their beasts. The chronicles contained a wealth of information about destined beasts, including their classifications, limitations on their numbers, distinctions between destined and demon beasts, and various peculiar speculations. However, they offered no insights on cultivation methods or applications, merely stating that the essence of a destined beast is rooted in one's soul. The realm of human spirit is enigmatic. After much contemplation, Wang Jifei arrived at two conclusions. First, continuing to practice the breath concealment technique should gradually enhance his spiritual strength, thereby strengthening his connection with his destined beast. Second, significant stimulation might promote spiritual growth, suggesting that the stimulating drugs mentioned in Yilan's secret method could be of some use. On the second day of September, marking the 6th day of his cultivation, Wang Jifei estimated that he had reached the pinnacle of the second-tier martial artist, poised for a breakthrough. Progress regarding the destined beast was minimal. He merely sensed a tighter bond with the Gale Eagle, though it remained at the initial stage of a third-tier destined beast. As noon approached, gazing towards the valley where the Yi sisters resided, Wang Jifei noticed the absence of rising smoke, which signaled that Yumeyer had likely ascended to the rank of a first-tier martial artist. Contemplating this made him feel disheartened, realizing that he could at most match Yumeyer's strength. With a deep sigh, he recognized the need for caution in his actions. After a moment of reflection, Wang Jifei resolved to return to the village, both because he had been away for a considerable time and to discreetly observe the sisters' reactions, to safeguard his secrets from being uncovered. Chapter 16. Gilded Fragment. Having resided there for 6 days, Wang Jifei meticulously erased any trace of his presence, a task that consumed a considerable amount of time. Ultimately, only the blackened stones from the hearth and the ashes within the pit remained, destined to be discarded into the river. Abruptly, Wang Jifei discerned something within the ashes. Upon retrieval, it appeared to be a fragment of paper. With a delicate shake, the residual ash relinquished its hold, revealing a radiant glimmer of gold, a portion of a gold leaf. This gold leaf constituted half of a larger golden page, upon which were inscribed a dense array of arcane characters. Wang Jifei tested its pliability, discovering that the fragment was remarkably supple, capable of being folded at will. The golden page had likely been concealed within a book, inadvertently consumed by the flames he had kindled in recent days. Unforeseen, he mused, Yilan retained a secret. It appears this golden page is of significance. Best to secure it for now. After a further perusal of the ashes yielded nothing more, Wang Jifei departed from the cavern. As twilight approached, Wang Jifei, having concealed his newfound treasure and laden with game, wearily returned to the village. After a brief respite, as was his custom, he carried the prepared meats to Uncle Yin's residence for supper. "Dechang, I've arrived," Wang Jifei announced boisterously before even crossing the threshold, subsequently offering greetings to the uncle and aunt. Over drinks and victuals, Wang Jifei steered the conversation, with calculated subtlety, toward the events that had transpired within the village during his hunting sojourn. The aunt informed him that the village chief had been interred upon the hillside beyond the village, a discovery made only yesterday upon the return of the chief's wife and daughter from their familial visit. With the assistance of the villagers, the entrance to the cellar had been unearthed, leading to the retrieval of the body. The mother and daughter had reportedly been inconsolable. Upon hearing this, Wang Jifei harbored a sardonic amusement. It seemed the Yi sisters had surreptitiously managed the situation before summoning assistance, and the whereabouts of Su Lihu's corpse remained unknown. To feign such profound grief, he scoffed inwardly. Approximately half an hour later, having arranged with Uncle Yin to procure supplies from Shimin town in 3 days' time, Wang Jifei took his leave. Before his departure, Yin Chong reminded him that tomorrow marked the 7th day since the chief's passing, urging him not to neglect the customary offering of incense. Returning to his abode, Wang Jifei sat in contemplation. Evidently, my involvement remains undetected. I shall observe Yilan and her sister's reactions during the incense offering tomorrow. What momentous affair do they speak of? Now that Yi Meyer has achieved her breakthrough, is it about to commence? Should I attempt another clandestine eavesdropping? 7th uncle should be returning soon. It has been 8 or 9 days already. The gold and silver fungus has likely been absorbed. A lamentable loss. Henceforth, I shall proceed with measured cultivation, ensuring no vulnerabilities are exposed. Amidst a torrent of disjointed thoughts, Wang Jifei remained seated for an extended duration, eventually regaining his composure and commencing his ablutions. After practicing the breath concealment technique, Wang Jifei reclined for rest. As sleep enveloped him, Wang Jifei once more dreamt of those piercing, eagle-like eyes, fixated upon him, yet evoking a sense of familiarity. Upon awakening the following day, the remembrance of the previous night's dream stirred a sense of peculiarity. He had experienced similar dreams on numerous occasions of late, and Wang Jifei surmised that the eyes bore a resemblance to those of a gale hawk, suggesting that his fate beast was observing him in his dreams. A bizarre notion indeed. Following physical exercise and a visit to the escort agency for a brief exchange with his colleagues, Wang Jifei, noting the time approaching 10 o'clock, excused himself and set forth toward the village chief's residence. Reaching the bamboo grove surrounding the chief's abode, Wang Jifei surveyed the scene. The 7 dwellings had been entirely consumed by fire, leaving only scorched foundations. Villagers had erected a bamboo shed within the former courtyard, at the center of which stood an 8 immortals table bearing the chief's memorial tablet. Perhaps alerted by the sound of footsteps, the lamentations of 2 women emanated from within the shed. Comprehending the situation, Wang Jifei refrained from comment and proceeded directly toward the bamboo structure. Oh, it is a fei who has come. Yilan, disguised as the chief's wife, ceased her wailing, wiped her tears, and addressed Wang Jifei. Aunt Wang Meyer, I have come to pay respects to the chief. My condolences, Wang Jifei offered, feigning sorrow while surreptitiously glancing at Yi Meyer, clad in simple attire. At this moment, Yi Meyer retrieved incense, ignited it from a candle, and presented it to Wang Jifei. Accepting the incense, Wang Jifei respectfully bowed before the chief's memorial tablet, offered the incense, and performed the customary kowtow. With the ritual complete, Wang Jifei prepared to depart, casting another furtive glance at Yi Meyer. However, Yilan detained him, citing her desolation and yearning for companionship in the wake of the chief's passing, imploring Wang Jifei to remain and offer solace. Wang Jifei's suspicions were aroused. Could my involvement have been discovered? Should they not be dutifully observing mourning at this time? Why would they retain the presence of an unfamiliar man within the mourning hall? Reluctantly, Wang Jifei continued to feign the guileless demeanor of the Chue and remained. As anticipated, the Yi sisters, under the guise of lamentation, were probing for information. They began by bemoaning their misfortune, lamenting the loss of their husband and father and the destruction of their home, leaving them with no recourse but to seek refuge with relatives. Gradually, they steered the conversation toward Wang Jifei, expressing their intention to find Yi Meyer a suitable match. Subtly inquiring about Wang Jifei's circumstances, with particular emphasis on his recent activities. After approximately half an hour, Wang Jifei emerged from the bamboo shed, a faint smile upon his face, casting lingering glances back at the chief's residence as he departed. Chapter 17. Departing the village. As Wang Jifei gradually emerged from the bamboo forest, he retracted the smile that had adorned his face, slowly making his way back while occasionally glancing over his shoulder. A performance must be executed in its entirety. It was not until he returned to his room and seated himself at the table that he finally set aside his facade, allowing contemplation to take precedence. It appeared that Yilan and her companions had not discovered his presence, merely harboring some suspicions, particularly given the peculiar timing of his entry into the mountains. They were preparing to leave, and it seemed the matter at hand was approaching its conclusion. But what exactly was it? When they had spoken of betrothing Yi Meyer to him, had they not employed some form of seduction? It was rather impressive, leaving him in a state of distraction, nearly ensnared. Once they departed, he would consider himself safe, relinquishing thoughts of Jin Inji. After much deliberation, Wang Jifei resolved to investigate the situation further that night. As he sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared, without clarity, he would find no peace. In the afternoon, Wang Jifei continued to meander through the village, engaging in conversations with various villagers until the evening, when he returned to his quarters. Throughout the day, he seemed to be idly passing time. Yet he was discreetly gathering information regarding Yilan and her companions, estimating their departure. He also observed the villagers' reactions to the sudden disappearance of Su Lihu and Shi Yuan. It was not unusual for mountain folk to venture into the hills for hunting and be absent for 10 days to half a month, so for now, no one suspected anything amiss regarding Su and Shi. The villagers expressed sympathy for Yilan and her companions, who were left without male guardians, and had even contributed some travel expenses for them. After the 7th day of mourning, they would depart with the old village chief's tablet, likely never to return. Around 10 o'clock that night, having pretended to slumber in bed, Wang Jifei opened his eyes, rose, and quietly exited. A quarter of an hour later, he found himself at the guest quarters of the escort agency at the village entrance, where the Yi sisters were staying. At this hour, the escort agency was manned only by an elderly gatekeeper, enveloped in silence. Wang Jifei skillfully scaled the wall to the backyard, stealthily approaching the room occupied by Yilan and her sister. The backyard contained 3 guest rooms. One was too dilapidated for habitation, while another served as a storage space, leaving the 2 sisters to share the middle room. Perched upon the beams of the neglected guest room, Wang Jifei awaited in stillness. Around dawn, as the sky began to lighten, he caught faint sounds emanating from the sisters' room and focused intently to listen. Shiji, you're awake too. I can't sleep. Shiji, you're so much bigger than me. Stop joking, it's time to get up and prepare to leave. We're leaving already? Why are you so reluctant? After completing our final task at the end of the month, we shall return to our sect. What is there to miss about this wretched village? I just wish to retrieve what was burned. It troubles my heart. Shimmy, let us not speak of this. I have a strange feeling about everything, and that is why we're leaving in such haste. I thought you were eager to see Shi Xiao. How can you say that? You're just like this everywhere. You have the nerve to criticize me. This was followed by a flurry of laughter. Half an hour later, as the door opened and footsteps receded, the backyard was once again enveloped in silence. Wang Jifei trailed behind the Yi sisters at a distance, confirming their departure after they had traversed 7 to 8 miles beyond the village before turning back. With the sisters' exit, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, he took a longer route to retrieve his belongings hidden in the wilderness. Returning to the village just past noon, as usual, he took a stroll around the village before commencing his daily training. The following day, Wang Jifei rose early. With a small crossbow strapped to his forearm and a dagger tucked into his left boot, he donned his gear and made his way to Yinchang's home. The 5th day of September had arrived, the day he had arranged to depart with his uncle. Sherman Town lay over 100 miles from the village, with rugged mountain paths requiring 3 days for a round trip. Sherman Town was governed by the Nanshan Prefecture under the jurisdiction of Qinglong County, serving as the gateway to the Qinglong Mountain Range in the Eastern Wu Kingdom. It was not only a hub for the distribution of mountain resources but also a strategic stronghold against the beasts of the mountains and neighboring countries, boasting a permanent population of approximately 100,000, which could swell to over 300,000 during bustling times. A regiment of soldiers was stationed there year-round. At the break of dawn, Wang Jifei and his 2 companions departed from Qinshi village, traveling by ox cart along the mountain road. The uncle and Yin Chang were at ease, accustomed to such journeys. In contrast, for Wang Jifei, this marked his first venture into the wider world since arriving in this realm, rendering everything novel and captivating, causing him to frequently glance about in curiosity. Noticing Wang Jifei's distracted demeanor, Uncle Yin assumed he was anxious about potential dangers along the way and sought to reassure him, saying, "Afei, do not worry. We are still far from Huangshi Mountain. Why are you so restless today? You're usually not like this. Even De Chong is more composed than you." "Dad, what is wrong with me?" The innocent De Chong quickly retorted, "Huangshi Mountain is just home to a pack of wolves. You'll see me in action soon enough." Uncle Yin chuckled, admonishing, "Just you wait. Don't think that just because you've recently advanced to a 2nd-tier martial apprentice, you're something special. If you encounter a wolf, you'd better take care of it yourself." Upon hearing this, Yin Chang fell silent, casting a glance at his father, reluctant to speak further. Chapter 18. Perception. The Yellow Snake Mountain stretches approximately 20 miles, serving as the essential route to Sherman Town. A year prior, A pack of wolves suddenly emerged near the mountain, occasionally descending to attack passersby. On their previous excursions to the town, they opted not to traverse the mountain overnight. Instead, they would rest and set off the following day. Although this choice delayed their journey by half a day, it ensured their safety. Around 3 in the afternoon, the trio arrived at a pine forest approximately 3 miles from Yellow Snake Mountain, preparing to rest for the night. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the 3 of them gathered around the campfire, engaging in conversation, gradually succumbing to fatigue. Following their customary routine, the father and son retired first, while Wang Jifei took the first watch, with Chong watching over the latter half of the night. Accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of their breathing and the chirping of insects, Wang Jifei began to meditate, slowly practicing the art of breath control. Perhaps the wilderness offered an ideal environment for cultivation, or perhaps his spirits lifted after the departure of the Yilan sisters. He gradually entered a wondrous state. In that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a swift eagle, breathing and moving like one, soaring higher and higher until he circled in the sky, releasing a resonant cry that echoed through the heavens. Enraptured by this extraordinary state, Wang Jifei nearly lost himself. However, as his energy waned from prolonged practice, he suddenly felt as if his wings had been clipped, realizing he could no longer soar, and he withdrew from his meditative state. Upon opening his eyes, he was struck by the realization that he was amidst the perilous wilderness, having forgotten to remain vigilant during his deep meditation. Fortunately, no mishap had occurred. Regaining his composure, Wang Jifei began to take his watch more seriously, adding more firewood and stretching his limbs as he circled the small grove. Not detecting anything amiss, he stepped out of the woods and gazed toward Yellow Snake Mountain, finding nothing out of the ordinary. As he prepared to return, he unconsciously cast another glance at the mountain. In that fleeting moment, he was taken aback. The mountain appeared vividly close, and upon closer inspection, he could discern individual stones on its surface as large as human heads, despite the night and the distance of 3 to 4 kilometers. When had his vision become so acute? Could it be related to his earlier experience? With this thought in mind, Wang Jifei hurried back to the fire, preparing to meditate and connect with his spirit beast. This time, the connection was remarkably smooth, as if the waters had flowed effortlessly. He clearly envisioned his spirit beast, a fierce, swift eagle, appearing distinctly in his mind. In disbelief at this transformation, he stood up and cautiously moved about, simultaneously focusing on connecting with the eagle, which also proved to be an easy endeavor. Excitedly, he clenched his fist, feeling elated. Just moments ago, he had reached the latter stage of a 3rd-tier spirit disciple. According to the records of the Yilan sect, the hallmark of a 3rd-tier spirit disciple is the ability to communicate with one's spirit beast at will, specifically being able to visualize it in the mind's eye. A 2nd-tier disciple can sense the spirit beast breathing and exert slight control over its movements. A 1st-tier disciple is familiar with the basic actions of their spirit beast. As for the symbols beyond the spirit master level, the records were vague, cryptically stating, "The spirit and I are one. My destiny intertwines with the cosmos," leaving Wang Jifei utterly perplexed. Quietly testing his physical strength, he realized he had made another breakthrough. Overcome with excitement and devoid of sleepiness, he decided to take over the latter half of the night watch for Chong, allowing him to rest well. The essence of a spirit beast lies in the soul, and Wang Jifei's current level was still too low to perceive much. However, with the ability to visualize the swift eagle, he noticed his thoughts became sharper, his reactions more agile, and his sensory perceptions heightened. Leaning against a tree trunk, Wang Jifei endeavored to calm his mind once more, closing his eyes to observe his spirit beast. In his mind, the spirit beast appeared like a sculpture shrouded in mist. Elusive yet present, as he felt certain of its existence, yet unable to clearly perceive or describe it, nor draw closer. It was akin to awakening from a dream. Unable to recall specific details or the appearance of figures within, yet distinctly aware of having dreamt of certain events, individuals, or places, Wang Jifei was resolutely aware that he could see the swift eagle. Glancing up at the moonlight, he observed a slender crescent hanging in the sky. It was around 3 in the morning. Noticing the dwindling firewood, he prepared to gather more. At that moment, a gust of mountain wind swept through, stirring embers and brightening the flames. As he watched the dancing fire, Wang Jifei suddenly sensed something was amiss. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The nighttime chorus of insects and birds abruptly ceased, and the air became thick with tension. Wang Jifei swiftly grasped his sword, pressing his back against the tree. Scanning the area, Illuminated by the firelight, his vision sharpened, revealing a pack of ferocious wolves, stealthily encircling them from 30 meters away, crouching low and poised to strike. "Get up. We are surrounded by wolves." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Jifei shouted urgently, "Uncle, Dachang, wake up, quickly." In the midst of the ensuing chaos, the wolves began to close in. Chapter 19. Trapped by a pack of wolves awakened abruptly, the Yin family father and son swiftly grasped their weapons, forming a defensive circle around the ox cart against the encroaching pack of wolves. The perimeter of the wolves tightened, drawing ever closer until they halted a mere 7 or 8 meters from the cart. The distance was alarmingly close. Wang Jifei and his companions could distinctly observe the sharp fangs and drool dripping from the wild wolves' mouths. Upon careful counting, they discerned that 11 wolves surrounded them. Wolves are notoriously fierce and terrifying beasts, cunning and remarkably patient predators. While ordinary wolves do not qualify as demonic creatures, they exhibit a remarkable synergy. 2 wolves can easily overpower a third-tier martial artist, while 4 can ensnare a first-tier one. With 11 wolves, they could exhaust even 2 peak first-tier martial artists. The pack, having surrounded Wang Jifei and his companions, neither attacked nor advanced, but remained eerily still, fixated on their prey, as if awaiting something. "Damn it! Those brutes are waiting for the fire to die down," exclaimed the seasoned hunter. Wang Jifei glanced back, and indeed, the modest fire that had been burning brightly was now dimming, likely to extinguish completely within 10 minutes. With Uncle and Daqiang both being second-tier martial artists, Wang Jifei estimated his own strength to be at a mid-level first tier. Faced with 11 wolves, their predicament was dire. "We cannot delay any longer. Uncle, we must strike first. It will be perilous once darkness falls," Wang Jifei shouted. "Daqiang, fire your arrows while we defend." "Understood," Daqiang responded, already loosing an arrow that struck a wolf in the hind leg. The creature howled in pain, and thus began the fierce combat between hunters and wolves. Wang Jifei wielded his sword while Uncle brandished his long knife, circling the ox cart in a desperate defense, repelling the advancing wolves. Daqiang, stationed atop the cart, continuously fired arrows while shouting curses at the beasts. In a mere 3 minutes, all 3 were drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Wang Jifei and Uncle bore wounds. Wang Jifei had 3 deep claw marks on his left calf, and Uncle had been bitten on the right arm, forcing him to wield his knife with his left hand. Suddenly, a haunting howl resonated from the depths of the forest. At the sound, all the wolves halted, slowly retreating to a distance of 7 or 8 meters. The trio peered into the woods, where a massive wolf, larger than the others, emerged. The remaining wolves emitted low howls, lowering their heads in submission. By the flickering light of the fire, Wang Jifei observed the giant wolf's sleek, dense fur, its long, muscular limbs, and a powerful tail that exuded an aura of dominance. Most striking were its silver-white eyes, which stood out among the 11 pairs of glowing green wolf eyes. This was the alpha wolf, and the others obeyed its command. "Be cautious of its ambush. The alpha is remarkably swift," the old hunter warned. As he spoke, Wang Jifei surveyed their surroundings. Aside from the wolf he had slain with a sword, the rest remained unscathed, with only 3 wolves severely injured, 2 slowing due to arrows lodged in their flanks, and 1 lightly wounded. With their combat effectiveness severely diminished and Daqiang's hands trembling, they were unable to maintain their previous intensity. As the alpha wolf orchestrated the advance of the remaining 7 wolves, Wang Jifei felt a chill of despair. Would this be their end? With another high-pitched howl, the 7 wolves launched themselves at the trio. They could only fight desperately as the encircling wolves closed in. After a fierce struggle, during which they managed to slay 2 injured wolves, Wang Jifei and Uncle found themselves backed against the ox cart, barely resisting the assault. Suddenly, the cart lurched forward. Unbeknownst to them, the tether had been inadvertently severed during the chaos, and the stones beneath the wheels had been dislodged. The injured ox, driven mad by pain, charged forward, pulling the cart with it. Seizing the moment, Wang Jifei swiftly loosed a crossbow bolt, striking a wolf dead ahead. The 500-pound ox barreled through, scattering 5 wolves in its wake. The startled pack hesitated, following at a distance of about 10 meters rather than closing in immediately. Exhausted, the 3 men gasped for breath. With no time to rest, Daqiang continued to fire arrows at the approaching wolves, while Wang Jifei and Uncle worked feverishly to staunch their wounds, applying medicine and hastily bandaging themselves. Within 10 minutes, the frantic pace of the cart began to slow, ultimately toppling in the wilderness. The ox collapsed, motionless, moaning in agony. Soon after, the wolves began to encircle them once more. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as one wolf collapsed, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, lifeless moments later. This was the wolf struck by Wang Jifei's poison bolt, succumbing to the lethal effects of the toxin. Chapter 20. Slaying the alpha wolf. After the alpha wolf fell lifeless to the ground, the remaining 4 wolves and a massive wolf of the pack did not charge forward but instead circled around the trio at a distance of 3 to 4 meters. The 3 individuals found themselves backed against the ox cart, simultaneously on guard and attempting to regain their strength. All 3 were injured, with Uncle Ian sustaining the most severe wounds, barely able to lift his blade. In Chong, though less injured, had long exhausted his arrows, stripping the trio of their previously inflated confidence. Otherwise, the wolves would not have dared to approach so closely. Exchanging glances, they understood that escape was utterly impossible. It was not just the well-formed alpha wolf. Even the 4 remaining wolves could easily spell their demise. Moments later, the pack, emboldened by the alpha's howls, surged forward with ferocity. The air was thick with the mingling of blade flashes, claw marks, and blood splatters. The cacophony of roars, screams, slashes, and gnashing teeth blended into a chaotic symphony. In an instant, Uncle Ian was knocked to the ground by a wolf, struggling desperately. After severely wounding one of the wolves, De Chong was ambushed and bitten on the thigh by the alpha wolf, forcing him to lean against the cart for support. Covered in injuries and smeared with blood, Wang Jifei assessed the brutal battlefield. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Uncle, hold on. Let us fight to the end." Without hesitation, he unleashed a forbidden technique of the demon clan. Empowered by this surge, Wang Jifei disregarded the ordinary wolves, fixated solely on a singular thought: to kill the alpha wolf at all costs. He delivered a powerful kick to a lunging wolf, propelling himself toward the giant wolf attacking Yin Chong, and with all his might, he struck down upon the alpha's hind leg, inflicting a deep wound. The alpha, in pain, spun around violently, its tail sweeping through the air as it clamped down on Wang Jifei's right leg and dragged him to the ground, where another wolf pounced, sinking its teeth into his left hand, rendering him immobile. In this critical moment, he saw Yin Chong, who had fallen, muster every ounce of strength to rush over. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jifei aimed at the wolf's head and fired 2 crossbow bolts, killing it. With sheer determination, Wang Jifei gritted his teeth and pried open the wolf's jaws, extracting his bloodied left hand. He then sprang up, gripping the alpha wolf tightly, and sank his teeth into its neck. Man and beast became entwined in a fierce struggle on the ground, blood from both soaking the earth. As they wrestled, a sudden cry from Yin Chong pierced the chaos. He had been bitten on the arm by a wolf and was dragged down. Hearing his comrade's anguished cry, Wang Jifei felt an urgent surge of energy. He forcefully pinned the alpha wolf beneath him, using his right leg to tear away a piece of flesh from its mouth. Freeing himself momentarily, with fierce resolve, he pressed down on the alpha, freeing his right hand to form a fist and rained blows upon its abdomen. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. In a frenzy, Wang Jifei heard Yin Chong's voice urging, "Use your knife, Fei, quickly." Heeding the command, Wang Jifei drew a dagger from his right boot and thrust it viciously into the alpha's neck. The blade pierced effortlessly, severing its throat. After 3 decisive strikes, the alpha let out a final, agonized howl before succumbing to death. Witnessing the demise of the alpha wolf, the obsession that had consumed Wang Jifei dissipated, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. When Wang Jifei regained consciousness 2 days later, he learned that upon witnessing the death of the alpha, the 2 wolves that had latched onto Yin's family had fled. The wolf that he had kicked had suffered a broken leg and was ultimately slain by the recovering Yin Chong. Now, wrapped like a mummy in a cave on Huangshi Mountain, Wang Jifei was nursing his wounds, while the bloodied Uncle Yin lay nearby, tended to by the limping Yin Chong. In this vividly evocative scene, Wang Jifei listened intently as Yin Chong recounted the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, with Uncle Yin occasionally interjecting. After slaying the wolf, fearing the scent of blood would attract other predators, Yin Chong and Uncle Yin dared not linger. They returned to the ox cart, harnessed the yellow ox, and departed quickly, taking only a few arrows and Wang Jifei's 2 crossbow bolts. They did not dare to claim more than the alpha's corpse, suffering significant losses. As they reflected on their narrow escape, a heavy silence fell upon the trio. After a moment, Uncle Yin broke the stillness, stating, "Well, it's already fortunate that we survived this ordeal. Indeed, we owe our lives to Fei." In Chang chimed in excitedly, "If you hadn't fought with everything you had to kill the alpha, we would all have perished. How did you suddenly become so powerful? Able to kick a wolf's leg apart? And to topple the alpha so easily?" In Chang's questions flowed forth as he marveled at Wang Jifei's newfound speed, which seemed to surpass even that of the alpha itself. As the conversation lightened, the mood in the cave shifted to one of relief and joy. After all, the greatest blessing was simply being alive, making the injuries and losses seem trivial by comparison. Chapter 21. Recovery and the return of Uncle Chi. Wang Jifei attempted to assess the extent of his injuries, but the slightest movement caused excruciating pain throughout his body, compelling him to abandon the effort and instead inquire about Yin Chang. The three of them bore severe wounds. Wang Jifei had lost a considerable portion of flesh from his right leg, his left arm was injured, and both his back and left leg bore bite marks, leaving him utterly depleted. Uncle Yin was in the gravest condition, his body marred by numerous wounds, with all four limbs bitten and the bone in his right hand fractured. Yin Chang was not much better off. He had injured the tendons in his right foot, sustained multiple bites, and had a large gash in his abdomen, nearly exposing his intestines. Observing Yin Chang, who limped while tending to them, Wang Jifei could not help but let out a bitter smile. Alas, a cripple caring for two half-dead souls. How tragic. "Uncle, why did the wolf pack suddenly emerge from the mountains? Don't they usually attack only those who venture into the woods?" Wang Jifei asked, puzzled. Uncle Yin, with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and weakly replied, "I pondered the same question. I suspect it is due to hunger, with snow approaching. They need to be well fed to survive the harsh winter. That must be the reason. It seems we have been rather careless." Yin Chang chimed in after a moment of reflection. Upon uncovering the cause, a sense of despondency enveloped the three of them. The wilderness was fraught with danger. A single oversight could invite death's embrace. After consuming some porridge made from dry rations soaked in water, Wang Jifei succumbed to a heavy slumber once more. 2 days later, he was finally able to rise slowly. His minor wounds had mostly healed, though he could not exert force on his feet or left hand. Uncle Yin's condition also improved gradually, yet due to his age and significant blood loss, he could only lie down. The three convened and concluded. Returning from Huangshi Mountain to the village would take the better part of a day, and the route was relatively safe. With Yin Chang recovering, they decided to set off the following day to return to the village for proper recuperation. On the morning of the 10th of September, the oxen pulling their cart had fully recovered. Wang Jifei and Yin Chang packed their belongings and harnessed the oxen for the journey home. Uncle Yin and Wang Jifei remained reclined on the cart, resting, while Yin Chang guided the oxen at a leisurely pace. As they passed through the desolate wilderness, they made a point to inspect the area, only to find that the wolves' carcasses had been dragged away by other beasts. However, the wolf that had succumbed to poison remained untouched, decaying in its original position. After Yin Chang retrieved the black crossbow bolt, the trio hastily departed. Upon their return to the village, it was already dinner time. Uncle Chi had not yet returned, and the injured Wang Jifei stayed at Yin Chang's home. Before long, several villagers came to visit, some bringing medicinal herbs while others brought meat. A few thoughtlessly intoxicated villagers arrived with wine, eager to share in a drink, prompting Auntie to nearly shoo them away. Yin Chang's home was bustling with nearly half the village in attendance. Occasionally, someone would inquire about the details of their fierce battle with the wolf pack, while others gasped upon seeing the trio's wounds or the enormous pelt of the alpha wolf. It was not until the moon was high in the sky that the enthusiastic villagers finally departed. Before leaving, they agreed to meet 10 days hence in Sherman Town and established a rule. After winter set in, hunting and trading outside the village would require a minimum of 5 people to accompany. On the 3rd day of recuperation in the village, Uncle Chi finally returned. Wang Jifei, now able to move slowly, returned to his own home. After dinner, the two began to engage in casual conversation. "Xiaofei, you truly have a lucky fate." "I shudder to think about it now," Uncle Chi remarked. "Uncle, I'm fine now." "There is no need for concern," Wang Jifei replied. "Please recount the events in detail." Just now, De Chang was shouting but failed to clarify anything. Wang Jifei felt no need to hold back with Uncle Chi. Thus, apart from the matter concerning his possession of Wang Dezui, he gradually recounted everything that transpired after Uncle Chi's departure. Uncle Chi was astonished that so much had occurred in his absence of merely 20 days. After listening to Wang Jifei's narrative, he pondered for a considerable time before firmly patting Wang Jifei's shoulder, saying, "Xiaofei, you did well. You finally matured." After a moment's reflection, he added gravely, "In this world, one must not succumb to fear. If you do not strike first, others will strike you. You will come to understand this in due time. Subsequently, he meticulously provided analysis. Your handling of the village chief's situation was commendable. It would have been better for him to depart swiftly. While gold and silver are precious, nothing surpasses the value of one's life. Now that you know the strength of Yulan and her companions, you should abandon any thoughts of pursuing wealth. Greed often leads to one's downfall. Sure, Yuan, you also performed admirably. However, Xiaofei, remember that when battling a lion for a rabbit, one must use all their strength. Never underestimate anyone. Consider his crossbow bolts. It seems Yulan and her companions have not discovered your presence, but you must remain vigilant. In the future, steer clear of those from the Chanwei sect. That faction is vile and employs nefarious methods. As Uncle Qi continued to analyze each incident and instruct him on proper conduct, Wang Jifei grew increasingly alarmed, ultimately drenched in cold sweat. He had believed he had acted with sufficient caution and precision, but reflecting upon Uncle Qi's seasoned perspective, he realized that his actions were rife with flaws. Chapter 22. Harvest and Breakthrough. As the hour grew late, Uncle Qi retired to his chamber for rest. Lying in bed, Wang Jifei continued to ponder Uncle Qi's words. His very survival was a stroke of luck. The miscalculations of Yulan and her companions had led them astray. Under Uncle Qi's attentive care, Wang Jifei recovered rapidly. 5 days later, he had nearly returned to his former self, save for the substantial flesh torn from his right leg. During this time, Uncle Qi gradually shared the insights he had garnered from their travels. The world outside was far from tranquil, and this year, the Eastern Wu Kingdom was particularly tumultuous. The autumn harvest had yet to commence, yet their long-standing adversary, the state of Yu, had begun to amass troops along the border, perpetuating small-scale raids without pause. They also dispatched numerous individuals from the martial world to gather intelligence and assassinate high-ranking officials within Eastern Wu. The social structure of humanity in this world can be broadly categorized into 4 classes: ordinary folk, states, aristocratic families, and martial sections. There is little to say about the common people in relation to the states. However, the dynamics between the martial sects and aristocratic families were somewhat different from Wang Jifei's expectations. Martial sects, irrespective of their moral alignment, seldom involved themselves in the governance of states. Their sole purpose was to inherit and advance their own traditions. In essence, martial sects were accessible to all, exerting influence across various nations. Aristocratic families, on the other hand, were alliances formed through bloodlines and marriage, generally concentrated in specific regions, participating in local governance to safeguard their interests. It could be said that aristocratic families and royal houses jointly managed the affairs of the states. The Wu and Chu nations harbored a deep-seated enmity, having been embroiled in conflict for over a century. The Eastern Wu Kingdom had long been at a disadvantage. Had it not been for its relatively prosperous economy and the natural barrier provided by the Qinglong mountain range, it would have perished long ago. Uncle Qi also warned him that after the new year, the entire Qinglong county would likely descend into chaos, advising him to remain vigilant. Wang Jifei could not help but wonder if the significant event mentioned by Yulan and her companions was related to this turmoil. On September 19th, the day before their journey to Shimen town, Wang Jifei and Uncle Qi stealthily ventured into the mountains at dawn to retrieve items they had hidden there. Upon returning to the village, the two began to meticulously examine their findings. Uncle Qi first reviewed the martial arts techniques, focusing particularly on the skills of the Chan sect, which were predominantly suited for female practitioners. Ultimately, like Wang Jifei, he opted for an internal cultivation technique more fitting for men, the breath-catching technique, the nameless body method, and the secret arts of the demon race. Regarding the training of spirit beasts, Uncle Qi had little to offer in terms of advice, merely speculating that mature silver-gold ginseng could aid Wang Jifei. He also did not discern much about the black crossbow and dark dagger, aside from noting that the 3 crossbow bolts were of exceptional quality, forged from refined steel infused with starlight iron. Each bolt was worth more than a vehicle of gold. They experimented with the clay figurine of the god of wealth and the golden remnants, but after numerous attempts, they yielded no results. Uncle Qi conjectured that the clay figurine was likely an ordinary artifact, one he had seen many years ago in the village chief's home, where it had been prominently displayed in the main hall. The remnants were remarkably tough yet pliable, impervious to water and fire, likely indicating they were a high-grade beast soul artifact. Perhaps only a master of destiny could unveil their secrets. Hearing this, Wang Jifei felt a deep yearning for the mastery of destiny. Following several days of intense combat, he had experienced a breakthrough in strength. Although it was difficult to gauge his prowess accurately, he estimated it to be at the mid-level of the first rank, while his mastery of spirit beasts had firmly reached the late stage of the third rank. Moreover, he sensed that once his injuries fully healed, his mental fortitude would also grow, propelling him toward the pinnacle of the third rank. Indeed, combat proved to be the most effective form of training, albeit perilous. Wang Jifei glanced at his right leg, now missing a substantial portion of flesh, and could not help but sigh. The following day, both Uncle Qi and Wang Jifei were to accompany their group to Shimin Town, where they intended to settle. With the impending war, Qingshi village had lost its sense of security. Among the villagers embarking on this journey, 3 families planned to relocate alongside Wang Jifei to Shimin Town. Additionally, a prominent family bearing the surname Zhu intended to pass through Shimin Town en route to Jingshan Prefecture. In the afternoon, they began to prepare their belongings and sort through their possessions, donating most items that could not be taken to the villagers, discarding those that were unwanted. Ultimately, they sold the deed to their house at a low price to the Yin family. That evening, nearly 300 villagers gathered for a grand feast. This event served both to bid farewell to the 5 departing families and to send off those venturing out for trade. After the meal, Wang Jifei strolled alone through the village, reflecting on the sights and sounds of the small hamlet, lost in thought. This place marked his first stop in this world, where Wang Dachui had lived for many years. In just a month, he had gradually acclimatized to this realm, adapted to his new identity, and engaged in training and combat. As he wandered, he arrived at the ruins of the former village chief's home, gazing at the charred remnants he had left behind. A profound intuition stirred within him. He would surely encounter Yilan and her companions again. Would there be a connection between the 2 versions of Yilan that existed across worlds? Chapter 23. Settling in Shimin Town at the crack of dawn on September 20th. The somnolent Qingshi village was roused to a vibrant awakening. The sounds of oxen and horses being led, goods being bound, and the tender admonitions of loved ones shattered the village's tranquil slumber. Every household emerged to bid farewell to those embarking on a long journey. Around 8 o'clock, a procession of over 20 carts and 70 individuals slowly departed from the village entrance, making their way towards Shimin Town. Due to the large number of people and accompanying families, the journey took 2.5 days. It wasn't until midday on September 23rd that they finally reached their destination. Upon arriving in town, the group dispersed. The hunters, laden with their wares, headed towards familiar merchants. The deputy village chief and several traders made their way to the town head's office. The families intending to settle down set off to find suitable dwellings. After agreeing to meet Yin Chong at the Hanyun Inn in 3 days, 7th uncle led Wang Jifei to the Shunchong escort agency in Shimin Town. Entering with practiced ease, 7th uncle directly sought out the chief guard, Zhang Wuwei, explained their purpose, and handed him the letter from the village's escort leader. After briefly perusing the letter, Chief Guard Zhang discussed the village's escort agency with 7th uncle. Subsequently, 7th uncle enlisted the help of Xiao He, the son of an escort in the agency. Xiao He was quick-witted, efficient, and intimately familiar with the affairs of Shimin Town. Under Xiao He's guidance, Wang Jifei and 7th uncle swiftly located several brokers dealing in property sales. After several rounds of selection, they narrowed it down to 3 promising properties and decided to inspect them. The first was a wealthy merchant's residence, spanning over an acre and located in the southwest of Shimin Town, a bit far from the escort agency. The second was an old house belonging to an ordinary family who intended to sell it because their son had become an official in the prefecture. The old house occupied a large area, but was rather dilapidated. The last was a property owned by a local prominent family. The house was well preserved, and the location was excellent, but the price was exorbitant. The haughty steward demanded 100 taels of gold and refused to budge. In the end, 7th uncle chose the second property, the old house, and purchased it for 14 taels of gold. The owners were very accommodating, immediately drafting a transfer document and affixing their fingerprints. They only needed to take the title deed to the yamen for registration and filing the next day. With Xiao Hei's assistance, Wang Jifei was busy until dusk, finally settling in. At dinner time, the trio, who had been working hard all day, sat down at a restaurant. Amidst the clinking of glasses, their relationship warmed up, and Wang Jifei and Xiao Hei began to address each other as brothers. During the meal, Wang Jifei learned that Shimin Town was mainly divided into 5 major forces. The yamen and the army were inseparable allies. Town head Zhu and the garrison's lieutenant Li were also on very good terms. There were 3 main sectarian forces: the local gang, the behemoth gang, and the Sherman Town branch of the Dark Star sect, both of which were quite powerful. The third was their Shunchong escort agency. There were 4 prominent local clans. The capital's Wang family branch and the prefecture's Sun family branch were financially strong, controlling the large-scale trade of medicinal herbs and fur in Sherman Town, respectively. The local prominent family, the Murong family, mainly dealt in cloth, rice, and flour. The Wu family controlled the hotel business. The steward who had demanded 100 taels of gold and attempted a forced sale was from this Wu family. The last force was a loose group composed of various figures from all walks of life and other miscellaneous individuals in Sherman Town. This force was constantly changing, with both cooperation and conflict among its members. After a hearty meal, Xiaohe bid farewell and returned home, while the uncle and nephew slowly made their way to their new home. The new residence was over 2 acres in size with about 20 rooms, which was too much for the 2 of them. However, Wang Jifei had recently made a small fortune, and the landlord had sold it cheaply. Flush with cash, he finally realized his dream of buying a house. Early the next morning, the trio arrived at the carriage and horse market in the east of town. 7th uncle and Wang Jifei planned to buy a carriage and 2 horses. In a while, Wang Jifei was going to escort goods with 7th uncle, and he couldn't do without a horse. When they discussed this matter yesterday, Wang Jifei suddenly realized that escorting goods and delivering express packages were essentially the same thing. He had lived 2 lives and was still in the same occupation, which could be considered a delivery destiny. The carriage and horse market was bustling with activity. Not only were there horses, but also cattle, donkeys, mules, and other animals for sale. Xiaohe also mentioned that the town's carriage and horse market even sold birds and aquatic beasts. Wang Jifei was immediately intrigued and found a large shop that sold birds. As soon as the 3 of them entered, a zealous shop assistant greeted them and enthusiastically introduced, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside. May I ask what you are looking for? Our shop has a wide variety of birds for transporting people and goods and assisting in combat. We have it all. Our shop also specializes in pigeon post, with branches in major cities across the country." Hearing this, Xiaohe chimed in. "This 100 Treasures Pavilion is a business of Beast Immortal Mountain, a prominent sect in Donghua continent. Beast Immortal Mountain excels at cultivating and taming various demon beasts. So the quality of the beasts in the 100 Treasures Pavilion is very good." Hearing Xiaohe mention his own establishment, the shop assistant proudly took over. "This esteemed guest is correct. When it comes to taming demon beasts and controlling beasts, our Immortal Beast Mountain is the best." As he spoke, he proudly gave a thumbs up. Chapter 24. Zhang Wufan, the suddenly exuberant shop assistant, led the trio to the back of the establishment, turning into the garden behind the shop. They arrived at a spacious courtyard. Before they could approach further, a cacophony of neighs and bellows erupted. The shop assistant opened the crimson gate, and upon entering, they were astounded to find what resembled a miniature zoo, filled with creatures that soared above, scurried across the ground, and swam in the water. They first arrived at the aviary section, where a myriad of cages housed various birds, each waiting for selection. Many patrons were already perusing the options. Observing Wang Jifei's awe, the assistant enthusiastically elaborated, "Esteemed guests, our avian species are categorized into 4 types. Those for combat assistance, those for transportation, those for delivering messages, and lastly, the ornamental variety." Wang Jifei paused, intrigued by the mention of ornamental birds. The assistant, believing him to be particularly interested, guided them to the display area for these exquisite creatures. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vibrant array of colors, as long-legged birds adorned the space like a blooming garden. Wang Jifei had never encountered such rare avifauna. The parrots here were merely commonplace in comparison. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Miss, what brings you here to admire the rare birds?" Turning, they saw a girl in a green dress with bright eyes approaching. This was Zhang Wufan, the cherished daughter of the head of the security team, who was also selecting birds. Upon recognizing them, she approached warmly, exclaiming, "Uncle Qi, Xiaohe, what a pleasant surprise. I assume this is Wang Jifei, whom father has mentioned." Wang Jifei exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Wufan, who, despite her tender age of 14, was already a 3rd-tier martial artist, known for her benevolence and noble stature in the town. Learning of their intent to purchase horses, she invited her maid to join them in the selection process. Wang Jifei, who initially wished to continue observing the birds, acquiesced. The group of 5 proceeded to the transportation area. According to the shop assistant's explanations, the typical horse-drawn carriage cost around 3 taels of gold, paired with a nag. Riding horses were pricier, starting at 2 taels and exceeding 100 for the finest. Notably, There were also 3 dragon beast horses for sale. Even the experienced Uncle Chi expressed surprise at the mention of these creatures, said to possess the bloodline of dragons. Their long, powerful limbs and scaled bodies allowed them to run swiftly on land and glide effortlessly through water, even capable of brief dives, making them exceptionally majestic. Upon reaching the enclosure for the dragon beast horses, they beheld 3 nearly 3-meter-tall, robustly built creatures leisurely munching on specially prepared feed, occasionally swishing their long tails. As they admired the prized animals, the attendant in charge hastily summoned the manager to offer recommendations. Just then, a voice cut through the air. "Wu Fan, do you fancy one of these dragon beast horses? I shall gift you one." Turning to the source of the voice, they saw a youth clad in a brocade robe, flanked by a retinue, approaching with a smirk. The young man, with his slicked hair and an ornate paper fan, ambled towards Zhang Wufan and her companions. As he drew closer, both Zhang Wufan and Xiao He displayed palpable displeasure. Xiao He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively between them. "Master Wu, I am merely accompanying Brother Wang to view the horses. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline," Zhang Wufan stated, pivoting to Wang Jifei. "Brother Wang, shall we explore elsewhere?" The group had initially intended only to observe the dragon beast horses, so the prospect of leaving did not faze them. They began to navigate around Master Wu and his entourage. However, noticing Zhang Wufan's departure, Master Wu hastily intercepted, exclaiming, "Sister Wufan, why the haste? It has been days since we last met, and you have been on my mind incessantly." His words dripped with unwelcome familiarity. Seeing his inappropriate advances, Zhang Wufan swiftly retreated behind Uncle Chi, her voice rising in urgency. "Wu Sheng, what are you doing? No one asked for your thoughts. Please step aside." "Wufan, what troubles you? I came specifically to see you today. Look, I have brought a gift." With a gesture, a middle-aged man stepped forward, bowing and presenting a brocade box. "Miss Zhang, this is a pair of jade earrings chosen specifically for you by our young master a few days ago. They would complement you splendidly." At that moment, Xiao He, sensing his mistress's discomfort, interjected, "Our young lady has no need for such trinkets. Kindly take them back. Who knows if these were intended for one of your maidens?" Ironically, Wu Sheng was renowned in the town as a notorious dandy, frequently toying with the affections of women and exerting his influence over men. The earrings were originally meant to woo a courtesan that very evening. Yet Xiao He's words inadvertently struck a chord of truth. Chapter 25. The auction. In the midst of their conversation, the middle-aged man could not allow his master's dignity to falter. With a tone laced with sarcasm, he retorted, "Where did this servant come from? Lacking even the most basic understanding of propriety? They cannot afford a mere house, yet aspire to acquire this Jiao beast horse, truly a toad dreaming of swallowing a swan." He continued, "Behold, this earring is valued at 25 taels of gold, enough to purchase 2 houses." Following this, he turned to his master and discreetly informed him of Wang Jifei and his companion's intentions to buy a house. Although the clever Xiao He was taken aback, he was momentarily at a loss for words, merely staring in disbelief. At that juncture, Zhang Wufan, unaware of the housing matter, exclaimed, "Managerly, Qianin is not a servant. He is a bodyguard from our escort agency. Do not speak recklessly." She then addressed Wu Sheng, saying, "Young Master Wu, I kindly ask you to refrain from bothering me in the future. Your goodwill is unnecessary." With that, she turned and departed with her maid, followed closely by Wang Jifei and his companions as they left the Jiao beast horse enclosure. "How presumptuous! One must not take liberties," Wu Sheng seethed, his expression darkening as he overturned a brocade box, cursing vehemently. "Managerly, explain to me how those individuals managed to thwart my plans." The ill-intentioned managerly embellished the tale, inciting Wu Sheng to angrily declare, "Since they dare to belittle my family, investigate their backgrounds, I shall have my revenge." Upon hearing their master's command, his entourage eagerly prepared for action, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Jifei and his companions lost interest in wandering about and promptly made their way to the horse trading area. An hour later, they returned with 2 finely selected Qinzhou horses, a regular nag, and a black medium-sized carriage, having made their purchase. Indeed, Baizhen Pavilion was a significant establishment, and upon hearing of the unpleasantness that transpired in Wang Jifei's yard, the proprietor generously offered a 10% discount and presented 2 invitations to the auction. As noon approached, the group casually sought out a decent restaurant for lunch. After their meal, Zhang Wufan, having a good rapport with Uncle Chi and with nothing pressing on her agenda, decided to visit their new home. Upon arriving at the entrance of their new abode, The warm-hearted Zhang Wufan noticed that the plaque had not been changed. She inquired, "Uncle Chi, why haven't you even replaced the plaque? Now that you have moved to town, I haven't gifted you anything. Allow me to take care of the plaque." Hearing this, Wang Jifei and Xiaohei exchanged amused glances, while Uncle Chi jovially responded, "Oh, what kind of plaque do you intend to present to me?" Unaware of the jest, Zhang Wufan excitedly replied, "Uncle Chi, do not underestimate me. I plan to have Uncle Feng write a couple of characters for you. Once it's hung up, everyone will see Wang residence. And who wouldn't know it's your home? I dare say no one would dare approach." Uncle Chi chuckled. The mention of the Wang residence drew knowing smiles from the group, who regarded Zhang Wufan with silent amusement. Confused by their laughter, an oblivious Zhang Wufan queried, "Why would no one dare come? Uncle Chi, are you mocking me? I will certainly visit you often." Wang Jifei, sensing the jest had run its course, interjected with a smile, "My lady, perhaps you should take another look at those two characters." "Which characters?" Zhang Wufan, ever astute, quickly caught on, her cheeks flushing as she hurried through the door. "Come, Fanner, pour some tea for this prince." Once settled in the parlor, Uncle Chi resumed his playful banter. "If you continue like this, I shall truly refrain from asking Uncle Feng for your plaque." Zhang Wufan playfully stamped her foot in mock annoyance. The atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious as they engaged in lively conversation, beginning with recent developments at the escort agency. The Shunchang escort agency boasted over 100 members, with Zhang Wufan's father as the head and two deputy heads, one surnamed Su, named Fei, and the other named Feng Yanlin, the latter being the Uncle Feng previously mentioned, known for his calligraphy skills. They then delved into discussions about the auction and the Wu family. Every 12th of the month, several local factions collaborated to host an auction, with the Wu family controlling most of the hotel businesses in town, thus ensuring their share of the event's profits. Given that Shimin Town was near the Qinglong mountain range, abundant in minerals and beasts, it naturally attracted numerous patrons. The Baijin Pavilion established a branch in Shimin Town specifically to capitalize on the beast resources circulating through it. As Zhang Wufan, being the daughter of the escort agency, had little need for a mere auction invitation, she graciously gifted it to Wang Jifei and Xiaohei. The mention of the Wu family naturally led to discussions of Wuxing. Zhang Wufan found it inappropriate to voice her grievances, allowing her maid, Xiaoling, to speak on her behalf. It was revealed that Wu Sheng had persistently harassed Zhang Wufan, akin to a stubborn leech, impossible to shake off. More infuriatingly, for his own agenda, he had spread rumors that they were already betrothed. Xiaoling furiously added, "He is nothing but a good-for-nothing, idling about like a lazy toad." Chapter 26. The Gale Eagle Beast Egg. After a leisurely chat, the bonds among the group had significantly strengthened, particularly between the three young individuals, Wang Jifei, Xiaohei, and Zhang Wufan. As they were parting ways, Zhang Wufan advised them, "Xiaohei, brother Wang, I have heard you will be escorting a shipment in a couple of days. Please exercise caution. Do share any exciting tales upon your return." They all agreed to attend the auction next month together. Zhang Wufan also divulged a secret she had been told by her father. A collection of valuable items would be featured at the auction, including the much sought-after Gale Eagle Beast eggs. With a playful glance at Wang Jifei, she continued. Wang Jifei deduced that his seventh uncle must have consulted Zhang Zongbiao about his destined beast, thus Zhang Wufan's insight was not entirely surprising. He seized the opportunity to escort them home and left with Zhang Wufan and her maid. Upon reaching the front yard, Wang Jifei inquired, "Sister Fan, what is the story behind the Gale Eagle Beast egg? Pray, enlighten me. Who is your sister?" "You were just teasing me with my seventh uncle," she retorted playfully. "Did I not warn you?" Faced with her feigned annoyance, Wang Jifei surrendered. "I was wrong. Tell me how to make amends, and I shall apologize." "That is more like it. We'll see if you dare next time." Zhang Wufan relented, her tone softening as she asked, "Brother Wang, have you truly awakened your destined beast, the Gale Eagle?" Wang Jifei nodded and replied softly, "Did the Zongbio tell you that?" She affirmed and elaborated that while the Gale Eagle was not an exceptionally rare beast, its eggs were notoriously elusive and hence commanded a higher price than ordinary beast eggs. Moreover, as Gale Eagles typically appeared in flocks, the starting bid for their eggs was approximately 100 taels of gold, whereas the eggs of third-tier beasts were merely around 30 taels. After dropping Zhang Wufan off at her residence, Wang Jifei bid farewell and agreed with Xiaohei to visit the weapons shop the following day. That night, as he concluded his internal cultivation, he calculated his finances. After setting aside 50 taels for his seventh uncle, he had over 30 taels remaining. After budgeting for weapons and clothing, he was left with roughly 10 taels, a sum still far from the price of the Gale Eagle beast egg he wished to acquire. Contemplating this, he gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, after breakfast and a brief martial practice, Wang Jifei checked the time and decided to wait for Xiao He in the courtyard. Shortly, Xiao He arrived, and together they ventured to a familiar weapons shop. Wang Jifei intended to replace his long sword, which had been damaged in the battle at Yellow Snake Mountain. After a brief selection process, he chose a slender sword with a pale blue blade, crafted from tempered steel infused with wind attribute star essence powder, known for its exceptional sharpness, ideal for agile swordsmen. Having secured the sword, Wang Jifei requested the shop to replicate 20 arrows for his black crossbow. The sword cost him 15 taels of gold, while the 20 arrows amounted to 12 taels, for which he paid in advance of 8 taels. With his purse significantly lighter, he purchased several sets of clothing. Conversing with Xiao He about their upcoming escort mission on their way back. As they walked, Wang Jifei sensed something amiss and discreetly observed their surroundings. He noticed 2 unfamiliar men suspiciously trailing them from a distance. Since practicing his concealment techniques, Wang Jifei had sharpened his senses, particularly his vision. Seizing an opportunity to glance back, he recognized the 2 men as disguised subordinates of Wu Xing, stalking him and Xiao He. Passing a bustling tea house, Wang Jifei signaled to Xiao He, and they entered. After ordering a variety of refreshments, they warmly beckoned the 2 followers to join them. Reluctantly, the 2 men sat down, feeling out of place as they listened to Wang Jifei and Xiao He converse for an extended period. When the moment felt right, they excused themselves to the restroom and discreetly slipped away, leaving Wu Xing's subordinates, Bai Mao and Tai Tu, in an awkward predicament. Not long after Wang Jifei's departure, the somewhat dim-witted Tai Tu finally caught on and asked, "Mao Gu, do you think they have noticed us?" Bai Mao, frustrated by Tai Tu's obliviousness, slammed his hand on the table and scolded, "Of course. Even a fool can see they are playing us. What should we do now?" Tai Tu asked, sipping his tea. "I'm the fool? You also chose to sit down," he retorted with irritation, yanking Tai Tu to his feet. "Is the tea that good? We should leave." At that moment, the waiter approached as they stood up to leave. "Gentlemen, you are welcome to return. The total for your tea is 16 taels of silver." Bai Mao, lacking any coins, hastily protested, "You must be robbing us. This paltry tea is not worth that much." He pushed past the waiter, attempting to escape. Chapter 27. Baisha Gang. At this moment, a conflict erupted, prompting the innkeeper to lead several strong men upstairs. "Esteemed guest, it's not just 2 cups. Your friend ordered 2 as well. For cups of this year's Westlake Long Ing, each costing 3 taels, there are also 8 small dishes of sunflower seeds, fruits, candied fruits, and dried meat, each half a tael. The total comes to 16 taels of silver, a fair price for both esteemed guests." "Who said they are my friends? We haven't ordered anything." Step aside, step aside." Moments later, the 2 left in a state of disarray, their pockets utterly empty. Outside the tea house, Mao Gu exclaimed, "What should we do?" "Where are they?" "Pursue them. We must catch up with them. It infuriates me." "I just saw them head this way," came the response. In a narrow alley, Bai Mao and Tai Tu were scanning their surroundings when they suddenly spotted Wang Jifei emerging with a cheerful smile. "Were you looking for me? How much is the tea fee?" "Yes, we were looking for you," Tai Tu shouted joyfully upon seeing Wang Jifei. "The tea fee totals 16 taels." Smack! Bai Mao quickly interrupted the clueless Tai Tu. "Draw your weapon. We've been discovered. He's waiting for us, you fool." Upon turning around, Bai Mao saw that Xiao He was indeed watching them coldly from the end of the alley. As Wang Jifei and Xiao He approached the 2, the anticipated confrontation did not materialize. Seeing Tai Tu eager to charge at Wang Jifei, Bai Mao decisively kicked him a few times, causing him to kneel down in submission. "Forgive us, noble heroes. I was wrong to harbor ill intentions and to follow you." Witnessing their disgraceful demeanor, Wang Jifei and Xiao He lost interest in toying with them. "Speak, Tai Tu, reveal all that you know," Wang Jifei asked with a smile. "I will tell everything. I swear." Before Bai Mao could utter a word, Xiao He kicked him over. Noticing Bai Mao's desire to interrupt, Wang Jifei continued, "Speak honestly, or I shall end his life." Bai Mao, who had initially planned to be vague, dared not speak, while Tai Tu, still dazed, obediently recounted everything like a compliant student. Upon learning that it was indeed Wu Sheng's scheme, Wang Jifei and Xiao He did not trouble the 2 lowly subordinates too much. After a slight reprimand, they let them go. On their way back, Xiao He informed Wang Jifei that Wu Xing was notoriously petty, relying on the Wu family's status and an older brother who was a martial artist to bully others in the town. On September 23rd, Wang Jifei and Uncle Chi arrived early at the escort agency, ready to transport goods. This shipment consisted of precious medicinal materials destined for Jingshan Prefecture, accompanied by 3 small shops intending to purchase medicine upon arrival. A household from Qingshi village was also part of the convoy. Jingshan Prefecture, located upstream of the Qiantang River, is renowned for its medicinal processing. The journey to Jingshan Prefecture would take approximately half a month. At the designated hour, firecrackers exploded. Over 120 individuals, forming a line nearly half a mile long, departed from Shimin town. After exiting the town, traversing villages, plains, and mountain passes, the first half of the journey proceeded smoothly. On the evening of September 25th, the convoy, marked by the flag of Shunchang Escort Agency, arrived at a small town named Baishagang. Situated in the southern part of Qinglong County, Baishagang is a crucial passage to Jingshan Prefecture, leading directly to the famed Xihua Lake. The escort agency planned to rest here for the night and set off by waterway for Jingshan Prefecture the following afternoon. After settling the horses and carriages and having dinner, Wang Jifei noticed Xiaohei approaching with a similarly aged youth. "Fei Ge, this is Jiang Wintao from Baishagang. I have good news for you." As it turned out, Jiang Wintao served as the agency's informant in Baishagang, specializing in the trade of information. Xiaohei had come to inform Wang Jifei that a makeshift gathering was to be held in the town that very night. The timing of the gatherings in the small town was unpredictable. Those who received word would meet after midnight on a designated narrow street, setting up stalls where transactions were conducted solely through gestures, without any verbal inquiries. This was a unique feature of Baishagang. Wang Jifei was immediately intrigued. While they waited, Xiaohei and Jiang Wintao explained that the gathering was primarily organized by several factions from around Xihua Lake, aimed at handling some illicit goods, thus resulting in lower prices. And even some banned items would be present. The items at the gathering were safe on the street, but once one left that street, it was uncertain what might occur. Around 11:45 p.m., the 3, clad in black robes and hats, ventured into a secluded street. The sides of the street were already lined with numerous makeshift stalls. A meager number of dark lanterns swayed in the night breeze, casting dim light over the many buyers dressed in black, silently inspecting the wares on display. Walking down the narrow street felt like stepping into a ghostly realm, where the end of the street seemed to lead to the entrance of the underworld. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, the trio slowly made their way in. Across the nearly 300 meters of street, around 50 stalls were sparsely distributed, some already bustling with trade. Wang Jifei and his companions gradually approached one stall filled with a chaotic array of items. Under the faint light, they could barely make out the details. Regrettably, the reality was a letdown for Wang Jifei, who had initially intended to leverage his keen eyesight and the insights from the charming maiden's compendium. Now, he had no choice but to squat down unassumingly. Upon the modest stall, items were segregated into 3 piles, a heap of dusky herbs, a small collection of earthy minerals, and a haphazard assortment of finished elixirs and dilapidated weaponry. Having relinquished any hope of unearthing a hidden gem, Wang Jifei meticulously scrutinized each item. Discerning the minerals proved challenging, and when he attempted to brush off the soil for a closer inspection, the stallholder cleared his throat a few times, signaling him to desist. Despite the initial disappointment, the stall did harbor some worthwhile items. 3 portions of chi-boosting powder were available, priced at 3 taels of gold by the stallholder. While the chi-boosting powder was indeed valuable, capable of accelerating a martial apprentice's cultivation progress by a day, the exorbitant price, as dark as the streetlights, prompted Wang Jifei to promptly depart. After perusing through 7 or 8 stalls in succession, none of the 3 had made a purchase. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered desirable items, but rather that the items were too exquisite for their meager means. A crimson gold saber, suitable for use up to the Life Master stage, commanded a price of 50 taels of gold. A light illuminating mirror, a magical artifact for Life Masters, was valued at 600 taels, and half a pound of frost iron, capable of freezing a person's meridians, was priced at 900 taels. The sight left the 3 impoverished individuals dumbfounded, their spirits utterly deflated. The most exorbitant item was a half-foot-long branch of phoenix perch wood, capable of aiding in consolidating one's cultivation realm and refining the soul, priced at an unyielding 1,900 taels. The stallholder granted them, but a fleeting glimpse before snapping the box shut. Bathing in the faint aura emanating from the phoenix perch wood branch, Wang Jifei, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort, could only swallow hard. Reluctantly, he cast another longing glance before departing the stall with a heavy heart. Dejected, The three trudged onward in silence, none inclined to speak. They settled upon an unoccupied stall at the far end of the street, driven by the sentiment that, having come this far, they ought to acquire something. They began to sift through the wares at the unassuming stall. The selection was limited, and within 7 or 8 minutes, Wang Jifei had completed his perusal, ultimately spending 8 taels of gold on 8 portions of chi-boosting powder and a grappling hook, 5 taels for the powder and 3 for the hook. As Xiao He concluded his purchase of several portions of chi-boosting powder, and the 3 prepared to depart, Wang Jifei suddenly detected a subtle anomaly, a fleeting sensation of familiarity. Subtly, he cast another glance over the items on the stall, feeling uncertain. At that moment, the familiar sensation resurfaced, and he followed its source. At the adjacent stall, a diminutive figure clad in black was examining a small, ebony disc, and it was from this disc that the familiar sensation emanated. Wang Jifei surreptitiously observed the figure, deducing that he was a martial warrior, given the palpable surge of energy emanating from him even at a distance of 4 or 5 meters. This disc must be peculiar. Wang Jifei mused, growing anxious. With each movement of the figure in black, Wang Jifei's heart fluttered. Fortunately, Wang Jifei did not have to wait long. The figure in black ultimately set down the disc, examined other wares for a time, and then proceeded to the next stall. Suppressing his inner trepidation, Wang Jifei nonchalantly approached the stall, feigning a casual perusal. After selecting a couple of trinkets, his hand gravitated toward the ebony disc. Weighing it in his hand, he found it to be surprisingly heavy, as if crafted from metal. Tracing the patterns with his fingers, he noted a texture that was both rigid and resilient, akin to wood. Wang Jifei scrutinized it for a time, but the elusive sensation of familiarity remained elusive, and he reluctantly set it down. Moments later, Wang Jifei selected a vial of poison, bringing his total expenditure to 9 taels of gold, a sum that pained him deeply. Around 3 in the morning, the 3 seized the opportunity presented by the bustling trade and hastily departed the street. Indeed, we are destitute, Xiao He, the first penniless companion, lamented. Verily, that crimson gold saber was exorbitantly priced, befitting its use by a martial master, added Jiang Wentao, the second penniless companion. I never imagined magical artifacts would be even more costly. That light-illuminating mirror appeared to be of middling potency, Xiao He continued. At least we managed to procure some ordinary elixirs, which were about 30% cheaper than in the shops. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain, Jiang Wentao supplemented. After a brief exchange, the two noticed that Wang Jifei, the third penniless companion, had remained silent. They inquired, Brother Fei, why do you not speak? What is there to say? Wang Jifei, lost in thought, paused before adding somberly, in a word, we are impoverished. On September 26th, Wang Jifei awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. Rushing to the docks, he discovered that the cargo was already mostly loaded, and he hastily joined in the effort. The voyage from White Sand Ridge to Gold Mountain Prefecture would take a day and a half, departing at noon and arriving on the afternoon of the following day. The escort agency had chartered 5 ships, each capable of carrying 100 pickles, with the upper decks serving as living quarters and the lower decks for cargo. 3 swift vessels were tasked with reconnaissance and defense. After setting sail and familiarizing himself with the ship's layout, Wang Jifei, not on duty, eagerly sequestered himself in his cabin to examine the ebony disc. He remained convinced that the disc evoked a sense of familiarity, yet he could not definitively identify its source. The disc was merely 2 inches in diameter, with one side adorned with depictions of fish, insects, birds, and beasts, and the other inscribed with enigmatic patterns and symbols. Upon closer inspection, the fish, insects, birds, and beasts were rendered with lifelike detail, numbering several dozen in total, eliciting admiration for the exquisite craftsmanship. Chapter 29. The Midnight Shipwreck. Holding the black disc and scrutinizing it repeatedly, Wang Jifei finally made a significant discovery. The patterns and symbols on the disc bore a resemblance to the text on the golden yellow pages, suggesting that both artifacts belonged to a similar era. This disc appeared to be a treasure. Recalling the scene where the warrior-class figure activated the disc, Wang Jifei resolved to refine his skills to the warrior level before attempting further exploration. After carefully placing the disc aside, he took half a dose of chi-replenishing powder and calmed his mind to commence his training. The aid of medicinal elixirs indeed made a remarkable difference. Wang Jifei soon found his breath becoming profound, entering a state of cultivation. In a tranquil reverie, he felt as though he had once again entered a realm shrouded in gray mist, surrounded by swirling points of purple and blue light. This time, he transformed into a magnificent gale eagle, yearning to soar into the heavens, Yet he was engulfed by the relentless gray fog, repeatedly colliding against it, crying out, and falling. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze seemed to sweep through his mind, dispersing a significant portion of the mist, creating a wider space akin to a small cell transforming into a more spacious chamber. The Gale Eagle, imprisoned within, felt an immense sense of relief. In the biting chill of the wind, a fleet of 8 wooden ships, comprising 5 larger and 3 smaller vessels, slowly navigated southeast under the guidance of starlight. The flickering lights and rhythmic sound of oars striking the water relentlessly shattered the stillness of the night, while the sounds of flowing water on either side seemed to endure eternally. Feeling the unique chill of Jiangnan, Wang Jifei, on night watch, tightened his dampened clothing and moved to the stern to gaze at the 3 massive ships trailing behind. Suddenly, a thick, black whip shot forth from beneath the 4th ship, crashing down with ferocity before retracting back into the lake. With a resounding thud, a large, dark hole emerged on the left side of the wooden cabin, with water gurgling violently into it. In an instant, alarmed shouts and cries erupted in chaos. Before the crew could comprehend the situation, the black whip reappeared, this time smashing a gaping hole into the right side of the ship. This time, Wang Jifei caught a clear glimpse of the menace. The whip was a colossal and agile tail, its tip adorned with a protruding fleshy lump. The monstrous tail did not reappear, leaving only the 4th ship to sink into the depths. Observing the warrior-class bodyguards leaping from vessel to vessel in vigilance, Wang Jifei continuously scanned the surrounding waters, apprehensive of the black tail's return. Perhaps having fulfilled its purpose, the massive tail did not return. Once the lead ship confirmed that the danger had passed, the anxious and disordered fleet began to regroup, focusing on rescue operations. As dawn gradually broke, the fleet managed to rescue most of the individuals who had fallen overboard, though nearly all cargo within the cabin had succumbed to the depths. After hastily consuming a meager breakfast, Uncle Chi and the others from the lead ship declared a state of alert for the entire vessel, instructing everyone except for the escort agency personnel to remain indoors and refrain from wandering. With the fleet advancing rapidly, Uncle Chi informed Wang Jifei that the escort agency had confirmed the black tail was likely a manifestation of a lifebound spirit beast from the command level. The intent was clear: to seize the precious medicinal herbs aboard the 4th ship. Thus, Deputy Escort Su suspected that there might be an insider leaking information within the fleet. Uncle Chi took Wang Jifei on patrol, where they encountered other agency members questioning individuals in various rooms. Wang Jifei sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Uncle Chi, do you know who is behind this? Deputy Escort Su had a few theories, noting that only a handful of factions possess such power over Shiwa Lake. But why would they want to sink the 4th ship? It holds no benefit for them. Ah Fei, have you heard of the Divine Capture Hall? To be candid, our escort agency occasionally collaborates with the authorities. Those medicinal herbs belong to the officials. Yet where are their people? Wang Jifei inquired, puzzled. Didn't I mention that war might break out between the 2 nations? Uncle Chi gazed wistfully at the lake's surface, sighing deeply. Consider this: in war, besides soldiers and weapons, what else is indispensable? At this point, Wang Jifei fell silent, watching the swirling dead leaves on the murky water, his mood gradually descending into despair. He never anticipated that his first venture in delivering goods would entangle him in the covert conflicts between 2 nations. The topic of war, which he had never contemplated in his lifetime, now lay starkly before him, and he felt profoundly insignificant, as if his fate were akin to those leaves on the water's surface, wavering and adrift. Midway through their journey, a group of unfamiliar figures arrived in small boats, their faces radiating an unmistakable aura of danger. With their arrival, the atmosphere within the fleet grew heavy once more. The previously absent Xiao He suddenly reappeared, nudging Wang Jifei with his shoulder and whispering urgently, "Brother Fei, did you see? Something grave has occurred. The authorities have arrived. The leader is a mid-level life master. My father mentioned that the lifebound beast is a massive black serpent, which means it is the work of a band of water bandits on Shihua Lake. Their second-in-command's lifebound beast is the withered-wood python, a formidable force in aquatic combat. However, with the officials present, this should be deterred from making any further moves." Chapter 30. The Divine Capture Hall strikes around 9 o'clock in the evening. The fleet finally arrived at the dock. During the unloading process, alarming news continuously poured in. Several escort agencies had been attacked, and a majority of the medicinal materials destined for Jingshan Prefecture had been destroyed. A heavy gloom settled over everyone's hearts as they comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was a targeted act of sabotage by the enemy nation within the borders of Dongwu, aimed at crippling the pharmaceutical production in Jingshan Prefecture and undermining the court stockpile of medicines. At the inn, Wang Jifei, Xiaohe, and others gathered to discuss the unfolding events. It was evident that war was on the horizon. Indeed, I just heard that several nearby prefectures, known for their grain production, have had many granaries set ablaze, one remarked. Yes, I have also heard that several forges in Haizhou have been torched, another added. Each piece of news reiterated the cruel truth that war was imminent. The weighty discourse gradually ceased, and the room fell into a somber silence, the dim candlelight flickering softly. Amidst the stillness, the door swung open as Deputy Escort Chief Su entered with Uncle Seven, surveying the room. Clearing his throat, Su proclaimed, "It seems everyone is here. I trust you have pieced together some of the situation. To be brief, our escort agency has suffered significant losses, and the court's plans have been nearly obliterated. Some individuals have truly lost all sense of order, disregarding their allegiance to Dongwu." He scoffed at the notion of the water bandits being considered a part of Dongwu, referring to them as mere water monkeys. The Divine Capture Hall has pinpointed the location of the bandits. They are short on manpower and seek our assistance. What are your thoughts? Our escort agency has never feared anyone. Deputy Su, you may arrange the personnel as you see fit. Amidst the chatter, Wang Jifei grasped the situation. The water bandits were holed up in a small village 30 miles outside the city, numbering around 60, with 3 of them being warrior-class bandits. The Divine Capture Hall decided to depart at midnight and launch an assault at dawn, with the escort agency primarily responsible for vigilance and the pursuit of smaller groups of bandits. As the first crow of the rooster heralded the dawn, the Divine Capture Hall initiated their attack. Moments later, flames engulfed the village, accompanied by the harrowing sounds of screams and cries. While the air thickened with the stench of blood, concealed in the brush by a small path at the rear of the village, Wang Jifei, Uncle Seven, and Xiaohe watched the distant glow of fire, their grips tightening around their weapons. As the distant battle gradually subsided, only sporadic cries echoed in the night, which once again swallowed all, as if the chaos had never transpired. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence, prompting Uncle Seven to signal for caution. Coo coo. Xiaohe quickly emitted the prearranged signal. Upon receiving a response, the 3 emerged from the underbrush to meet 2 members of the Divine Capture Hall, a stout and a lean figure, who were chasing after the bandits. The stout man bore severe injuries, while the others were lightly wounded. They had escaped through a secret passage. We haven't seen any movement here. Did you encounter anything on your way? Uncle Seven inquired. No, by the time we discovered the secret passage, it was too late. They likely escaped about half an hour ago, the lean man replied. Then let us search again. The group retraced their steps to the exit of the secret passage. Wang Jifei observed the narrow opening, discreetly hidden behind a thicket. Estimating the tunnel's length to be around 500 to 600 meters, leading toward the river, he asked, "Has anyone ventured through this passage? Were there any unusual aspects?" "I have been inside. It is merely a passage tall enough for a person, with nothing particularly unusual." The lean man responded, "There is only one dry corner where it turns, but I tapped along the way and found no hidden compartments." "What about above?" At this, the countenance of the 2 Divine Capture Hall members shifted uneasily. Just as they prepared to descend, a thunderous bang erupted, and a massive black serpent's tail burst forth from the passage, sending Xiaohe flying, his fate uncertain. 4 mud-caked bandits leaped from the tunnel, igniting an immediate clash. Wang Jifei confronted a short-haired bandit, while the lean man from the Divine Capture Hall charged at a gray-haired elder beside the serpent. The bandit struck with ferocity, catching the 4 off guard, forcing them to retreat. Suddenly, the gray-haired elder bellowed, and the massive serpent lashed its tail, sweeping through the fray. Seizing the moment of disarray, the elder pivoted and fled into the small grove by the riverbank. The rampaging serpent indiscriminately attacked the 7 combatants, hindering Wang Jifei and his companions from pursuing the remaining bandits, leaving them to steady their footing and engage the 3 bandits in a slow, strategic maneuver. Chapter 31. Beast Soulstones. The 3 water bandits, abandoned by their own leader, quickly lost their fighting spirit. One lay severely injured by Wang Jifei, unconscious on the ground. Another was slain by Uncle Chi. The last, realizing the situation was dire, knelt in surrender, only to be knocked unconscious by Uncle Chi as well. After dealing with the bandits, the 4 surrounded the colossal black serpent, gradually wearing down its strength. "Head Yn, is this the beast's spirit of the second-in-command?" Uncle Chi inquired, cautiously evading the serpent's vicious strikes, addressing the lean man beside him. "Indeed, this is the withered wood serpent of Shiachus. Everyone, be wary of its venom," came the response. "I never expected Shiachus to be so ruthless, forsaking even his beast spirit. What a cunning strategy to sever the tail for survival, added the taller captain. If this beast's spirit dies, manifesting another will prove exceedingly difficult. Stepping back, Head Yan produced a short flute, commanding, "Everyone, concentrate and guard your minds. Old Chn, I shall lend you my strength." With that, Head Yan puffed his cheeks and blew into the flute with fervor. Though Wang Jifei heard no sound, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His limbs growing heavy, he quickly bit his tongue to regain focus. Observing the serpent slow under the influence of the flute's melody, Captain Chn seized the opportunity to draw a crimson dagger, reciting a hurried incantation. With a swift whoosh, the dagger transformed into a streak of red light, piercing through the serpent's skull. Mortally wounded, the serpent let out a piercing shriek, thrashing its head wildly and spewing forth a deluge of venom. Nearby flora withered instantly upon contact with the poisonous liquid. The serpent's final struggles were tragic. It devastated nearly an acre of underbrush, leaving Wang Jifei in stunned disbelief. Moments later, the 8 or 9 zhang long serpent finally ceased its thrashing, its massive form shattering like broken glass, fragments slowly cascading into nothingness. Ultimately, only a handful of bean-sized beast soul stones remained upon the disordered ground. "Hefei, check on Xiaohe. We must pursue Shiechas," commanded Wang Jifei, swiftly locating Xiaohe, who had merely been knocked unconscious. Carrying Xiaohe, he returned to the entrance of the secret passage, vigilantly guarding the 2 remaining bandits and awaiting Uncle Chi and the others. As dawn broke, Wang Jifei sat beside Xiaohe, practicing a breathing technique to counteract the mental disturbance caused by the flute. Gradually, he found his breath steadying, slipping into a semi-conscious meditative state. As time passed, his foggy mind began to clear, the image of the gale eagle sharpening in his thoughts. At one moment, it seemed to breathe rhythmically, drawing something into Wang Jifei's being with each inhalation. Shortly thereafter, members of the escort agency arrived, prompting Wang Jifei to conclude his meditation and return to the village with them. After ensuring Xiaohe was properly cared for, Wang Jifei engaged a fellow injured individual in conversation about the previous battle. The man boasted, the village battle was utterly one-sided. The unprepared bandits stood no chance against the well-coordinated and adequately prepared forces of the court. Many bandits perished before they even realized what was happening. While only a scant few managed to escape, no one from our side was injured. I only sustained a minor wound when the bandits surprised me in the darkness. Listening to his exaggerated account, Wang Jifei chose not to believe his fabrications. It was implausible that no one had been injured in such a large-scale conflict. However, it was undeniable that the government forces had the upper hand. As he silently awaited Xiaohe's recovery, Wang Jifei observed the bustling officials outside, a sense of worry for Uncle Chi and the others gnawing at him. Even a beastmaster who had lost their spirit was formidable. Such battles were rife with uncertainties, and one could never predict what means Shiechas might still possess. Fortunately, by midday, Uncle Chi and the others returned safely, bringing with them the head of Shiechas. Uncle Chi informed Wang Jifei that they had tracked Shiechas for over 20 miles before finally defeating him. Captain Chn's dagger had also been destroyed in the fray. The short flutes and daggers wielded by the captains were beast soul artifacts, crafted by specialized blacksmiths using materials from demonic beasts, fused with other components. Those at the Beastmaster level could invoke their powers through their own beast souls, while practitioners at the apprentice stage and ordinary warriors could utilize them. Each use consumed a portion of beast soul stones or star essence stones, and the artifacts themselves gradually deteriorated. As he spoke, Uncle Chi presented 3 beast soul stones to Wang Jifei. These are the spoils from assisting in the defeat of the second-in-command and the other 4 bandits. Other compensations will be distributed upon our return to Sherman Town. Wang Jifei examined the dark stones with curiosity. Uncle Chi continued, despite their small size, the serpent was merely a 3rd-tier beast. Had Shiechas not reached mid-beast master level, we might not have acquired even these 3. They are worth at least 30 taels of gold. Chapter 32. Breakthrough. Keep it well. You are a destined one, and it will be of use sooner or later. With that, Uncle Chi went out to attend to other matters. Wang Jifei observed the beast soul stone for a moment before securely storing it close to him. The beast soul stone and the star element stone are essentially of the same nature, both indispensable for one's cultivation and combat. The star element stone forms naturally, primarily found in mineral veins rich in star elemental energy, generally devoid of any special attributes. Conversely, upon the death of a magical beast or an incarnate destined beast, a certain quantity of beast soul stones is left behind, their properties mirroring those of the creature itself. The stronger the magical beast or destined beast, the more refined the beast's soul stone, thus increasing its value. Since Xiaoji was at the mid-warrior stage, he left behind 7 beast soul stones. Had he broken through to the later stage, he might have yielded 10 to 15. The quantity of beast soul stones a destined beast can produce serves as a marker of a destined one's level. If Xiaoji had survived and absorbed a substantial amount of star elemental energy and herbs for recovery, his giant serpent might have only yielded 1 to 5 beast soul stones before its restoration. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the group returned to Jingshan Mansion. Wang Jifei remained in the room to change the dressing for Xiaohei, while Uncle Qi went out to gather information. Shortly, Uncle Qi returned with Deputy Escort Su and Xiaohei's father, Qian Zhenqing. After a thorough examination confirmed that Xiaohei was not in grave danger, the 4 men settled into chairs within the room and began to converse. Our escort agency has suffered a truly devastating loss. It will be difficult to explain to Chief Escort Zhang upon our return. I simply cannot fathom who orchestrated this gathering of bandits and water thieves. Su Fei initiated the conversation. The Divine Captor Hall has reported leads. We should have conclusions soon. The priority now is to uncover the traitor among us, Uncle Qi remarked, glancing towards the door and speaking in hushed tones. Indeed, Deputy Escort Su, we have fallen prey to the schemes of others. The chief escort will certainly negotiate with the authorities. Qian Zhenqing sighed heavily, his concern palpable. This failure in escorting is but a minor issue. What troubles me is the formidable tactics of our adversaries. It seems that the entirety of Dongwu Kingdom's military has been struck down. The officials are surely facing hard times. What if? Sigh, I fear this might lead to a change in dynasty. Su Fei, sharing the same bleak outlook for Dongwu Kingdom, lamented. After over a century of conflict, the court lacks both personnel and finances, reduced to this mere patch of land. Indeed, the Yu Kingdom now boasts 11 prefectures. While we possess only 2, how can we possibly prevail? It would be wiser to contemplate our future paths. Our escort agency has not seen a proper business venture in over half a year. Listening to the 3 men express their worries and anxieties, Wang Jifei couldn't help but reflect on his own fate. Having stumbled into this world only a month ago, he was already embroiled in the struggles between 2 nations. Fate is indeed merciless. After dinner, Xiaohei's father stayed behind to care for him. Once Wang Jifei returned to his own room, he gradually calmed his mind and retrieved a beast soul stone from the giant serpent for meticulous examination. His windstorm eagle possessed wind attributes, while this serpent was of the water attribute, making it unsuitable for him to absorb. He would have to trade it with others in the future. Lost in thought, he returned the beast soul stone and began his cultivation. After days of relentless practice, his internal energy and breath-concealing techniques had become increasingly refined, allowing him to cultivate both simultaneously. With steady, measured breaths, Wang Jifei once more envisioned his destined beast, the windstorm eagle, which vividly appeared in his mind. As the star elemental energy circulated throughout his body, he gradually entered a state of meditation. Time slipped by unnoticed until Wang Jifei found himself once again within a gray expanse, transformed into a magnificent windstorm eagle. As his consciousness gradually sharpened, he meticulously scrutinized his destined beast. In his observations, a sense of greed and urgent desire began to swell within Wang Jifei. What is happening? Am I hungry? No. I am the windstorm eagle. I possess no consciousness. As confusion washed over him, Wang Jifei steadied his mind, emptying his spirit to fully immerse himself in sensation. Slowly, he discerned that it was indeed his windstorm eagle that yearned greedily for something beyond the gray mist. In a moment of hesitation, Wang Jifei found his perspective abruptly shifted to his own form, where he saw himself ensnared within another cage amidst the gray fog. The windstorm eagle's eyes appeared to pierce through layers of mist, hungrily fixating upon his chest. Amidst this timeless, directionless gray space, Wang Jifei seemed to hear the sound of breathing. He observed the windstorm eagle standing motionless, its body beginning to rhythmically emanate a dim light. As if it were slowly breathing, he felt warmth gradually spreading from his chest, a soothing current coursing through him, culminating in a refreshing sensation that flooded his mind. As this refreshing essence surged within him, the bond between Wang Jifei and his destined beast grew increasingly intimate and natural, their breaths synchronizing into a singular rhythm. Gradually, the two merged into one, and a sensation akin to a satiated infant arose gently within him, a hazy drowsiness creeping back in. At dawn on September 29th, Wang Jifei roused from his slumber, his gaze lingering on the intricate patterns of the ceiling. He reminisced about the dreamlike cultivation he had experienced the previous night. Closing his eyes, he once more attempted to commune with the innate beast within his mind. He perceived with increasing clarity that he was on the cusp of exerting a modicum of control over the Gale Hawk, albeit with a certain clumsiness. This sensation mirrored that of a toddler tentatively releasing their parents' grasp, poised to take their first independent steps. In essence, the barrier between a third-class and second-class apprentice had been breached, and his ascension to the latter was imminent. Recalling the surge of warmth in his chest from the night before, Wang Jifei reached for the beast's soul stone. Upon inspection, he noted that its size remained unchanged. Perplexed, he pondered how he could have absorbed its power, enabling him to bypass the peak of the third-class apprentice stage so swiftly. Ordinarily, such progress would have taken at least half a year. After some deliberation, Wang Jifei decided to set aside his confusion. Unable to comprehend the matter, he resolved to simply continue cultivating with the beast's soul stone in tow. He had to return to Shimin town that day, and there were many matters awaiting his attention. As he made his way to see Xiaohe, Wang Jifei stretched his limbs, reveling in the newfound comfort of his body. Focusing his senses, he realized that his physical prowess had also advanced, reaching the late stage of a first-class martial apprentice. After a few tests, he estimated his maximum strength to be around 700 kilograms, his speed approximately 30 meters per second, and his eyesight significantly improved. Upon reaching Xiaohe's door, he overheard the father and son conversing. Opening the door, Wang Jifei was delighted to see that his brother had awakened. As they journeyed back, the Lithe Yin and the Gaunt Shin, two constables, accompanied the escort agency's party to Shimin town. Their objectives were to report the situation to the chief and continue their investigation into the mole. The journey upstream from Jinshan Prefecture to Baisha Ridge would take 2 days by boat, offering little to occupy their time. Wang Jifei used the opportunity to become acquainted with the two constables. Yin Sunan and Chen Qing were the representatives in Qinglong County. Their mission had been to suppress the subversive forces within the region who were colluding with enemy states. However, the enemy's clandestine power proved too formidable, rendering the court's efforts futile. It was evident to all that the Eastern Wu Kingdom was ill-equipped to resist the encroachment of enemy states, which explained the prevalence of those collaborating with foreign powers. Nevertheless, the Eastern Wu Kingdom was unlikely to fall in the near future, as neighboring countries lacked the strength to annex it entirely. It was speculated that the current campaign was aimed at the northwest of Qilong County, with the intention of opening the Eastern Wu Kingdom's northwestern gateway. Constable Yin also enlightened him about whose headquarters were located in the capital, with branches in various prefectures, boasting numerous talented individuals. He concluded by suggesting that, should Wang Jifei desire to serve his country and be interested in joining, he could seek him out. That night, as Wang Jifei prepared to cultivate, he considered his options. He decided to distribute the 3 beast soul stones, one in the inner pocket of his left breast, one against the skin of his right breast, and the last held in his hand, gradually slowing his breathing and emptying his mind. Wang Jifei began to visualize the Gale Hawk as he circulated his inner energy. In a daze, Wang Jifei's perspective shifted to that of the Gale Hawk, appearing in the dense gray mist. His suspicions were confirmed. As his cultivation level increased, he could consciously enter this gray space. Overjoyed, he lost focus, causing his perspective to shift abruptly, and he retreated from the gray space. After several unsuccessful attempts, Wang Jifei grew frustrated. Rising from his seat, he opened the window, allowing the damp, cold wind to wash over him, gradually calming his mind and dispelling all distractions. Feeling composed, he grasped the beast's soul stone in his hand and re-entered a meditative state. Once again, Wang Jifei found himself viewing the Gale Hawk in the gray mist. As the familiar sensation of ravenous hunger returned, the Gale Hawk's radiance flickered once more, and the sound of breathing and a surge of warmth filled the air. As Wang Jifei had surmised, warmth emanated from his left and right breasts and the palm of his hand simultaneously. A seemingly non-existent conduit formed between the Gale Hawk in the gray mist and himself. With each breath and each flicker, unseen elements traversed the gray mist, merging into both entities. Lost in the wondrous state of cultivation, Wang Jifei failed to notice that the moisture drifting in through the window gradually coalesced around his body, forming a thin layer of water vapor. The water vapor enveloped the beast's soul stone in his hand, as if something were seeping into it, emitting a faint, shimmering glow that pulsed in rhythm with his breathing. As the moon reached its zenith, Wang Jifei slowly emerged from his prolonged cultivation. Noticing a thin layer of condensation on the wooden chair, he glanced out the window and closed it. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jifei attempted to sense the innate beast within his mind once more. To his delight, the connection was stronger than before. Nothing could be more gratifying than discovering a method to rapidly enhance one's strength. He attempted to command the Galehawk to move forward, but it remained motionless. Taking a deep breath, he focused his concentration and strained to sense the Galehawk. In his mind, he muttered with all his might, "Move, move. Forward. With force." Chapter 34. A reunion with Yilan within the gray mist. It seemed as though his innate beast had heard his summons. The Galehawk in his mind shimmered with radiant light, slightly inclining its body forward. Wang Jifei, drenched in sweat, laid back on his bed, a smile of joy illuminating his face. At that moment, he officially transitioned into the early stage of a second-tier life apprentice. After a prolonged rest, he retrieved 3 beast soul stones, observing them with great care. Having confirmed that the gray mist could assist him in absorbing beast soul stones of different attributes, he anticipated changes in these 3 small objects. He adjusted the oil lamp, making the flame burn brighter. Wang Jifei scrutinized them meticulously. The size remained unchanged. The quantity was the same, and the colors did not vary. Arranging the 3 stones in a row, he fell into deep contemplation under the lamp's light. Suddenly, with a flicker, the flame danced, and amidst the shifting brightness, Wang Jifei caught sight of something peculiar. The colors of the 2 stones on his chest appeared less vibrant than the one in his hand, as if they were veiled in a layer of dust. This was odd. The heat emanating from all 3 should have been identical, and their hues ought to match. Stroking his chin in puzzlement, Wang Jifei returned to his bed, wondering if the 3 beast soul stones possessed inherently different qualities. Unable to fathom it further, he decided against expending more mental energy on the matter and gradually drifted into slumber. The following afternoon, the fleet arrived at Baisha Gang. After disembarking, 2 captains departed first, while the others opted to rest for the night before continuing their journey the next day. Wang Jifei wandered through the town with Xiaohei, intending to purchase some local specialties to bring back. As they strolled, they found themselves at the familiar Black Street, when suddenly, Wang Jifei spotted 2 familiar figures approaching, Feng Bo, the son of the deputy escort chief, and Yilan. Wang Jifei was taken aback at the sight of Yilan. How did they end up together? Hesitating, he was about to pull Xiaohei away when it was too late. "Xiaohei Jifei, when did you arrive? Where are deputy escorts Su and the others?" "I've been waiting for you here," Feng Bo called out, drawing closer with Yilan. He began the introductions, "Miss Han. This is our escort agencies Wang Jifei and Qianan." At that moment, Miss Han presented herself with the grace of a noble lady, politely greeting Wang Jifei and Xiaohei. Observing Yilan's true appearance with calmness, Wang Jifei maintained his composure and returned the greeting to the striking Miss Han. Did Feng Bo know Yilan's real identity? What was her purpose here? Suppressing his rising questions, Wang Jifei engaged in small talk with the pair, and after a few minutes, the conversation, already lacking in familiarity, came to a close. After dinner, Wang Jifei visited Uncle Chi's room for a discussion. "Uncle, the escort agency suffered significant losses this time. What shall we do upon our return? Have you already decided to join the divine captors?" "Not quite. I've merely realized that the world ahead is bound to descend into chaos. The escort agency is hardly a secure refuge. Sherman Town is situated on the northwestern border. We certainly cannot remain here." Uncle Chi pondered for a moment. "Then where shall we go? You are still young. Joining the divine captors would be a wise choice. The Eastern Wu Kingdom will not fall anytime soon. Moreover, your cultivation talent should not be squandered. The techniques and resources of the divine captors may not be the best, but with the backing of the court, they are certainly not lacking. What about you, Uncle? I am in my 50s now. You have grown up, and it is time for me to rest." Uncle Chi reflected for a moment before continuing. "Fei, do you remember what I told you? I found you in Qingzhou, just a swaddled infant, without any other clues." Upon hearing this, Wang Jifei's expression dimmed slightly. Although this was a recount of Wang Dachui's childhood, it struck a chord within him, who had been an orphan in his previous life. After a moment of silence, he said, "Uncle, let us not dwell on that. You raised me. I will ensure you live a good life. After the new year, I wish to return to Qizhou. I consider myself a Qingzhou person. Had it not been for the famine back then, I would not have ended up here." Uncle Chi seemed to reminisce about the past, letting out a long sigh. "By the way, did you not mention you had something to tell me?" Wang Jifei then recounted his encounter with Yilan and Feng Bo on Black Street, detailing the events thoroughly to Uncle Chi. After listening, Uncle Chi furrowed his brows and began pacing the room slowly. After a lengthy pause, he asked gravely, "Fei, are you certain Feng Bo said he had been waiting for us here?" "Yes, I am quite certain. He stated that as soon as he opened his mouth." Upon hearing Uncle Chi's inquiry, Wang Jifei responded straightforwardly. What of that statement? Seeing the confusion on Wang Jifei's face, Uncle Chi smiled gently. Think it over, Fei. You should try to consider the situation from Fengbo's perspective. And regarding the significant matter Yilan mentioned, calculate the timing. Stroking his beard, Uncle Chi added another remark. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jifei's eyes lit up. Yilan had spoken of a significant event a month from the end of August, which should pertain to sabotaging the Eastern Wu Kingdom's military capabilities. Otherwise, the disciples of the two major sects would not have remained hidden in Qingshi village for several years. The reason for choosing Qingshi village became evident. It was convenient for liaising with neighboring countries and assisting personnel from enemy nations. Chapter 35. A night visit to Fengbo. Fengbo certainly posed a problem, if he were indeed there to assist them. It was inconceivable that he would be alone or unaware of the arrival of the fleet. All the threads of suspicion intertwined in Wang Jifei's mind, igniting both astonishment and ire. He swiftly turned to Uncle Chi and inquired, what should we do about Fengbo? Observing Wang Jifei's sudden clarity, Uncle Chi spoke calmly. Fei, in times of great turmoil, one must maintain composure. Moreover, there are ways to survive in chaotic times. The most vital aspect of this world is to endure. And to endure, one must possess strength. Do you understand? I comprehend now, Uncle Chi. So what shall we do next? Trust no one for the time being. Let us ascertain the situation before proceeding. We shall venture out shortly. Once Uncle Chi departed, Wang Jifei sat alone in contemplation, reflecting on his deceased comrades from the escort agency, the late village elder, and the fate of Qingshi village and Shimin town after the outbreak of war. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. In an age of chaos, human life is as fragile as grass. With a troubled mind, Wang Jifei attempted to enter a meditative state for cultivation, but to no avail. He then retrieved a black disc and examined it closely once more. After several attempts, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could this disc be a beast soul artifact? Holding a beast soul stone in his left hand, he gestured towards the disc for some time, but found no place to integrate it, forcing him to abandon the effort. Without a guide or extensive knowledge of cultivation, his aimless exploration proved futile. It seemed imperative to seek refuge within a sect. Otherwise, his path to cultivation would be insurmountable. He resolved to return to Shimin town and consult with Captain Yan. Draped in a black night garb and armed, Wang Jifei lay on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, a predetermined series of knocks, 3 long and 1 short, resonated at his window. Wang Jifei swiftly opened his eyes and peered outside to find Uncle Chi, clad in similar dark attire, awaiting him. The two stealthily exited through the backyard and approached the Baisha Inn, where Fengbo resided. They descended from the rooftop with the agility of nimble monkeys, landing silently outside room 3 of the Tianzi building. Uncle Chi pressed his ear against the door's crack, listened intently, and then subtly shook his head at Wang Jifei. Empty? What does this mean? They exchanged glances, understanding without words, and made their way to the small courtyard at the back of the room. Uncle Chi concealed himself among the foliage, vigilant and alert. Wang Jifei leaped lightly, grasping the edge of the window and hoisting himself up. With a swift maneuver, he hung upside down outside Fengbo's room. A gentle push revealed that the window was unlatched. Wang Jifei cautiously opened it a fraction, peering inside. The room was indeed vacant. He nodded to Uncle Chi, then silently rolled into the room like a cat. Inside, a sweet fragrance lingered, and several women's garments hung in the wardrobe. After a meticulous search, Wang Jifei discovered several letters and an ornate wooden box within a trunk. He skimmed through the letters and the box, deliberating momentarily before deciding against disturbing the letters, opting instead to take the box along with some valuables. He ransacked the room, arranging the scene to resemble a burglary. After throwing open the window, he waved to Uncle Chi and then climbed onto the roof, retreating into the distance. A quarter of an hour later, in Uncle Chi's room, he examined the wooden box and valuables laid out on the table, remaining silent as if awaiting Wang Jifei to speak first. Unable to contain himself, Wang Jifei finally asked, Uncle Chi, why don't you question me? My actions might have alarmed them. Gazing at the ornate box, Uncle Chi smiled. Pray tell, what lies within? It must be of significant value to you. Seeing that Uncle Chi had already inferred much, Wang Jifei refrained from being cryptic and recounted his encounter with the Finchiwood in Xiaohong Street. It appears that Fengbo is deeply entangled in trouble. He has been at Baisha Ridge for 5 or 6 days, Uncle Chi remarked. You have done well to acquire the Finchiwood. It will prove invaluable to you. After Wang Jifei finished, Uncle Chi slowly opened the box and glanced inside. What do the letters say? I did not scrutinize them closely, but the implications are grave. Wang Jifei handed the letters over. As they perused the letters one by one, their expressions darkened progressively. It turned out that Feng Bo's father, Feng Anlin, was affiliated with the Dark Star sect. This time, the Dark Star sect had colluded with the Chanyu sect and sought refuge in the Yu Kingdom. Their objectives were twofold: to covertly undermine the military capabilities of the Eastern Wu Kingdom and to clandestinely seize a portion of power. Feng Anlin planned to exploit the failure of the medicinal shipment, which would lead to substantial compensation claims against the escort agency, thereby attempting to usurp the Shunchang escort agency. The recent attack on the fleet was orchestrated by him and Feng Bo, aimed at sabotaging the court's medicinal supplies and demoralizing the Shunchang escort agency. Their strategy sowed chaos and enabled them to seize control of the agency, showcasing Feng Anlin's remarkable cunning. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Chi instructed Wang Jifei to gather his belongings and remain in the room, preparing for what was to come. He himself took several letters to seek out Deputy Escort Su. Before long, Uncle Chi returned with Su Fei. After discussing the details, the trio dispersed to execute their plans. Wang Jifei set off under the cover of night to return to Shermin Town, aiming to contact the head escort in the Divine Capture Hall. Meanwhile, Uncle Chi would search for traces of Feng Bo and Yilan, and Su Fei would rally reliable allies to capture Feng Bo and return swiftly to Shermin Town. Chapter 36. Entering the city riding his steed beneath the starlit sky, Wang Jifei galloped through the night, finally returning to the vicinity of Shermin Town in the early hours of the second day of October. He arrived at a small village situated over 10 miles from the town, intending to rest for a while. Standing at the entrance of the village's city god temple, Wang Jifei gazed into the darkness enveloping Shermin Town, which appeared lifeless. The Dark Star Gate and the Chanyu Gate had been active for 4 to 5 days. What had become of the Shunchang escort agency? He hoped it wasn't too late. With fatigue weighing heavily upon him, Wang Jifei was consumed by worry. When he had departed, a significant number of the escort agency's personnel had set out, leaving him to ponder the predicament of being alone with only the remnants of Feng Anlin's men. Disturbed by his thoughts, he paced anxiously within the deserted temple. With approximately 3 hours remaining until he could leave the city, he contemplated his next move. Ultimately, it seemed he would need to rely on the forces of the Divine Capture Hall, although their duty was to suppress the treachery of Feng Anlin. Such a grave matter could not be resolved by mere personal connections. Around 7 o'clock, Wang Jifei found himself outside the city walls of Shermin Town. Observing the increased number of soldiers at the city gate, his heart sank. Could something truly have gone awry? Lowering the brim of his hat, he quietly positioned himself at the end of the queue. After a short while, feigning impatience, he struck up a conversation with a few equally restless individuals nearby. Why is it taking so long to enter the city today? My vegetables are going to wilt. How am I supposed to sell them? Enough with the noise. I waited until noon yesterday and still couldn't get in, which forced me to take my wine back home. Why are there so many guards today? Is there a price hike? Don't be ridiculous. A murder occurred in the town, and now they want to raise prices? That doesn't make sense. Besides, if prices do rise, what will you do about it? Pray tell. Amidst the clamoring voices, Wang Jifei caught the news he dreaded the most. The Shunchang escort agency had been attacked. The night before, a group of assailants had stormed the agency, killing over 20 individuals in a mere half hour. Suppressing his anger and sorrow, Wang Jifei feigned curiosity and inquired of a nearby man. I've heard from the villagers that the Shunchang escort agency was formidable. How could they be attacked so easily? They were indeed formidable, but what of it? They nearly faced annihilation. Sure enough, a well-informed individual stepped forward to share. Let me tell you, my nephew works at the Yamen. He informed me that the Shunchang escort agency recently accepted a large commission, sending most of their personnel to Jinshan Prefecture, which resulted in a catastrophic failure. The losses were severe. Deputy Escort Chief Feng Anlin took a group of men there, leaving few behind, and that very night, disaster struck. Indeed, I've heard that things have been unstable lately. Many bandits have emerged in various regions. I wonder if my pork will even sell now? Do you think the bandits will come to attack the city? Listening intently, Wang Jifei began to piece together the situation. It seemed that after news of the attack reached them, Feng Anlin had exaggerated the circumstances to sow discord and panic. Using the heavy casualties of Su Fei and his men as an excuse, he had withdrawn the agency's personnel from Shermin Town, leaving only a sparse guard behind. The attackers, without a doubt, were the Dark Star Gate and the Chanyu Gate. Reflecting on this, Wang Jifei lamented the backwardness of communication in this world. Had he been in his own era, a simple mobile phone costing a few hundred coins could have thwarted Feng Anlin's plans, sparing him the need for such a frantic return to deliver the news. At this juncture, he resolved to enter the city to assess the state of the escort agency and seek out the Divine Capture Hall for further inquiries. The next steps would have to be determined in due course. After a prolonged wait, Wang Jifei finally paid the entrance fee and gained entry into the city. As he took a shortcut towards the escort agency, a small stone was suddenly tossed lightly in front of him. Wang Jifei halted and noticed an escort agency member emerging from around the corner, beckoning him to follow. Just as he was about to inquire, the other man gestured for silence and motioned for him to come along. Cautiously, Wang Jifei complied, trailing the man through a series of twists and turns until they entered an unremarkable courtyard. Upon entering, he spotted another escort agency member with an injured right arm in the room. Fei, please take a seat. The injured man glanced towards the door. Uncle Kai, how did you get hurt? What are you and Li Lin doing here? Let us set that aside for now. Are you aware of what has transpired with the escort agency? How many of you made it back? Uncle Kai, you should explain first. I cannot trust anyone right now. I hope you understand. Upon hearing Wang Jifei's words, Kai Mingping did not express anger but regarded him with approval, saying, You are wise. It seems your seventh uncle has taught you well. Then, with a grave countenance, Kai Mingping recounted, the night before last, the Shunchong escort agency was caught off guard by an assault from approximately 40 to 50 assailants. Initially, they struck silently, but once discovered, they set fire to the premises, using the ensuing chaos to launch a fierce attack. In less than half an hour, they had killed nearly 50 individuals, many of whom were elderly and children. The methods employed by the assailants were exceedingly brutal, and most of their weapons had been poisoned in advance. When the officials arrived, the attackers retreated, demonstrating a decisive and premeditated plan. Chapter 37. Joining the Divine Capture Hall upon hearing of the grievous losses suffered by the escort agency. A chill swept through Wang Jifei's heart. Even before the chaos of war had erupted, over 50 lives had been extinguished, regardless of the circumstances. He felt compelled to contribute to the agency's efforts. With this resolve, he turned to Uncle Kai and inquired, Uncle Kai, what is the current state of the escort agency? Where are the others? You should not be here under these conditions. After a moment of silence, Uncle Kai's expression grew increasingly grim as he replied, The escort agency is effectively finished. At that time, a few of us, including Li Lin, followed the chief escort outside the city to a riverbank in pursuit of several cloaked assailants. Upon witnessing the black-clad figures escape by boat, we had no choice but to retrace our steps. Unexpectedly, we encountered that wretch, Feng Anlin, who feigned friendliness before launching a surprise attack on the chief escort, only to be joined by the lurking assailants who pursued us relentlessly. Ultimately, the chief escort, realizing escape was impossible, chose to remain behind with a few injured brothers in order to allow the others to scatter and flee. At this juncture, Li Lin took over the narrative, recounting the events that followed. He and Uncle Kai had met at the city gate. Although the gates had been closed yesterday, the escort agency's members found a way to enter. However, upon their arrival, they learned that Feng Anlin had already announced the death of Chief Zhang and had taken control of the Shunchong escort agency. Consequently, they sought refuge in the home of a fellow townsman, nursing their wounds while gathering intelligence. This morning, while Li Lin was at the city gate seeking information, he fortuitously encountered Wang Jifei. Following him discreetly until they reached a secluded path, he revealed himself. Hearing this, Wang Jifei finally relaxed his last vestige of caution and shared the details of the ambush on their convoy and the discovery of Feng Bo's secret. As they listened, Kai and Li grew increasingly incensed, their hearts heavy with despair. Once Wang Jifei had finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room. After a lengthy pause, Kai Mingping finally spoke. So, the assailants are from the Dark Star sect and the Chanu sect. No wonder they possess such formidable strength. It seems this vendetta will be difficult to avenge. Alas, nevertheless, we are all members of the Shunchong escort agency. There are still matters to address. He then paused, glancing at Wang Jifei and Li Lin. Li Lin, what are your thoughts? Chief Zhang treated you well, did he not? Uncle Kai, you speak as if I possess the means to avenge this wrong. However, we cannot turn a blind eye to the young lady. Am I to be considered less than a beast? It was revealed that Zhang Wufan, the chief's daughter, had escaped but was injured. Li Lin then informed Wang Jifei that on the fateful night, Zhang Wufan, worried about her father's prolonged absence, had ventured out alone. The following morning, Feng Anlin claimed she had been injured by the black-clad assailants and had fled into the mountains, dispatching many to search for her. Thus, they speculated that Zhang Wufan must be in hiding, and they were concerned that she might unwittingly return to danger. After much deliberation, the three devised a plan to search for Zhang Wufan. Uncle Kai, worried for Wang Jifei's youth, advised, Jifei, should you encounter any issues, consult with Li Lin. He has been with the escort agency for over 3 years, possesses extensive knowledge, and is quite skilled in the art of combat. Exercise utmost caution during your endeavors. For reasons unfathomable, when Wang Jifei heard Uncle Kai's words, an odd thought flickered in his mind, suggesting something was amiss. Yet upon reflection, he dismissed the notion as unfounded. The two agreed to split up to gather intelligence. Wang Jifei donned a slight disguise and meandered through the narrow streets and alleys, ensuring he was not being followed before arriving at a gambling house named Tongshuntang. Welcome, esteemed guest. What games do you wish to partake in? I desire to roll the dice. Today, I aim to achieve a royal win. How much would you like to exchange for chips? Please withdraw 666 taels from my account. Very well, please follow me. The accountant then led Wang Jifei to a private room, ensuring the doors and windows were securely shut. Once inside, the tattooed youth courteously inquired, May I ask your name, esteemed guest? What business do you have with Brother Yin? As he spoke, he opened the wardrobe to the right and knocked 6 times on the inner door. Understanding that this referred to his contact, Wang Jifei promptly replied, My surname is Wang, and I have an appointment with Captain Yin to discuss important matters here. At that moment, a small door in the wardrobe opened. Please, said the youth before slipping inside. Following suit, Wang Jifei entered and was greeted by an unexpectedly quaint courtyard. They traversed the garden and a rockery before arriving at a room resembling a hall. Upon entering, they found Captain Yin Sunan and a middle-aged man, also clad in the attire of a captain, seated and sipping tea. Upon noticing Wang Jifei's arrival, Captain Yin warmly beckoned, Come, Brother Wang. Please, take a seat. As Captain Yin introduced the two men, Wang Jifei learned that the middle-aged gentleman was named Yang Yuanhua, the proprietor of the gambling house and the head of the Divine Capture Hall in Sherman Town. The tattooed youth was a member of the Divine Capture Hall named Su Chaoling, who was still an apprentice under Captain Yin. After exchanging greetings with Yang and Su, the four settled in for a conversation. Brother Wang, do taste this tea. It is a rare treasure from Boss Yang's collection. Chapter 38, appointed to the 9th rank inside the room, for individuals leisurely savored their tea. Boss Yang and Captain Yin engaged in a spirited conversation, traversing a myriad of topics from culinary delights and accommodations to various utilities. Their discourse meandered yet conspicuously avoided the matter concerning Wang Jifei. Several times, Wang Jifei nearly interjected but ultimately restrained himself, mindful of the decorum befitting a guest. Suddenly, lost in thought, Wang Jifei was stirred by Captain Yan's hearty laughter. Ha ha. Brother Wang, are you anxious? The inquiry left Wang Jifei somewhat bewildered. What did he mean? Indeed, he felt a sense of urgency, yet such a question seemed unwarranted. Noticing Wang Jifei's confusion, Boss Yang interjected with a smile, Brother Wang, we have an inkling of your intentions. That rascal Yin Sunan has sung your praises to the heavens, advocating for your joint recommendation to join the Divine Captors Hall. I certainly must give face to old Yan's words. But given our unfamiliarity, upon hearing Boss Yang's statement, Wang Jifei comprehended the situation. The two were intentionally assessing his composure, testing whether he could maintain his poise. The ability to remain calm is a hallmark of greatness, and as the head of Shermin Town, Boss Yang had a duty to evaluate potential recruits. Wang Jifei felt a wave of relief wash over him for not having acted rashly. Very well, henceforth we are brothers. Let us discuss matters pertaining to the escort agency, Captain Yin suggested, sensing the atmosphere had grown slightly awkward. Ah Fei, why don't you share what you know first, and afterward, I shall elaborate on the Divine Captors Hall. Once you decide to join, let Chaoling assist you. It should be arranged by tonight. With Captain Yin's words, Wang Jifei understood that his admission to the Divine Captors Hall was virtually assured. He recounted his experiences after Captain Yin had left Baisha Gang, detailing encounters with Feng Bo and Yilan, plans involving his Uncle Qi and deputy escort Su, and his subsequent experiences upon returning to Shermin Town. As he spoke, Wang Jifei closely observed the expressions of Captain Yin and Boss Yang. He noted that when he mentioned the Dark Star sect and the Charm Lady sect, neither of them displayed significant surprise, indicating they likely possessed information from other sources. Once he concluded, he lifted his teacup, awaiting their responses. As anticipated, Boss Yang and Captain Yin were already well informed. Just as Wang Jifei raised the cup, Boss Yang addressed him. Brother Wang, henceforth, I shall refer to you as Ah Fei. That is agreeable, is it not, Boss Yang? Your provided intelligence will be credited as your personal merit, albeit at a discounted rate of 50%. What say you? Old Yin? That is an excellent suggestion. Ah Fei, you ought to express your gratitude to Boss Yang. Captain Yin nodded, adding with a smile. Regarding the incident with the second-in-command of the water bandits in Jinshan Prefecture, I believe we can apply the same principle. Had it not been for Ah Fei, all four would have escaped. What would that mean for the face of the court, or the reputation of our divine captors' hall? Indeed, this way. Ah Fei will be poised for promotion to a constable by the new year. A young talent indeed. Thus, in the span of half a cup of tea, Boss Yang and Captain Yin effortlessly solidified Wang Jifei's standing. Observing the envious expression on Su Chaoling's face, Wang Jifei couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of having connections in high places. In a mere 10 minutes, he had transformed from an ordinary citizen to a prospective 9th-rank official, a position equivalent to that of a deputy town head on Earth. In this continent, every nation boasts organizations akin to the Divine Captors Hall. Established at the inception of the Eastern Wu Kingdom, it is directly overseen by the royal family. Each prefecture hosts a branch of the Divine Captors Hall, tasked with managing the affairs and intelligence of practitioners within their jurisdiction. The relationship between the Divine Captors Hall and both military and local authorities is notably cordial, with provisions for mutual assistance when necessary. The hierarchy within the Divine Captors Hall bears resemblance to the familiar structure of the Jinyui, comprising positions such as constables, captains, 100 households, 1,000 households, commanders, and grand commanders. Constables are ranked at the 9th tier, while grand commanders are classified at the 3rd tier. Such institutions, akin to the Jinyui, command respect when they venture forth. They are recognized as representatives of higher authority, blending intelligence and force. Who would dare to dismiss them? As a newcomer, Wang Jifei could only be considered an ordinary operative. However, due to his status as a first-tier martial apprentice, he was entitled to the salary of a constable, receiving 2 taels of gold each month. After further discussion, Boss Yang instructed Wang Jifei to present his letters and informed him to commence his daily attendance at 8 o'clock starting the following morning to await assignments. He also dispatched Su Chaoling to procure clothing, a badge, and a weapon so that Wang Jifei might acclimate to his new role. Throughout the journey, young Su eagerly inquired about their encounter with Xiahou Ji. Brother Wang, how did you know Xiahou Ji was hiding inside? What is the size and might of his fateful beast, the withered serpent? What is Captain Chen SB's spirit device like? Uncle Chen has never shown it to me. How did you attain the rank of first-tier martial apprentice? I am still only at the late stage of the 3rd tier. Are you married? What is your fateful beast? Chapter 39, Yilan Senior Brother, a Chatterbox? It was quite unexpected that the seemingly aloof Captain Yin would have such a talkative disciple. Wang Jifei had never imagined that Su Chaoling, the tall, stern youth with the tattooed arms, could be such a garrulous fellow. Engaging in casual conversation, Wang Jifei discovered that young Su was 15 years old and also an orphan. He would officially join the Divine Arresting Agency at 16 and was currently working odd jobs there. He was also a destined one, with a crimson lion as his destined beast, a 3rd-grade superior class demon beast. After acquiring the items, Wang Jifei considered that it wasn't convenient to take them back to Uncle Kai just yet, so he decided to entrust them temporarily to young Su. Emerging outside, it was only midday. Wang Jifei had originally planned to return to the escort agency to assess the situation, but now he had to change his mind. He estimated that Feng Anlin knew he couldn't deceive everyone, and if he returned, he might be detained. Therefore, the immediate priority was to inform 7th Uncle and relay the news that Feng Anlin had broken ties. An hour later, Wang Jifei returned to the city god temple from the previous day, the agreed-upon meeting place with 7th Uncle and the others, and patiently waited. While waiting, he once again longed for the convenient communication methods of Earth. Picking up a few pebbles, he placed them on the ground and used a small twig to write the names Feng Anlin, Yilan, Uncle Kai, Su Fei, the Enchantress Sect, the Divine Arresting Agency, and his own name. Wang Jifei slowly contemplated everything related to the escort agency, writing and pausing. Wang Jifei gradually organized his thoughts. The Eastern Wu Kingdom was on the decline, preoccupied with concentrating its efforts to defend against enemy nations. The Darkstar Gate and the Enchantress Sect brazenly colluded with enemy nations without fear, yet the Imperial Court was helpless. The destruction of the escort agency was merely an insignificant casualty in the conflict between the two nations. Gazing at the dense writing and lines on the ground, Wang Jifei began to doubt. Was the downfall of the Eastern Wu Kingdom truly an inevitable trend? He wondered if joining the Divine Arresting Agency and boarding the sinking ship of the Eastern Wu Kingdom was the right choice. With the approaching chaos in mind and uncertainty about his own fate, Wang Jifei wasn't in the mood to delve too deeply. He took out the newly acquired Divine Arresting Agency handbook and began to peruse it. Having joined the Divine Arresting Agency, Wang Jifei had received some books on basic cultivation knowledge, something that wild cultivators like him lacked. A 9-story tower begins with a pile of earth. Wang Jifei understood that to go far on the path of cultivation and explore the secrets of the gray space, he needed to start by building a solid foundation, accumulating every bit of knowledge. Only in this way could he gradually ascend, reaching higher and farther peaks. After reading for a while, Wang Jifei noticed a point of confusion. So he conveniently took out Yilan's notes to compare. The instant he reached for Yilan's notes with his right hand, Wang Jifei paused, his mind suddenly flashing with a name: Li Lin, senior brother Li, Yilan, and Yi Meyer's senior brother. A month ago, around the end of August, Yilan had mentioned that her senior brother would appear in a month's time. Senior brother Li was coming for a major event, to attack the Eastern Wu Kingdom's military preparations. Li Lin was skilled in using the subduing tiger fist, and Su Lihu also knew the subduing tiger fist that Yi Meyer had given him. Uncle Kai had said that Li Lin had joined the escort agency 3 years ago. Yilan and her sister had also arrived in Greenstone Village 3 years ago. Like waves crashing over him, countless thoughts raced through Wang Jifei's mind, and he became increasingly excited. The possibility that this Li Lin was the senior brother Li that Yilan and Yi Meyer had mentioned was more than 90% likely. What about Uncle Kai Mingping? Could he also be one of Feng Yanlin's men? Should he return tonight? If Kai Mingping hadn't defected, would he be in danger if he went back? Should he return? Wang Jifei couldn't decide. As he hesitated, the sound of footsteps approached. Wang Jifei quickly swept away the traces on the ground with his foot and quietly hid in the shadows, observing carefully. A moment later, 7th uncle led Su Fei and the others into the city god temple. Seeing that it was his own people, Wang Jifei quickly came out. Chief Escort Su, 7th uncle. You're here. Ah Fei, you're here. The two sides casually found a place to sit down, exchanged a few greetings. With a solemn expression, Deputy Chief Escort Su asked Wang Jifei about the situation at the escort agency. Ah Fei, on the way here, we heard that something happened at the escort agency. What exactly happened? What news did you find out? Yes. Wang Jifei looked at the people, whose expressions were not good, and revealed the bad news. As Wang Jifei slowly recounted the events, from the black-clad men's attack to Feng Yanlin's betrayal and the Divine Arresting Agency's reaction, the expressions of the crowd gradually shifted from extreme anger to dim resignation. The city god temple also went from being filled with curses to being as silent as a tomb. After a long while, Su Fei looked at everyone's dejected expressions and asked in a low voice, "What are your thoughts? Let's all share them." Facing such a formidable enemy, everyone knew that revenge was hopeless. They were all seasoned travelers of the martial world, and they looked at each other, but no one spoke for a long time. Seeing that remaining silent wouldn't do, Su Fei began to call on individuals, starting with Wang Jifei. Ah Fei, you speak first. You've been back the longest. Share any thoughts you have. Seeing 7th uncle nod slightly to him, Wang Jifei understood and began to express his thoughts. He deliberately avoided mentioning revenge, first proposing to expose Feng Yanlin's identity within the escort agency, then stating his intention to search for and rescue Zhang Wufan, and finally suggesting a prudent alliance with the Imperial Court's forces. After listening to his plan, Su Fei looked at Wang Jifei for a moment without committing himself, then asked a few other people. Finally, he said, "We can't go back to town. Let's discuss the escort agency's affairs later. Everyone, let's first return to the village to gather everyone and tell them about Feng Yanlin's betrayal." Chapter 40. The first mission. Upon observing Su Fei's silence regarding the vengeance for Zhang Zong's death, Wang Jifei exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Qi before slowly exiting the room. They both understood that the last flicker of hope for Shuncheng escort agency had extinguished. Upon arriving in the village, Wang Jifei followed Uncle Qi into a room, where he found Xiao He and his father. "Fei Ge, you're back." Xiao He exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Wang Jifei enter. Just as he was about to inquire in earnest, he was interrupted by the sharp-eyed Qian Jinqin. "Qianin, let your Uncle Qi and brother Wang sit down first, then fetch a cup of water." Once the three were seated, Uncle Qi and Qian Jinqin exchanged solemn glances, after which Uncle Qi nodded gravely. Noticing Uncle Qi's demeanor, Xiao Hei's father slowly lifted his teacup, sighed heavily, and sat in silence, his expression forlorn. The atmosphere remained tense until Xiao Hei returned with the tea and sat down. Acutely aware of the mood, he quietly sipped his drink, careful not to make a sound as he placed the cup down. Old Qian, when you received the letter, didn't you already suspect? Uncle Qi broke the silence after taking a sip of tea. Fei, please reiterate your account. Your Uncle Qian is one of us. And clarify matters regarding the divine captors. Naturally, Wang Jifei had no objections to Uncle Qi's request. Thus, he meticulously recounted the events following his return to town, including his recent affiliation with the divine captors and his speculations regarding Li Lin's identity. This narrative consumed half an hour, leaving Xiao Hei utterly astonished, his mouth agape as if to fit in a watermelon. Several times, Xiao Hei's curiosity bubbled to the surface, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from his father. The chaotic times have arrived, Qian Jinqin finally uttered, gazing at Uncle Qi. Brother Wang, what are your thoughts? What thoughts could there be? Can we involve ourselves with the Dark Star sect and the Maiden sect, or meddle in court affairs? Uncle Qi retorted, casting a sidelong glance at old Qian. I'm growing old. I had planned to return to my hometown in Qishou after the new year, but it seems I must do so sooner than expected. Alas, in these tumultuous times, lives are as fleeting as grass. Upon hearing Uncle Qi's words, Xiao Hei's father nodded solemnly, and after a moment of quiet reflection, he ceased to speak. At this juncture, Xiao Hei interjected, Father, Uncle Qi, what shall we do about the young lady? We must rescue her. What young lady? The escort agency is no more. There is no young lady left, Qianan replied. In a few days, we shall return to our hometown. This Sherman town, indeed. The entire Qinglong County is on the brink of chaos. But, Father, silence. There is no but. Qian Jinqin rose in anger, seeing the father and son in conflict. Uncle Qi quickly interceded. Old Qian, Xiao Hei, please calm down. Fei has mentioned that the young lady fled into the mountains. While the escort agency may be gone, the debt of gratitude from the chief remains. In a few days, I shall venture into the mountains to search for her. It is the least I can do. The four deliberated further and resolved to take their leave that night, intending to return to the town the following day to retrieve their belongings from the escort agency. That evening, they visited Su Fei to bid farewell. Upon explaining their intentions, Su Fei naturally opposed the idea, fervently insisting they stay. After much insistence from Uncle Qi and Qian Jinqin, Su Fei reluctantly acquiesced. As they exited Su Fei's residence, they encountered a dozen escort members, equally perturbed, who had also come to say their farewells. The four returned to the town and settled into an inn. The next morning, Uncle Qi and Wang Jifei made their way to the gambling house. They found Xiao Su, donned the attire of the constabulary, and equipped with badges, Wang Jifei, under Xiao Su's guidance, met with boss Yang Yuanhua and captains Yin and Shun. Congratulations, Brother Wang. From now on, we shall dine at the same table. The absent Qin Qing, who had been away the previous day, welcomed Wang Jifei before he could respond. Wang Jifei promptly returned the greeting. After some pleasantries, boss Yang cleared his throat, signaling for silence. He then addressed the assembly with gravity. Former deputy head of the Shunchang escort agency, Feng Anlin, as a citizen of our eastern Wu state, succumbed to greed, colluding with mountain bandits to harm Zhang Wuwei and others. On the early morning of the first day of October, he attacked the Shunchang escort agency, resulting in the deaths of over 50 individuals and injuries to more than 20, along with the destruction of property. After delivering this official proclamation, Wang Jifei grasped the underlying meaning. Yang Yuanhua was unequivocal. The court sought to eliminate Feng Anlin and his band of marauders who threatened the peace of Sherman town. In response, the divine captors, local authorities, and military forces were to launch a coordinated action that very night. Given the overwhelming military presence, the court was powerless to confront the Dark Star sect and the Maiden sect. This, too, explained Yang's reluctance to mention the disruption caused by the Dark Star and Maiden sects, as well as Feng Anlin's affiliation with them. Contemplating the situation, Wang Jifei felt compelled to disclose Li Lin's identity. My lord, I have something to report, he stated. Speak, Yang Yuanhua commanded, his gaze fixed on Wang Jifei. I suspect that the escort member Li Lin is a disciple of the Maiden sect, having infiltrated the agency 3 years ago. At his revelation, the atmosphere shifted palpably among the attendees. It was one matter to eliminate Feng Anlin to deter the Dark Star sect. However, to eliminate both Feng Anlin and Li Lin would simultaneously provoke the ire of both sects, which was an entirely different predicament altogether. Chapter 41. Testing the plan had been set, and tonight's operation could not be altered. Given the circumstances, everyone turned to Yang Baihu for guidance. Indeed, a person capable of attaining the position of Baihu was exceptional. After a moment of contemplation, Yang, the boss, spoke. Tonight's action cannot be changed. Regardless of who Li Lin may be, he is undoubtedly a guard of the Shunchang Escort Agency. Everyone, return and prepare. Adhere to the rules. Those who leak information should not blame me. Yang, Wang Jifei, Yan Sunan, and Chen Qing, 2 captains, were asked to stay behind. Observing Yang Yuanhua's decisive demeanor, it was hard to believe that this usually jovial gambling house owner was indeed a formidable character. Once the others departed, Yang reverted to his cheerful self. Ah Fei, you just arrived yesterday, and today you have already accomplished a great feat. However, given the sudden nature of this situation, it will be you who must probe into Li Lin's affairs. Wang Jifei couldn't help but grumble internally, realizing that if he did not conduct the probing, the opportunity would slip away. As commanded, I shall obey. Very well, you shall return to the Shunchang Escort Agency to investigate Feng Anlin. As for Li Lin's movements, act according to the situation. Exercise utmost caution, Yang instructed before departing, leaving Wang Jifei and the 2 captains in the room. Upon hearing he was to return to the Shunchang Escort Agency, Wang Jifei was taken aback. Wasn't this akin to walking into a den of tigers? Understood, he replied reluctantly. After Yang Yuanhua left, Wang Jifei was about to ask a question when Captain Yin interjected. Haha, it seems Yang Baihu holds you in high regard. Ah Fei, you must perform well. Yes. Old Yin, don't steal my thunder. Let me accompany Ah Fei to reap some benefits. Get lost. Did you not see that my disciple is Ah Fei's good brother? Such matters are not for you to meddle in. Wang Jifei was momentarily stunned by their banter. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be probing an extremely dangerous situation? Why did it seem like going to the Shunchang Escort Agency to investigate Feng Anlin was a commendable task? Did Yang Baihu truly have high expectations for him? Ah Fei, think carefully. Is this truly a good opportunity? Captain Chin's laughter broke through Wang Jifei's bewilderment. The court does not wish to sever ties openly. Would the Dark Star sect and the women of Chasing Beauty dare to do so? Perhaps I should accompany you. With Chen Qing's words, Wang Jifei regained his composure. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that the primary forces of the women of Chasing Beauty and the Dark Star sect were within the borders of Dongwu. The well-being of the Dongwu populace was their foundation. Though the court could change, the people remained constant. They could never openly confront the court, lest they tarnish their reputation and lose the support of the masses. Thus, Feng Anlin would surely welcome him warmly and send him off with goodwill. With this realization, Wang Jifei laughed heartily. Brothers, you are ungracious. I was nearly frightened into refusing this outfit just now, haha. Indeed, this Shermin town is a territory of the court. Here, we, the Divine Capture Hall, fear no one. Now, Ah Fei, here is what you should do. At noon, Captain Yin accompanied Wang Jifei and Xiao He, along with 2 others, to the entrance of the Shunchang Escort Agency. They explained their purpose to the doorman. Upon seeing the 2 men in Divine Capture Hall uniforms, the doorman courteously ushered them into the main hall and offered them tea. Before long, Feng Anlin's hearty voice echoed, "What brings Captain Yin to my humble abode?" "You are most welcome." As Feng entered the hall, he paused for a moment upon seeing Wang Jifei clad in official attire, but quickly pretended not to notice. Once both parties, each with their own agendas, took their seats, they engaged in idle chatter. Captain Yin praised Feng Anlin for his loyalty and valor, commending him for upholding the Shunchang Escort Agency during turbulent times. Feng Anlin reciprocated with equal enthusiasm, extolling the Divine Capture Hall as prestige and Captain Yin as astuteness, claiming that under his command, no case was unsolvable, nor was there a bandit they could not apprehend. Uncle Qi and Qian Jinqin chimed in with compliments as well. It was only at last that they subtly broached their true intent. As anticipated, Feng Anlin feigned eagerness to retain them, sending someone to prepare a cart for their belongings. Every gathering must eventually come to an end. If my humble Shunchang Escort Agency cannot accommodate 4 esteemed guests, I, Feng Anlin, would not dare to impede your promising futures. He expressed regret as he escorted them to the agency's entrance. Brother Wang, Brother Qian, our bond is precious. Please accept these gifts as travel expenses from the agency. The 5 bid farewell to a reluctant Feng Anlin and climbed into their carriage without looking back. Xiao He drove the cart towards the inn where Wang and the others resided. As they turned the corner, Captain Yin heartily patted Wang Jifei on the shoulder. "See, I told you Feng Anlin is a shrewd one, exceedingly hospitable. This is what it means to be a chief escort." Ah Fei, Xiao He, take note. Hearing Captain Yan's words, Wang Jifei, deep in thought, and the bewildered Xiaohei nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the inn, the five gathered in Uncle Chi's room. Upon examining the gifts from Feng Anlin, they discovered 2 neat rows of gold bars, totaling 20, each weighing 10 taels. Uncle Chi exchanged a glance with Qian Jinqin, swiftly retrieving 10 gold bars and handing them to Captain Yan. Without hesitation, Captain Yan accepted the gold, patted Wang Jifei's shoulder again, and reminded him, "See you tonight," before taking his leave. At this moment, Xiaohei finally emerged from his astonishment at the glittering gold bars and quickly asked, "Why would Feng Anlin give us so much gold? It doesn't make sense. It's already surprising he didn't detain us. Ah Fei, why are we giving Captain Yan so much gold? A couple of bars would have sufficed, right, Dad?" "Shut up, Xiaohei," Qian Jinqin scolded. Xiaohei pouted and sat down in silence. Meanwhile, Uncle Chi took out 6 gold bars and handed them to Qian Jinqin, saying, "Speak kindly. Don't scold the child at every turn. Here, take these. Your family is large. The cart will be mine." Qian Jinqin glanced at Uncle Chi and accepted the gold without refusal, solemnly putting it away. He then regarded Wang Jifei for a moment, stood up, and patted his shoulder before exiting with Xiaohei. As he closed the door, Qian Jinqin softly advised, "Ah Fei, you've grown. Henceforth, exercise caution in all matters. Be careful tonight. Uncle Qian will treat you to drinks tomorrow." With that, he closed the door. Inside the room, Wang Jifei looked at Uncle Chi, wanting to speak but unsure whether to mention the evening's plans, hesitating momentarily. "Ah Fei, your Uncle Qian is right. Caution is paramount. Return and rest well. We will discuss matters tomorrow," Uncle Chi said, ushering him out of the room. Exiting the room, Wang Jifei forced a smile and shook his head. Public matters are public, and private matters are private. One must distinguish clearly. Uncle Chi and Uncle Qian truly put in a lot of effort. After tidying his belongings in his room, Wang Jifei contemplated making a trip to see Li Lin. He informed Uncle Chi and then stepped out. First, he went to the previous weapon shop to collect his custom crossbow arrows, borrowed a room, and diligently coated them with poison. Equipped with the crossbow and a gray dagger, Wang Jifei donned the divine capture hall attire and confidently made his way to Kai Mingping's courtyard. Upon knocking and entering, he found both Li Lin and Kai Mingping present. Having prepared in advance, Wang Jifei began to observe discreetly as he knocked on the door. Kai Mingpeng paused upon seeing Wang Jifei in official garb, while Li Lin, though surprised, did not appear as taken aback as Kai Mingpeng. Once the three entered the house, Kai Mingping, without taking a seat, immediately inquired, "Ah Fei, why are you wearing the attire of the divine catcher hall?" "Uncle Kai, brotherly, please take a seat and allow me to explain," Wang Jifei said as he procured a chair. "Very well," he continued, gradually unveiling his carefully prepared narrative. He spoke of how, during his time at Jinshan Prefecture, Captain Yin had extended an invitation to him, leading to the revelation that the escort agency had fallen under the control of Feng Anlin from the Dark Star sect. Preferring not to be complicit in their schemes, he decided to join the Divine Catcher Hall. Upon hearing this, Kai Mingping's expression softened slightly. "Indeed, your decision to join the Divine Catcher Hall is commendable. It is certainly a better choice than remaining among us common folk. What of your 7th uncle?" "My 7th uncle had intended to return to his hometown after the new year, but now he must leave ahead of schedule." Wang Jifei cast a probing glance at Li Ling. In a few days, 7th uncle and Uncle Qian planned to venture into the mountains to seek out the young lady. "Brotherly, would you like to join them? Let us discuss it later. I am uncertain of my next destination. Perhaps I shall depart from Sherman Town in a couple of days." Li Ling pondered for a moment. "Uncle Kai, brotherly, have you gleaned any information? Might the Dark Star sect and the Charming Maiden sect have any hidden intentions? I have heard that these two sects have openly allied themselves." As soon as the words left his lips, Kai Mingping cursed vehemently. "Both of these sects are nefarious, employing ruthless tactics without scruples. They have likely already betrayed us." "Humph. Brotherly, do you possess any news?" "Feng Anlin is affiliated with the Dark Star sect. But who is the representative of the Charming Maiden sect in the town? I haven't heard of any female martial artists appearing." Wang Jifei shot a casual glance at Li Ling, feigning nonchalance as he inquired. As anticipated, he noticed Li Ling's gaze flicker momentarily before he resumed his facade of indifference. "I have no information on that matter either. For the past few days, I have been watching the city gates and have yet to spot any unfamiliar female martial artists." Wang Jifei, who had taken everything in, then dropped another bombshell. "Uncle Kai, I nearly forgot to mention. Vice Escort Headley and the others have arrived at a small village outside the southwest town. They are recuperating after the escort agency's rest, preparing to avenge the chief escort. Additionally, that scoundrel Feng Bo has been captured at Baisha Ridge. What did he say? Li Ling immediately rose, his voice sharp with urgency. Perhaps realizing his abruptness, he added, did he reveal any plans that we are unaware of? Brotherly, do not rush. Allow me to finish, Wang Jifei replied, glancing at Li Ling with a composed demeanor. At that time, he was with a woman from the charming maiden sect, surnamed Han. Feng Bo was slain on the spot, while the woman was injured and managed to escape. Chapter 42. The demise of Feng Anlin. Upon hearing of Feng Bo's assassination and Yi Lan's escape, Wang Jifei observed a subtle relaxation in Li Lin's demeanor, followed by a deliberate pronouncement. So, that's the situation. A lamentable outcome. Brotherly, what is regrettable? Wang Jifei promptly inquired. Nothing of consequence. I merely lament the inability to extract further intelligence, Li Lin responded. Indeed, otherwise we could ascertain the identities of those in town affiliated with the two major sects. Wang Jifei added. Enough, Fei. Let us not dwell on the matter of the two major sections. Your seventh uncle must have informed you of it. Kai Mingping interjected with urgency. Your uncle Kai cannot oversee everything, but I shall accompany you into the mountains to seek the young mistress. It is a small recompense for the late Chief Zhang's patronage. Witnessing Kai Mingping's declaration, Wang Jifei understood his position. Uncle Kai. That is what seventh uncle said in the past. However, the circumstances have evolved. Observe my attire. Brotherly, would you concur? Kai Mingping paused, scrutinizing Wang Jifei's attire bearing the insignia of the Divine Constabulary. He then exclaimed, Fei, you are correct. Your present station is markedly different. Your Uncle Kai merely implores you to exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, Uncle Kai, I comprehend the limits. Brotherly, what are your intentions? Would you consider joining the Divine Constabulary alongside me? Your skills are undoubtedly sufficient, Wang Jifei suggested. Before Li Lin could respond, Kai Mingping interjected, Indeed, Li Lin. Joining the Divine Constabulary is an excellent proposition. Li Lin, what are your thoughts? Li Lin, momentarily taken aback by Kai Mingpeng's endorsement, responded, I have not truly contemplated it. Allow me to consider it further. Observing Li Lin's discomposure, Wang Jifei discerned the impossibility of a member of the alluring maiden sect joining the Divine Constabulary. With this understanding, Wang Jifei ceased his probing. Subsequently, after the trio deliberated on the specifics of locating Zhang Wufan, Wang Jifei excused himself from the small courtyard and returned to the gambling den. On the 4th day of the 10th lunar month, at precisely 2 o'clock in the morning, the garrison of Shimin Town, the Divine Constabulary, and the Yamen, totaling over 400 personnel, stormed the Shunchong escort agency to apprehend the bandits concealed within. Perhaps it was the Dark Star sect and the alluring maiden sect's overconfidence, or perhaps Wang Jifei's daytime probing had lulled Feng Anlin into complacency. Or perhaps it was the formidable power of the garrison's standard-issue crossbows. Regardless, the outcome of the battle was predetermined from its commencement. From a distance, Wang Jifei witnessed the terrifying efficacy of massed standard-issue crossbows for the first time. Under the dense barrage of bolts, no one could withstand it. Those affiliated with the Shunchong escort agency below the rank of Marshal Master were riddled with projectiles upon exposure. Under the eerie gleam of the arrowheads, over half of the guards were slain, with the remainder retreating into hiding. Observing the effectiveness of the military crossbows, Lieutenant Li grinned menacingly, channeling his stellar energy and bellowing. You cowardly brigands! Surrender forthwith. This officer shall only punish the ringleaders. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not fault this officer for lacking mercy. I shall count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wang Jifei observed that as the garrison commander, Lieutenant Li counted to 5. He raised a crimson command flag high. 8. Lieutenant Li vigorously brandished the flag, roaring, incendiary assault. Subsequently, he produced another apricot yellow flag, directing his gaze toward Wang Jifei and the 30-odd individuals. These 30-odd individuals comprised elite forces above the first-tier martial apprentice realm. They were divided into groups of 5, each led by a martial master, tasked with eliminating any remaining resistance. Wang Jifei and 3 other first-tier martial apprentices were assigned to the group led by Constable Yin. As the red flag waved, a deluge of fire arrows soared into the air, accompanied by the shattering of countless oil jars. In an instant, the entire escort agency was engulfed in an inferno, from which piercing screams emanated, akin to a scene from purgatory. In the brilliant conflagration, the entire escort agency was as bright as day. From the hellish inferno, individuals emerged coughing, only to be easily dispatched by the garrison troops awaiting them. After approximately 10 minutes, as the fire subsided slightly, Lieutenant Li once more emphatically lowered the crimson flag. Fire arrows and oil jars were launched again, with tongues of flame licking voraciously and explosions unleashing colossal gales. The conflagration intensified, causing several structures to collapse, burying an unknown number of individuals. Li Xinlong, you are excessively oppressive. Feng Anlin's furious roar echoed, followed by coughing. May you meet a gruesome end. Ha ha ha. You audacious bandit chieftain, surrender immediately. How dare you insult this officer? Lieutenant Li glanced at Centurion Yang beside him and slowly raised the apricot yellow flag. Centurion Yang surveyed the flames and declared, the time is nigh. I shall entrust this matter to you, brotherly. I shall lead the men to storm within and eliminate this scoundrel. Very well. I wish you a resounding victory. Lieutenant Li, his face flickering in the firelight, nodded and violently waved the apricot yellow flag, roaring, kill. Witnessing the descent of the apricot yellow flag, Wang Jifei, alongside Constable Yin and the others, donned thick, damp cloths and charged into the inferno from the southeast corner. The 5 individuals formed an inverted triangular formation, cautiously approaching a partially stone, partially wooden structure from which intermittent coughing could be heard. Constable Yin gestured, and an individual on the left swiftly stepped forward to kick open the dilapidated door before retreating rapidly. Wang Jifei, after a 5-meter withdrawal, promptly hurled in an oil jar. With a resounding explosion, the structure finally crumbled. The 5 individuals, observing the meter-high flames, listened for several minutes before departing for the next structure. The escort agency occupied an expansive area of approximately 7 to 8 acres, comprising nearly 100 structures. The 5 individuals meticulously searched each one, gradually converging toward the center. Amidst the sounds of collapsing structures and agonizing screams emanating from all directions, the 5 individuals, now covered in ash, entered a semi-stone, semi-wooden edifice. After listening at the entrance, Wang Jifei and another individual cautiously entered the room, providing mutual cover. Upon ascertaining that the room was empty, Wang Jifei beckoned to those behind, signaling them to follow. The other individual traversed the room and entered the inner chamber. Suddenly, the agonized cry of a comrade reverberated. Wang Jifei immediately leaped inside, only to discover his comrade impaled through the abdomen by a longsword, leaning against a large water vat. Standing within the vat, drenched, was an individual who grinned fiendishly as he withdrew the longsword from the comrade's body. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Jifei swiftly discharged 3 crossbow bolts and charged forward, attempting to rescue his comrade. Witnessing the incoming crossbow bolts, the individual hastily discarded the sword and crouched down, seeking refuge within the vat. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jifei managed to extricate his comrade and retreat from the room. After the 4 individuals regrouped, they promptly encircled the room, capturing the disarmed guard on the spot. Fei, escort Xiao Zhou and this fellow back. Exercise caution en route, Constable Yin instructed after deliberation. Xiao Qi, Xiao Sun, let us proceed at a more deliberate pace, exercising greater vigilance. Subsequently, the 2 groups separated. The guard carried the injured Xiao Zhou in front, while Wang Jifei, wielding a sword in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, cautiously trailed behind, retracing their steps along the already searched route. What is your name? I do not recall having seen you before, Wang Jifei inquired. My name is Feng Lin. I am Chief Feng's nephew. Before the guard could finish his sentence, a flash of sword light revealed a gash on his right arm. Speak the truth. Are you affiliated with the Dark Star sect or the Alluring Maiden sect? I am truly Feng Anlin's nephew. Another flash of sword light added another bloody gash to his right arm. Are you going to speak or not? Feng Bo and Li Lin have already been slain by my hand. They have divulged everything. I will speak, I will speak. Just as the guard was about to speak, a deafening explosion interrupted him. Wang Jifei, return my bower. A piercing shriek erupted in his ears. A wooden plank flew from the adjacent broken wall, revealing an opening through which a charred figure emerged, lunging toward Wang Jifei. Wang Jifei was startled and sidestepped to evade the attack, simultaneously unleashing 3 crossbow bolts, injuring the guard carrying Xiao Zhou. Only then did he have time to observe the charred figure. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual as Feng Anlin. In a moment of unreflective astonishment, Wang Jifei found himself retreating hastily, summoning energy from his dantian as he shouted, Feng Anlin is here. Quickly, someone come. With a mocking laughter, Feng Anlin responded, Ha ha ha, little brat, it's too late. I am about to take your life. As he spoke, a cacophony of cracking bones reverberated through him, and his aura surged dramatically. Suddenly, A colossal bear over 5 meters tall appeared beside Feng Yanlin, its crimson eyes glowing with madness. In a fit of rage, Feng Yanlin expelled a copious amount of dark purple blood and charged forward, bellowing, "Join my son in the afterlife." Wang Jifei, merely at the martial disciple level, found himself utterly unable to evade the onslaught of Feng Yanlin. With a single, bear-like swipe, he was sent flying several meters away. Struck in the chest, Wang Jifei felt his bones shatter as he spat blood thrice, enduring the fiery agony in his chest as he struggled to rise. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a dreadful roar echoed as Feng Yanlin's primordial bear lunged towards him, its massive maw agape. Wang Jifei quickly ducked and rolled to evade the bear's bite. But its massive paw struck him squarely on his back, sending him hurtling away. Coughing, he managed to prop himself against a charred half-wall, his body engulfed in pain, rendering him almost oblivious to his own physical form. Shaking his head vigorously, he gradually regained some clarity, only to see Feng Yanlin, equally bloodied, commanding the bear to advance once more, frantically declaring, "Today, I shall defy fate and risk everything to avenge my son." Ha. As Feng Yanlin unleashed another torrent of blood, he pressed forward with relentless fervor, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Wang Jifei realized that he was likely to meet his end this day. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. "Fei, where are you?" Feng Yanlin, hearing the voice, faltered momentarily before descending into greater madness, hastily instructing the bear to intercept the approaching individual. Then, with a ferocious yell, he lunged toward Wang Jifei, raising his fist. Arm bent, ready to strike down upon Wang Jifei's head. Too late now, die. Wang Jifei, slumped against the wall, felt utterly drained of strength. Faced with the bloodied and grotesque visage of Feng Yanlin, panic surged within him. Would he truly perish here? Would he find himself in the underworld of Earth? Or perhaps inhabit another parallel universe? With the bloodied fist raised high, it descended swiftly. It was over. Wang Jifei's mind blanked, his gaze fixated in a daze upon the ever-approaching fist. In that instant, a piercing shriek, resonant and commanding, echoed within his mind, as if jolted by an electric surge. The agonizing pain abruptly yielded to a surge of lucidity, and an unparalleled force, like a tidal wave, surged from the depths of Wang Jifei's being, coursing swiftly toward his hands. With instinctive reflexes honed by desperation, his hands ascended, clenched, and tore asunder with savage might. "I am a gale falcon." This solitary thought reverberated through Wang Jifei's consciousness before oblivion claimed him. Agony, searing and relentless. Where am I? Have I succumbed to death's embrace? Where are my hands, my body? Do I yet cling to life? Gradually, consciousness seeped back into Wang Jifei's awareness. Yet a veil of bewilderment clouded his senses. Laboriously, he pried open his eyelids, only to be met by an expanse of featureless white. After a time, his senses gradually reasserted their dominion over his being. A sharp intake of breath, racked with pain, light, sound, and the gentle caress of air. And what is this odor? So acrid and pungent? It bears the unmistakable scent of traditional medicine. I am not yet dead, Wang Jifei realized with sudden clarity. Is anyone there? Wang Jifei attempted to vocalize, but a searing dryness, reminiscent of a volcanic inferno, constricted his throat, yielding only a series of guttural croaks. Fei, have you awakened? A voice, tinged with elation, pierced through the fog of his consciousness, accompanied by the jarring sound of a chair toppling over. Then, he felt a gentle pressure upon his right shoulder. It was the voice of Seventh Uncle, a beacon of reassurance in the darkness, summoning his remaining strength. Wang Jifei once more attempted to speak. Finally, Seventh Uncle discerned the sound he had so fervently awaited these past days. Resisting the urge to succumb to his emotions, he spoke softly, Fei, do not exert yourself. Rest now. It is enough that you have awakened. I shall summon the physician. Wang Jifei heard Seventh Uncle's receding footsteps. From beyond the confines of the room, Seventh Uncle's voice resonated once more. Xiaohei, where are you? Come quickly. Fei has awakened. I am going to fetch the physician. Come and watch over him. Seventh Uncle, did you say Brother Fei has awakened? I am coming. The voice of Xiaohei Qianin, brimming with excitement, echoed in response. Moments later, the sound of a door being thrust open and hurried footsteps filled Wang Jifei's ears. Brother Fei, how are you? I have been so worried about you. You have been unconscious for 3 days. Brother Fei, can you hear my voice? Brother Fei. I'm going to inform my father. He has been beside himself with worry. Xiaohei exclaimed as he rushed to the bedside. Enough. There is no need for you to inform me. Brat, your voice is so loud that half the town can hear you. Your seventh uncle instructed you to watch over Afei, yet you arrive only to depart. The voice of Uncle Qian, laced with a hint of joy, resonated in the room. Wang Jifei sensed the presence of two figures beside him, yet his vision remained obscured, fueling his frustration. Suddenly, a cooling sensation enveloped his eyelids, followed by a blinding flash of light. Reflexively, Wang Jifei squeezed his eyes shut, tears welling up in response to the sudden stimulation. Gradually, he opened his eyes once more, beholding the familiar faces of Uncle Qian and Xiaohei, radiating elation. Wang Jifei could not suppress a smile. Sipping the lukewarm water Xiaohei offered, Wang Jifei gradually pieced together the events of the preceding 3 days. The imperial court's operation had proceeded with remarkable success, incurring minimal casualties while successfully suppressing the majority of the mountain bandits, leaving only a handful of survivors to be incarcerated. As for the circumstances surrounding Wang Jifei's slaying of Feng Anlin and subsequent escape, Qian Zhenqin remained largely ignorant. 3 days prior, Captain Yin had escorted the trio from the inn to this secluded courtyard, offering no explanation other than to instruct them to tend to Wang Jifei. During the intervening days, Yin Sunan had visited Wang Jifei twice, but upon finding him perpetually unconscious, she refrained from divulging any information, merely informing the trio that Wang Jifei had slain the gravely wounded Feng Anlin and that they had discovered him in a state of unconsciousness. I killed Feng Anlin. How is that possible? Wang Jifei gazed at Qian Zhenfei in bewilderment, struggling to articulate. I killed him? Observing Wang Jifei's incredulous expression, Qian Zhenqin offered a rueful smile. Indeed, you killed Feng Anlin. Captain Yin has no reason to fabricate such a tale. Afei, you have been granted a second lease on life. But before anything else, your injuries are severe. You must rest and recuperate. Everything else can wait until you have regained your strength. Shortly thereafter, seventh uncle returned, accompanied by the town's esteemed physician. Following a thorough examination, the physician stroked his salt and pepper beard and conferred with seventh uncle before prescribing a remedy and taking his leave. Afei, the physician has stated that your awakening signifies that the head wound is not too serious, and the blood stasis will gradually dissipate. However, your other injuries are also severe. For ribs are fractured, and your internal organs have been displaced and bruised. You will require at least 10 days of bed rest before you can begin to move about slowly. Indeed, Brother Fei, it is truly fortunate that you have survived this ordeal. You cannot imagine how alarming you looked at the time, your face devoid of any color. Wang Jifei lay motionless upon the bed, silently absorbing the trio's words. After a time, the medicine was prepared, and after consuming it, he once again drifted into a fitful slumber. As dusk descended, Wang Jifei gradually stirred, finding Xiaohei seated within the room. Upon noticing his awakening, Xiaohei promptly summoned the others, and shortly thereafter, seventh uncle, accompanied by Captain Yin and several others, entered the room. After examining his condition, the group settled down, and Captain Yin proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Wang Jifei's cry, they had recognized the dire nature of his situation and immediately hastened back, only to be confronted by Feng Anlin's spirit beast, the Black Iron Bear. They had witnessed Feng Anlin raising his fist to strike the incapacitated Wang Jifei, who was pinned against the wall, unable to move. The situation appeared hopeless, just as everyone believed that Wang Jifei was doomed. They had observed a surge of dark light emanating from his hands, and with lightning speed, Wang Jifei had unleashed a tremendous force, tearing Feng Anlin asunder in an instant. By the time they had exhausted the Black Iron Bear's stellar energy and reached Wang Jifei, they had found him collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. Based on the condition of Feng Anlin's corpse, which had been violently torn apart by sharp, avian talons, and considering Wang Jifei's spirit beast was a Gale Falcon, the Divine Catcher's office had tentatively concluded that Wang Jifei, in the throes of a life-or-death struggle, had unleashed a powerful desire to survive, which had greatly stimulated his spirit beast, resulting in the partial manifestation of 2 falcon talons that had slain Feng Anlin. Captain Yin paused to take a sip of water before rising to his feet and addressing the group with a solemn expression. Those present here are all trustworthy individuals, and I implore you to refrain from divulging this information to others. This is the reason I have been reticent to reveal too much. Wang Jifei understood the underlying reason. Only those possessing spirit beasts of exceptional quality or those with extraordinary talent could potentially master the ability of partial manifestation before reaching the peak of the first-order martial apprentice realm. These individuals were invariably of noble birth or possessed exceptional talent. Wang Jifei was clearly neither, leaving only one possibility: that he possessed a rare treasure capable of facilitating the manifestation of spirit beasts, regardless of the truth. Such a revelation would undoubtedly attract countless eccentrics and experts, even grand astrologers, who would seek him out. What would he say then? Would he claim innocence and ignorance? On the 12th day of the 11th month, the monthly auction in Stone Gate Town commenced, while Wang Jifei remained confined to his bed, diligently recuperating. At this time, Wang Jifei's complexion had regained a healthy rosiness, and his speech and appetite had returned to normal. He had been able to leave his bed and move about slowly for the past 2 days, but his body remained weak, requiring gradual recuperation. During his convalescence, Seventh Uncle and Qian Jinshin had scoured the mountains in search of Zhang Wufan for 3 days, but their efforts had proved fruitless, and they had returned empty-handed. Over the past few days, many had visited him, bestowing numerous gifts. Li Lin and Kai Mingpeng had also come, but their stay had been brief. Throughout the process, Wang Jifei had noticed that Li Lin appeared distracted, frequently glancing furtively toward the window. At this moment, Wang Jifei lay alone in bed, Xiaohei having already departed to partake in the festivities of the auction. As thoughts raced through his mind, he couldn't help but reminisce about his arrival in Shimin town just a month ago, where he and the steadfast Xiaohei gradually became acquainted with Zhang Wufan. The 3 of them had made a pact to attend the auction together. Today marked the day of the auction. However, Zhang Wufan's fate remained uncertain. His father had been murdered, the escort agency destroyed, and he himself lay gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. In a mere span of over half a month, so much had transpired. This world was fraught with danger, life was incredibly fragile, and the path of cultivation was undeniably arduous. His gaze, once clouded with confusion, gradually transformed into one of unwavering determination. A thought, akin to a seed sprouting, began to take root in his mind, steadily growing into a towering tree. I must grow stronger. I shall grow stronger. I will safeguard my loved ones and friends, vanquish all adversaries, ascend to the pinnacle and gaze down upon the vast multitude, and explore the endless mysteries of this world. Wang Jifei's eyes sharpened, akin to those of a hawk, suddenly radiating a piercing light. The gray space, this gray space, how had it expanded so much? Once again embodying the essence of an eagle, Wang Jifei beheld a circular expanse with a diameter of approximately 100 meters, looking out into the impenetrable gray fog beyond. Feeling an unsettling strangeness, hadn't this space been merely 10 meters in diameter last time? The gray mist remained unchanged, with violet and blue specks of light, yet devoid of any variation. The entirety of the space consisted solely of these 2 elements, monotonous, desolate, eternal. Wait, hold on a moment. It seemed there was something else. His own windstorm eagle appeared to have undergone some transformation. Its size, shape, and color remained constant, though his innate beast appeared unchanged in an instant. Wang Jifei understood with crystal clarity that it was now entirely different. Like a master sculptor's gentle touch, seemingly unaltered, yet the essence of the entire creation had shifted profoundly. The aura of Wang Jifei's innate beast had experienced a monumental transformation. With a mere flicker of thought, he attempted to command the windstorm eagle to move forward. The familiar cry of the eagle resonated powerfully in his mind, and suddenly, the eagle's talons surged with dark radiance, as if a torrent of energy had erupted, propelling the windstorm eagle a step forward. Witnessing the windstorm eagle's effortless movement filled Wang Jifei with immense joy. It signified a deeper bond with his innate beast, undoubtedly elevating his own strength. With a heart brimming with delight, he observed his innate beast, marveling at its majestic presence, particularly the tangible manifestation of its claws, which were so. As his gaze descended, Wang Jifei found himself utterly astounded. In a state of bewilderment, his consciousness nearly slipped away from the gray space. Chapter 44. The eagle and the snake. Wang Jifei beheld an astonishing sight. The 2 claws of his destined beast firmly grasping a small, dark, muddy loach. How could such a creature exist in his gray space, far removed from the tranquil murmur of a pond? He swiftly calmed his turbulent thoughts, allowing his consciousness to stabilize gradually. His perspective sharpened, revealing that it was not a loach at all, but rather a diminutive black snake, its slender tongue flickering with rapidity. Its body, as thin as chopsticks, adorned with imperceptible scales. A snake, while more melodious than a loach, raised questions about its sudden appearance, particularly how it had found itself in the eagle's grasp. He fervently hoped it was not prey captured by the Gale Eagle. With his life at stake, Wang Jifei meticulously contemplated the various possibilities. Could it have been placed inside him by Feng Yanlin? That seemed implausible. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Was it a creature that emerged from the gray mist? Unlikely, as the atmosphere was devoid of life. Perhaps it was a result of the elixirs he had consumed? Such potent concoctions capable of influencing the soul could hardly be procured for mere handfuls of gold. Could it be a manifestation of his own awakening? There existed a slight chance of extraordinary talents emerging, beings of divine nature who inherently possessed multiple destined beasts. But would such an occurrence truly manifest in his life? As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him. He hastily exited the gray space, inhaling deeply, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling. Moments ago, a bold hypothesis ignited within his mind. Who said he lacked a golden finger? After regaining his composure, Wang Jifei gazed intently at the 3 dark beast soul stones. His fervent gaze nearly igniting the small stones with its intensity. His gray space could aid in absorbing the stellar power from the withered wood snake soul stones. Was it possible that it could also draw his destined beast closer? The beast soul stones were crystallizations of stellar power. Birthed from the manifestation of a destined beast upon its demise, their essences were fundamentally the same. Could this snake be the withered wood snake? Was it within his capability to absorb another's destined beast? If so, the dynamics of his future confrontations would transform dramatically. First, the enemy would call forth, "Come forth, Pikachu." And then he would respond, "Return, Pikachu." The battle would conclude. This was no mere golden finger. This was a golden leg, with exhilaration coursing through him. Wang Jifei almost let out a triumphant roar to the heavens, challenging anyone to contest him. Yet, as fanciful as his daydreams were, reality remained steadfast. With a deep exhale, he placed each of the 3 beast soul stones into his mouth, chest, and abdomen, positions he had meticulously determined during his training for optimal cultivation. As he activated his breath-concealing technique and inner strength, Wang Jifei's consciousness returned to the gray space, effortlessly navigating to his circular domain within the mist. Guided by the gaze of the Gale Eagle, he savored each breath, every flicker, and each surge of warmth, feeling the power intertwining between himself and the Gale Eagle, ultimately dividing into 3 streams, one of which gradually merged into the small black snake. Time passed unnoticed until Wang Jifei, enveloped in his meditative state, felt a jolt of energy. He perceived 3 faint cracking sounds nearby. Peering closely, he noticed the small black snake beneath the eagle's claws had grown significantly. Its 1-foot-long body began to radiate a soft glow, pulsing rhythmically, as though it had taken its first breath. In that fleeting moment, an epiphany struck Wang Jifei. He instinctively reached out to communicate with the small black snake. A burst of black light erupted, causing the snake to writhe, albeit constrained by the eagle's talons. As it twisted, the black light emanating from the snake synchronized with the pale blue luminescence enveloping the Gale Eagle, ultimately aligning perfectly with Wang Jifei's own breathing rhythm. In that instant, his consciousness felt as though it had split into 3, allowing him to navigate freely between the eagle, the snake, and his own essence. Around midday, Wang Jifei emerged from his meditation, invigorated. Listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, he sensed a significant recovery in his previously ailing body, with strength returning anew. With a determined push, he flipped to his feet, throwing a couple of punches and a kick into the air. Remarkably, his strength had regained 60% of its pre-injury state, despite lingering muscle soreness. Releasing a breath of stale air, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the oppressive weight pressing upon his chest. He had regained a measure of self-defense, a grounding sense of security. With a few more days of rest, he felt confident in his complete recovery. Reaching for the 3 cracked beast soul stones, he gazed down to find them resembling shards of broken pottery, devoid of luster. With a gentle squeeze, the stones crumbled into fine sand, slipping through his fingers to mingle with the earth below. Contemplating the fine grains, Wang Jifei began to ponder how to manifest the eagle's claws, concentrating his thoughts on his hands, seeking to connect with the Gale Eagle residing in his mind. He extended and retracted his hands with intent, mimicking the motions of the eagle's predatory grasp, when suddenly he felt a surge of muscle and a tearing sensation. Chapter 45. The True Identity of Li Lin in Pain. Wang Jifei quickly halted, scrutinizing his hands. Apart from slightly swollen veins and a minor swelling of the bones, there appeared to be no significant harm. After a moment of mental preparation, he braced himself against the excruciating pain, his eyes wide open, observing as the veins in his hands gradually swelled, as if all the blood in his body were rushing towards them. The bones in his fingers felt as if they were being fiercely gripped by iron pincers, pushing outward with tremendous force. The extreme agony nearly made him bite through his teeth. Just as he was about to cry out, all pain receded like a tide, and his hands felt as though they had undergone a rejuvenating stretch. To his astonishment, The skin on his hands turned black and wrinkled, and his nails sharpened instantly. With a flash of dark light, his once swollen hands transformed into two enormous eagle claws. Elated at the sight of the claws that had once slain Feng Yanlin, Wang Jifei marveled at their formidable presence. The dark, sinewy flesh glimmered with a metallic sheen, and the gaunt claws were as powerful as steel rods, hanging down low enough to nearly touch his pant legs. Venturing into the courtyard, he tested his claws against stone, wood, brick, and iron, slicing, scratching, and striking with ease. The claws and Wang Jifei were intricately linked, allowing for remarkable dexterity. Within moments, he retracted his claws, aware that the manifestation of his spirit beast was limited in durations. The stronger the spirit of the wielder, the longer the duration. Estimating, Wang Jifei discerned that the eagle claws could enhance his strength by 50%. Such an increase from merely partial manifestation underscored the terrifying potential of a spirit wielder. On September 15th, having nearly fully recovered, Wang Jifei visited Yang Baihu. Yang Baihu was in his study. Subordinate, greetings to Lord Baihu, Wang Jifei announced. Ah, Fei, please wait. I have something splendid for you, Yang Baihu replied, turning to his bookshelf and retrieving a waist token embedded with azure metal. Congratulations, Fei. From today onward, I shall address you as Constable Wang, he declared, presenting the token with both hands. Wang Jifei's heart soared at the sight of the token representing his new rank, his earlier suspicions confirmed. Fei, you have joined my divine constable hall for merely half a month, and you have already risen to the rank of constable. Truly a matter for celebration. Thank you, Lord Baihu, for your guidance. Now, this is rightfully yours. Your contributions in the slaying of Feng Yanlin are unparalleled. For other rewards, you may consult Xiaosu later. Yang Baihu added, handing Wang Jifei a cup of tea. Sit down, and from now on, address me as Uncle Yang. Seeing Yang Baihu adopt a more casual demeanor, Wang Jifei sensed that something significant was forthcoming. Gratefully accepting the tea, he promptly pledged his loyalty, Uncle Yang. I am all ears. Noticing Wang Jifei's perceptiveness, Yang Baihu's complexion brightened as he continued, Fei, you must understand that your achievements would typically warrant merely a constable's waist token, were it not for my arguments alongside Mayor Zhu and captainly with the governor. And given the court's generous rewards for those who vanquish bandits, you would have missed a tremendous opportunity. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Wang Jifei finally grasped the situation's context. The court's martial resources were significantly depleted. What were the solutions? 3 strategies emerged. The first strategy was reward, under generous incentives. Valiant individuals would emerge. For all who achieved merit in actions against hostile forces, rewards would be doubled. Wang Jifei was fortunate enough to benefit, not only receiving a promotion but also the chance to select either a 3rd-grade spirit beast artifact or a 3rd-grade martial arts technique from the mayor. The second strategy was recruitment. Just as a toad expands when threatened, the court too must project strength to intimidate the nation. The court sought to recruit loyal mountain bandits and their subordinates into the regular army. The final strategy was assassination. Similar to how the nation undermined military resources in eastern Wu, the court planned to intensify sabotage efforts in Yu, primarily through the assassination of high-ranking officials, with military disruption as a secondary goal. Gazing at the smiling Yang Baihu, Wang Jifei felt a sense of unease. Moments ago, Yang Baihu had kindly asked if Wang Jifei wished to acquire both a spirit artifact and a technique, hinting that he had a plan. With a slight tremor in his heart, Wang Jifei pondered this familiar smile. The last time had involved a great undertaking to probe Li Lin. He wondered what this new venture entailed. Uncle Yang, what must I do? I desire both. Ah, I knew I was not mistaken in you. You are decisive and astute, Yang Baihu said, rising with a smile. This opportunity was hard one for you. Uncle Yang, tell me what to do, and I shall certainly fulfill it. If I fail, I am at your mercy, Wang Jifei replied, noting Yang Baihu's reluctance to reveal his intentions. Upon hearing Wang Jifei's solemn vow, Yang Baihu's expression grew serious, articulating each word deliberately. Kill Li Lin. Kill Li Lin? But has he not already departed? Wang Jifei questioned. Li Lin has indeed left. But Cheng Yuanling has arrived, Yang Baihu replied coolly, handing Wang Jifei a case file. Cheng Yuanling? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Wang Jifei looked at Yang Baihu with confusion. He took the case file, and as he perused it, his expression grew increasingly animated. Hui, a disciple of the Chanu sect, a warrior skilled in the tiger's subduing fist, was one of the key figures responsible for external affairs of the sect in Nanchang Prefecture. 3 years prior, He assumed the alias Li Lin to infiltrate the Shunchang escort agency, plotting to undermine the agency's martial capabilities. Now known as Qing Yuanling. He has ingratiated himself with the Wu family in Sherman Town. With the case file in hand, Wang Jifei's understanding deepened. This Hui was indeed the Li Shixiang mentioned by Yi Lan and Yi Meyer. His activities were akin to those of a spy or an infiltrator. Such individuals were inherently adversaries of the court, hence Yang Baihu's demand for his head. Having absorbed 3 soul stones of the withered wood serpent, Wang Jifei had reached the mid-stage of a second-tier spirit wielder, while his martial realm had attained the late stage of a first-tier warrior. Manifesting the eagle claws should allow him to contend with Hui. However, eliminating him proved more challenging. The eagle claws, limited by his mental strength, could only be sustained for approximately 20 minutes, insufficient for direct confrontation. As he pondered, Wang Jifei scrutinized the case file again before finally setting it down. After a moment's reflection, he asked, "Uncle Yang, what is Hui's purpose in infiltrating the Wu family? Do we have any intelligence on this? And does the Wu family suspect anything? Our knowledge of Hui has always been scant until you inadvertently mentioned Li Lin that day," Yang Baihu acknowledged, casting an approving glance at Wang Jifei. "As for his motives, we are still uncertain. Based on his tasks and behavioral patterns, we hypothesize 2 possibilities. Firstly, to incite dissent within the Wu family. Secondly, to exploit the Wu family's hotel business for intelligence gathering and to shelter personnel. In regard to whether the Wu family is aware of Cheng Yuanling's true identity, we suspect that some members are in the know. Otherwise, they would not have permitted a newcomer to become Wu Sheng's personal guard." As Yang Baihu elaborated, Wang Jifei realized that the task was far more complex than merely slaying Hui. He had unwittingly fallen into the trap set by this cunning fox. Not only did he have to kill, but he also needed to uncover Hui's objectives and the Wu family's stance. Observing Yang Baihu's cheerful demeanor, Wang Jifei understood that declining the mission was not an option. After deliberation, he declared, "Uncle Yang, I am grateful for your goodwill, which I will remember. I shall set out to eliminate Hui. However, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. I have entanglements with Wu Xing." Listening intently as Wang Jifei recounted the conflict with Zhang Wufan involving Wu Xing, Yang Baihu continued to smile. "Fei, this opportunity is exceptionally rare. I have heard that in a year, there will be a county-wide martial arts competition. Participants must attend the county office for 3 months of training, with grand prizes and the prospect of personal guidance from masters at the grand martial artist level. Well, if you can ascertain the facts and assassinate Hui, I, Uncle Yang, will risk my reputation to beseech Lord Qianhu to recommend you to participate." Seeing the advantages, Wang Jifei feigned modesty for a while before reluctantly agreeing. "Excellent, Uncle Yang. I knew I hadn't misjudged you," Mr. Yang exclaimed with a hearty laugh, lightly striking the table before standing up. "Let's go. I'll bend the rules today. We'll head to our vault right now to select a cultivation technique. As for the soul beast weapon, we'll ask old Zhu for it once you've completed the mission." Wang Jifei expressed his gratitude. Soon, they arrived at a heavily guarded vault. With a resounding clang, the vault doors swung open, and a surge of astral energy washed over them, invigorating Wang Jifei's spirit. Sensing the rich astral energy, he was filled with curiosity about the treasures within. Gazing upon the rows of shelves, neatly arranged with boxes, Wang Jifei felt a pang of frustration. He knew that the valuable items were inside the boxes, visible yet unattainable. Like an itch he couldn't scratch. Urged on by Mr. Yang, Wang Jifei reluctantly entered a small inner compartment. Inside, there was a small bookshelf. The cultivation techniques were on the top shelf, while the lower 2 shelves contained other materials, such as methods for gathering and collecting rare materials from demonic beasts, and techniques for crafting soul beast weapons. Patting the top shelf, Mr. Yang reminded him, "Ah Fei, work hard, and with enough merit, you'll have everything you desire. This is just our Stone Gate town vault. Wait until you see the one in the prefecture. I've been there once, and let me tell you, there were so many things that I wished my parents had given me more eyes. Take your time and choose carefully. Don't pick the highest level one, but the one that suits you best. I'll take a look at other things. Feel free to ask me if you don't understand." With that, he picked up a booklet titled 1,000 Gold Pill Recipes from the second shelf and began to read. Looking at the 20 or so booklets on the top shelf, even the usually composed Wang Jifei felt his heart race, having never seen so many cultivation techniques in his life. What he desired most was a cultivation method for his natal beast, as it was his weakness in cultivation. Unfortunately, anything related to natal beasts was exceptionally rare in this world, and he wondered if there was anything like that here. Having taken possession of the first crimson-bound tome within reach, he perused the cover. Upon discerning the words blazing spear, he promptly set it aside. The subsequent volume detailed a movement technique, purportedly enhancing agility in close-quarters combat. Acceptable, he mused. He continued to examine the third and fourth books, and so on. Regrettably, Wang Jifei was unable to discover any manuals pertaining to the cultivation of his innate beast. After some deliberation, he inquired, "Uncle Yang, are there any treatises on the shelf concerning the cultivation of innate beasts?" Upon hearing Wang Jifei's query, Uncle Yang paused his study of alchemical recipes and reflected for a moment. Cultivation techniques for innate beasts are exceedingly rare. I have only encountered them within the archives of the magistrate's office. However, do not despair. As your martial cultivation advances, your mental fortitude will naturally increase, enabling the manifestation of your innate beast. As he spoke, Uncle Yang approached the bookshelf and retrieved 2 books. One was the control of water technique, which Wang Jifei had previously examined, and the other was a pale gray volume situated on the second shelf. You did not scrutinize the control of water technique closely earlier. It necessitates a certain degree of mental fortitude, and mastering it will, to some extent, augment your mental strength. However, its efficacy is contingent upon your elemental affinity. Uncle Yang then picked up the pale gray book and, pointing to the 4 characters emblazoned on the cover, slowly enunciated. I recommend that you peruse this miscellaneous records of demonic beasts. As the title suggests, it covers a wide array of topics, ranging from the classification and characteristics of demonic beasts to their utilization and cultivation. It also delves into the relationship between demonic beasts and innate beasts, which may offer you some insights. Although I do not possess an innate beast, I am aware that the connection between innate beasts' astral energy and the soul is significant. Subsequently, Boss Yang produced a light cyan booklet. Eagle Claw Technique, a superior 3rd-grade martial art, is eminently suitable for you. Once you have mastered it, even 10 Feng Amlins would be insufficient to withstand your assault. Receiving the light cyan booklet from Boss Yang, Wang Jifei surveyed it with a hint of perplexity. He was only permitted to select one, and he was unsure of which to choose. The control of water technique is not a martial skill per se, but rather a unique art derived from the aquatic abilities of certain demonic beasts. I am uncertain whether I can master it, and even if I do, to what extent will it augment my mental strength? However, if I forego it, my inherent talent will be squandered, and it may take an eternity to manifest the Gale Eagle. Should I adopt a more conservative approach and opt for the Eagle Claw technique? Recalling his innate beast, Wang Jifei was suddenly reminded of the diminutive black serpent that had appeared unexpectedly. Snakes were undoubtedly adept at manipulating water. Selecting the Eagle Claw technique would merely enhance my martial prowess, whereas choosing the control of water technique would both augment my mental strength and enable me to harness the talents of the little black serpent. By a margin of 2 to 1, I shall opt for the control of water technique. Having reached a decision, Wang Jifei was about to speak when Boss Yang interjected with a smile. Well, you can only choose one. Are you feeling conflicted? As he spoke, he placed the miscellaneous records of demonic beasts into Wang Jifei's hands. It is only natural to feel conflicted. I was even more torn in my younger days. I neglected to inform you earlier that, as a constable, you are entitled to enter the 2nd and 3rd floors for half a day each month, or 1.5 hours, to peruse the books. However, you are not permitted to study the martial arts manuals. They are protected by enchantments, and you must remember that you are only allowed to read them, not transcribe them for removal. Furthermore, you must not divulge the contents of the manuals to others. As he spoke, he brought Wang Jifei's badge closer to the thick, pale gray book. After a brief moment, a faint green glow emanated from the surface of the book. Only then did he hand the book to Wang Jifei. Did you see that? By holding your badge near the books on the 2nd and 3rd floors, you should be able to see a green light after a breath's duration. Remember that you can only access one book at a time. As for the martial arts manuals, you will have to rely on my. He gestured to his own badge. So constables receive this perk. Excellent. Tossing his badge in the air, Wang Jifei suddenly realized something. Uncle Yang, since the martial arts manuals here are for our own use, can I submit a technique that is not available here to the hall in exchange for one that I desire? Boss Yang was, of course, amenable to this. Certainly, provided that its provenance is legitimate and will not cause us any trouble. In that case, you can exchange it for a technique of equal or higher grade. Uncle Yang, I have a technique here. What do you think of it? Although its origin is not entirely above board, I believe it poses no problem. Wang Jifei smiled gleefully and slowly uttered 3 words, subduing tiger fist. Subduing tiger fist? How did you come to possess it? Is that not a technique of the enchantress sect? Did you already dispose of Do Guanghui? Not quite. It happened like this. Wang Jifei then recounted the events in Qingstone village and how he had obtained the subduing tiger fist. After listening attentively, Boss Yang stroked his chin and paced around the bookshelf twice. He then turned abruptly and said to Wang Jifei, "Ah Fei, I recall you mentioning those two women, Yilan, in the past, but I did not pay much attention to it. Now that I reflect, they must have been plotting this for a long time. For now, take the control of water technique and the eagle claw technique back with you. I will record the additional merit on your behalf. Tonight, transcribe the subduing tiger fist and bring it to me. I will discuss it with Captain Yin, and the two of you can return to the village together. There are bound to be others lurking there, and you may uncover some unexpected gains." "Very well. Thank you, Uncle Yang." Overjoyed that he could take both techniques, Wang Jifei expressed his gratitude. Chapter 47. Returning to Qingshi village, Uncle Yang nodded, turning to retrieve 2 volumes of martial arts techniques from a chest. He produced his waist token, dispelled its restrictions, and handed it to Wang Jifei, stating solemnly, "You understand the rules. Memorize these and destroy them immediately afterward. They must never be shared." After speaking, Boss Yang gestured toward the miscellaneous discussions on demonic beasts and picked up the 1,000 gold dan recipe to read. With time still on their side, he invited Wang Jifei to accompany him in his reading. Upon perceiving Boss Yang's insinuation, Wang Jifei felt a surge of joy. The way Uncle Yang phrased his invitation was simply delightful. After a considerable duration, Uncle Yang led Wang Jifei out of the storeroom. As the heavy black doors slowly closed, Wang Jifei was filled with reluctance. "Let us depart. Once you become a head constable, this place will no longer hold your interest." After lunch, Wang Jifei returned to his modest courtyard. He diligently transcribed the Fuhu fist he had acquired from Su Lihu, followed by meticulously writing down the content he had memorized earlier that morning. As he wrote, he contemplated whether it might be prudent to reorganize all his possessions. Although he had accumulated a fair amount of items, carrying them proved cumbersome. In this world, treasures akin to spatial rings existed. But he had only heard rumors that the royal family of Dongwu possessed one. Beyond that, he had no further information. Approximately 2 hours later, Wang Jifei surveyed his work with satisfaction, noting the substantial thickness of his miscellaneous discussions on demonic beasts, which comprised over a dozen pages. It was worth noting that the original text in the storeroom was several hundred pages thick, but his version was entirely composed of his own words, with smaller script and no illustrations. Thus, 10 or so pages equated to 50 or 60 pages of the original. Moreover, this was a labor of companionship. As evening approached, Uncle Qi returned home. Wang Jifei informed him about Li Lin and their impending return to Qingshi village. After dinner, he rode his Qingzhou horse to visit Boss Yang. After sitting in the parlor for a brief moment, Boss Yang and Head Constable Yin entered side by side. Following a short conversation, once Head Constable Chen arrived, Yang Baohu cleared his throat and began, "Now that everyone is present, let us be concise. Shortly, Old Yin and a Fei will set out overnight. Here in town, Old Chen and I will keep an eye on Li Lin and the Wu family. Old Yin, take a carrier pigeon to Qingshi village. We shall communicate every 2 days. In case of any developments, you two must act accordingly. Some factions and families are utterly unreasonable, and both the Duke and the Lord have already spoken." "Old Yang, what did the Duke say?" Upon hearing this, Head Constable Chen perked up, eagerly inquiring. What else could he say? The Duke is a formidable martial artist. He cannot afford to be overly lenient, he replied, darkening his expression as he made a decisive slashing gesture with his right hand. The other 3 men brightened at this resolute action, rising to their feet. At last, the court was poised to take action. After a brief discussion, Head Constable Yin departed with Wang Jifei from Sherman town. They rushed eastward for over 10 miles before stopping to orient themselves, gradually making their way to Qingshi village. "Uncle Yin, is Lord Yang so certain? I know everyone in this village. Apart from the Yi sisters, the rest have resided here for 7 or 8 years. 7 or 8 years is not short. However, you must understand that the 2 nations have been at odds for over a century." "Uncle Yin, are you suggesting that someone has been hiding in this village for over a decade? That seems unnecessary. Qingshi village certainly has no such necessity, but what about other places? A Fei, one must not think too simply. This is especially true in the world of martial arts." "I understand, Uncle Yin. How do you think these individuals conceal themselves in the village?" "I'm not entirely sure. A Fei, when you return, investigate 2 types of people, those who have recently arrived and those whose behavior has notably changed. They're the most likely candidates." "Understood. I will inquire with a few acquaintances. Let us hurry. After another hour's journey, we will reach a cave to rest for the night. After resting in the cave for the night, the two men hastened their pace at dawn and finally arrived at Qingshi village by dinner time. They were warmly welcomed at the home of Yin Chang. Uncle Yin, this is Manager Su, a fur trader from the town. He has come to the village to collect pelts, and I intend to stay with him in my former courtyard for a few days. Is that agreeable? What's not agreeable? Stay as long as you wish. Come, let us drink. We shall celebrate heartily today. Fij, come drink. You've been in town for over a month now. Tell me, how is it there? Indeed, Xiao Fei, come eat. This sweet and sour pork rib dish was prepared by Andy. You must eat quickly, lest that rascal A Chong devours it all. Let us talk after we've feasted well. Returning to the familiar embrace of Qingshi village, Wang Jifei felt elated by the warm hospitality of the Yin family, wholeheartedly joining in the revelry. Amidst the clinking of cups, head constable Yin gradually integrated into the gathering. After a few drinks, he and Uncle Yin became his brothers. Seizing the opportunity to toast, Wang Jifei inquired about the changes in the village over the past month. After dinner, Wang Jifei and Yin Chang arranged for head constable Yin to stay in his former room before returning to Yin Chang's home, where they would share a bed and enjoy a heartfelt conversation. Chapter 48. Siblings rubbing his throbbing temples, Wang Jifei opened his eyes. He gently removed his right leg, which had been resting on Yin Chang's waist, and rose from bed. Pushing open the door, he inhaled the crisp, refreshing air unique to the mountains and strolled outside. The village was already bustling with activity, and the early risers greeted Wang Jifei warmly. Ah Fei, have you found a wife in town? Ah Fei, how long will you be back? Where is your seventh uncle? Ah Fei, how much are your friends' furs going for? Don't cheat your own people. Ah Fei, come have a bowl of wontons. My daughter Xiao makes the best. This was her early morning gift to you. The villagers were exceedingly warm-hearted, and Wang Jifei had to awkwardly decline the advances of a rather hefty young woman, managing to escape and continue his leisurely stroll through the village. Having lived in Qingshi village for many years, he was intimately familiar with every stone and tree. After roughly 15 minutes, he had meandered through the entire village, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Gradually making his way back to Yin Chang's home, he noticed that Captain Yin had already been summoned by Yin Chang and was having breakfast. Wang Jifei approached and grabbed a steamed bun to nibble on. De Chang, what are you and Uncle up to today? Can I lend a hand? Today, Su Guanshi and I plan to roam the village and assess the quality and quantity of the villagers' furs. Fei Ge, do you have plans today? How about joining me for a hike in the mountains? It's been ages since we hunted together, and we could catch some fresh black grouse for Su Guanshi to taste. You know, the meat of the black grouse is most tender and succulent at this time. Upon hearing this, Captain Yin handed a bun to Wang Jifei and said, Ah Fei, go have fun with your friends. Today, your Uncle Yin is taking me to visit some well-known hunters. He says they have some good treasures hidden away. All right, let us catch some fresh game for Su Guanshi to sample. I haven't ventured into the mountains for a while. I miss it. After finishing breakfast, the two armed themselves with bows and arrows and ventured into the mountains. Late November in Jiangnan was not particularly cold, and the sun-basking black grouse were quite oblivious, allowing them to catch 6 within just 2 hours. Carrying the black grouse, the two chatted as they returned to the village. Nothing significant had occurred. The village had only a few hundred residents, all familiar faces. Yin Chang casually responded to Wang Jifei's inquiries. De Chang, did anything interesting happen while I was away? Think carefully, as I need to have something to tell my seventh uncle when he asks. I can't return with nothing to say. Speaking of interesting things, there is indeed something. Fei Ge, do you remember Duan Daniel? That lad is preparing to marry. The girl is quite lovely, but her brother is even more handsome. Recently, the village girls have been flocking to Daniel's house to catch a glimpse of their handsome uncle. Lately, people have been urging Daniel to hasten his wedding. So, Daniel's brother is quite the catch, captivating the entire village, is he? Indeed, he is fair-skinned and delicate, almost like a woman. When is Daniel getting married? Soon. On the 6th of next month. Where are they from? I've never heard of them before. I heard their family suffered a disaster and fled, ending up in our village. Just the 2 siblings? Are there others? Just those 2. They arrived with merchants passing through and decided to settle here. They both know how to hunt, so they plan to make a home in the village. Are they residing in the village now? Where? Yes. They've set up a small house in the old village chief South Bamboo Grove. A few days ago, they went to town to search for fellow villagers and are expected back soon. I see. When they return, I'm curious to see how dashing this brother is. Wang Jifei mused. gazing thoughtfully in the direction of the old village chief's south bamboo grove. Upon returning to Inchang's home, Captain Yin and Uncle Yin were already sorting furs in the yard. Taking the opportunity to assist, Wang Jifei shared what he had learned about the siblings. Captain Yin, feeling somewhat skeptical, decided to relay this information back to Boss Yang. Watching the homing pigeon fly toward Shermin town until it faded into a mere speck in the sky, he said, Uncle Yin, these two might be suspicious. Their arrival is too coincidental. Indeed, we shall wait for Boss Yang's response. Tonight, we'll investigate further. All right, Uncle Yin. Did you have any fruitful catches today? Yes, we have quite a haul. Many are eager to sell. It seems word of impending conflict has reached the village, and everyone is anxious. Indeed, the timing of their arrival here is troubling. Wang Jifei and Captain Yin exchanged knowing glances. Fei, considering the timing. The siblings returned to town just around the time we dealt with Feng Yanlin and when Hui assumed the alias Cheng Yuanling. As they spoke, the two strolled slowly toward Inchang's home, drawn in by the enticing aroma of black grouse soup. Where Wang Jifei and Captain Yin gleaned yet another piece of information, the siblings appeared to possess considerable skills, having ventured to town independently. Chapter 49. Peril in the bamboo grove. As the night breeze caressed the surroundings, two shadowy figures silently emerged from Wang Jifei's old residence, swiftly making their way into the bamboo grove adjacent to the home of the village elder. Perched atop a tall tree within the grove, Wang Jifei and the head constable Yin meticulously scrutinized the two houses situated in the clearing below. These structures had been constructed on the site of the elder's former abode, specifically the old living room and Yimei's bedroom. Gazing into the pitch-black interiors of the houses, the two exchanged a knowing glance before gracefully descending from the tree and approaching the entrance. Inside the hall, they found a rudimentary earthen stove, a table, and a few wooden stools. Upon entering an inner chamber, Wang Jifei discovered that the room had been partitioned into two small spaces, one for men and the other for women. After a thorough search lasting about 10 minutes, they returned to the hall, having uncovered no valuable clues. Uncle Yin, what should we do? There isn't a single lead, Wang Jifei lamented. It's not surprising to find no clues. They've been in town for several days, Yin replied, casting his eyes over the hall. Fei, don't you find something peculiar about this dining area? I can't quite put my finger on it. Take a look. Prompted by Yan's words, Wang Jifei focused intently, observing that the room appeared hastily constructed, with walls built upon the old foundation. The stove was merely a few large stones piled with some earth, rudimentary at best. As he surveyed the space, a sense of oddity washed over him. It felt as though something was amiss in the kitchen. Just as he pondered the matter, Yin extinguished his torch and whispered, Fei, be cautious. Look at the water in the jar. It's clean, and the rice in the bin hasn't been taken. These spices are just left out. Does this seem like the preparation of someone departing for a long journey? At that moment, realization struck Wang Jifei. Aside from the absence of vegetables, the kitchen bore the hallmarks of daily use. The two hurriedly left the house and returned to their perch in the tree. Gazing at the solitary houses standing amidst the grove, Wang Jifei's attention shifted to the nearby ruins, which had once been the village elder's woodshed and the entrance to the cellar. A thought began to form in his mind. Uncle Yin, there's a cellar over there. It's where Yi Lan and the others imprisoned the old village elder. If you know about it, are you suggesting that Yi Lan and her companions have returned? What about the siblings? I cannot say about Yi Mei, but Yi Lan's ability to disguise herself is remarkable. She managed to impersonate the elder for months without detection. You mean to say that these siblings are, in fact, the Yi sisters? That seems a distinct possibility. Let us investigate the cellar. Once again in the clearing, Wang Jifei skillfully located the ventilation of the cellar, extending his hand to sense a faint airflow. He nodded at Yin, who surveyed the surroundings and gestured for Wang Jifei to descend, then stealthily concealed himself among the nearby bamboo, keeping watch. Arriving at the approximate location of the cellar's entrance, Wang Jifei carefully felt around until he discovered the spot. He cleared away the covering branches and underbrush, revealing a charred wooden plank that was once part of the cellar. Gently lifting the plank, he cautiously squeezed through the opening. Inside, he found no one. Wang Jifei ignited his torch. The small cellar was impeccably tidy, with a modest table cluttered with several books, and at its center lay an open map. The floor was adorned with a simple bedding, and nearby was a chest containing garments for young men and women, along with various jars. Noticing a faint scent of rouge in the air, Wang Jifei lifted the bedding and discovered several long strands of hair upon the pillow. Indeed, he felt increasingly confident that these siblings were the disguised Yi sisters. Returning to the table in the outer chamber, he examined the map, which he recognized from Yilan's quarters. The map was marked with numerous points and lines. Denser near the town of Shermin. After studying it for a moment, Wang Jifei began to peruse the books, which contained rosters and accounts. A cursory glance revealed numerous references to the Wu family inn. Subsequently, Wang Jifei retrieved paper and pen, sketching rough outlines based on the map. While engrossed in his work, he suddenly heard Yin emit a series of urgent owl-like calls. Alarmed, he realized that they had returned. Instinctively, he extinguished the torch, drew his sword, and prepared to rush outside. After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned back, quickly rolling up the books and map and concealing them in his cloak. He dashed into the inner chamber, grasped a blanket, and ignited it. With the flaming blanket in hand, Wang Jifei positioned himself at the entrance of the cellar. Witnessing two diminutive figures hurriedly enter, he hurled the blanket at the two women, and as they evaded the flames, he charged up the steps leading to the exit, swiftly pivoting to unleash a trio of arrows. Regardless of the outcome, Wang Jifei slipped out of the cellar, forcefully kicking the wooden plank to seal the entrance behind him. Chapter 50. The slaying of Yilan. Wang Jifei understood that the wooden board could not possibly hinder the two women. After throwing several thick logs towards the cave entrance, he swiftly moved beside Captain Yin. Just as the two were on high alert, a piercing scream echoed from the cellar. "This arrowhead is poisoned. I will fight to the end." In an instant, a black flash erupted as a centipede, over 7 meters long, crashed through the wooden barrier, emerging with its sickle-like mandibles snapping rhythmically. Behind the creature, Yilan emerged from the cave, cradling an exceptionally handsome young man. "Wang Jifei, it's you again. Thwarting my plans." Yilan, upon recognizing Wang Jifei and a middle-aged man, erupted in fury, her eyes glaring as she scolded loudly. Captain Yin, observing the centipede and the black crossbow bolt lodged in the young man's chest, remarked, "Ah Fei, it seems you've severely injured one. Is this woman his sister or his younger sibling? I never expected her to be a beastmaster." After examining her face and figure, Wang Jifei responded, "This should be Yilan, at least a first-rate martial artist. However, she previously did not possess a beast companion. Uncle Yin, we must be cautious. That little girl has already reached the warrior realm. You two should perish for daring to harm my junior sister." Yilan cackled madly upon hearing Wang Jifei's words. "CHWI, attack. Kill them." At her command, the crimson-tailed centipede lunged swiftly at Wang Jifei and Captain Yin. The creature coiled around the two, its agility proving formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Yilan retreated into the bamboo forest with the young man in her arms. The centipede's shell was incredibly tough, resembling a suit of armor. Wang Jifei's steel blade merely left shallow indentations, while his weapon suffered several dents from the creature's sharp mandibles. Fortunately, the centipede fought purely on instinct, allowing the two to gradually regain their composure. "Ah Fei, target its legs." After a while, Captain Yin discerned the strategy and urged. Heeding the advice, Wang Jifei deftly struck, severing a leg as thick as a chopstick at the joint. A yellow-green liquid sprayed forth from the severed limb, bubbling ominously on the ground, indicating its corrosive nature. Wang Jifei waved his sleeve, dispersing the unpleasant odor, and continued to coordinate attacks with Captain Yin, occasionally lopping off more centipede legs. After approximately an hour of skirmishing, they had managed to sever over 10 legs, and the crimson-tailed centipede's movements began to slow. Seeing its agility compromised, Wang Jifei felt a surge of hope. "Uncle Yin, let us accelerate." By now, Yilan must have dealt with the young man. "Indeed, let us hasten. We must slay this beast," Captain Yin urged, intensifying his attacks and breaking another leg. Suddenly, Yilan's figure darted out, charging towards Wang Jifei. Taken by surprise, he felt a slice across his left waist, barely stabilizing himself with Captain Yin's assistance. "I've been here all along, watching you chop away at its legs without bothering to interrupt." Yilan laughed heartily after rejoining the centipede. "How does it feel? Are your legs a bit weak now?" Upon hearing her taunts, both Captain Yin and Wang Jifei sensed impending doom. Focusing intently, they realized their limbs felt heavy, their minds clouded. "We've been poisoned." They exchanged resigned glances, anxiety evident in their eyes. "How does the taste of centipede legs fare? Pleasant, I presume?" Yilan smirked, driving the crimson-tailed centipede closer, launching sporadic attacks. As Wang Jifei and Captain Yin struggled against the creature, their consciousness began to blur. Realizing that prolonging the fight would only worsen their situation, they prepared to make a final stand. In a swift motion, Wang Jifei summoned a surge of dark energy, two massive, glistening eagle claws emerging. slicing towards the centipede's head with a sharp whoosh. The claws tore through the centipede's hardened exterior, ripping away a sizable chunk of flesh. Yilan, taken aback by the severity of the blow to her beast, hastily drew her sword to join the fray. "Ah Fei, now's our chance," Captain Yin shouted with determination. He quickly produced a short flute and blew into it forcefully. An invisible wave erupted from the flute, enveloping the entire bamboo growth. Understanding Captain Yan's intent, Wang Jifei bit his tongue to regain focus and pivoted to attack Yilan. The mental interference from the flute left Yilan momentarily dazed. An opportunity not to be squandered. Seizing the moment, Wang Jifei turned sharply, driving his claws deep into her abdomen, followed swiftly by Captain Yan's blade severing her head. Chapter 51. The Black Snake's Antidote. As Yulan's head soared into the air, her blood-stained hair danced chaotically. Wang Jifei was momentarily stunned. Yet reality offered no time for reflection, for a massive centipede loomed nearby, waiting for them. Observing the somewhat dazed red-tailed centipede, both men felt a wave of despair. This creature was not only armored but also venomous. With both of them already poisoned, they lacked the strength to slay it. "Fall back, you handle Yilan's body," commanded the decisive Uncle Yin. With that, he rushed forward, seeking to lure the red-tailed centipede away from the village. Fortunately, the old village chief's house was at the village's edge, and without its master to command it, the centipede was easily let out. As Wang Jifei watched Uncle Yin guide the centipede into the woods, he suppressed the poison within him with star power and quickly cleared the signs of their battle from the ground. Grasping Yilan's severed head in one hand and shouldering her lifeless body, he followed suit. Upon entering the forest, Wang Jifei swiftly sorted through Yilan's belongings, bundling them into a package. He then hoisted her body onto a tall tree, leaving it for the wild beasts to dispose of later. Following the trail of Uncle Yin and the centipede, they pursued for 2 to 3 miles until they reached a small stream where Wang Jifei reunited with Uncle Yin. "Ah Fei, this centipede seems peculiar. Look." Uncle Yin, his face darkening, pointed towards the red-tailed centipede. Following his gesture, Wang Jifei beheld the centipede curled into a ball, resembling a colossal stone sphere atop a pile of rocks. Its countless tiny legs flailed incessantly, striking the stones and producing a rhythmic tapping sound. "Uncle Yin, what is wrong with the centipede? It appears to be frightened," Wang Jifei remarked. "I have no idea. I was leading it, and suddenly it fell silent. When I turned back, it was coiled up, motionless." "Quite strange, indeed," Uncle Yin replied. "What shall we do now?" Wang Jifei echoed his curiosity. "Ah Fei, I was just pondering a question. Do you not find it odd how weak both Yilan and this centipede seem?" Reflecting on Uncle Yan's words, Wang Jifei realized the truth in his observation. A warrior capable of manifesting a complete life beast would undoubtedly be formidable. Capable of slaying an ordinary warrior and a first-tier life apprentice within 10 minutes. Why was Yilan so feeble? Initially, she could have overwhelmed them both effortlessly. Why was that? Gazing at the giant ball of the life beast before him, Wang Jifei suddenly recalled a secret technique mentioned in the pamphlet. Yes, it must be that. Yilan's life beast was stimulated by a secret method, rendering it distinct from the others. With its master deceased, this life beast would naturally be affected. Wang Jifei shared his hypothesis with Uncle Yin, who pondered for a moment. "Ah Fei, your conjecture holds merit. Let us test it." With that, Uncle Yin picked up a stone the size of a human head and hurled it at the red-tailed centipede. The stone struck its back with a resounding crack, causing the centipede to hiss in pain and curl even tighter. "Haha, this creature is a coward." Uncle Yin chuckled at the sight of the centipede's fear. "Ah Fei, it is encased in a hard shell. It won't die easily. Let us first detoxify, and then we shall take turns. You go first at this juncture." Uncle Yan's words abruptly halted, his face displaying astonishment as he pointed to Wang Jifei's face. Startled by Uncle Yan's strange gesture, Wang Jifei hastily touched his own face. "What is wrong? Is there something on my face, Uncle Yin?" "Ah Fei, try to assess how you feel now. Do you still sense any poison within you?" "Not really," Wang Jifei replied in confusion. "Yet, I was poisoned. Why do I feel nothing now?" He promptly checked himself, noting his steady breathing and strong heartbeat. The previous dizziness and weakness had nearly vanished. Looking at Uncle Yin, his complexion appeared darker and seemingly more so than before. "Uncle Yin, I feel fine. Just a bit fatigued, but it doesn't hinder me. Did you take any medicine? How has your complexion returned to normal?" "I took no medicine. I have no idea how I became normal. I was quite dizzy in the bamboo forest. I encountered this situation while pursuing, and I did not pay attention to my condition," he explained, gesturing toward the centipede curled atop the stone pile. Uncle Yin regarded Wang Jifei with suspicion, sensing his sincerity. Let us set that aside. Your recovery is fortunate. You shall assist me in guarding. Uncle Yin then consumed several pills and found a flat stone, sitting cross-legged upon it. Wang Jifei did the same beside him, keeping his gaze fixed on the centipede while channeling his energy to restore his star power. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and Uncle Yin's complexion gradually brightened, his breathing becoming labored. With each breath, a faint gray-green mist began to escape his nostrils, releasing a foul odor that spread through the air. Wang Jifei caught a whiff of the stench and turned to leave for a more distant spot to meditate. Just as he was about to cease his energy cultivation, he noticed the gray mist had drifted into his vicinity, causing him to inhale some. Startled, he scrambled away to find a position upwind. Regaining his composure, Wang Jifei examined himself and found no signs of poisoning. Rather, he felt better than before. Could it be that he was immune to toxins now? Conducting a thorough check once more, he found no abnormalities. Casting a glance at the still-coiled centipede, Wang Jifei resolved to explore the gray space, which had previously brought him surprises. Perhaps this time it would yield further benefits. Calming his breath, he activated his star power and navigated to the familiar gray space within his mind. Soon, he discovered the answer. The small black snake, nestled between the talons of the swift-winged eagle, shimmered with a dark glow, its tiny forked tongue flickering as if he could hear its hissing. Wang Jifei distinctly felt that with each flicker of the snake's tongue, the small black serpent was devouring the toxins within him. This small black snake was a withered-wood snake, named for its potent venom, the severity of which was evident. To his astonishment, after transforming into Wang Jifei's life beast, it was now capable of detoxifying him. Furthermore, he sensed the snake's joy, as if consuming toxins could enhance its strength. Elated by this revelation, Wang Jifei understood that while the snake's detoxifying ability might not directly augment his power, it would prove invaluable. Ordinary toxins would no longer pose a threat to him. With this newfound understanding, Wang Jifei dared not delay. He swiftly exited the gray space, rising to resume his training amidst the gray-green mist. Observing his remarkable state of cultivation, akin to inhaling poison, Wang Jifei felt a mix of joy and resignation. After all, who would willingly train in a toxic environment? Gazing at the still-coiled giant centipede, Wang Jifei mused, if I am now immune to toxins, it shall be a far simpler task. Once Uncle Yin has detoxified, your demise shall follow. Noticing Uncle Yan's complexion gradually returning to normal, Wang Jifei knew his recovery was imminent. Indeed, shortly after, Uncle Yin opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of foul air before leaping to his feet. Ah Fei, how are things? Let us slay this beast together. Uncle Yin, wait a moment. I am not particularly afraid of its poison. Let me take the lead. With that, Wang Jifei summoned forth his black giant claws. Very well, the floor is yours. Uncle Yin produced a short flute and began to play once more. Prepared, Wang Jifei shook his head, observing the red-tailed centipede under the influence of the flute's melody, slackening and swaying its head in a daze. In an instant, Wang Jifei surged forward, his massive eagle claw crashing down upon the centipede's back with the force of a meteor, sending dust flying into the air. A piercing scream erupted from the dust, emanating from the red-tailed centipede, which writhed in agony upon the ground, its yellow-green ichor splattering amidst the stones, momentarily forcing back two individuals. As Wang Jifei retreated, he noticed a gaping wound the size of a bucket on one segment of the centipede's tail, its hardened exoskeleton completely shattered. Observing the creature's tail dragging limply on the ground, resembling a worn-out rubber hose, he realized its fate was sealed. With his eagle claw still materialized, Wang Jifei raised his left claw before him as a shield, while his right hand relentlessly targeted the centipede's head. The creature's formidable mandibles were no match for his dark talons. With its last vestige of hope extinguished, the centipede's demise was inevitable. The two men advanced in tandem, slowly encircling the red-tailed centipede. Minutes later, the creature had lost over 20 of its long legs, rendering it nearly immobile. As Wang Jifei's ebony claws sliced through the mandibles with a sharp gust, the centipede could no longer endure. It thrashed its massive head wildly, spewing toxic ichor in all directions. Witnessing the centipede collapse amidst a deluge of yellow-green fluid, it disintegrated slowly, akin to shattered glass, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Once the noxious fumes dissipated, Wang Jifei searched meticulously among the stones, discovering only a small, pale red beast soulstone, no larger than a mung bean. Reflecting on the modest size of the stone in his hand, he could not help but compare it to the prowess of his companions. Feng Yanlin, also a warrior, could yield 7 sizable beast soul stones from his innate beast, while Yulan's companion produced but a single stone, scarcely larger than a mung bean. It appeared that Yulan's secret techniques were not particularly impressive. After a brief moment of respite, Yin Budu inquired, "Fei, how are you faring? Let us not forget about you, Meyer." "I am well, Yin Shu. Let us proceed." Upon reaching the bamboo grove by the village chief's residence, they encountered a pool of blood and a dislodged arrowhead, yet Yi Meyer had vanished without a trace. Following the trail of footprints and scattered blood, they pursued until they arrived at a brook outside the village. As the last of the blood mingled with the water, it marked the end of Yi Meyer's trail. It seemed she had fled into the vast, boundless mountains. Searching for her in the night would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 52. Peach Blossom Ravine. Let us discuss this later. Boss Yang's carrier pigeon should arrive in the morning. When the two returned to the small courtyard, dawn had already broken. Despite a sleepless night, neither felt the slightest inclination to rest. They lit a lamp and began examining the maps and letters they had retrieved from the cellar. Wang Jifei picked up an already open letter and began to read. It was a correspondence from Hui, written to the Yu sisters at the end of November. As Wang Jifei read on, he noted the words, "Upon receiving this letter, it feels as though we are face to face. It has been over a month since we last met, and I miss you dearly. I have heard that Lan Mei's secret technique has manifested powerfully, allowing her to obtain the divine beast, the red-tailed, thousand-legged centipede. I am truly delighted. The destruction of the Eastern Wu military's armaments has been remarkably successful. You and your sister have greatly contributed to this. Our sect will soon send Wu Zishu here at this point." Wang Jifei pondered. Indeed, Sister Yilan was acting as a liaison in Qishir village. Wu Zishu, mentioned previously, was someone who had awakened her divine beast, indicating her considerable status and unknown capabilities. Her arrival likely heralded significant undertakings ahead. The subsequent content astounded Wang Jifei, who he claimed that the breath-concealing technique might be part of the Qing Yuan formula, urging them not to abandon their search. What could this mean? It turned out that Hui's elder had heard of a technique strikingly similar to Shi Yuan's breath-concealing method, known as the Qing Yuan formula of the Tianyin sect. Coupled with the village's rumors, we believe that the token must indeed exist. It seemed that upon returning to town, a thorough inspection of the Kaishan clay sculpture was in order. The old village head had likely not deceived him before his death. As for why he and T directly informed him of the technique's whereabouts, it must be considered a test. Wang Jifei could only rationalize it this way. It was a classic case of not recognizing the treasure before him. That clay sculpture, left to languish in his room, was now at risk of mold due to his negligence. The thought of possessing such a treasure while wasting time weighed heavily on Wang Jifei's spirit. Turning to the last page, he continued reading, uncovering 2 pieces of information. The first was an appointment for them to meet in town on December 20th. The second mentioned unusual occurrences near Peach Blossom Ravine, instructing them to investigate. Wang Jifei recognized Peach Blossom Ravine, located 50 miles northwest of Qishir village. Consider the periphery of the Ziyaqinglong mountain range. Nestled at the foot of a mountain called Haihushan, a waterfall cascaded down from a fissured cliff, dropping from a height of over 100 meters. The ravine derived its name from the peach trees flourishing within, and local hunters would visit in spring and summer to collect peach blossom honey made by bees feasting on the flowers. Setting down the letter, Wang Jifei picked up the map. Following the indicated direction, he quickly located Haihushan on the map's northwest side of Qishir village, marked by a small red circle. It appeared that this letter referred to Peach Blossom Ravine. Rubbing his temples, he noticed Captain Yin was still diligently examining other letters. So he chose not to disturb him and picked up another book to read. This was a register containing numerous names, of which Wang Jifei recognized few. The first page listed prominent figures from Shimin Town, Mayor Zhu Guangmao, Captain Li Xinlong, and 100 household Yang Yuan Hua, among others. Flipping through the pages meticulously, he spotted Wu Xing's name on the 4th page, marked in red, with a note indicating 3rd son of the Wu family, lecherous and greedy. This appeared to be a register of important individuals in Shimin Town, documenting each person's characteristics and preferences. It seemed those marked in red had been turned. As he continued reading, Wang Jifei discovered several more individuals marked in red. Su Lihu's name was also present, with a black mark indicating he was deceased. Curiously, Feng Anlin and Feng Bo were listed, marked only in red, without a black cross. Hadn't they been killed? This register must have been acquired after Yilan and the others left the village in November, when the father and son were still alive. After perusing the register, A chill coursed through Wang Jifei. The 30 or so prominent red marks and the annotations for each individual signified an immense conspiracy looming over Sherman Town. He opened several more letters, and gradually, a sense of dread enveloped him. Various clues hinted at a significant crisis on the horizon. When Wang Jifei finally raised his head after finishing the last book, he found Captain Yin's expression darkened, as if shrouded by storm clouds, gazing back at him. Fei, what do you think after a lengthy silence? Captain Yin slowly inquired, his voice heavy with gravity. A storm was approaching. The situation was precarious. Wang Jifei found himself at a loss for words. His pent-up frustration could only be expressed in the weighty phrase, alas. Hearing this, Captain Yin sighed deeply. This information must be reported promptly. We need to return. What about Yi Meyer? She must be injured and cannot have gone far. Capturing her could yield substantial information. The mountains are vast. It's difficult to find her. We must abandon that pursuit. Captain Yin shook his head. Uncle Yin, look here. Wang Jifei pointed at the circle on the map while holding up the letter. Uncle Yin, this is the Peach Blossom Ravine mentioned in the letter. Everyone in the village knows about it. Do you suspect Yi Meyer has gone there? Captain Yin examined the letter for a moment before setting it down to question Wang Jifei. Indeed. After assessing the distance, Captain Yin contemplated 50 miles. It will take us a day to travel there and back. Let us rest for half a day. Once the carrier pigeon returns, we will prioritize relaying this information. We must return to town by tomorrow evening to deliver these findings to 100 household Yang. With that, the two began to gather their belongings. A flurry of wings outside the window signaled the arrival of the carrier pigeon. After tending to the pigeon, they slipped a densely scribbled note into the message tube affixed to its leg. Wang Jifei patted its head, expressing gratitude. You've worked hard. As they watched the carrier pigeon soar into the distance, they exchanged words with Yin Chang before heading towards Peach Blossom Ravine. As they hurried along the path, by the time they could glimpse Haihushan from afar, evening had already fallen. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang Jifei focused his keen eyesight to discern the location of Peach Blossom Ravine and pressed on. The gentle flow of water mingled with the encroaching twilight as they traversed the barren peach trees at the ravine's mouth, arriving beneath the waterfall. After searching thoroughly, however, they found nothing amiss. Aside from the gentle sound of water, the entire ravine was as silent as a ghostly realm. Observing the winter-esque dryness, which had reduced the waterfall to a mere trickle, Wang Jifei could not suppress his doubts. Had they made a fruitless journey? Was this indeed the correct Peach Blossom Ravine? Unwilling to concede defeat, Wang Jifei regarded the rocky walls and said to Captain Yin, Uncle Yin, you search below while I climb up to take a look. The nearly 100-meter-high cliff was rugged and adorned with withered vines. For Wang Jifei, already an adept martial artist, it posed little challenge. After 7 or 8 minutes, he reached a ledge halfway up the cliff. Perched on a protruding rock, he scanned both sides but found nothing unusual, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Just then, a gust of wind swept from the left, carrying with it a nauseating stench reminiscent of rotting flesh. Caught off guard, Wang Jifei nearly succumbed to the foul odor. Fortunately, as the wind subsided, the stench gradually dissipated. What on earth is that foul smell coming from the rocks? Following the faint odor, Wang Jifei cautiously climbed leftward. Approaching within 20 meters, the stench became increasingly potent, causing Wang Jifei's heart to race. Something was amiss. Sure enough, following the source of the odor, he discovered an inconspicuous cave entrance hidden among the dense, withered vines. Uncle Yin, I found something. Moments later, Captain Yin arrived at the cave entrance with the agility of a monkey. Producing a torch, he peered inside and found dark, dried bloodstains on the cave floor, accompanied by waves of rancid odor that threatened to induce vomiting. Exchanging glances, Wang Jifei tore off several withered vines, ignited them with the torch, and tossed them into the cave. Wang Jifei was aware of the adage, stirring up a hornet's nest, a metaphor for provoking unnecessary trouble. However, he did not anticipate that these withered vines would indeed disturb a real hornet's nest, illuminated by the flickering flames of the dried vines. The two discovered several grotesquely decayed corpses within the cavern. The bodies were infested with a swarm of mountain hornets, each as large as a fully grown rat. As the flames singed a few hornets, a thunderous buzzing erupted within the cave, awakening the entire swarm, which swiftly emerged into the open air. Sensing the imminent danger, the two hastily extinguished their torches and scrambled down to the bottom of the ravine with great urgency. Fortunately, as night had already fallen, the hornets circled the cave entrance for a brief moment before retreating back inside. Gazing at the ominous mass of hornets, both Wang Jifei and Captain Yan's expressions shifted dramatically. Just how many hornets were there? How had the honey-hunting hunters managed to enter earlier this year? It was known that those hunters were at best of the second-tier martial artist rank. After voicing his concerns to Captain Yin, the latter contemplated the cave entrance for a moment. He then approached directly beneath the mouth of the cave, where he noted several hornets that had fallen to their demise after colliding with the stone wall. Fei, did anyone from your village mention that the hornets could grow to such a size? Captain Yin inquired, pointing at a few barely alive giants. Observing the rodent-sized hornets with a black stinger an inch long, Wang Jifei shook his head. He picked up a piece of the withered vine and tentatively prodded the metallic glinting stinger, prompting the dying hornet to reflexively shoot out its stinger, embedding it into the vine to a depth of nearly half a finger. The vines of the mountain were exceptionally resilient. Even an adult wielding all their strength would struggle to sever them with a single blow. This demonstrated the extraordinary sharpness of the stinger. Dealing with a single hornet was manageable, as a martial artist could evade it with agility. Yet, when confronted with a vast swarm of hornets, evasion became a daunting challenge. Each stinger wielded the power akin to that of a standard military crossbow, and with over 30,000 hornets present, it was equivalent to the firepower of 3 battalions unleashing their bolts simultaneously. What should we do? Wang Jifei pondered. The corpses within the cave were likely those mentioned by Hui Xin. The abnormal circumstances were likely referring to these hornets. At that moment, Captain Yin spoke up. Fei, given the size of these hornets, I suspect they have undergone a mutation. Their queen may have transformed into a monstrous beast, even if it is merely a third-tier beast. The sheer number of hornets is terrifying. This is the true horror of insectoid beasts. With that, a heavy silence enveloped them both. Under the auspices of their scheme, their departure from the village was slated for noon on the morrow, necessitating a nocturnal foray into the mountain cavern. The crux of their endeavor lay in circumventing the mountain bees. Fei, might you entertain a certain stratagem? The tones of head constable Yin cut through the gloom. Black Tiger Mountain was now ensconced in the inky cloak of night, the frigid mountain winds howling through the ravines like tormented specters. Yan's words pierced the obscurity like a beacon, prompting Wang Jifei to lift his gaze and inquire, Uncle Yin, what manner of plan have you conceived? Fire, Yin declared. Our only recourse is to employ fire as our ally. We shall augment its potency with certain concoctions. Failing to incinerate them, we shall asphyxiate them with noxious fumes. Indeed. Wang assented. Let us pray that this cavern possesses but a solitary egress. Regardless, we must essay this endeavor, lest we be left with unfulfilled aspirations. Nigh on an hour was expended in amassing a sufficient quantity of firewood. During this interlude, Wang Jifei, seized by a moment of inspiration, recalled the highly flammable nature of peach resin, its efficacy rivaling that of naphtha. Under the veil of darkness, the pair surreptitiously crammed nearly 600 kilograms of firewood into the cavern, intermingled with approximately 50 kilograms of peach resin. Throughout this endeavor, the mountain bees, owing to the frigid mountain climb, had lapsed into a state of torpor, stirring only momentarily when struck by the wood, before lapsing back into slumber. As the clock told the witching hour, the nadir of the temperature, the duo kindled the pyre. The nocturnal mountain winds raged with considerable force, compelling the pair to fan the flames with frantic zeal. In short order, the cavern was ablaze with a conflagration, the ravenous tongues of fire leaping forth from the entrance a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Within a quarter of an hour, the cavern's walls had become unbearably hot to the touch, and the adjacent withered vines were slowly succumbing to carbonization. Wang Jifei estimated the temperature at the cavern's mouth to be in the vicinity of 300 to 400 degrees Celsius. The pair then descended to the base of the mountain wall. All that could be done has been done, Wang proclaimed. Now, we can but await the outcome. Observing the cavern entrance still belching forth flames, Wang Jifei harbored a sense of optimism. After another half-hour had elapsed, the flames within the cavern began to subside, yielding to billowing plumes of smoke that ceaselessly poured forth. The seasoned head constable Yin elucidated to Wang Jifei that this phenomenon was attributable to the depletion of oxygen within the cavern, rendering complete combustion impossible, and entreated him to bide his time. Close to 2 hours later, the temperature at the cavern's mouth had diminished to the point where it was barely tolerable for human approach. The duo, faces concealed behind damp cloths, cautiously ventured into the cavern, weapons at the ready, treading upon the stone surface, still radiating heat. The pair observed naught but the ashen remnants of what had once been the corpses near the entrance, now reduced to pale, carbonized fragments. Advancing a dozen meters into the cavern, the floor was no longer strewn with ash, but rather with the desiccated corpses of mountain bees and a fine layer of dust. Fei, Yin declared, It appears that they have all perished, either by fire or asphyxiation. A few paces further, a bend in the cavern revealed a chamber approximately 20 meters in diameter, its walls bearing the unmistakable marks of blades and axes. The floor of this chamber was thickly carpeted with the bodies of mountain bees, while the honeycombs affixed to the walls were shriveled and resembled tattered wadding. Bearing the acrid stench of burnt flesh, Wang Jifei employed his longsword to clear a path through the half-meter-thick layer of bee corpses, seeking any vestige of useful information. While the dense layer of corpses presented considerable difficulties for Wang Jifei and his companion, it also served to protect a number of items from complete destruction. As dawn approached, the pair had scoured the entirety of the cavern, pausing intermittently to replenish their oxygen supply. The fruits of their labor proved to be most gratifying. Any artifacts that had managed to withstand the onslaught of the bee swarm were bound to be of considerable value. Before them lay a verdant longsword, 3 steel sabers, and 3 parchment scrolls, the most significant of their discoveries. The style of the sword and sabers did not align with that of the Eastern Wu Kingdom. Head Constable Yin posited that they were of Yu origin. This suggested that the individuals in question were warriors who had surreptitiously infiltrated from the Yu Kingdom. The subsequent examination of the parchment scrolls corroborated their conjecture. One scroll bore a fragmented series of black, dashed lines and small circles, delineating a route from the Yu Kingdom across the Little Azure Dragon Mountain Range. The Azure Dragon Mountain Range was known to possess itinerant routes, primarily skirting the territorial boundaries of the formidable beasts that roamed the mountains. Even by employing these routes, traversing the mountain range would necessitate the skills of a martial arts master at the very least. It stood to reason that the corpses discovered within could not all have been martial arts masters, as the Yu Kingdom would have had no justification for expending so many individuals on such an undertaking when they could have infiltrated by more discreet means. Could there be another secret lurking here? With this question weighing heavily on his mind, Wang Jifei unfurled the second parchment scroll. Military deployment maps. The pair exclaimed in unison. The second parchment scroll depicted the military deployments along the border between Azure Dragon Prefecture and the Yu Kingdom. Stonegate Town was prominently featured, annotated with the number 500, accompanied by signs of erasure. These were the vestiges of their constant revisions as they gleaned military intelligence. No fewer than 10 areas on the map bore signs of alteration. It was both lamentable and ludicrous that a nation's defensive deployments could be so thoroughly compromised by an enemy state. How much longer could the leaky edifice of the imperial court withstand such breaches? With heavy hearts, the pair unfurled the final scroll. Upon examining its contents, their countenances brightened somewhat. The scroll depicted the same information as the map obtained from Yilan, delineating the pro-Wei factions within the southern mountain prefecture, including the locations of the Rouge sect and the Dark Star sect's branch. Surrounded by the corpses of mountain bees, the air permeated with the odor of roasting flesh. Head Constable Yin, his spirits slightly lifted, remarked, "Alas, time is of the essence. Otherwise, we could have scavenged some valuable items from these corpses." Fei, do you not sense a certain degree of waste? Indeed, Wang assented. If only we knew the whereabouts of the queen bee. Even if we found nothing else, we could at least salvage a few bee soulstones. Fei, Yin interjected, while I am no hunter, I am aware that the queen bee typically resides within the honeycomb. Have we not yet examined that structure? Yin gestured towards the tattered wadding that clung to the cavern walls, his expression pensive. Approaching the honeycomb, Head Constable Yin sliced it open with his blade, revealing countless bee eggs, all of which had perished. He picked one up for closer inspection. These bee pupae are a delicacy, he lamented. What a waste. Continuing to tear open the remaining honeycombs, they finally located the queen bee at the deepest recesses of the cavern. Gazing upon its corpulent form, Wang Jifei could scarcely believe that this creature, the size of a wild dog, was in fact a mountain bee, were it not for the foot-long stinger protruding from its abdomen. With a single stroke, Yin cleaved the queen bee's head in twain, then turned to Wang and inquired, "What is the matter? Have you never beheld such a prodigious mountain bee? One of such size must surely be a monstrous beast. I wonder how many bee soulstones it possesses?" After dismembering the queen bee, Head Constable Yin unearthed 2 azure bee soulstones. Having extracted the foot-long black stinger, the pair began to gather their belongings, then hastened back towards the village. In the courtyard of the Qingshi village, the Yin family was bidding farewell to Wang Jifei and his companion. Fei, why such haste to depart? Is war truly imminent? You are even relinquishing the furs. Drawing Uncle Yin aside, Wang Jifei cast aside all pretense of secrecy. Uncle, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I am now in the service of the imperial court. My visit here was a matter of official business, and the matter of the furs was merely a ruse. Uncle Yin paused for a moment, then smiled and said to Wang Jifei, "I understand, lad. I shall not pry further. Leave the furs with me. I shall devise a plausible explanation for the villagers." "Uncle," Wang continued, "there is another reason why I am leaving the furs here. I implore you to relocate and to avoid the town at all costs." Hearing these words, Uncle Ian abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently upon Wang Jifei. Seeing the calm and earnest expression on Wang Jifei's face, Uncle Ian nodded. He glanced around, seemingly reluctant to leave. "I understand," he said. "I shall speak with your aunt about it." Chapter 54. Uncle Ian's gratitude. It has been 30 years. The old man, wearing a forlorn expression, patted the horse of Wang Jifei, a steed from Qizhou. Wang Jifei was acutely aware of the significance behind those 30 years. 3 decades prior, the kingdom of Yu, seizing upon the internal strife within eastern Wu, launched a sudden invasion into the northeastern region of Shushan County, resulting in the massacre of millions of soldiers and civilians, and the occupation of a significant portion of Shushan County. Subsequently, the kingdom of Yu repeatedly advanced into the remaining areas, gradually conquering the entire Shushan County over the course of several years. After Uncle Ian and the others departed, Captain Yin approached Wang Jifei and called out to him. Suddenly, Yin Sunan deeply bowed to Wang Jifei. "Uncle Yin, what are you doing?" Wang Jifei quickly stepped aside. "Ah Fei, I am here to express the gratitude of the elders of Shimin Town on behalf of our community," Captain Yin said, his eyes brimming with emotion as he gazed at him. It was indeed the right decision to letting Chang and his family leave. 17 years ago, my father brought my mother and my 3 brothers, fleeing from Haizhou in Shushan County, all the way to Nanshan Prefecture. Upon our arrival here, my mother starved herself to ensure that we 3 brothers had enough to eat. My 2 younger brothers, in their hunger, resorted to stealing poisonous fruits, wiping his reddened eyes. Captain Yin pressed his hand against the saddlebag containing letters and sheepskin scrolls, staring into the distance at the Qinglong mountain range, and spoke in a somber tone. "With the contents of this bag, how many lives have you saved? How many citizens will not be displaced? How many mothers will not suffer starvation?" His voice grew louder as he became increasingly agitated. "Why have I devoted so many years to the Divine Captor Hall? Isn't it for vengeance for my mother and brothers? You have given me an opportunity." Captain Yin, choked with emotion, began to release the pent-up sorrow of many years. Observing the anguish of Captain Yin, Wang Jifei felt a deep sense of sympathy, realizing that beneath the stern demeanor of the captain lay such a tragic past. It was no wonder that Captain Yin had been so fervent in this mission. The two had not enjoyed a proper rest for over 3 days now. Faced with the captain's emotional outburst, Wang Jifei found himself at a loss for words. There was certainly admiration, but perhaps more than that, there was envy. Envy for the captain's clear purpose and the profound connection he had with this world. Even if that purpose was rooted in pain and his background was humble and tragic. Although he had inherited Wang Dachui's memories, his identity and character, shaped by his life on Earth, remained dominant. He felt like a drifting reed, a mere onlooker. This world was undeniably different from Earth. And it was strange that Captain Yin had fought so hard for this mission, while he himself had so few ties back on Earth. Even though Uncle Qi and Yin Chong were merely acquaintances of Wang Dachui, not his own kin or friends, he yearned for strength, yet questioned what he could truly protect with that strength. What in this world was worthy of his concern? Not what Wang Dachui valued, but what truly belonged to him. Sudden feelings of desolation and loneliness washed over Wang Jifei, leaving him somewhat melancholic. Since Captain Yin could be considered a friend, perhaps he should extend a helping hand. Surely, there must be something worth pursuing in this world. As Wang Jifei and Captain Yin rode away from the village, a pair of fiery eyes watched them from the bamboo grove of the village chief's home, not wavering until they disappeared from sight. The owner of those eyes was Yu Meyer, whom Wang Jifei and the others had searched for so long. That night, after Yulan had hidden Yu Meyer deep in the bamboo thicket, she woke shortly thereafter, concealed in the grove. She witnessed the brutal slaying of Yulan by Wang Jifei and his companions. Realizing that staying behind would mean certain death, Yu Meyer, despite her excruciating pain, stealthily ventured into the mountains. Injured and aware of her inability to escape far, Yu Meyer decided to take a risk by crossing the stream. After traversing the water, she walked several hundred meters into the mountains, carefully concealing herself within the woods. Before long, Wang Jifei and Captain Yin arrived at the stream, pausing briefly before turning back towards the village, confirming to Yu Meyer that she had made the right gamble. Once they departed, she lay weakly on the forest floor, recuperating while contemplating her next move. Sometimes, one had to admire this woman. She could be ruthless to others and equally unforgiving to herself. Meyer then made a bold decision to return to the cellar to recuperate, believing that perhaps her fate was not yet sealed. She was fortunate. Wang Jifei and Captain Yin were too busy returning to Sherman Town to report the secret and did not have time to concern themselves with her. Thankfully, the poison on Wang Jifei's arrow was ordinary, and with the invaluable elixirs from her master and her remarkable willpower, she managed to persevere. During the day, she rested quietly in the cellar, and at night, too cautious to light a fire, she resorted to eating raw rice soaked in cold water to fill her stomach. In just 2 days, Meyer endured considerable hardship, driven solely by her obsession for revenge. Watching the direction in which Wang Jifei and Captain Yin had departed, she realized that this place no longer held a sanctuary for her. With the map and letters from the cellar, the Divine Captor Hall would undoubtedly unleash a frenzied retaliation against Sherman Town, and even the entire Shenlong County. Upon returning to the cellar, Meyer retrieved several small vials, and in front of the mirror, she slowly applied and painted on her face. Before long, a diminutive elderly woman nearing 50 appeared in the reflection. At noon, a stranger. This diminutive elderly woman clad in thick winter garments emerged from the entrance of the village of Qingshi, ambling southward until she vanished at the end of the road. On the evening of November 28th, after days of relentless travel, the two weary individuals returned to Sherman Town, sipping strong tea to muster their spirits. Captain Yin and Wang Jifei recounted the details of their recent mission. When Captain Yin finished his final sentence, Yang Baihu's gaze shifted from the sheepskin scroll to the two men, his expression grave as he stood up. Old Yin, Fei, thank you. You both should rest now. Many matters await us. Old Shin, please summon the town mayor and the captain of the guards. Here's my token. Take it and inform them that I have urgent business to discuss. Observing Yang Baihu disregard the late hour to send Shin to call upon the other two prominent figures, Wang Jifei understood that a significant purge was about to unfold in Sherman Town, and perhaps even throughout the entirety of Qinglong County. It was already the afternoon of the following day when a famished Wang Jifei, under the astonished gaze of Xiaosu, consumed 5 bowls of rice and 2 pounds of meat. Where is your master? He inquired, patting his round belly. My master left early this morning to find Yang Baihu and has he returned yet? He said I should follow you for the next few days. Following me? Did your master mention what for? He left right after waking this morning without specifying, only instructing me to follow you and to heed your commands. Xiaosu also felt that his master was acting strangely and added this detail. In the ensuing 2 or 3 days, Wang Jifei, apart from taking a stroll through the gambling den each morning, remained at home awaiting the actions of the Divine Captor Hall. Yet, he found it peculiar that there had been no news of any operations. Not only had he not seen Captain Yin or Yang Baihu, but even Shin had been absent. Despite the lack of news, Wang Jifei could sense the increasingly oppressive atmosphere enveloping Sherman Town. Not only had searches at the city gates become more stringent, but even the gambling den-'s business had significantly declined. What was meant to come would eventually return. He had enough fortitude to believe that. Taking advantage of the recent tranquility, Wang Jifei devoted himself to studying the eagle claw technique and the water manipulation technique. To his surprise, he made remarkable progress in both disciplines in a remarkably short time. He speculated that this was due to the influence of the swift-winged eagle and the little black snake. Traditionally, the eagle claw technique required practitioners to continually apply a special ointment to harden the bones and nails of their fingers, granting them the strength of an eagle's talon. However, Wang Jifei's hands had manifested formidable eagle claws multiple times, and his finger bones and nails had undergone numerous enhancements. As a result, he could easily tear through thick bark without employing any internal energy. This likely constitutes the principal impetus behind his swift assimilation. The martial art of eagle claw, as its nomenclature suggests, emulates the techniques of an eagle's talons. It comprises 7 distinct maneuvers, each further subdivided into 3 to 7 stances. These 7 maneuvers are shattering gold and splitting stone, divine eagle pouncing on tiger, eagle soaring through the sky, azure hawk gliding, spreading wings and grasping back, piercing the sun from above, an eagle ascending the 9 heavens. Currently, Wang Jifei has only mastered the initial 2 maneuvers. As for the hydrokinesis technique, it is even more rudimentary. Having only just commenced his training, Wang Jifei can now wash his face without fetching water. However, he would certainly never consider hurling a basin of water at someone. Despite its simplicity, hydrokinesis is, after all, a form of arcane art that effectively hones Wang Jifei's mental fortitude. The miniature serpent within Wang Jifei's mind has become more vigorous, its dimensions slightly augmented. Wang Jifei has a premonition that, Before long, his miniature serpent will bestow upon him a substantial surprise. Perhaps, in due course, he shall ascend to the late stage of the second-order fate apprentice realm. Nevertheless, the initiation into these two disciplines already constitutes the most significant accomplishment of these past few days, and Wang Jifei is content. In the afternoon, Wang Jifei once more retrieved the God of Wealth statuette, meticulously scrutinizing it under the sunlight. It's still to no avail. This marks the 5th instance he has examined it. Despite the absence of any discoveries, Huey's letter has instilled in him immense confidence. Wang Jifei also trusts that the village elder would not deceive him without cause. Otherwise, why would the village elder have informed him about this God of Wealth statuette? Despite the lack of progress, Wang Jifei did not lose heart. He used a fine cloth to thoroughly cleanse the grimy God of Wealth statuette, both inside and out, and carefully placed it on the table. After offering a salutation to the God of Wealth statuette, Wang Jifei commenced his hydrokinesis practice. He first went outside to fetch half a basin of water and placed it on the table. Then, he once more employed his mental faculties to gradually condense the moisture in the air. After 7 or 8 minutes, Wang Jifei, his face flushed, condensed a transparent water sphere the size of a basketball above the basin. Gazing contentedly at the empty basin, devoid of even a single drop of water, Wang Jifei gritted his teeth and continued to manipulate the water sphere, suspending it above the basin and slowly maneuvering it. Wang Jifei, drenched in perspiration, persevered for several more minutes until he felt his breathing becoming labored. Only then did he dissipate his mental energy, allowing the water sphere to gradually transform into a trickle, returning to the basin. Gazing at the basin brimming with clear water, Wang Jifei smiled wryly. After all that effort, he had merely produced an additional half basin of water. Were it not for its capacity to hone his mental fortitude, he would genuinely regret heeding Boss Yang's enticements. Chapter 55, The Qing Yuan Formula. After taking a towel and thoroughly washing his face, Wang Jifei prepared to step outside for a brief stroll. He noticed some water at the base of the statue of the God of Wealth, likely splashed during his earlier exercise. Grabbing the head of the statue, he casually wiped the bottom. How could it be so dirty? He mused, observing the yellowish mud on the towel, perplexed that it was still so filthy despite just having cleaned it. After several attempts, the grime finally diminished significantly. Holding the towel up to the sunlight, he sought to determine if it was truly clean. To his astonishment, he discovered a small area of bluish-black at the yellowish inner edge of the statue. What is this? Have I damaged it? Perhaps it was the effect of his earlier bowing, or perhaps the Qing Yuan formula had been concealed for too long, finally prompting a response from it, as Wang Jifei had searched for it diligently. Focusing intently, he noticed something inscribed in the bluish-black area. Suddenly, a buzz filled his mind. Qing Yuan formula? Those 3 characters instantly flooded his consciousness. Could it be that I found it just like this? He thought, reminding himself to remain calm and taking deep breaths to steady his nerves. Upon closer examination in the sunlight, he confirmed that it was indeed writing, with some indistinct strokes appearing at the junction of the black and yellow colors. Running his finger along the boundary of the 2 colors, he discerned that they possessed distinct textures, one slightly soft and the other a bit harder. The old village chief is truly wise, Wang Jifei reflected. If he hadn't been informed by the village chief, who would have thought that the Qing Yuan formula was hidden within such a rustic statue? Even less would anyone expect that the inner wall of the statue was coated with a thin layer of earthy yellow paint. Moistening the towel with water, Wang Jifei carefully stuffed it into the statue's inner wall, waiting for the coating to absorb enough water and gradually soften. After diligently scrubbing for over half an hour, he finally removed all the yellow paint. Gazing at the inner wall, he was ecstatic to see the 3 minuscule characters of the Qing Yuan formula. At last, I have found you. After a cursory glance, Wang Jifei confirmed that this was indeed the Qing Yuan formula that Yulan and her companions had searched for over 3 to 4 years. He chuckled. Who would have thought that one day it would be in my possession? Securing the doors and windows carefully, Wang Jifei restrained his excitement and began to meticulously transcribe the characters on the statue's inner wall. The old village chief's craftsmanship leaves much to be desired, he muttered as he wrote. The characters were not only small but also particularly faint, presenting him with considerable difficulty. It is well known that the more advanced a technique is, the more intricate it becomes. A single error could lead a practitioner astray. After over half an hour, Wang Jifei's eyes were nearly weary, but he finally managed to transcribe all the characters. Looking at the completed page, which contained approximately 3,000 characters, he stretched with satisfaction. In the Eastern Wu continent, martial arts are classified into 7 tiers: heaven, earth, human levels, and first, second, third-tier techniques, along with those that are substandard. The Qingyuan formula belongs to the first tier, which left Wang Jifei feeling somewhat disheartened. However, if he knew that the Shanyuo sect relied on their first-tier technique, the Shanyuo skill, to establish a substantial third-rate faction in the Eastern Wu Kingdom, he would certainly have no complaints. After reading the summary of the Qingyuan formula, Wang Jifei realized that it was not particularly suited for him. The most compatible practitioners for the Qingyuan formula are those with primarily wood attributes, supplemented by wind attributes. He had yet to measure his own attributes, but he was certain he possessed both wind and water attributes with a likely touch of poison as well. After all, a person's attributes largely depend on their inherent beast, and his Gale Eagle and Little Black Snake embodied these traits. However, the poison attribute is derived from both wood and earth attributes. Thus, if Wang Jifei were to practice, the effects would be fairly adequate. Notably, the Qingyuan formula in his possession only contained the first 3 tiers, allowing one to cultivate to the late stage of a first-tier practitioner, which was precisely what Wang Jifei needed at this moment. Having read it diligently several times, Wang Jifei gained a general understanding of the Qingyuan formula. His earlier assumptions were correct. The enhancement and utilization of one's inherent beast involved the soul's level, with the magnitude of mental strength reflecting the soul's external manifestation. The primary function of the Qingyuan formula is to absorb the stellar energy from the external environment, transforming it into the practitioner's own wood and wind attribute stellar power. This intrinsic stellar power can strengthen the body, nourish the soul, and invigorate the inherent beast internally. Externally, it can be used to unleash energy in conjunction with techniques, either to harm others or for alchemy and crafting. This is what a first-tier technique ought to embody. In just a few hundred words, the summary elucidates the cultivation methods of this world. Wang Jifei, who had been groping in the dark, suddenly felt enlightened. Even before practicing, he sensed that his aura was becoming steadier and more restrained. Closing his eyes, he gradually entered a state of cultivation, beginning his first practice of the Qingyuan formula. Immersed in this cultivation, Wang Jifei felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. The effortless flow of energy was utterly enchanting. If the gentle stellar power continuously washed over his body felt akin to a warm soak in a hot spring on a winter day, then the nourishment of the soul was as miraculous and refreshing as riding on clouds. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Jifei cultivated throughout the entire night. With accumulated strength, he successfully refined the first tier. Although he remained at the late stage of a second-tier practitioner, he knew that a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Rising to his feet and feeling the invigorating power coursing through him, Wang Jifei felt as if he were coated in refreshing pine resin. This sensation encapsulated the essence of renewal. Closing his eyes to feel it, he noticed that the Gale Eagle and Little Black Snake in his mind appeared even more vibrant. Especially the Gale Eagle, whose sharp eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything. Having spent an entire night without sleep, Wang Jifei felt rejuvenated. He put away the Qingyuan formula and placed the statue of the god of wealth back in its spot. Planning to take a stroll before returning to examine the 4 secret techniques inscribed in the Qingyuan formula, Wang Jifei treated himself to a hearty breakfast, spending a small sum of silver coins. Afterward, he made his way to Boss Yang's gambling house. This time, there was exciting news, a significant development that served as a shot of adrenaline for the entire Eastern Wu Kingdom. The Lu Kingdom, a major power to the north of their enemy, the Yu Kingdom, was sending people. This thrilling news invigorated everyone at the Divine Capture Hall, dispelling their previous lethargy. Listening to the incessant chatter of the loquacious Xiao Su while sipping tea, Wang Jifei absorbed the rapidly unfolding details of this momentous event that had already spread throughout Shimin Town. Brother Fei, do you know about the Lu Kingdom? They are the arch-rivals of the Yu Kingdom. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Brother Fei, I heard from Yang Baihu that the one coming is the chief disciple of the Lu Kingdom's second-largest sect, the Tianji sect, named Murong Wudre. They say he is under 20 and has already reached the realm of a life master, one of the finest young talents in the Lu Kingdom. Uncle Yang also mentioned that his inherent beast is incredibly formidable, a 7-star spider of demon general caliber. A demon general. Such beasts possess the strength of a second-tier demon upon birth, and upon maturity, they become demon generals, surpassing even my Crimson Flame Lion. It's a pity that Murong Wujia, being a life master, cannot fully unleash the power of this beast. Brother Fei, I heard that Murong Wujia is traversing the vast expanse of Su Mountain County from the southwest of the Yu Kingdom with a grand entourage. Having entered our Qinglong County without so much as a sound, how exhilarating. Watching the animated Xiao Su, Wang Jifei couldn't help but wonder how this fellow could be so talkative. Unable to endure the relentless stream of words, he finally interjected, hold on, let me ask you something. What is it, Brother Fei? Oh, it appears that Xiao Su is aware of her shortcomings, sheepishly scratching her head as she pauses. First and foremost, where is your master? Surely, you must know that. My master has gone out. He left a few days ago. And what about Boss Yang and Captain Chen? They too have departed. Fei Ge, are you already aware of this? Seeing Xiao Su still lost in her thoughts, Wang Jifei was at a loss for words. Their conversation seemed utterly disconnected, rendering any further questioning pointless. Observing the oblivious Su Chaoling, Wang Jifei had no choice but to inquire, then tell me. What is the purpose of Murong Wuji's visit to Dongwu? Of course, he is here to assist us. Fei Ge, why do you ask such questions? That's obvious. I know he is here to help us, but how exactly? Surely, we can't expect these individuals to head into battle, can we? That I do not know. Then what do you know? And what does this have to do with our town? Surely, the delegation is not meeting with the King of Wu here? How could that be? A meeting with His Majesty would undoubtedly take place in the capital. Then tell me what you do know, and refrain from spreading hearsay. All right, let me share, Fei Ge. Realizing her earlier unreliability, Xiao Su finally composed herself. It turns out that the Lu Kingdom's delegation has indeed come regarding the conflict between Wu and Yu. However, upon entering Shushan County, the delegation split into two groups. The majority traversed Shushan County into the Dongwu Kingdom, while Murong Wuji and some of his peers took a detour to the renowned Qinglong mountain range for some leisure before regrouping at Shimin Town and proceeding to the capital. The delegation is expected to arrive at Shimin Town in the next couple of days, while Murong Wuji and his companions are anticipated to reach in 5 days. No wonder they are bound for Shimin Town. It explains why the entire town has been bustling with activity today, with numerous shops adorned in festive decorations. Such a large delegation warrants a grand reception, even in a small town. It is no surprise that there has been no action in recent days. They must be aiming to present a peaceful and stable atmosphere for the delegation. The lively atmosphere on the streets reminded Wang Jifei of the days back on Blue Star when corporate leaders conducted inspections. I wonder if Mayor Zhu has arranged for children to greet guests on the streets, or if there are any banners displayed, Wang Jifei mused humorously, observing the bustling crowd. He felt a surge of interest and decided to take a stroll through the streets. Chapter 56, The Grand Auction accompanied by Xiao Su and Xiao He. Wang Jifei strolled through the streets, admiring the brightly lit and festively decorated shops. They arrived at the Sherman Inn, the largest inn in town and the designated meeting place for Hui and Yi Lan, owned by the Wu family. The reason for their visit was prompted by Su Chaoling's information that some members of the delegation would be lodging here. Additionally, Xiao He had informed him of a significant event. In 4 days, on the 12th of this month, a grand auction, showcasing countless rare treasures from across the land, would take place here. Though Wang Jifei was skeptical about Xiao He's exaggerated claims regarding the town's treasures, he could not resist the enthusiasm of his companions and joined them at the inn. Although he had passed by the establishment numerous times before, this marked his first earnest observation of the imposing structure. Thanks to the exquisite materials from various mystical beasts in this world, the architectural level across Donghua continent was remarkably advanced. The Sherman Inn boasted 11 stories, consisting of a main building and 2 wings, along with a vast auction hall among its primary structures. According to Xiao He, the entire inn covered an area of over 50 acres, making it the largest architectural complex in Sherman Town. Xiao He, do you really have an invitation to this auction hall? Wang Jifei inquired. I don't, but I wanted to take a look first, just for the thrill, replied Xiao He. Indeed, Brother Fei, Xiao Su chimed in. Xiao He is right. Even if we can't participate, it's still worthwhile to come and see. Let us head upstairs. Wang Jifei, bemused by the antics of his 2 lively companions, reluctantly followed them upstairs. The auction hall was located at the back of the main building, currently undergoing preparations. The trio entered briefly to satiate their curiosity and discuss the prices of the first-class private rooms as they gradually made their way outside. Suddenly, a sharp and scornful voice rang out from behind them. 3 country bumpkins think they can enter the first-class rooms? How absurd. It was Wu Sheng, clad in a lavish robe, accompanied by Manager Li and others, who approached to mock them. Upon hearing the master's command, the perceptive Manager Li seized the opportunity to insult their rivals. The price of these first-class rooms is actually quite reasonable. All of you could afford it. Why do I say this? Because they are complimentary, reserved for esteemed figures like the governor, the town mayor, and young Master Moreau, he sneered. Wu Xing's face brightened at Manager Li's remarks, and he laughed heartily while shaking his paper fan. Yes, yes. Manager Li, you are absolutely right. Each of these bumpkins could afford it. Ahaha, how hilarious. Does our Wu family really need to prepare a first-class room for every country bumpkin? How ridiculous. Seeing their master so pleased, Manager Li added fuel to the fire, clearing his throat and gesturing towards Wu Xing. Did you see? Our third young master was just inspecting the auction preparations. When he noticed you three lingering here, he guessed you must not have received an invitation. Our young master is magnanimous. As long as you ask, a first-class room is out of the question, but there are spots to stand and watch. Yes. As long as you plead, our young master is magnanimous enough to overlook past grievances. Just follow me in when the time comes, he continued. Naturally, the sight of old foes ignited their tempers, and Xiao He could no longer contain himself. Who said we want to go in? We have no interest in your Wu family's possessions. Right, Xiao Su? Yes, who would want them? We are merely passing through, Xiao Su retorted. Haha, what a grand joke. Young master, don't you agree? Manager Li seized the opportunity to taunt them further. Who doesn't know that our auction is unprecedentedly grand? Not only will the governor be in attendance, but the second young master of the prince's residence will also be coming. How can you claim to be uninterested when you linger here so long? Exactly. Who was it earlier? Eyes wide open as if they might pop out. Another added mockingly. If you're uninterested, why are you here? Why not just pass by the restroom at the back? Laughter erupted among the crowd, seeing their young master amused. The entourage seized the chance to ridicule Xiao He and Xiao Su, leaving them speechless and blushing in embarrassment. Wang Jifei, initially reluctant to intervene, could no longer stand the relentless bullying and spoke up. Manager Li, spare us your self-importance. We hadn't intended to visit the auction hall today. It was merely... Wang Jifei paused, deliberately building suspense. Manager Li, eager for a reaction, glanced at Wu Xing and feigned outrage. What a joke. Who would have thought someone in Sherman Town would dare say they don't want to come here? Do you truly believe that nonsense? Brothers, do you believe them? Exactly. Who would believe such a claim? I certainly don't. One of the clever lackeys quickly added. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Wu Xing coughed lightly and waved his hand, feigning a gracious demeanor. Let us not rush. Perhaps they had too much to drink and merely came to borrow the restroom. Ultimately, it's our Wu family's fault for not informing these bumpkins that such a luxurious place only has restrooms in the first-class rooms. Everyone else should have taken care of their needs before entering. Ha ha ha. Manager Li, remember this for future improvements. Manager Li eagerly nodded, acknowledging the critique. The crowd erupted into laughter. Yes, yes. We need to build one. Ha ha ha. That's the reason they can't find a restroom. How shameless. It's envy, pure envy. And they say they're looking for a restroom. Fear not. As long as you follow our young master, you just find a restroom. You could even take a bath inside. As the banter continued, Wang Jifei suddenly shouted, Silence. Who are these ruffians? Have you no sense of decorum? He exchanged glances with Xiao He and Xiao Su, discreetly reaching into his cloak. Seeing Wang Jifei's movement, Wu Sheng and his entourage grew tense, some even drawing their weapons. A burly man, daunted steel knuckles and sporting a thick beard, stepped protectively in front of Wu Xing. Wang Jifei smiled faintly. This man was likely the infamous Hui, known by the alias Qing Yuanling. Ha ha ha. What are you so anxious about? If you want to fight, come on. I'm waiting for you. Wang Jifei slowly revealed a waist token inlaid with azure metal, tossing it playfully in his hand. Seeing the token, the lackeys felt they had been played, and they began to ridicule him. I thought you were going to pull out something impressive, but it's just a rusty piece of metal. What can that do? How embarrassing. Yes, I was terrified. This rusty metal is so powerful, I can hardly bear to look. Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing. Could this rusty metal possibly injure me? Young master, be careful not to hurt yourself with laughter. Unbeknownst to them, as a Wu family scion, Wu Xing recognized the significance of the token. A constable from the Divine Capture Hall must treat even his own father with respect. How could this Wang Jifei be a constable when just a month ago he was merely a lowly bodyguard? Filled with indignation, young Master Wu hastily admonished his subordinates, Silence. All of you, shut your foul mouths. With a pallid expression, Wu Xing berated his oblivious lackeys before turning around. With an expression reminiscent of constipation, he slightly raised his hand in a perfunctory salute and spoke in a lackluster manner. It is indeed Constable Wang. Pray tell, what brings the three of you to my humble abode? My subordinates, lacking in discernment, will certainly face my wrath upon their return. Witnessing their master unexpectedly bowing to Wang Jifei, his subordinates appeared as though they had swallowed a fly, staring incredulously at the trio. This spectacle left Xiao He and Xiao Su utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that the previously arrogant third young master Wu would become as meek as a mouse before a cat upon seeing the badge. Indeed, indeed. Wang Jifei continued, I have come today under orders to inspect the security arrangements of this auction hall. It is imperative to note that young Master Murong is a distinguished guest of His Majesty, and any oversight is unacceptable. Should anything disrupt the itinerary of the foreign delegation, it would not only hinder His Majesty's critical affairs, but could also jeopardize the collaboration between our nations in countering the threat from Yu Kingdom, thus plunging the citizens of Eastern Wu into dire straits. Wang Jifei's authoritative discourse left Wuxing's subordinates in a state of shock, caught between indecision. Casting a sidelong glance at their reactions, Wang Jifei pressed on with greater fervor. Young Master Wu, you mentioned that you were here to assess the preparations. Is this truly how the Wu family prepares? Allowing just anyone to enter? What if they are spies from a rival nation? I find your bodyguards rather unfamiliar, he remarked, pointing directly at the bearded Cheng Yuanling. As Wu Xing's face oscillated between crimson and pale, rendered speechless by Wang Jifei's words, the latter let out a cold snort, vigorously sweeping his sleeve before declaring, Xiao He, Xiao Su, let us depart. I shall report this matter truthfully upon our return. And I beseech the 100-house lord to make a determination. Chapter 57. Lord of Nanshan, upon witnessing his master rendered speechless, Manager Li, with a firm resolve, stepped forward to intercept the departing Wang Jifei and his companions. Gentlemen, please hold on, he implored. I must admit my ignorance and offer my apologies for any offense caused. You lot, come forth and apologize to the esteemed officer. A group of ruffians swiftly gathered, bowing and scraping as they offered their contrite apologies to Wang Jifei. For such scoundrels, acknowledging a fault was trivial. What need had they for dignity? The very notion of face was irrelevant to those who embraced a life of mischief. After the ruffians had performed their act of contrition, Manager Li pointed to Cheng Yuanling and continued, Esteemed officer, as you can see, these misguided souls have recognized their errors. You, being a magnanimous gentleman, should overlook their transgressions. This Cheng bodyguard is a recent acquisition of my young master. It is only natural that you might not be familiar with him. He is certainly no spy. Furthermore, my young master is the disciple of Master Murong and has been accompanying him on excursions at Qilong Mountain these past few days. How could our Wu family harbor such nefarious intentions? Upon hearing Manager Li's blend of soft persuasion and subtle firmness, Wang Jifei regarded him with newfound respect, especially as he noticed the stack of silver notes emerging from Li's cloak. It appeared that this manager possessed a certain acumen, far superior to the flustered Wu Xing. Encouraged by Li's words, Wu Xing perked up, his pride shining through as he exclaimed, Indeed, my elder brother is returning shortly, and I shall demand he introduce me to Master Murong. Who then would dare accuse our Wu family of harboring spies? Humph. Realizing that Wu Dajuan was indeed accompanying Master Murong at Qinglong Mountain, Wang Jifei mused that he had been mistaken in his assumptions. Very well, we shall take our leave. However, the situation in the auction hall remains somewhat chaotic. I hope that the third young master will not bring shame upon his family. With that, Wang Jifei seized the stack of silver notes and departed with an air of satisfaction. As Wang Jifei and his companions strode away, Wu Sheng, filled with anger, began to lash out at his subordinates with his fan, berating them as he struck. Incompetence. Utterly useless. What good are you if you cannot handle 3 country bumpkins? You infuriate me. Seeing Wu Xing's fury, the others hastily vowed to make Wang Jifei and his companions pay, pledging to leave them begging for mercy in the future. Acknowledging that his followers were all talk and no action, Wu Sheng struck a few more blows before conceding defeat. Finally breaking the silence, Cheng Yuanling spoke up. Young master, it would be quite easy to deal with those 3 country bumpkins, and they would be forced to swallow their defeat with a smile. Oh, pray, elaborate, Wu Sheng replied. Now intrigued, Cheng Yuanling, with a cold smirk, leaned closer and whispered to Wu Xing, Your elder brother is returning soon, is he not? When he arrives, let him persuade Master Murong to select a few local youths of similar age to accompany them to the capital. As the son of the Wu family, your brother would undoubtedly be included, and Wang Jifei, being a court official of similar age, would surely be chosen as well. Once they leave Sherman Town, who will recognize those country bumpkins? What say you, young master? Wu Xing, momentarily taken aback by Cheng Yuanling's suggestion, then erupted into a raucous laugh, slapping him on the shoulder. Excellent idea, Cheng bodyguard. My father did not misjudge you. Ha ha ha. You shall accompany me and my elder brother to the capital. Wang Jifei, you country bumpkin, where will you hide this time? Imagining Wang Jifei under his heel, Wu Shang laughed triumphantly, swaggering back to the auction hall amidst the flattery of his followers. "Brother Fei, how much did Manager Li give you? Let us see." Before they could reach Wang Jifei's room, the incessant chatter of the loquacious Su Chaoling broke the silence. "Must you be so talkative? Go close the doors and windows, or you shall miss out," Wang Jifei retorted with a glare. It was apparent that Su Chaoling required a firm hand to keep his incessant chatter at bay. He would not cease until acknowledged. If he were a young girl, his demeanor might be deemed charming. However, in the form of this flamboyant youth, Wang Jifei found it exceedingly tiresome, suspecting that such behavior stemmed from Su's orphaned upbringing. The trio gathered around a table, and Wang Jifei produced the silver notes, tossing them to Su Chaoling for counting. As he sat on the stool, Wang Jifei contemplated whether to confide in Xiao He about the matter concerning Hui. After some reflection, he decided against it. After all, the money might need to be returned to his hometown, and he preferred not to involve him in such murky waters. Instead, he inquired about another individual. "Xiao He, what do you know about Wu Di? And have Uncle Qian and Uncle Qi returned from their visits to old friends yet?" Before Xiao He could respond, Su Chaoling, who had finished counting the money, interjected, "Brother Fei, I know a bit about Wu Di. Would you care to hear? There are a total of 120 taels of gold in these notes. The Wu family is indeed affluent," he remarked, handing the notes to Wang Jifei and continuing without waiting for a response. "Regarding Wu Di, I heard that he was sent to the Tianji sect at the age of 12 by the Wu family patriarch, his father Wu Jinxing, at great expense. Initially, it was merely to gain some experience, yet he unexpectedly awakened his spirit beast, the twin-headed golden-patterned leopard, at the age of 15, a second-rate high-quality beast, far superior to my little lion. It seems everyone is stronger than me. What a wretched fate. Speak respectfully. Am I not human?" interjected Xiao He, his expression darkened by the unintended slight. Realizing he had strayed from the topic, Su Chaoling offered an awkward smile. "Apologies, Xiao He, that was not my intention. Wu Di should be around 24 this year, significantly older than Master Murong, and he is a registered disciple of Master Murong's mentor. According to the Wu family, he reached the warrior level 2 years ago. As for the level of his spirit beast, I am not certain. It is said that Wu Di is quite fond of his brother Wu Shang, who relies on the pills he sends back." After Su Chaoling finished his ramblings, Wang Jifei gleaned a rough understanding of Wu Di's character: capable, talented, ambitious, and astute. At 24, he still willingly played the subordinate to another. As Su Chaoling concluded, Xiao He nodded at Wang Jifei, affirming the accuracy of his words. "Brother Fei, Wu Di's twin-headed golden-patterned leopard is formidable. One head breathes fire while the other produces wind, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Truly remarkable. Moreover, Wu Di possesses a third-rate mid-quality spirit beast artifact. Though I am unsure of its specifics, he has not returned to Shimin Town in over 3 years." After discussing the Wu family members for a while longer, Wang Jifei divided the money equally, giving each of them 40 taels. He then put on a stern face to prevent them from returning the favor and remembered to inquire about the young lady Zhang Wufan. Noticing Xiao He's sudden solemnity, Wang Jifei sensed that she remained unaccounted for. Recalling Zhang Wufan's warm demeanor upon their initial arrival in Shimin Town, Wang Jifei felt a wave of sadness wash over him. It was evident that Xiao He harbored feelings for Zhang Wufan, and witnessing his friend's melancholic expression left Wang Jifei unsure of how to console him. As the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with gloom, Su Chaoling suggested they venture outside. This afternoon, the Lord of Nanshan, Jiang Wushu, would be arriving in Shimin Town with the second son of the county prince, Qianzun, to welcome the envoy from the state of Lu. Around 3 o'clock, a resounding call echoed through the air, prompting most of the town's residents to cheer and rush into the streets to witness the grand sight of the magnificent by Shui Long, Quebec. Before they could reach the city gate, the trio found themselves caught amidst the throng, craning their necks to behold the colossal avian soaring swiftly overhead. Upon observing the dignified figure of the Lord, adorned with 3 long whiskers and draped in a scarlet official robe, alongside a strikingly handsome youth in his 30s, one could not help but be captivated. The two stood resolutely, akin to ancient pines, atop a magnificent giant bird sculpted from jade greenstone, which soared rapidly towards the open space at the city gates. As the exquisite jade water dragon bird ascended to a height of over 20 meters, it unfurled its expansive green wings, nearly 20 meters in span, and extended its robust claws. With a thunderous roar, the ground outside the city was swept by a fierce gust of wind as the jade water dragon bird landed gracefully. The Lord, with a flourish of his sleeves, dispelled the surrounding dust. Before he and the youth could disembark, the townsfolk, who had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of such a majestic creature, erupted into exuberant cheers. Their jubilant shouts echoed until Lord Jiang Wushu finally retracted the jade water dragon bird, at which point the clamor began to subside. As they spotted the lord and the second son of the county prince, Qianzun, the mayor Zhu, Captain Li, and 100 household Yang, who had been waiting at the city gate, hastened to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, the group proceeded to the mayor's residence. Observing the diminishing excitement, Wang Jifei and others returned to their homes. Once Xiaohe and Xiaosu departed. Wang Jifei reflected on the comparison between his swift wind eagle and Lord Jiang Wushu's jade water dragon bird, shaking his head in silent admiration. Indeed, as a master of fate, the Lord's summoned beast towered at 7 or 8 meters, with wings spanning 30 to 40 meters, a formidable presence. However, Wang Jifei did not indulge in excessive self-deprecation. He possessed his own gray space, and with the two remarkable abilities he had already discovered, he was confident that his own summoned beast would be anything but ordinary. With aspirations as lofty as towering edifices, he had already acquired the Qing Yuan Ju and was determined to progress steadily in his cultivation, with the martial artist realm well within reach. Taking out the black clay, fine sand, and shellac purchased earlier that day, Wang Jifei used his water control technique to gather a small basin of water, meticulously preparing his paint. After approximately half an hour, he coated the interior of the Kaishan statue with a layer of black paint. Observing the statue revert to its ordinary earthen form, he offered a sincere bow before commencing his practice of the 4 secret techniques. Chapter 58. The entrustment of Headhunter. Yin. The 4 secret techniques of the Qing Yuan Ju include the self-healing green wood technique, the wind needle technique, which forms wind projectiles by condensing wind attribute star power, the breath-holding technique that consolidates mental energy while suppressing one's presence, and the greenwood alchemy technique, which is the most suitable method for refining elixirs, particularly with the wood and fire attributes. After careful consideration, Wang Jifei resolved to cultivate the breath-holding technique and the wind needle technique. He already possessed a foundational understanding of the breath-holding technique, so he anticipated no significant challenges. The wind needle technique would compensate for his lack of combat prowess, particularly regarding ranged attacks. Moreover, it required wind attribute star power, which he was quite pleased about. Wind attribute, indeed. I possess it. My Gale Eagle is of the wind attribute. As for the greenwood technique, while it is relatively easy to grasp, its effects were not particularly beneficial for Wang Jifei since he lacked wood attribute star power within him. Thus, he planned to practice it briefly at a later time. However, he was exceedingly envious of the greenwood alchemy technique. Regrettably, without funds or ample time, he had to suppress his desires. After diligently studying the complete breath-holding technique several times, Wang Jifei mastered it in just over half an hour, extending the duration of breath-holding by more than double, reaching nearly 3/4 of an hour. He could now utilize it even while moving slowly, effectively mitigating a significant risk. Truly, first-rate techniques are exceptional. As he marveled at the wonders of the Qing Yuan Ju, Wang Jifei began to practice the wind needle technique. The wind needle technique involves compressing and accelerating air through the rotation of wind attribute star power, forming a whirling air cone. The challenge lies not in forming the air cone, but in its rotational speed and degree of compression. The tighter the compression, the more stable the wind needle becomes, enhancing its range and penetration power. The rotational speed directly affects the speed and explosive force of the wind needle. Both aspects demand exceptionally high mental fortitude. According to the Qing Yuan Ju, practitioners must reach the level of a first-rate life practitioner to master the wind needle technique. Despite possessing the Gale Eagle and the Little Black Snake, Wang Jifei decided to give it a try. His mental power, augmented by the fusion of the soul of the mighty hammer, was already superior to that of an average person. Coupled with the training from the breath-holding and water control techniques, his mental power had far surpassed that of an ordinary second-rate life practitioner. Moreover, he diligently nourished his soul daily with branches of the phoenix perchwood, ensuring that his soul had undoubtedly reached the level of a first-rate life practitioner. Without hesitation, Wang Jifei, yearning for the wind needle technique, skipped dinner and plunged into practice. What he thought would be an easy endeavor turned into a struggle, and it was not until midnight that he barely managed to unleash a single wind needle. Gazing at the small circular hole, a finger deep in the wall, he was overwhelmed with fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. As the sun rose to its zenith, Wang Jifei awoke, stirred by the gnawing hunger in his stomach. Rubbing his slightly swollen head, he climbed out of bed. Remembering the previous night's arduous practice, he shook his head in disbelief at how mentally taxing it had been. He had assumed that manipulating wind attribute star power would be straightforward given his experience with water spheres, but he soon realized that water and wind were entirely different entities. Although both employ star power, one is a liquid while the other is a gas. Fortunately, he had successfully launched a wind needle. Achieving a fundamental breakthrough from nothing to something, all that remained was to practice diligently. After changing into a fresh outfit, Wang Jifei had breakfast and headed to the gambling house. Upon entering, he was greeted by a visibly anxious Xiao Su. "Brother Fei, you finally arrived. My master is in trouble. Come with me quickly. Uncle Yin has returned." Upon noticing Xiao Su's unusual reticence, Wang Jifei sensed that the situation might be complex. Hastily arriving at the room, Wang Jifei was met with a strong medicinal odor mingled with a hint of blood. He saw the pale-faced Captain Chen inside, and his heart sank. The wan-faced headhunter Yin lay weakly on the bed. Hearing footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes, blinking at Wang Jifei. "Uncle Yin, what has happened to you?" "Old Yin cannot speak yet. Let him rest." "I will explain," Captain Chen interjected. "Ah, Fei, have you been inquiring about where old Yin and I have been these past few days? Today, I shall enlighten you." Captain Chen, gazing at the weary face of Xiao Su, began speaking with a hint of remorse. On that fateful night, after discussions among Yang Baihu, Mayor Zhu, and Captain Li, they immediately summoned Headhunter Yin and Captain Chen to announce 3 matters. Firstly, due to the envoy from the state of Lu, large-scale purging operations could not commence for the time being, and preliminary investigations would be conducted to gather intelligence. Secondly, the Lord Governor was soon to arrive, ostensibly to welcome the envoy, but there was a covert motive related to the purging activities, considering that the Lord Governor had forged his path through the ranks with blood. Lastly, the incident concerning Headhunter Yin's injury was addressed. While large-scale actions were suspended, small-scale operations would inevitably continue. The day after Wang Jifei and Headhunter Yin returned to town, the vengeful Headhunter Yin, disregarding rest, teamed up with his old partner Captain Chen and led a group to Stonebridge Village, a small stronghold of the Dark Star Gate. Upon arriving at Stonebridge Village, Yin Sunan and his companions, guided by local informants, quickly located the Sun family ancestral hall marked on the map. Amidst the biting cold wind, over 50 members from the Divine Capture Hall and the military surrounded the hall from the east, west, and south. The Sun family ancestral hall occupied about 2 acres, with a small river to the north. Given that more than half of the villagers in Stonebridge bore the surname Sun, it served as a sanctuary for the ancestors of the entire village. Compassionate yet resolute, Yin Sunan vehemently opposed using fire during discussions about the action plan. While such an approach would significantly reduce their own casualties, it would undoubtedly result in the destruction of the ancestral hall. Consequently, Headhunter Yin clashed with the military's leader. Ultimately, with Captain Chen's support, the plan opted for a fiery assault. The operation proceeded smoothly. The members of the Dark Star Gate, struggling amidst the flames, could not endure and rushed out at the cost of their lives, only to be shot down by the prepared military crossbows midway. In a mere half hour, after suffering 1 death and 7 injuries, over 20 notorious members of the Dark Star Gate were eliminated. Yin Sunan gazed at the Sun family ancestral hall, now engulfed in flames, his expression heavy with silence. He understood the brutal reality of war and could not blame Captain Chen or the military personnel. Yet, he could not reconcile with his conscience. The majority of the villagers in Stonebridge were innocent, having never even heard the name Dark Star Gate. Yet, their ancestors' resting place had been reduced to ashes. Watching the villagers hastily rushing to extinguish the fire, observing the hesitant and uncertain expressions of the Stonebridge residents, and witnessing the elderly bowing repeatedly to their ancestors, Headhunter Yin, filled with guilt, disregarded his exhaustion and plunged into the firefighting efforts. Seeing their leader joining the fray, the members of the Divine Capture Hall and some station troops joined in the efforts to quell the flames. In an instant, the ancestral hall was bustling with people trying to extinguish the fire. "Help me." A bloodied elderly woman, her forehead bruised from bowing, was struggling near a precariously tilting column, clutching a wooden basin. Nearest to her, Yin Sunan dashed forward and pulled her to safety. Just then, 3 members of the Dark Star Gate, hidden among the villagers, suddenly launched a suicide attack against the officials. Stunned by the sudden collapse of 3 brothers, everyone froze. Cradling the elderly woman, Headhunter Yin was equally taken aback. Just as he witnessed a brother from the Divine Capture Hall being dragged into the flames by a villain, a chilling sensation coursed through his chest, swiftly followed by intense pain. The elderly woman in his arms had plunged a dagger into his chest. In disbelief, the captain, Yin, gazed at the smirking old woman, only to realize something was amiss. With all his strength, he struck her away, but soon succumbed to unconsciousness. After the remaining villains of the Dark Star Gate were vanquished, Captain Shun and his companions swiftly located the unconscious Yin. Although they managed to stabilize his injuries in time, the poison from the dagger could not be neutralized promptly. By the time they returned to the town, the toxin had already permeated Yin's internal organs, although a significant portion had been alleviated. The poison still lingered deep within his viscera. The delay had cost Yin his entire cultivation. It's all my fault. If I hadn't agreed to the fire attack, old Yin wouldn't have suffered so, lamented Captain Shun, tugging at his disheveled hair in despair. Wang Jifei was at a loss for words. Strategically, the decision to use fire was undoubtedly the right one. Ethically, however, the destruction of the Sun family ancestral hall should not have been taken lightly. As it was the foundation of the village, it could only be said that the members of the Dark Star Gate were exceedingly malicious, bound by the rigid rules of their sect. The few remaining individuals had no choice but to sacrifice their lives in a desperate bid for mutual destruction with the Imperial forces. Only in this way could their families be spared from annihilation. Instead, they would receive a sum sufficient for their livelihood. Such is the nature of the martial world. Such is the chaos of the times. Observing the darkened area between Yan's brows and the bloodshot eyes of the captain, Wang Jifei was deeply impressed. In a world fraught with bloodshed and fire, to uphold even a shred of principle was an arduous feat until noon, when Wang Jifei took his leave. Captain Yin was unable to utter a word. Just before Wang departed, he slowly extended his right index finger, pointing at Xiao Su and then at himself. The three present immediately grasped his intent. He was entrusting Xiao Su to Wang Jifei. Without hesitation, Wang Jifei readily accepted this responsibility. With red-rimmed eyes, Su Chaoling fell to her knees beside the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Similarly, Captain Qin, with tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, vowed to impart all his skills to Xiao Su, assuring him of his commitment. Upon exiting, Wang Jifei made his way directly to Yang Baihu. Although he knew that Yang would not possess a better solution, he remained unwilling to accept the situation. Chapter 59. Return and Departure. Despite having mentally prepared for the worst, Wang Jifei felt an intensified, inexplicable fury as he gazed at the silent boss Yang. The latter informed him that even the esteemed Lord Fu had expressed his helplessness. The poison afflicting Captain Yin was a terrifyingly potent toxin known as soul corrosion powder, a notoriety that the Dark Star sect had significantly contributed to. This insidious poison first erodes one's martial prowess, then the physical body, ultimately consuming the very soul, leaving Captain Yin as nothing more than a gaunt, living corpse. Attempting to confront the Dark Star sect in town would be futile, as ordinary disciples possess no antidote. Only high-ranking figures at the master level might hold the cure. Currently, the sole method of prolonging Captain Yin's life was to transfer star energy to him, alongside a substantial quantity of precious medicinal herbs to suppress the toxins within him. Alas, it is indeed difficult to be a good person, particularly in such chaotic times. It is a pity for old Yin, who has endured a life of misfortune. Little Su will take over old Yin's duties. Ah Fei, please take good care of him. With that, Boss Yang fell silent. The room remained quiet for a considerable time, and as Wang Jifei observed the taciturn Boss Yang, he understood the unspoken implications. Human sentiment and merit have their limits. While Boss Yang was undoubtedly a friend of Captain Yin, he was still the centurion of the Divine Captain's Hall in Sherman Town. Extending leniency was permissible, but how far could that leniency stretch, and for how long could it endure? Very well, Uncle Yang. May I inquire how much time Captain Yin has left? Ah Fei, I comprehend your concern. Your Uncle Yang has always had a keen eye and has not misjudged you. Boss Yang interjected, both comforting and resigned. Lord Fu stated he would return next month to transfer star energy to Captain Yin once more. With Lord Fu's pure and abundant star energy, old Yan's condition should not worsen significantly. However, relying solely on me and old Shin, coupled with the daily expenditure of 10 taels of gold for medicinal herbs, Captain Yan's soul should remain intact for at least 2 months. Ah Fei, it is not that I am unwilling. Money is not the issue. Yet, my cultivation, along with old Chinese, is insufficient. After a transfer of star energy, we would be incapacitated for 4 to 5 days. And it would take about 10 days to fully recover. In these tumultuous times, I understand. The silence from Boss Yang and Captain Qin was not a refusal, but rather a limitation. There were only a few top-tier combatants in Sherman Town, and it was neither practical nor reasonable to expend their efforts on a man with merely 3 months to live. Seeing that Wang Jifei no longer misconstrued his intentions, Boss Yang shifted the conversation to other matters. Fei, do you recall what I mentioned regarding the matter of Hui? Let us put that on hold for now. At least until the envoy departs our nation, the entire Wu family must remain inactive. Is it related to Wu Di? I understand. Good, as long as you grasp it. And with old Yin in such a state, since you address me as Uncle Yang, there are a few things I wish to convey. Listen closely. Once you step through that door, I will no longer recognize you. Understood, Uncle Yang. Please proceed. Upon hearing Boss Yang mention himself and Captain Yin, Wang Jifei responded eagerly. However, a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Could it be indeed, during these tumultuous times, Lord Fu has decided to expand the power of our Divine Captain's Hall in Sherman Town. After the new year, someone will be sent to assist me. Additionally, your recent contributions during your return to Qinshi Village have been significant. The intelligence you provided is invaluable. To be frank, these merits would not diminish your standing. Even as a centurion at this juncture, Boss Yang cleared his throat and observed Wang Jifei's demeanor. Noticing his calm expression, he continued. However, Fei, you are aware of your own circumstances. You have only been with us for about a month, and you've only recently begun capturing criminals, have you not? Yes. Uncle Yang, I understand. I am a product of your guidance along with Uncle Yin and Uncle Qin. I shall follow your arrangements. Seeing Wang Jifei express his loyalty with such earnestness, Boss Yang became animated. Excellent, Fei. I indeed did not misjudge you. Here is some good news. Lord Fu wishes to meet you, though not at this moment. The reasons for this meeting are not to be questioned or disclosed. Furthermore, your achievement in slaying the demoness Yilan and severely injuring Yi Mei accounts as fulfillment of Hui's mission. In due time, we shall pay a visit to Mayor Zhu. This is the Beast Soul Stone from Feng Anlin and Yilan. Take it. It is the wish of both Old Yin and myself. As he spoke, Boss Yang retrieved a small white silk pouch from his drawer, opened it, and handed it to Wang Jifei. Within the silk lay a red beast soul stone the size of a mung bean and 4 gray-black stones the size of soybeans. Wang Jifei's heart raced uncontrollably. These were 5 beast soul stones. Although their quality was not high, their estimated value was around 100 taels of gold. However, beast soul stones are always in high demand yet scarce in the market. Reflecting on the extraordinary capabilities of his gray space, he wondered if he might once again possess the red-tailed centipede and the black iron bear as his destined beasts. Could it be that his ultimate vocation was that of a summoner? Excited, Wang Jifei swallowed hard, cradling the silk pouch with both hands, subtly conveying his gratitude and support for Boss Yang. Thank you, Uncle Yang. I shall dedicate myself to Sherman Town. Ha ha, this is what you deserve. Fei, I perceive your aura is steady. You are nearing a breakthrough in martial arts. The timing coincides with the upcoming county-wide martial arts competition. Be sure to showcase your abilities. I have informed Lord Fu that once you attain the rank of warrior, you shall be appointed as captain in 3 to 4 months. For now, focus diligently on your duties as a constable. Your salary and other privileges will align with that of a captain after the new year. Very well, if there is nothing further, I shall return to my training. Use these days to hone your eagle claw technique and practice the tiger fist as well. Understanding oneself and one's adversary is essential for victory in countless battles. In this world, one must remain ever vigilant. I comprehend. I shall remember the matter of Hui. Now, Uncle Yang, I shall take my leave. Upon returning home, Wang Jifei continued to ponder Captain Yin's situation. He had 2 abilities that might assist him. One was the small black snake, which could absorb toxins for growth. And the other was the Qingmu technique from the Qingyuan scripture, a secret art primarily for healing, which might yield effective results. During dinner, the travel-worn Uncle Qi returned home. He brought along Xiao Hei's family to dine at a nearby restaurant. At the table, Xiao Hei's father, Qian Jinqin, along with Xiao Hei, continually toasted Wang Jifei. Uncle Qi, observing their enthusiasm, smiled at the trio without intervening. After half a gin of liquor, the atmosphere at the table was exceptionally jovial. Uncle Qi rose with his cup. Let us all drink together. Once the envoy arrives, Old Qian and I shall take our leave. We wish to return to our hometown for the new year. Upon hearing this, Wang Jifei was taken aback. Uncle Qi, you are leaving too? Did you not say you would depart after the new year? Indeed, Fei. I and your Uncle Qi are visiting some old friends. Coincidentally, another brother is also returning to Qingzhou. Your Uncle Qi has arranged to leave together with him. Moreover, it is better to leave early. Who knows when chaos will arise here? Qian Jinqin glanced at his son Qianan, then turned to Wang Jifei. Fei, Xiao Hei does not wish to return with me. He believes a man should achieve something before returning. You brothers should support each other if the opportunity arises. Do come to visit your Uncle Qian. Rest assured, old Qian, Xiaohei is quite astute. Ah Fei is now a constable in town. He should not encounter any significant issues. This lad is indeed clever, but alas, he is only at the second rank. Otherwise, I would have shamelessly sought a way for Ah Fei to enter the court. Come, Ah Fei, let us toast again. Standing, he clinked glasses with Wang Jifei. Wang Jifei promptly stood and drank it all. Reflecting on the fact that he was already a constable, he thought that getting someone into the court should pose no major problem. During this period, our esteemed capturing hall is rather short-staffed, prompting me to devise a solution. I must extend my gratitude to you, Brother Fei, for your cleverness in daily matters. As he spoke, Qian Jinqin rose, pulling along Xiaohei, preparing to toast Wang Jifei. At that moment, Uncle Qi also stood and remarked, Old Qian, we are all comrades here. There is no need for formality. Brother Fei and Xiaohei are kin, and mutual support is but a duty. Come, let us drink this cup together. The four men raised their glasses and downed a hearty drink. With the weight of unspoken troubles lifted, Qian Jinqin became increasingly boisterous, welcoming all. By around 8 o'clock, the four were pleasantly intoxicated. Suddenly, with a serious demeanor, Qian Jinqin grasped the hands of Xiaohei and Wang Jifei, saying, Brother Fei, Xiaohei, heed my words. Joining the capturing hall is commendable, and serving the Dongwu kingdom is indeed a responsibility. However, serving the court is an altogether different matter. You are both still young, with a bright future ahead. There is no need to anchor all your hopes to a vessel that holds no promise. Old Qian speaks wisely, Uncle Qi interjected. We fear your youth may lead to impetuous decisions. Brother Fei, I look forward to your support in my twilight years. As the conversation grew heavier, it seemed inappropriate to linger on such weighty matters within the hotel. They continued to eat and drink for a while longer before parting ways. The following morning, Wang Jifei did not venture to the gambling house, but instead spent the entire morning conversing with Uncle Qi in their room. Gradually, he relayed recent events, and Uncle Qi imparted a crucial secret. The revelation of his awakened second beast spirit must remain confidential, for it surpasses even the significance of his partial manifestation of eagle claws. This secret he must guard fiercely, revealing it only when he has attained formidable strength. Moreover, Uncle Qi cautioned Wang Jifei about his intentions to cure and heal Captain Yin. While there is some merit to his plans, it would be prudent to wait until Wang Jifei has transcended his current limitations. He must also ensure the secrecy of Xiaohei's serpent, keeping it concealed from both Captain Yin and Xiao Su. Uncle Qi then produced a dark gray cloth pouch from his bosom and handed it to him. Here are 5 beast soul stones of the Gale Eagle. Take them. They are the collection of an old friend of mine. I have another brother who possesses 3 serpent stones. Had I known earlier, I would have brought them as well. Chapter 60. 3 Gale Eagle beast eggs. As he prepared to depart, Uncle Qi patted Wang Jifei on the shoulder, gazing at him earnestly. I shall be leaving tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Once you arrive in Qingzhou, mark a sign on the stone bricks at the city gate. That's enough for now. I must return to gather my belongings. I will be taking the cart with me. Watching Uncle Qi's retreating figure, Wang Jifei absent-mindedly touched the beast soul stone in his pocket, silently sitting at the table, lost in thought. Uncle Qi was indeed leaving, although he had mentally prepared himself. The suddenness of the news left him feeling disoriented. Having only been in this world for 3 months, the person closest to him was about to embark on a journey. His mind in turmoil, he found it difficult to settle down, so he called upon the equally restless Xiaohei and stepped outside, wandering onto a street. This street was a gathering place for practitioners in Shimin town, where cultivators often engaged in trade. Wang Jifei had visited a few times before, primarily to purchase medicinal herbs for cultivation. At that time, his finances were limited, and he had no inclination to examine other items closely. With time to spare today, the two decided to explore leisurely. The street, named South Back Street, was located near the Baijin Pavilion. Currently, the street was not densely populated, and they casually entered a shop selling medicinal herbs. As they gazed at the myriad of herbs, a thought struck Wang Jifei. Although he could not yet practice the Qingmu alchemy technique, he could begin preparations. Thus, he referenced his memory to identify the herbs. Purple stargrass, a supplementary herb for tiger bone pill, priced at 5 stalks for 1 tael of gold. Stone turtle shell, one of the main ingredients for stone bull pill, could be purchased at 3 taels of gold for 5 qian, which was half a tael. Black tiger claw bone, a primary ingredient for tiger bone pill, was 1 tael of gold for 1 qian. Efoding, a principal ingredient for qi supplement powder, was 1 tael of gold for 4 chien. As he meticulously discerned each herb, some were familiar, some were not, some he had heard of, and others he had not. After a lengthy examination, both the shop assistant and Xiao He grew somewhat impatient. Finally, Wang Jifei purchased 2 bottles each of tiger bone pill and stone bull pill, along with 10 portions of qi supplement powder. He then acquired 5 portions each of the raw materials for tiger bone pill, stone bull pill, and qi supplement powder, as well as 10 portions of the ingredients for Qingmu detox powder. After spending over 180 taels of gold, Wang Jifei, carrying a bag filled with jars and bottles, exited the shop amidst the cheerful farewells of the shop assistant. Scammer! Someone come, this is a fraud. Just as he was reflecting on the exorbitant prices of the medicines, a sudden cry emerged from his right. What is going on? The two turned to see a commotion at a stall where 2 individuals were arguing. You deceitful merchant! How dare you sell lifeless beast eggs to deceive us? Come and judge for yourselves. You're speaking nonsense. I examined it thoroughly yesterday, and it was perfectly fine. Your assurances were absolute. But now this beast egg shows no signs of life. You will pay for this, you fraud, or I will make you regret it. Who knows what you did once you got home? Don't try to frame an innocent person. Look at my beast eggs. There is nothing wrong with them. I, Old Shun, have been here for a long time, always honest with everyone. Seeing the escalating argument, Wang Jifei and Xiao He approached the stall with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that Old Shin's stall boasted at least 10 beast eggs. To display such a collection, Old Shin must possess considerable skill. While observing the beast eggs, they continued to listen to the exchange. Wang Jifei suddenly realized this could be a fortuitous opportunity. The beast egg in dispute was that of a gale eagle. At that moment, the egg in the hands of the customer appeared lifeless, yet Wang Jifei's innate beast, the gale eagle, was fervently conveying a sense of hunger, an intense hunger. This emotion was far more pronounced than when he absorbed the soul stone of the withered with serpent. What was happening with his gale eagle? Although his innate beast possessed a degree of intelligence that would only develop as it fully manifested and advanced in rank, his innate beast had only manifested its claws. Could it truly be exhibiting intelligence? Regardless, Wang Jifei was determined to acquire this gale eagle egg. Whenever his innate beast exhibited such strong emotions, extraordinary events seemed to follow. Perhaps this was yet another wondrous effect of the gray space. As he slowly attuned to his innate beast's peculiar emotions, Wang Jifei and Xiao He crouched at the stall, each picking up a beast egg for inspection. Old Shin's stall contained 2 gale eagle eggs, plus the one in the customer's possession, totaling 3. The moment Wang Jifei's hand touched one of the gale eagle eggs, the emotions of the gale eagle surged to a peak, and he felt as if an urgent eagle cry resonated in his mind. This extraordinary occurrence only solidified his conviction. He must obtain this gale eagle egg. Calculating his remaining gold, he found he had just under 200 taels left, which should suffice. This was a stall, so he estimated that 50 to 60 taels of gold per egg would be adequate. With that thought, he gestured with his egg to Xiao He, exchanging a knowing glance. Boss, how much for these 2 gale eagle eggs? Surely, they must be without issue? Upon interpreting Wang Jifei's intent, Xiao He quickly understood what to do. Old Shen, noticing the inquiry, glanced at the still disputing customer and the gathering onlookers. He donned a smile for Wang Jifei and Xiao He, saying, You two wish to purchase these gale eagle eggs? I assure you, there are no problems. Feel free to inspect them. If there is an issue, I'll give them to you for free. I've been here long enough for everyone to know me. You can ask around. Typically, these gale eagle eggs cost 70 or 80 taels of gold, but I'm only asking 60 before Old Shun could finish. The customer interjected loudly. Don't listen to his nonsense. Just yesterday he said 70, and now he is trying to sell them for 60 because he is trying to deceive you. Don't fall for it. You. Old Shun, furious at the disruption, pointed at the customer several times. You can ask at Baijin Pavilion. My beast eggs have been inspected by them. If it weren't for the troubled times, they wouldn't be closing for a period after the new year. Yesterday, you wouldn't have had the chance to bargain with me. Old Shin had not intended to expose the customer, but he was not one to be easily bullied. With that, he snatched the gale eagle egg from the customer's hands, turned, and held it high for all to see. Look here, there is a small crack, and it has been masked with the same powder. He has been hiding this side in his palm. As the crowd erupted in uproar, filled with jeers and insults, the customer, who had a rogue personality, turned red for a moment before snatching the gale eagle egg back and slipping away into the crowd. Subsequently, Xiao He and Old Shin haggled, ultimately purchasing 2 eggs for 110 taels of gold. With the deal completed, they realized the hour was late. So they began their leisurely walk back, only to be confronted at the exit of South Back Street by the very customer they had just encountered. The middle-aged man in a blue robe, wearing a broad smile, approached and said, "Hello again, young brothers. My surname is Zhang, and I reside in this town. What is it you want?" Wang Jifei, wary of the unexpected appearance of the man, was reluctant to engage. Yet he did not wish to let go of the Gale Eagle egg in his possession. "I noticed you were interested in purchasing Gale Eagle eggs. I wonder if you might be interested in the one I have here? Forget it, we're not taking it home to eat. Who would want your lifeless egg?" Xiaohei, sensing the man's intent to swindle, stepped forward. "Esteemed friends, I am indeed the venerable white-headed old Jiao, and I sincerely hope that we can engage in a thoughtful discussion, lest we provoke the ire of Brother Jiao." As he spoke, he revealed a dagger concealed at his waist. Observing this reckless individual, Wang Jifei felt no inclination to be courteous. "White-headed old Jiao, I have heard of your reputation. You are quite a notable figure in these streets. I wonder if you recognize me. As for the two of you, I suspect Brother Jiao is unfamiliar with you. But should you accept this beast egg, I could facilitate an introduction. What do you say? A sum of 100 taels of gold." Wang Jifei, unimpressed by the Zhang clan ruffian before him, who possessed merely the skills of a third-rate martial artist, dismissed him with little regard. With a swift motion, he seized the ruffian by the throat and produced a badge. Coldly, he declared, "Indeed, I shall accept this eagle egg. I am quite pleased with the price of 100 taels. When shall you deliver it to me?" Upon seeing the badge of the Divine Capture Hall, the ruffian realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. The Divine Capture Hall was notorious for dealing with malevolent martial factions. Small-time individuals have their own ways of surviving, and these street thugs are particularly astute, well aware of whom they dare not provoke. The Zhang ruffian, recognizing the gravity of his predicament, swiftly begged for mercy, abandoning any mention of old Jiao or old Tin. He relinquished the beast egg along with all his money, expressing profound gratitude as he departed. Little Black seized the money and chuckled, "Brother Fei, that badge from the Divine Capture Hall is quite impressive. From now on, we can specifically seek out trouble with such individuals. With just 3 or 4 of them, we could easily procure 2 eagle beast eggs. This fellow is quite impoverished. Having barely 30 taels, he is truly out of his depth." Upon hearing Little Black's nonsensical banter, Wang Jifei couldn't resist a retort. "Oh please, this fellow purchased it for 70 taels just yesterday. Do you possess 100 taels of gold? Brother Fei, you must not allow the achievements of others to diminish your own stature. I, Little Black, am at least half a member of the Divine Capture Hall. Am I to be outdone by a mere ruffian? How absurd. Can a mouse truly rival a cat?" Enough of that. The two brothers playfully exchanged barbs as they made their way home, their earlier despondency lifting entirely. Upon returning home, they quickly resumed their training. Wang Jifei was determined to transcend the pinnacle of martial apprentices and swiftly attain the rank of warrior, striving to prolong the life of Captain Yin. Little Black, too, aimed to expedite his ascension to a first-rate martial apprentice and join the Divine Capture Hall. Chapter 61. Absorbing beast eggs. The heavy gloom that had enveloped him was completely swept away, replaced by unbridled ecstasy. Wang Jifei cradled the Gale Eagle beast egg in his hands, his heart brimming with joy. A wager of over 100 taels of gold had proven fortunate, leading to a fortuitous windfall. Yet again, a new function had emerged. In his euphoric state, Wang Jifei greedily gazed at the remaining 2 beast eggs, wearing a manic grin. To comprehend the genesis of this scene, one must hark back to the events of the previous night. Wang Jifei had initially intended to experiment with the absorption of the beast soul stones he possessed, hoping to add 2 more types of innate beasts to his repertoire. The addition of 2 new innate beasts would inevitably elevate his own cultivation level, and perhaps even facilitate a breakthrough into the ranks of warriors. Such aspirations are often splendid in theory, yet how many individuals see their dreams realized? As Wang Jifei practiced the Qing Yuan formula, he communicated with the gray space within him. As anticipated, his innate beasts, the Gale Eagle and the Little Black Snake, were indeed absorbing the beast soul stones of the red-tailed centipede and the black savage iron bear. Due to the elevated level of the Qing Yuan formula, the absorption rate had accelerated several-fold compared to the previous techniques he had employed. However, even as the beast soul stone of the red-tailed centipede disintegrated into fine sand, not a single centipede materialized in his gray space. Could it be nestled within the beak of the Gale Eagle? Such a thought was implausible. Moreover, being his innate beast, he would certainly sense if the Gale Eagle had consumed the centipede. What was amiss? Had he miscalculated? Was his aspiration to become a summoner doomed to fail? And what of the Little Black Snake? Was it perhaps his innate beast by nature? Reluctantly, Wang Jifei resumed the absorption of the black savage iron bear's beast soul stone. The process unfolded smoothly, and by midnight, both stones had turned to dust, allowing Wang Jifei's innate level to successfully ascend to the first tier's initial stage. Yet, despite this breakthrough, his spirits remained low. Were others to discover that he had advanced so significantly within the span of a mere month, leaping from the initial stage of the third tier to the first tier, he would surely feel compelled to end his life in shame. It was not that Wang Jifei was pretending, rather, he was acutely aware that the inability to augment the types of his innate beasts meant a significant compromise to his strength. His options for combat strategies and the variety of innate talents would be severely limited. The losses he had incurred far outweighed his gains. With the Qing Yuan formula already within his grasp, breaking through to the first-tier warrior was merely a matter of time. Yet, the inability to acquire other innate beasts severed the path to rapid enhancement of his power. Numerous innate beasts possess their unique racial talents, for instance. The little black snake's ability to absorb potent toxins was exceedingly practical, having played a pivotal role in vanquishing the red-tailed centipede. Beyond talents lay divine abilities, which only formidable or noble-blooded beasts could possess and master. Upon reaching the level of an innate master, should one's innate beast awaken a divine ability, the master could likewise wield that ability when summoning the beast, albeit at a diminished potency. When an innate master ascends to the grandmaster level, they can utilize divine abilities without summoning their innate beast, with power comparable to that of the beast itself. This delineates a critical factor as to why innate masters can dominate opponents of the same tier, even defeating grand warriors with ease. Gazing at the 3 small piles of sand on the ground, Wang Jifei found no motivation to absorb the remaining beast soul stones of the black savage iron bear. Farewell to my black savage iron bear. Farewell to my red-tailed centipede. Farewell to my legion of summon beasts. Farewell to my myriad talents and divine abilities. The immense psychological disparity left him in a state of agitation. Overwhelmed, he abruptly flung open the window, allowing the cold wind to fill his chest. Staring at the distant bright moon, Wang Jifei stood alone, motionless. After a prolonged silence, his resilient mental fortitude gradually came to the fore, allowing him to regain composure. In moments of great concern, a phrase from his mentor, Uncle Qingqi, reverberated within him, awakening him fully. What has come over me? Why this incessant worry over gains and losses? All of this was merely speculation. If I have yet to attain something, how can I lament its loss? Only that which I possess truly belongs to me. Have I lost my tranquility? As his thoughts soared, Wang Jifei's eyes gradually brightened, no longer clouded. His gaze ultimately fixed upon a bright star outside. The moonlight flowed like water, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the serene, tranquil night sky gradually calmed Wang Jifei's restless heart. Recollecting his scattered thoughts, he closed the window and returned to his desk, producing a Gale Eagle Beast Soul Stone alongside an intact beast egg. Wang Jifei commenced his second attempt. The rationale behind simultaneously absorbing both the Beast Soul Stone and the Beast Egg stemmed from a spontaneous idea. Perhaps the absorption of 2 entities of the same origin would yield miraculous results. This endeavor did not disappoint him. The intense radiance emanating from his innate beast, the Gale Eagle, within the gray space, served as the finest evidence of success. Driven by an overwhelming hunger, the Gale Eagle greedily consumed all star power and essence, absorbing at a pace several times faster than before. The little black snake, perched upon the eagle's claws, also strained to absorb energy. Yet Wang Jifei sensed that it had not managed to gather even a trace. All energies from the Beast Soul Stone and the egg surged directly toward the Gale Eagle, overshadowing the little black snake. Suddenly, the pale blue light within the gray space intensified, and a resounding eagle cry pierced the air. Unlike the vague sensations of before, this was a genuine eagle's call, resonating from the beak of the Gale Eagle in his mind, echoing throughout the entire gray space. With the cry of the eagle, a distinct wave of consciousness surged within Wang Jifei's mind, as if the gray space itself were stirred by the sharp call, causing the gray mist to recede swiftly, retreating several hundred meters. Like a silent spring nourishing a forest, this wave of consciousness caused Wang Jifei's spirit to flourish, akin to a sapling thriving beside a clear stream, growing taller and sturdier, branching out in splendid vigor. Immersed in this revitalizing essence, Wang Jifei lost himself entirely in his cultivation, remaining so until the nourishing stream gradually dried up. Slowly opening his eyes, he found it was already the afternoon of the following day. The moment he awoke, he sensed an extraordinary shift within himself. He had achieved yet another breakthrough. a comprehensive one at that. His innate level had ascended further. Now resting firmly at the mid-stage of the first tier, a solid foundation with no hint of instability. Moreover, his warrior level had surged to that of a warrior. A few simple movements indicated to Wang Jifei that his speed had reached approximately 45 meters per second, a 10-meter increase. His strength had also escalated to around 1,200 kilograms, though this increase was not as significant as his speed, which was to be expected given the Gale Eagle's emphasis on swiftness. Indeed, the warrior tier was markedly different, feeling the surging power within his body. How could Wang Jifei not be elated? Yet, this was not the pinnacle of his satisfaction. Closing his eyes, he entered an expanded gray space. Observing the seemingly diminutive Gale Eagle within, Wang Jifei felt an immense sense of contentment. Though small, the clarity of the young eagle's cries resonated vividly in his mind. This represented the consciousness of the Gale Eagle, no longer the indistinct emotions of before, but rather a genuine and continuous awareness. Even if he did not comprehend the essence of the Gale Eagle's expression at that moment, it mattered little. The ability to perceive the consciousness of his innate beast was the fundamental hallmark of an innate master. What did this signify? It indicated that when the divine closes one door, it invariably opens another. Wang Jifei speculated that another function of the gray space had emerged. It absorbed energy of the same origin, enhancing itself while simultaneously fortifying his innate beast. In a buoyant mood, Wang Jifei spent half the morning in a state of bliss until he suddenly remembered that his seventh uncle was to depart today. Hurriedly splashing water on his face, he swiftly rose to find his uncle. Fortunately, his uncle had been waiting for him. Observing the spirited Wang Jifei, his uncle joyfully inquired, "Ah Fei, have you broken through? Otherwise, you would not have emerged so late. I cannot believe you would forget to see me off." As he gazed at his uncle, who was about to leave, Wang Jifei felt his heightened spirits wane. He merely replied, "Yes, I have become a warrior now." "Are you truly leaving, seventh uncle? That is good. Now that you have reached the warrior realm, I can rest easy. Remember to exercise caution. For practitioners like us, everything hinges upon this. Be exceedingly wary of the perilous East Wu Kingdom. The hour grows late. Old Zhao must be anxious by now. I must take my leave. It is time for us to part ways." With a hint of moisture in his eyes, his uncle spoke. Following his words, he leapt onto the carriage, flicked the reins, and slowly vanished down the street. Dazedly watching the carriage turn the corner, Wang Jifei suddenly dashed forward, calling out his uncle's name as he ran. He did not stop until he reached the city gate, where he squatted in a daze, silently watching the carriage disappear into the distance. After his uncle's departure, Wang Jifei remained in a state of profound stupor, returning directly to his home. Throughout the night, he was oblivious to how the hours passed. After a sleepless night, he groggily arose. It was now December 11th, and the envoy had arrived 2 days prior. With no desire to venture outside, Wang Jifei rested in his room. Suddenly, Xiao Su burst in. Brother Fei, the envoy has arrived." "No, it's young Master Murong and his companions. Let us hurry to see." Young Master Murong had arrived? It was only fitting, as tomorrow marked the grand auction, meticulously prepared for the envoy. How could the protagonist not attend? With this thought, Wang Jifei increasingly felt that young Master Murong and his party's excursion to the Qinglong mountain range was far from simple. Chapter 62. The news of Zhang Wufan, the residents of Shimin town, who had been eagerly anticipating for several days, finally awaited the arrival of young Master Murong and his entourage to the Qingshan Mountains for a leisurely excursion. When Wang Jifei and Xiao Su stepped onto the street, they overheard the townsfolk buzzing with discussions about young Master Murong. At that moment, young Master Murong had already reached the town chief's residence. Wang Jifei and Xiao Su missed their opportunity and had to return home. "Feej, what do you think young Master Murong is going to the Qingshan Mountains for? I can't shake the feeling that it's not merely for sightseeing. What do you think?" "Certainly not. That's just a ruse to deceive children. As for their true purpose, I have no idea." "Feej, do you believe young Master Murong is genuinely here to assist our Dongwu Kingdom?" "Assistance is assured. However, the means and extent of that help will be matters for the two nations to discuss moving forward." "Feej, what do you think our role will be in this situation?" "I can't say, but it's certain that we must be dispatched for vigilance, ensuring the safety of the delegation. We shall see how it unfolds. Regardless, we cannot recklessly plunge into this predicament. We merely need to perform our duties." "Indeed," Uncle Chen said the same. "Is our Dongwu Kingdom truly on the brink of collapse?" "That is undeniable. With the formidable power of the Yu Kingdom, the downfall of Dongwu is merely a matter of time." "I see. My greatest concern now is for my master." "Xiao Su, I have now reached the realm of a warrior and can contribute to Uncle Yan's efforts. As for the rest, we shall do our best and let fate decide. Have faith, believe that Uncle Yan, a noble soul, will have divine protection. Wang Jifei reassured Xiaosu. Let us strive to the best of our abilities. I believe a solution will present itself. By the way, Xiaosu, after the new year, I will be heading to Nanshan Prefecture for 3 months of training. You and Xiaohei must put in your utmost effort. Assist Xiaohei with matters concerning the Divine Capture Hall. Your spirit beast is stronger than mine. Only by growing stronger can you safeguard those around you and heal your master. Feej, I understand. I will certainly work hard. Just as they were speaking, Xiaohei dashed in like a whirlwind, exclaiming with excitement, Feej, Feej. I saw the young lady. I saw her. She is among young Master Murong's group. What? The young lady is with young Master Murong? How did this come to be? Why is she in his entourage? I don't know. When young Master Murong entered the town today, I spotted her from a distance. She seemed unharmed and not under duress. Xiaohei, did you manage to speak with the young lady? Did you ask her anything? I couldn't. The delegation was heavily guarded, and I couldn't get close enough to converse with her. I see. I will seek out Boss Yang for more information. Please remain calm. Do not rush. When did Uncle Qian leave? Wang Jifei inquired, glancing at Xiaosu and Xiaohei. Right now, your priority is to strive for entry into the Divine Capture Hall. Xiaosu is nearing the first-class warrior realm, so Xiaohei, you must exert yourself. As for the young lady, the current circumstances remain unclear. We must not act rashly. I will ascertain the situation first. Feej, my father and the others left a while ago. I understand now. I will listen to your guidance. In the afternoon, Wang Jifei arrived at the gambling house and found Boss Yang. It seemed that Boss Yang had anticipated Wang Jifei's visit. As he entered, Boss Yang sat leisurely sipping tea and remarked, Ah Fei, have you come to discuss the matter of Zhang Wufan? You learned about Zhang Wufan from Xiaohei, didn't you? Today, you should have been accompanying Uncle Qi, so you wouldn't have encountered young Master Murong's group. How did you know? Was I seeking you for Zhang Wufan's issue? Zhang Wufan is the daughter of head escort Zhang, of course, I know her. However, why she would appear in young Master Murong's entourage is beyond my comprehension. Considering today was merely a welcoming event for young Master Murong and his companions. Boss Yang paused, glanced at Wang Jifei, and teased, Fear not, Ah Fei. Head escort Zhang is also my friend. I will certainly get to the bottom of this. I assure you, I will return Zhang Wufan to you unharmed. Patience, young man. Young people must learn to be composed. Ha ha ha. Uncle Yang, you misunderstand. There is truly nothing between the young lady and me. I understand. I understand. Despite my age, I too had my youthful days. Let us not dwell on that. Ah Fei, you appear invigorated and light on your feet. Is there some good news you haven't shared with me? Uncle Yang, it seems nothing escapes your keen perception. I have indeed broken through to the warrior realm. Oh. Congratulations. Just a few days ago, I mentioned this, and here you are, having achieved it today. Wonderful. Sherman Town has produced another valiant warrior. How delightful. How delightful. Boss Yang exclaimed, rising from his seat, slapping the table in joy. However, Ah Fei, remember that rank is but one aspect. It does not wholly represent your strength. Do not forget, the cultivation of martial skills is not achieved overnight. Moreover, there is the training of your spirit beast to consider. Mastery comes with practice. Even the simplest martial techniques can lead to victory when skillfully applied. Do not let your recent advancement blind you to overconfidence. As he spoke, Boss Yang demonstrated the first move of the eagle claw technique, shattering gold and splitting stones. Seeing this, Wang Jifei's eyes widened. Although Boss Yang's execution appeared unassuming, it was executed with such fluidity and precision that each movement seemed honed through countless trials. Well, do you perceive the difference? Both are early-stage warriors in strength and speed. Have you discerned anything? Understood, Uncle Yang. Ah, perfect timing. I have a matter to discuss with you. Young Master Murong has expressed a desire to bring several peers along to Jincheng. It would be advantageous to have someone familiar with the area. A few companions would also make the journey more enjoyable. Thus, we will be taking 5 youths from our town to accompany him to the capital. At this point, Boss Yang paused, casting a curious glance at Wang Jifei before continuing. You will be one of them, Wu Sheng will be another, with 2 from the military. And the last will be my nephew, Yang Wei. Upon hearing this, Wang Jifei was taken aback and quickly inquired, Uncle Yang, why am I included? Young Master Murong does not even know me. Ha ha. Boss Yang replied with an odd expression, scrutinizing Wang Jifei closely before asserting. It seems a certain Wu Di recommended you. I presume you know him? Wu Di. Isn't that Wu Xing's older brother? Why would he recommend me? This is strange. Wang Jifei thought, astonished. How could this eldest son of the Wu family, Wu Di, possibly recommend me? And your nephew Yang Wei, why have I never heard of him? My nephew has been at Nanshan Prefecture. He has come along with the lord of the prefecture this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Jifei finally understood. Boss Yang was sending his nephew to assist him, but more significantly, it was for his nephew's future. Regardless, he would remember this kindness. Farewell, Uncle Yang, he said, leaving the gambling house while contemplating Wu Di's motives for recommending him. What could this all mean? It would take half a month to reach the capital, making it a month-long endeavor. So many matters would be delayed. However, this did present an excellent opportunity to learn about the young lady's situation. The members of the delegation should generally be allies rather than foes. Let us hope for no unforeseen complications. Yet, considering Wu Di is Wu Sheng's elder brother, Wang Jifei felt a sense of unease. One step at a time, he mused. Strength remains paramount. Before we depart, I must hasten to cultivate the Qingyuan Sutra to its second level and diligently refine my martial skills as per Uncle Yang's guidance. Upon returning home, Wang Jifei recalled that Boss Yang had informed him before his departure that he could use his badge to attend the auction tomorrow, in order to avert any unforeseen circumstances. This indeed presented a splendid opportunity, as the auction promised a plethora of exquisite items. Unfortunately, Wang Jifei found himself devoid of funds. Yet he was reluctant to let this chance slip away. What should he do? He pondered over what possessions he could liquidate, but nothing seemed viable. The remnants of gold pages, the fengqi wood, and the black disc were all irreplaceable. The rest of his belongings were hardly worth much. He lamented his financial constraints and lack of strength. Alas, he resolved to treat tomorrow as a mere opportunity to broaden his horizons, a consolation he offered himself. Gazing at the desolate room of his late uncle, a wave of restlessness surged within him. From now on, he would have to fend for himself. Uncertain of his uncle's whereabouts, as memories of his uncle flooded his mind, Wang Jifei found himself lost in thought, momentarily devoid of the inclination to engage in any activity. He sat vacantly in his uncle's room for a long while, and by midnight, having rarely practiced, he climbed into bed and fell asleep. The following day, December 12th, marked the commencement of the auction in Shimin town. The auction hall of the Shimin Inn was bustling with excitement, the sounds alone attesting to its vibrancy. 100 meters away, soldiers and officials were maintaining order. Around 10 o'clock, a delegation led by young Master Murong arrived at the auction hall. Wang Jifei, with his badge in hand, was granted smooth entry into the venue. As young Master Murong took his seat in the central VIP box, the town mayor personally stepped forward to preside over the proceedings, and after a semi-official protocol, the auction officially commenced. As the auction unfolded, an array of rare treasures emerged, featuring precious materials from far and wide, various rare beast eggs, and an assortment of invaluable beast soul artifacts and martial techniques. The sheer abundance of exceptional items was dazzling. Many attendees, eager to impress the Lu Kingdom's delegation and the esteemed lord, began to raise their bids. Prices soared into the tens, hundreds, and even millions, serving as a stark reminder of Wang Jifei's impoverished state. As the auction progressed into its later stages, even beast soul stones of the Demon King level made an appearance, particularly the exceedingly rare spatial attribute beast soul stone of the seven-tailed shadow cat, which ultimately fetched a staggering 2,600,000 taels of gold, equivalent to 2,600 inferior star essence stones. The astonishing price left Wang Jifei in utter astonishment. Chapter 63, The Assassins of the Dark Star Gate. It seems that for this auction, the entire Qinglong Prefecture has brought forth its most treasured possessions. However, Wang Jifei, who had been fixated on the first-class box in the center, had yet to witness any involvement from the Lu Kingdom's delegation. Truly, as expected of a major sect from the Lu Kingdom, even items of the Grandmaster level are beneath their notice. At last, the most valuable item made its appearance, a scale the size of a basin, lifted up with a grayish-green hue. This was a scale from a beast emperor. Listening to the auctioneer's excited voice, rhythmically recounting the origins of this scale, Wang Jifei found his attention captivated. Esteemed Lu Kingdom delegation, honorable young Master Murong, and our Lord Prefect. This is the most precious gift prepared for everyone at this auction, a scale from a beast emperor level Qingjiao. The auctioneer bowed to the various boxes once more and continued in a nostalgic tone. How many years has it been? This is the first time in many years that I have auctioned a beast emperor level item, truly a nostalgic moment. Please allow me to apologize for my earlier lapse in composure. Without further ado, Let me introduce this Qing Jiao. The Lord Prefect must surely know that this Qing Jiao was slain 5 years ago by our county lord. At that time, this Qing Jiao wreaked havoc and harmed countless lives. Our county lord battled it for 3 days and nights before finally defeating it. As the auctioneer raised his voice, his spirit soaring, he proclaimed, "Indeed, this Qing Jiao bore a notorious name, Beijiang Jiao. It is said to possess a trace of the bloodline of the celestial beast Qilong, making its identity exceptionally noble. Without further ado, the starting bid for this scale is set at 10,000 taels of gold, with each subsequent bid not less than 1,000 taels of gold." As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the atmosphere in the auction hall reached a fever pitch, with many standing to catch a clearer view. Perhaps the Qing Jiao scale was indeed precious enough, as movement finally stirred within young Master Morong's box, emanating a steady voice. 20,000 taels of gold. The bid was immediately doubled. Wang Jifei mused that it was no surprise, given the might of a great nation's delegation, that their display of power was so commanding. As soon as the bid of 20,000 taels of gold was announced, the hall fell into a profound silence. Astonished both by young Master Morong's boldness and the face it lent to the Lu Kingdom delegation, after young Master Morong's bid, no one dared to raise their offer. Observing the quiet, the auctioneer quickly declared, "Very well, young Master Morong exemplifies the demeanor of a gentleman, bidding 20,000 taels of gold. I ask once more, is there a higher bid? 20,000 taels of gold for the first time, 20,000 taels of gold for the second time, 20,000 taels of gold for the third time. Congratulations to young Master Morong. He has obtained a precious scale from the Qing Jiao. May his mission to our nation be smooth, and may the friendship between our countries endure and flourish." With that, I declare this auction concluded. Thank you to all present for your support. As Wang Jifei observed the auctioneer bowing repeatedly, believing the auction had come to a successful end, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A dozen auction participants suddenly sprang into action, rushing toward the first-class box of the delegation. No one had anticipated that anyone would dare to assault the delegation at the auction, and chaos ensued. Seeing this, Wang Jifei quickly drew his sword and dashed down the central aisle, intercepting one of the assassins, engaging him in combat. The remaining guards also sprang into action, confronting the other assailants. Ultimately, only 3 exceptionally skilled assassins, presumably of warrior level, managed to breach young Master Morong's box. At this moment, the Lord Prefect could no longer remain seated. He leaped into the air, swiftly entering young Master Morong's chamber. The sounds of fierce struggle reverberated throughout the auction hall. While entangled with his opponent, Wang Jifei remained vigilant to the commotion within the room. In an instant, the door shattered, and 2 figures were hurled out. Upon witnessing the 2 assassins who lay on the ground, bleeding and incapacitated, Wang Jifei's adversary momentarily lost focus. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jifei executed a decisive move, cleaving his opponent open. He then rushed into the box, finding the Lord Prefect had already subdued the last assassin, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the box, several members of the delegation were sprawled on the ground, their faces tinged with pallor. Damn it, they've been poisoned. Wang Jifei realized the intention behind the attack. The assassins needed not to kill anyone specific. Merely introducing lethal toxins into the box sufficed for their objective. This assault would undoubtedly disrupt the negotiations between the 2 nations. Seeing the Lord Prefect eliminate the final assailant, Wang Jifei inhaled deeply and advanced to tear open the attire of one assassin, attempting to discern their identity. But there was no need to search. These death warriors would carry no items that could reveal their identities. Yet, the Prefect had already deduced much. "What is your name? You were the first to break in?" Reporting to the Lord, "I am Wang Jifei, a constable from the Divine Capture Hall of Sherman Town." "Oh, you are Wang Jifei. Very well. You remain here on guard. I have matters to discuss with young Master Morong. These vile scoundrels of the Dark Star Gate dare to sabotage the cooperation between our 2 nations." Jiang Wushu spat angrily, then turned to young Master Morong to apologize. "Young Master Morong, I sincerely apologize for this unforeseen incident. Rest assured, I will provide you and the delegation with a satisfactory explanation." The poised young Master Morong raised his hand in greeting, saying, "Lord Jiang, our cooperation between the 2 nations is of utmost importance. These individuals will certainly attempt to impede our progress. However, I did not expect they would act so boldly before I even arrived in the capital. It seems the Dark Star Gate holds our Lu Kingdom in utter contempt. You truly exhibit the grace of a gentleman, young Master Morong, and your understanding is appreciated. These are poisoned individuals, We must render aid immediately. By tomorrow evening at the latest, I will personally come to apologize. Lord Jiang, you are too kind, but we indeed require your nation's assistance in this matter. Hearing their seemingly casual exchange, Wang Jifei inwardly cursed. So it turns out to be agents of the Dark Star Gate. Reflecting on the assassin's techniques and methods, he found them strikingly similar. Damn the Dark Star Gate for their audacity. This is bad. The Qingjiao scale has vanished. At that moment, the auctioneer, trembling on the stage, cried out in alarm. Upon hearing his voice, everyone rushed out, only to find the display platform empty. The Qingjiao scale had already been spirited away. It appeared that several assassins had remained concealed, fixated on the precious Qingjiao scale, seizing the opportunity amid the chaos to abscond with it. Those in the know understood that the Qingjiao scale should not be considered merely an auction item. It was indeed a grand gift from the Eastern Wu Kingdom to young Master Murong and the delegation. Who could have anticipated such a blunder? The Lord Prefect, incensed, unleashed a formidable aura that shattered the railing before him. This is utterly outrageous. Zhu Guangmao, immediately seal the city gates. I want to see the heads of all responsible by tomorrow. Understood. With a single command from the prefect, the entire Shimin town trembled. Wang Jifei and his fellow constables scoured Shimin town twice, yet the assassins seemed to have vanished without a trace. At midnight, Boss Yang convened everyone in the courtyard hall for discussion. After a long day of exertion, everyone was seething with frustration. Where do you think these individuals could be hiding? Where else could they be? They've surely taken refuge within the Wu family. This belongs to the Wu family. Hiding someone here is all too easy. Indeed, our intelligence indicates that the Wu family has already allied with the Dark Star Gate. Old Qin's words rang true. However, without solid evidence, we cannot act rashly while the delegation is still present. What is the harm? They dared to assault the Lu Kingdom delegation, which means they have completely turned their backs on us. Don't blame me for being merciless. Afei, what are your thoughts? As the crowd murmured, Boss Yang inquired. Uncle Yang, is it no longer significant at the Wu family? The pressing matter is to tend to the members of the delegation. Their objective is to obstruct the negotiations between our two nations. Wang Jifei glanced at Boss Yang's face, noting the approval reflected in his expression, and continued. I suspect that these delegates have also fallen victim to the same poison as Uncle Yan. What did you say? That is indeed quite plausible. I must inquire further. Boss Yang's countenance changed dramatically as he hastily rose. Old Shun, continue discussing how to handle the Wu family. I shall see what the governor and the town chief have to say. As Boss Yang prepared to leave, Wang Jifei interjected, Uncle Yang, I wish to accompany you. I want to check on the young lady. Hearing Wang Jifei's words, Boss Yang nodded in agreement. Soon, the two arrived at the town chief's residence. Before they could enter, they encountered a brooding young man exiting the premises. His gaze lingered on Wang Jifei's face for a moment. Wang Jifei found this scrutiny peculiar and returned the look, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Upon entering the town chief's residence, Boss Yang revealed that young man is Wu Di, the elder brother of Wu Xing. So, that is Wu Di. It seems he recognized me, Wang Jifei mused, recalling Wu Di's unrestrained gaze. This is ominous. How did I inadvertently acquire such a formidable adversary? Curse you, Wu Shang. Upon reaching the town chief's office, they found Town Chief Zhu berating his subordinates. Noticing Boss Yang and Wang Jifei's entrance, he waved them in. Old Yang, Wang Jifei, what brings you here? Have you made any discoveries? My subordinates are utterly useless. Old Zhu, there's no need to be so irate. Wang Jifei and I came to inquire about the poison affecting the delegation. Is it the soul-eating powder from the Dark Star sect? I fear it may delay their journey, which could complicate matters. Upon hearing Yang's inquiry, Town Chief Zhu's expression darkened further, and he sighed heavily. Old Yang, must you be so astute? The governor is troubled by this issue as well. Is there truly nothing the governor can do? The delegation has only just been poisoned. It shouldn't be too laborious. Should it? Old Yang, the governor is indeed formidable, and he has his methods, but, alas. Chapter 64. Murong Wuji guides alchemy at this juncture. The three individuals present understood the gravity of the situation. The numbers were overwhelming, and no matter how formidable a fate master might be, they could not save so many. Furthermore, the Dark Star Gate's operatives lurked in the shadows, and it was inconceivable for the esteemed lord of the manor to exhaust his stellar energy merely to rescue individuals. The tactics employed by the Dark Star Gate were indeed ruthless, deploying no fewer than 3 martial-grade assassins to target the ordinary members of the envoy, thus placing the Eastern Wu Kingdom at a significant disadvantage in negotiations. It was no wonder that the envoy traversed the territory of the Yu Kingdom with such ease, as they were essentially biding their time here. Observing the somber atmosphere, Boss Yang casually inquired of Wang Jifei, Fei, do you have any solutions? I heard from Little Su that you have invested considerable effort into addressing Old Yan's injuries. If you truly possess a remedy, it would be a monumental achievement. At that point, not only would I assist you in bringing your esteemed lady, but I shall even summon celestial beings from the heavens for you. At this moment, Wang Jifei was indeed contemplating whether to take a chance. With his powers soaring over the past couple of days, he had initially intended to seek an opportunity to visit Uncle Yan, yet this unforeseen incident had thwarted his plans. Boss Yang and Mayor Zhu, discerning the flicker of hesitation on Wang Jifei's face, surmised the situation as he remained silent. Fei, if you have a solution, please share it. Everyone knows the potency of the soul-eating powder. It is formidable, and no one can guarantee success, Boss Yang explained slowly. Indeed, Fei. Both I and your Uncle Yang are at our wits' end. If you have a plan, please reveal it, regardless of its outcome. I will present you with a beast soul artifact, in addition to one I previously promised Old Yang, making it two. Fei, do not hesitate to express any difficulties. Even if you can save but one individual, Old Zhu and I will wholeheartedly encourage the Lord of the Manor to assist Old Yan further. What do you say? Seeing Wang Jifei appear somewhat swayed, Boss Yang deployed his trump card. Upon hearing this, Wang Jifei recognized that he could no longer defer. He subsequently expressed his apologies to both men and elucidated the circumstances. Uncle Yang, Mayor Zhu, it is not that I lack the courage to agree. Rather, I am uncertain of my capabilities. Given Uncle Yan's condition, I merely wish to contribute, albeit with the mindset of trying anything that might work. However, the envoy is a different matter entirely. So, you do possess a method? Regardless of its feasibility, having a plan is already a step forward. Time is of the essence. Old Yang, let us consult with the Lord of the Manor forthwith. Fei, you may rest here and contemplate what materials are necessary for the detoxification. Indeed, having a plan is superior to having none, Wang Jifei sighed as he observed the retreating figures of Boss Yang and Mayor Zhu. He resolved to brace himself for the attempt, ensuring that the secret of the little black snake remained concealed. As he waited and pondered, Wang Jifei gradually formulated a preliminary plan. After approximately 10 minutes, Boss Yang and Mayor Zhu returned in haste, accompanied by the Lord of the Manor and Murong Wuji. Upon seeing Wang Jifei, Jiang Wushu paused momentarily. It is you, young Wang. I have heard from Zhu Guangmao that you possess a method to treat the soul-eating powder's poison. Rest assured, as long as you have a solution, feel free to voice any demands. Indeed, Officer Wang, as long as you can save the envoy. The entire Lu Kingdom will be eternally grateful, young Master Murong, no longer as composed as during the day, eagerly interjected. Fei, with the Lord of the Manor and young Master Murong present, please speak swiftly. The sooner we address the detoxification, the better. The esteemed envoys are currently relying on their stellar energy to suppress the spread of the poison. Prolonging the situation will complicate matters, Boss Yang urged. Lord of the Manor. Young Master Murong, you are likely aware that our Captain Yin has also succumbed to the soul-eating powder. I possess a secret technique specifically designed for healing and detoxification, which I wish to test on Uncle Yin. However, the situation arose unexpectedly, and I have yet to fully master my alchemical skills. Upon hearing Wang Jifei's declaration, young Master Murong's face illuminated with confidence. As for the matter of alchemy, I have some degree of assurance. I am curious about the grade of the elixir in question. Indeed, young Master Murong's alchemical prowess ranks among the finest of the younger generation. Little Wang, I shall also refer to you as Fei. Feel free to speak your mind. Should you require any specific herbs, do not hesitate to ask. Noticing young Master Murong's improved mood, Jiang Wushu felt a surge of delight. Young Master Murong, Lord of the Manor, the herbs are not an issue. I have inspected the town and found ample supply. However, the elixir must be concocted in conjunction with my techniques to be effective. It is a second-tier mid-grade detoxifying elixir, and I have yet to attempt its creation. As he spoke, Wang Jifei offered an awkward smile to Boss Yang. Without the fragrance of herbs, it appears you have not practiced alchemy extensively, young Master Murong remarked. Please list the materials you require. He approached Wang Jifei, gently inhaling the air around him. Elixirs are classified by heaven, earth, and humanity, as well as by grades 1 through 6. Given that their poisoning is not severe, I believe the second-tier mid-grade detoxifying elixir can be effective. As for your inexperience, I can guide you through the process. It should not pose a significant challenge. Young Master Murong graciously refrained from mentioning Wang Jifei's complete lack of alchemical experience. Fei. Do not forget to express your gratitude to young Master Murong. He has successfully crafted first-tier mid-grade elixirs. With his guidance, your alchemical skills are bound to advance rapidly. To be honest, I find myself envious of you. The Lord of the Manor, Jiang Wushu, jested as the situation took a turn for the better. Indeed, Fei. You must treat us. With the Lord of the Manor's endorsement, Boss Yang and Mayor Zhu joined in the jest. Before long, Wang Jifei followed Jiang Wushu and Murong Wuji into a dedicated alchemical chamber, while Boss Yang and Mayor Zhu hurried off to procure the necessary herbs. Not long after closing the door to the alchemical room, Jiang Wushu cleared his throat as the two began discussing the art of alchemy. Once they shifted their attention to him, he inquired, Fei, now that it is just the three of us, you may divulge the details of your secret technique. Of course, if it is inconvenient, you need not disclose it. After all, the envoys from the Lu Kingdom are our most esteemed guests. And both young Master Murong and I must treat this matter with utmost seriousness. At that moment, young Master Murong ceased his explanation and lifted his gaze toward Wang Jifei. As anticipated, the moment had arrived. With a premeditated resolve, Wang Jifei shared the origins of the Qingyuan technique, blending truth and fiction. Lord Jiang, young Master Murong, I trust you are both familiar with the Qingyuan technique. My secret art comprises the Qingmu technique and the corresponding alchemical formulas from the Qingyuan technique, which I acquired from Yelan. Is the Yelan you mentioned not a member of the Chanu Gate, who was recently slain by you and Yin Sunan? Your insight is remarkable. Indeed it is she. Wang Jifei then recounted the plot involving Yelan, Yamei, and the endeavor to procure the village chief's token. Of course, he framed the acquisition of the Qingyuan technique as having occurred after he had eliminated the village chief, claiming to have stolen it from Yelan's quarters. His account was plausible, yet interspersed with half-truths, and with Yelan no longer able to refute his claims, any doubts held by the two men would go unvoiced. Upon hearing Wang Jifei state that the Qingyuan technique only encompassed the first three tiers, allowing cultivation up to the peak of a first-tier Fate Master, their inquiries ceased. If it is indeed the Qingyuan technique, then it is certainly viable. The Qingyuan technique is a crucial skill of the Northern Tianyan sect. I believe it is acceptable. Young Master Murong, what are your thoughts? I concur. It is worth a try. If we succeed this time, I, Murong Wuji, shall offer substantial rewards. Once the matter was clarified, Wang Jifei diligently followed young Master Murong's guidance in mastering the art of alchemy. Fortunately, he had reviewed the Qingmu alchemical techniques several times prior and had previously procured the materials for tiger bone pills and stone ox pills to experiment with. Under the astute guidance of young Master Murong, Wang Jifei made rapid advancements in his alchemical skills within a mere half-hour. According to young Master Murong, the essence of alchemy lay in the manipulation of stellar energy, which fundamentally was an expression of the soul. Wang Jifei's soul has ascended to the level of a first-class practitioner, possessing solid experience in manipulating water and wind elemental energies. However, his alchemical skills are lacking due to insufficient practical experience and various subtle techniques. Today, in a bid to rescue the members of the envoy, Murong Wuji selflessly imparted an array of operational experiences and intricate techniques to Wang Jifei, sharing his knowledge as if it were a treasured family heirloom. As he compared these teachings with the Qingmu alchemical methods, Wang Jifei absorbed Murong Wuji's alchemical skills with the rapidity of a sponge soaking up water, growing increasingly exhilarated and enlightened with each query. Their exchange only paused when Boss Yang and Mayor Zhu entered, bearing an abundance of medicinal materials. Indeed, the astute Wang Jifei has proven his remarkable talent and intelligence. I now estimate that he is capable of independently concocting third-tier elixirs. Let us take a brief respite. I shall observe as you boldly practice. Rest assured, I am confident that within 5 batches, this detoxification elixir will undoubtedly succeed. Witnessing Murong Gongzi's unwavering confidence filled the Lord Prefect with great delight, prompting him to lavish praise. The preparations for igniting the fire, purifying the furnace, and sorting the medicinal materials were efficiently managed by the personnel from the mayor's office. During the waiting period, Wang Jifei quietly sat aside, gradually contemplating the teachings imparted by Murong Wuji. Chapter 65. The remarkable achievement of the little black snake increased the firepower and pay attention to the rotation speed, murmured young Master Murong, offering gentle reminders from the side. With his mind divided, Wang Jifei focused on controlling the medicinal materials while simultaneously amplifying the stellar energy to enhance the vitality within the furnace. However, his distraction caused the speed of the materials to surge uncontrollably, resulting in the medicinal liquids scattering throughout the furnace. After his initial attempt ended in failure, Wang Jifei prepared to rise and clean the alchemical furnace. Let us continue experimenting with these materials, maintaining control over speed and firepower. They are already rendered useless, suggested Murong Wujia, as if anticipating Wang Jifei's failure. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Jifei resumed his manipulation of the medicinal liquids, diligently adjusting both the rotation speed and fire intensity. After several repeated attempts, he gazed at the charred remnants of the medicinal liquid. Gradually cleaning the alchemical furnace, he reflected on the recent process of alchemy, concluding that his control over the firepower was indeed satisfactory. With newfound confidence, he nodded at Murong Wujia. "Young Master Murong, we may commence." Beginning his second attempt, Wang Jifei quickly reached the point of previous instability, leveraging his first experience. Cautiously, he increased the firepower and gradually accelerated the rotation. As time and sweat flowed by, the medicinal concoction within the furnace slowly coalesced into a singular mass. "You are performing admirably. Be mindful of the reverse rotation and the separation of the elixirs," young Master Murong advised as the optimal moment approached. Reverse rotation entails altering the direction of the liquid spin, allowing for a more uniform blending of the various medicinal materials. Separating the elixir involves shaping the entire mass into several nascent pills. Insufficient division results in wasted materials and overly potent pharmacological effects, while excessive division may deplete the alchemist's mental energy, leading to failure. Fortunately, Wang Jifei possessed formidable mental strength, and under Murong Wujia's guidance, he discarded the excess liquid, diligently focusing on controlling the reverse rotation of merely 2 nascent pills. After several cycles of reverse rotation and acceleration, the orbs within the furnace became increasingly smooth, with a faint aroma of medicine wafting through the air. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, Wang Jifei sighed in relief. At this juncture, the elixirs appeared to be taking form, and all that remained was to patiently await their maturation. This process, known as nurturing the elixir, is not only meticulous but also time-consuming. However, with most materials deemed expendable, both Wang Jifei and Murong Wujia felt little inclination to invest excessive time in this stage. At Murong Wujia's signal, Wang Jifei escalated the firepower to hasten the maturation of the elixirs. Approximately 15 minutes later, a rich medicinal aroma surged from the furnace, enveloping both men. The second batch yielded 2 mid-tier elixirs. They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their expressions, disregarding the intense heat emanating from the furnace. Murong Wujia enveloped his right hand in stellar energy and struck the alchemical furnace with vigor. 2 vibrant green orbs burst forth from the furnace. Gently taking the pills, he examined them closely, scraping off a small amount of powder to taste. Remarkable! The first successful elixirs exude a rich fragrance and boast a uniform, radiant hue. "Captain Wang, your talent in alchemy is commendable," praised Murong Wujia. "Thank you, young Master Murong, for your guidance. Without it, I could not have succeeded in crafting this elixir," Wang Jifei replied, bowing sincerely. Surprised by Wang Jifei's genuine gesture, Murong Wujia paused momentarily. After graciously accepting the bow, he spoke earnestly. "Brother Wang, considering our previous encounters, you need not be so formal. Let us dispense with pleasantries. You may call me Wujia, and I shall refer to you as a Fei." "That is not appropriate. Young Master Murong, your noble status warrants." "I insist, a Fei. Let us not dally with formalities and hasten to test this detoxification elixir." Reluctantly acquiescing to Murong Wujia's insistence, Wang Jifei complied. As the wooden door to the alchemy chamber swung open, the assembled crowd outside turned their attention to the 2 emerging figures. "Young Master Murong, a Fei, how did it go?" As the throng closed in, Murong Wujia wasted no time. With a light cough, he announced, "Captain Wang has successfully crafted 2 detoxification elixirs. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed with the trial. Lord Governor, what are your thoughts?" "Indeed, young Master Murong speaks wisely. I would like to accompany you and a Fei into the chamber," replied Governor Jiang Wushu. "You all wait here for our return." With that, Governor Jiang Wushu and Murong Wujia led Wang Jifei into the adjacent room, where 2 poisoned members of the envoy lay upon the beds. "A Fei, please attend to their treatment, but exercise caution. Murong Wujia and I shall remain here. Should any issues arise, call for me immediately." With that, the 2 settled by a table near the door, engaging in hushed conversation. Feeling slightly relieved that the two had not approached, Wang Jifei prepared to utilize the little black snake from the gray space, anxious that their vast experience might reveal something amiss. Approaching the poisoned individuals, he noted their weak breaths and relatively stable complexions. Wang Jifei understood that the corrosive soul powder within them was still suppressed, bolstering his confidence. Gently prying open their mouths, he administered the detoxification elixir dissolved in warm water, then seated himself cross-legged to commence the cleansing process. Slowly, he activated the Qingmu technique, channeling stellar energy into the afflicted individual. After some time, he surmised that the elixir's potency was beginning to take effect. Upon opening his eyes, he observed a noticeable improvement in the patient's complexion, the dark hue between the brows seeming to dissipate. Effective indeed, Wang Jifei had not intended to rely solely on the detoxification elixir and the Qingmu technique. Now that the patient showed signs of recovery, the little black snake would not be easily exposed. Noticing that the governor and young Master Murong had also recognized the patient's condition, Wang Jifei felt increasingly at ease. He quickly directed the little black snake, which had been emitting a persistent hunger, to absorb the soul-corroding poison from the patient's body. Within the gray space, the little black snake, enveloped in a swirling black light, extended its vibrant red tongue in delight. Wang Jifei distinctly sensed the snake's elation, akin to an animal savoring its meal. It is done. Wang Jifei finally released the tension within him, wholly focused on channeling the Qingmu technique. Gradually attuning himself to the little black snake's emotions, he became engrossed in the process, oblivious to the fact that the patient's complexion had entirely returned to normal until Jiang Wushu's voice broke his concentration. "Lord Governor, I beg your pardon. I inadvertently lost focus during the detoxification process." Hearing Jiang Wushu speak, Wang Jifei feared he had made an error and quickly offered his apologies. "Ha ha ha, Fei. What fault lies with you? You exerted all your efforts and successfully neutralized the corrosive soul poison. How could I possibly blame you? Just do not tarnish my reputation in front of young Master Murong." Jiang Wushu jested, his spirits high. "Indeed, Lord Jiang speaks truthfully. Captain Wang has exerted himself fully and has successfully treated our envoy," Murong Wujie declared, preparing to express his gratitude. "This favor is best reserved for the negotiation table." Wang Jifei and Jiang Wushu promptly interjected, preventing Murong Wujie from bowing in thanks. After a few rounds of polite refusals, Jiang Wushu finally suggested, "Young Master Murong, let us not squander time on such formalities. I see that you should remain here with a Fei to treat the other envoy. I shall inform them and prepare for what lies ahead." "Very well, I shall remain," Murong Wujie replied, allowing Jiang Wushu to take his leave. Once Jiang Wushu exited the room, Murong Wujie turned to the seemingly meditative Wang Jifei and said, "Fei, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Should you require anything in the state of Lu, do not hesitate to inform me. Young Master Murong, or rather, Wujie, it is our duty. Let us hope for a swift discussion between our nations to unite against the state of Yu. Rest assured, Fei, I shall endeavor to make it happen. The Dark Star Gate has truly gone too far, believing that our heavenly mechanism sect fears them. I extend my gratitude to Brother Wujie. Let us commence the healing of the next esteemed envoy." "Very well, you have worked tirelessly, Fei." In the ensuing 2 days, Wang Jifei remained incessantly occupied, either concocting elixirs or employing his energy to expel toxins. Aside from meals and nature's calls, he scarcely found respite. By the time the last envoy's poison was entirely eradicated, Wang Jifei's eyes were bloodshot, and he was utterly exhausted. However, through this grueling ordeal, he unleashed a remarkable potential. In just 2 days, his alchemical skills and mastery of the Qingmu technique saw significant advancement, and even the Qingyuan formula ascended to its second tier. Yet, these were not his greatest achievements. The most profound gains resided within his mind. At that moment, Wang Jifei was oblivious to the little black snake as he collapsed onto the sickbed, succumbing to sleep after completing his task. When he next awoke, it was the afternoon of December 16th. Having slept for over 20 hours, he was roused by hunger. Under the attentive care of Xiaosu, Wang Jifei consumed 5 pounds of food before finally pausing. Once satiated, his spirit returned. What is that foul odor? Wang Jifei was taken aback upon inspecting his attire, which had gone 4 to 5 days without change. Not only was it coated in dust, sweat, and bloodstains, but it also bore remnants of various medicinal residues and oils. He hastily tore off his garments. "Get out." As he gazed at Su Chaoling, who had entered the bathing chamber in an attempt to assist him, Wang Jifei could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed, Being fed 5 pounds of food at noon was one thing, as he had indeed been starving. But the notion of someone bathing him, what would that mean for his reputation? Since learning of his ability to dispel the soul-corroding powder's poison, Xiaosu had become utterly enraptured, treating Wang Jifei as if he were a revered emperor, regardless of where Wang Jifei went or what he did. Xiaosu followed closely behind. In summary, if there was a task, Xiaosu would undertake it. If there was none, he would chatter incessantly, persistently hinting at the matter of detoxifying his master. Chapter 69, The Royal Library on December 29th, the eve of the Little New Year. The team finally arrived in the capital. The streets were bustling with carriages and pedestrians, showcasing the grandeur and vitality of the nation's capital. As Wang Jifei gazed upon the majestic hall towering at least 70 or 80 meters high, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Wang Jifei and his companions were to remain in the capital for 7 days. Aside from the audience with the Wu King on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, where the king would meet the escort delegation, they had little else to occupy their time. The group, residing at the inn, had indulged in a feast on New Year's Eve. But as families busied themselves with their celebrations, finding a place to eat on the streets became a challenge. Thus, the first New Year in this foreign land passed amidst both the splendor and indifference of the capital. Having practiced the dark thunder technique, Wang Jifei lay alone in bed, listening to the sounds of laughter and joy outside. The dark thunder technique was a prize from their encounter with Wu Di on Bullhead Mountain, who had not taken his skills and treasures with him. Upon returning to their camp, Wang Jifei had discovered it hidden in a compartment of his carriage. Given that Wu Di was at the warrior level, it was likely that the 3rd elder of the Dark Star sect had also been cautious, providing him only with techniques suitable for his current level. This technique, focusing on cultivating thunder attribute star power, intrigued Wang Jifei, who had already reached the 3rd layer of the Qingyuan technique but lacked a subsequent method. With a spirit of experimentation, he decided to give it a try. To his surprise, the enigmatic gray space did not disappoint him. Within merely 7 or 8 days, he had elevated the Dark Star technique to the level of a first-class life apprentice. This was promising, as he now had a viable path to reach the life master level. As for his unexpected success in cultivating the thunder attribute Dark Star technique, Wang Jifei attributed it to the mysterious gray space. The claws of the Gale Hawk grew larger, and the tail of the little black snake extended. Wang Jifei sensed that these two companions would soon be fully materialized. What gifts might the Wu King bestow upon them the following day? Early on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, before the stars had completely vanished from the sky, Wang Jifei and a dozen others, guided by the officials responsible for the ceremony, arrived at a side entrance of the royal palace. The dark corridor seemed to stretch into the unknown. It wasn't until the sun was well above the horizon that they were finally led into a lavish courtyard after enduring 2 hours of cold wind and hunger. Following a thorough search and a reprimand, they were finally presented to the ruler of Dongwu. Before them stood a dignified middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority and grace. Wang Jifei and his companions bowed respectfully, participating in the monotonous formalities of receiving rewards, which carried on until midday. During this time, the Wu King, Jian Shiji, had called Wang Jifei forward after hearing of his success in concocting a remedy to save the members of the delegation from the soul erosion poison. Wang Jifei had hoped for a special reward, but after half a minute of the king's appreciative gaze, he was sent back without any additional accolades. The Wu King's actions made it clear that no rewards were forthcoming. Wang Jifei was still too young and naive to expect more. As Wang Jifei contemplated the rewards he had received, he felt a pang of immaturity. Indeed, this was a formal audience with the sovereign of a nation. A reward for his aid to the delegation of a friendly country, surely it could not be trivial. His heart raced in disbelief as he listened to the official enumerate his rewards: 500 taels of gold, a second-class beast soul artifact, a full set of first-class demon beast swift leopard armor, 10 bottles of warrior-grade medicinal pills, and a promotion in rank. Each mention brought smiles to the faces of the onlookers, especially when it was announced that Wang Jifei, along with his fellow guards, would be granted a day in the royal library to select a technique. Upon returning to the inn amid the congratulations, the 4 men entered Wang Jifei's room. This is all thanks to you, Brother Wang. Otherwise, how would the 3 of us have had the chance to enter the royal library? As soon as they settled, Yang Wei expressed his gratitude while Wang Jifei poured tea. Not at all. It was merely the Wu King's favor that afforded this opportunity. Brother Zhou, as a local of the capital, tell us about the royal library. I plan to select a remarkable technique. Don't listen to Brother Ma's exaggerations. My knowledge of the royal library is quite limited. Once inside, it will be a matter of chance. Brother Zhou, your family is among the prominent households of the capital. Don't be so modest. Very well, I shall share what I know. The royal library is where the Dongwu Kingdom's techniques and secret manuals are stored. Located in the northwest corner of the palace. According to Zhou Tao, there are not less than 800 techniques within, with the most precious being the 8 extremes technique. The royal family's cultivation method. The library is divided into 5 levels. The highest level requires a martial master's cultivation to access, where human-level techniques are stored. This time, they could only enter the first 3 levels, but Zhou Tao advised them to restrict themselves to the second, as each level is protected by restrictions. Their current strength may not allow them to enter the 3rd level, and even if they did, the pressure from the restrictions would likely prevent them from comprehending anything. According to Zhou Tao, the 2nd level is still promising, offering a chance to acquire a complete 2nd-class technique or fragments of a 1st-class technique. A 2nd-class technique is also commendable, as even an ordinary 2nd-class technique can facilitate cultivation up to the Life Master level. Tomorrow, I shall seek out a technique suitable for Life Masters. One must not be overly greedy. Draped in swift leopard armor and wielding the 2nd-class beast soul artifact, the white eye, Wang Jifei felt quite satisfied, reminding himself to remain humble. The white eye was crafted from the main eye of a 100-eyed beast, possessing the powers of illusion and barrier breaking, making it an invaluable tool for disrupting enemies and navigating illusions. The swift leopard armor, while categorized as a semi-finished beast soul artifact, primarily relied on the agility of the 1st-class swift leopard's hide for defense. Nevertheless, it could withstand the full force of a 2nd-class beast's attack. Dressed in the swift leopard armor, Wang Jifei felt a surge of wind attribute star power coursing through him, enhancing his speed. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, unable to contain his excitement, Wang Jifei arrived in the courtyard before 6 o'clock, discovering the other 3 already engaged in light conversation, prompting a smile. It seemed he was not the only one filled with anticipation. Following the same narrow corridor and accompanied by the official from the previous day, the 4 arrived before an ancient 5-story building. The quaint structure, with its flying eaves and gray stone construction, stood alone beside a small lake. After a thorough inspection by the fully armored guards, it was over half an hour before they could enter the building. From the exterior, the building appeared to have few windows, yet the interior was bright as day. Gazing at the neatly arranged towering bookshelves, the 4 felt as if they had entered a sea of knowledge. As Wang Jifei casually picked up a book, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation, recognizing it as the energy of the restrictions. Let us hurry upstairs. We must leave by this time tomorrow. Remember, we can't take too many techniques, so once we select ours, let us try to absorb as much knowledge as we can from other cultivation experiences. Feeling the weight of the restrictions on the 2nd floor, Wang Jifei counted the shelves, 10 in total, each containing about 70 to 80 books. He quickly skimmed through the first book he picked up, only to find it was a guide to medicinal herbs. The collection was diverse, encompassing techniques, formations, alchemy, forging, and other extraordinary arts. After 3 to 4 hours of browsing through the first 7 shelves, Wang Jifei still had not found what he sought. At that moment, an inner voice tempted him. Head to the 3rd floor. It surely holds what you desire. Suppressing the restlessness within, Wang Jifei perused half a bookshelf, yet yielded no fruitful discoveries, only acquiring 3 techniques suitable for destined individuals, limited to the realm of fate warriors. Observing the other 3 companions who had selected several volumes and were engaged in fervent comparisons, an intense surge of frustration welled up within him, propelling him to ascend to the 3rd floor. As he stepped forward, a sudden heaviness enveloped him, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down upon his frame. His mind momentarily clouded. He felt as though he had received a staggering blow, stars erupting before his eyes as blood surged to his head, soaked to the skin. He clung to the door of the 3rd floor for an extended period, dazed. Gradually, an ethereal spring seemed to flow from the gray recesses of his mind, gently revitalizing the languid Wang Jifei. His consciousness gradually returned to his corporeal form, the immense weight seemingly lessened. His ears caught the incessant creaking of his kneecaps as he lifted his gaze. The 3rd tier of the library housed merely 2 bookshelves, yet he was convinced that within lay techniques befitting a destined individual. Resolute, he ventured forth, sweat pouring from him until he finally reached the 1st shelf. Wind and Thunder Technique. Yes, you shall be mine. Selecting a tome with a title suggestive of a martial art, Wang Jifei extended his trembling hands. To his surprise, the book remained immovable, ensnared by some binding force, as heavy as a mountain of mysterious iron. Was he to abandon it so easily? After all, he had fought hard to arrive here. Demon clan secrets manifest before me. Gale Eagle, arise. Under the immense pressure akin to a towering mountain, Wang Jifei unleashed all his capabilities. With a crisp, resounding cry of an eagle, a magnificent and formidable divine eagle enveloped him completely. Channeling all his strength, Wang Jifei fully materialized his destined beast. Its talons, as tough as steel, gradually pried open the first page of the wind and thunder technique. A technique for the destined, top-tier quality, a complete set of 7 levels, embodying both wind and thunder attributes. The brief introduction reverberated like thunder in Wang Jifei's mind. This was precisely what he sought. With a fierce gust swirling around him, the divine eagle radiated starlight as Wang Jifei swiftly lifted the wind and thunder technique from the shelf. The moment the tome departed from its resting place, the overwhelming weight dissipated instantaneously as the library's binding acknowledged Wang Jifei's right to claim this coveted technique. Chapter 66. Lord Wang Baihu after being scolded by Wang Jifei. Su Chaoling, the young lad, indeed returned to his senses. He scratched his head awkwardly and smiled before finally exiting the bathing room. Freshly bathed, Wang Jifei stepped out and immediately sought out young Su. Feej, let us go meet your master. All right. Now can you tell me what happened after I fell asleep? For such matters, one must inquire of Su. As soon as Wang Jifei posed the question, Su Chaoling began to chatter excitedly. Feej, you are truly remarkable. The potent poison that even the Lord couldn't handle was neutralized by you. Now everyone in the town knows about you. Lord Yang mentioned that you will be well rewarded. Feej, I heard from Lord Yang that you learned a formidable alchemical technique from young Master Moro. Could you assist me in concocting elixirs in the future? I've heard that alchemists earn quite a fortune, and you are indeed impressive. Even Xiao He is envious. Moreover, the mayor announced that the delegation will head to the capital the day after tomorrow. Is it true that you will go, Feej? Can you take me along? Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Lord Yang asked me to inform you to see him once you awaken. Upon hearing this, Wang Jifei shot a glare at young Su, quickly changing direction towards the gambling den. Before long, the two arrived at a small courtyard where they found Boss Yang and a short-haired, fit young man seated. Ah Fei, you've arrived. You truly can sleep. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is my nephew, Yang Wei. You two should converse more often. Greetings, Uncle Yang. After a brief exchange of nods with Yang Wei, they all sat down. Ah Fei, we are all friends here, so I'll be frank. I plan to have Xiao Su and Xiao He join us in the coming days. You need not worry about safety for your trip to the capital with Yang Wei. Both the Duke and the Lord have made arrangements. After the previous incident, the Lord has summoned 2 companies of the Qinglong army to escort the delegation into the capital. Your focus should be on the internal affairs of the delegation and any lurking adversaries. Ah Fei, your relationship with young Master Murong is quite favorable, and you have saved several esteemed envoys. The Lord specifically instructed me to bring you to meet him. It's crucial for you to build rapport. If you succeed, it will be a tremendous accomplishment. At this point, Boss Yang stood up joyfully, patting Wang Jifei on the shoulder. Ah Fei. Oh, I meant to say, Lord Wang. I must congratulate you. Uncle Yang, do not jest with me. Ha. Xiao Wei, tell Ah Fei if I am jesting. Boss Yang beamed, gesturing towards Yang Wei. Brother Wang, what my uncle says is true. Honestly, I envy you. I am still merely a constable, Yang Wei remarked with a smile. According to Yang Wei, during Wang Jifei's 20-plus hours of unconsciousness, he had swiftly risen in rank and his illustrious deeds were rapidly disseminated. The events unfolded as follows. To aid the envoy from the state of Lu, the court dispatched a high-ranking official, Wang Jifei himself. He selflessly tested the poison, willing to collapse for the sake of rescuing others. After more than 2 days of tireless effort, he successfully saved all the envoys but fell unconscious himself. In summary, Wang Jifei emerged as a significant hero, not only charming but also possessing exceptional medical skills. Wang Jifei was left speechless by Yang Wei's words. Once he finished, he quickly turned to Boss Yang for confirmation. Seeing Wang Jifei looking at him, Boss Yang felt a bit awkward. Although Xiao Wei may have exaggerated, most of it is indeed true. The repercussions of the Dark Star Gate's attack exceed our previous imagination. The court requires reassurance for the populace. The matters concerning the delegation must be resolved satisfactorily. This is advantageous for you as well. The Duke's residence has already spoken on your behalf, promising a substantial reward. It is likely that even greater rewards await you in the capital. Indeed, Brother Wang, the position of Baihu is rightfully yours. Our divine constable Hall will never shortchange our own. Hearing this from Boss Yang and Yang Wei, Wang Jifei understood that this was a means for the court to pacify the people and to foster a favorable relationship with the Lu envoy, thereby securing greater benefits for Dongwu. Reflecting on how he was yet to receive his official appointment as head constable yet was now made by Hu, Wang Jifei couldn't help but marvel at the whimsical nature of fate. After some idle chatter, Boss Yang instructed Yang Wei and Xiao Su to return first while he led Wang Jifei to his study. Once seated, Boss Yang pondered his words. Fei, I am aware that you are no ordinary individual, but you have truly astonished me. At under 19, you have attained the position of Baihu in the Divine Constable Hall. Do you recall what I previously mentioned about the Lord planning to send someone over? Upon hearing Boss Yang mention the expansion of the Divine Constable Hall in Sherman Town, Wang Jifei suddenly grasped what Yang Yuanhua was implying. Uncle Yang, my current achievements are all thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, I would still be wandering the world. Remember that, Boss Yang replied, his words laden with double meanings. I am considering recommending you for this position. Previously, there were no other Baihu in the town. But now that we have you, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Wang Jifei felt a stir in his heart. Although Boss Yang's motivations were to fortify his own position in Sherman Town, he had no ambitions for such matters. Agreeing to his proposal wouldn't be a poor choice. Uncle Yang, if you believe this is feasible, please discuss it with the Lord. My time in the Divine Constable Hall has been brief, and I must soon travel to the capital and Nanshan Prefecture. Very well, we will visit the Lord together shortly. Ha ha ha. Ah Fei, there is something else I must remind you of at this juncture. Boss Yang deliberately paused. Uncle Yang, please tell me, what matter is of such consequence? Ha ha. I feel a bit guilty towards old Zhu, but who can blame you for being one of our own? Old Zhu intends to gift you 2 beast soul artifacts. Let me tell you, there is one particularly suited for you. We must collect it shortly. What beast soul artifact could be so special that it catches your attention? Uncle Yang? Wang Jifei mused, realizing the artifact must be extraordinary given Boss Yang's insistence. We shall discuss it further once we meet with the Lord. You are departing the day after tomorrow, and we must act swiftly. Let us go now. We might still enjoy dinner at Old Zhu's. Before long, the two encountered Lord Jiang Wushu. Regarding Boss Yang's recommendation of Wang Jifei, he readily agreed, fulfilling the favor. Subsequently, he instructed Yang Yuanhua to attend to other matters. Once Boss Yang closed the door, Lord Jiang Wushu wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. Ah Fei, let us set other matters aside for now. You are aware of Wu Di, correct? He is the eldest son of the Wu family in the town. I know him. There are some records of him within the Divine Constable Hall. What orders do you have, my lord? Pleased with Wang Jifei's quick understanding, Lord Jiang Wushu replied, Excellent. I shall be straightforward. After leaving Qinglong County, you and Yang Wei must deal with him. He gestured in a manner suggesting a throat-cutting motion. My lord, does this imply that the Wu family has fled to your country? Precisely, they have sought refuge with the Dark Stargate. By the time you return, the Wu family will no longer exist in Sherman Town. The specifics will be discussed during your journey with Yang Wei. Do you understand? I understand, my lord. Additionally, I trust you are aware of the importance of maintaining a good friendship with the delegation, especially with young Master Moreau. The members of this delegation owe you a significant debt of gratitude. Ah Fei, you must make the most of this opportunity. A single individual like you can wield the power of an army. My lord, rest assured. I shall exert every effort to uphold the relationship between the court and the envoy. It is good that you understand. Remember to prioritize this matter. Wu Di is but a mere fly. If he can be easily dealt with, it would be for the best. But we must not allow him to jeopardize the alliance between our two nations. I understand, my subordinate. I shall not act impulsively. Very well, you may withdraw now. You have accomplished a great feat this time, and I shall not treat you poorly. You will see tomorrow. Yes, my lord. After leaving the lord's residence, Wang Jifei was swiftly taken by Boss Yang to the mayor's office. Upon entering, they found Mayor Zhu Guangmao organizing the envoy's travel arrangements in the hall, and the two began conversing outside. Ah Fei, at present, you, I, and old Zhu are of equal standing. There is no need for you to be overly courteous later. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Yang. While we have the chance, I wish to discuss the matter of the beast soul artifact with you. As you are aware, these artifacts, like medicinal pills, are categorized into 6 grades. What I refer to is a particular alchemical furnace known as the Sungwon furnace. According to Boss Yang, this furnace is a grade 2 beast soul artifact, capable of both refining pills and serving as a dual-purpose weapon for offense and defense. Such a grade 2 beast soul artifact is indeed remarkable, valued at no less than 1,500 taels of gold. Ah Fei, you must examine it closely. This alchemical furnace serves multiple purposes, allowing you to refine pills and achieve 3 benefits in one. However, do not disclose to Mayor Zhu that this information was imparted by me. Once the mayor finalizes his affairs, the 3 of them proceeded to the town's treasury. Upon witnessing the dazzling array of treasures, Wang Jifei was once again reminded of his own meager possessions. He had not even a single inferior beast soul artifact to his name. How does it compare, Ah Fei? Is it not much larger than your Bureau of Divine Captors treasury? Go ahead and choose, Old Yang, and I will accompany you, as some things cannot merely be learned from books, Mayor Zhu boasted. Thank you, Mayor. I shall enter now. The treasury, nearly 500 square meters in size, was filled with an impressive assortment of precious medicinal pills, techniques, and the remains of demon beasts, all neatly arranged. Chapter 67. 3 Beast Soul Artifacts. This was an extraordinary opportunity to broaden his horizons, and Wang Jifei certainly would not let it slip by. He began examining the items one by one. Mayor Zhu, noticing his enthusiasm, did not rush him but instead eagerly began to explain. Ah Fei, this is the fang of a rock rat, suitable for forging daggers. And this is the egg of a green-striped ant, an excellent material for alchemical concoctions. How about helping me brew a few batches of nourishing elixirs in a few days? Look at this, the core of a century-old peachwood tree. What do you think? As the 3 strolled along, Wang Jifei became entranced by the various rare materials, momentarily forgetting his purpose. Eventually, they arrived at 2 large wooden racks filled with an assortment of beast soul artifacts. Before coming here, Wang Jifei had resolved that he still needed a proper weapon. Ideally a longsword. Recalling Boss Yang's recommendation, he felt compelled to choose an alchemical furnace. Otherwise, he would squander his talent for alchemy. After inspecting the 2 racks, Wang Jifei found no longsword that suited him. Mayor, are there no swords among these? He inquired. Ah Fei, you indeed require a better sword. Unfortunately, I do not have any available at the moment. There are quite a few people who wield swords. Perhaps you could wait a bit. I can set one aside for you if something good comes in. Considering his impending journey, Wang Jifei decided that acquiring a beast soul artifact now would be more advantageous. Thus, he politely declined the mayor's offer. Upon further inspection, he realized there were no weapon-type beast soul artifacts suitable for him. Ultimately, he chose a mask. This mask was crafted from the bones of an exceedingly rare beast. The mayor elaborated, this beast is known as the Dream Soul Beast. It possesses virtually no offensive capabilities and spends its life sleeping in its lair. As it sleeps, it emits a unique hypnotic energy, causing other beasts to fall into a slumber without their knowledge. Upon awakening, the Dream Soul Beast feasts upon those that have succumbed to its influence. Wang Jifei couldn't help but think how enviable it is for so many on Blue Star to live a life of eating and sleeping. The bones of the Dream Soul Beast possess a remarkable property. Keeping them nearby for an extended period can help one enrich their spirit and consolidate their consciousness, making it an invaluable aid for practitioners. With eager eyes fixed on the mask in his hands, Wang Jifei hesitated no longer. Exiting the treasury, he gazed at the pine-patterned furnace he held, an ash-gray alchemical furnace standing half a meter tall, featuring 2 fire-spouting holes. He felt a pang of uncertainty. The more fire holes, the greater the alchemical skill required, and consequently, the higher the quality of the produced elixirs. The furnace he had used to concoct detoxification pills had only a single hole. Boss Yang had been correct. Such a large apparatus could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. If one were to strike with it, its impact would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, who would carry a 700 or 800-pound furnace around? It was impractical. Looking again at the mask, he noted its white-gray surface, intricately carved from the skull of the Dream Soul Beast, adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns, presumably the formations inscribed upon it, although he had not found the weapon he sought. Acquiring 2 auxiliary cultivation artifacts still brought him satisfaction. In the grand scheme, these 2 supportive items, the pine-patterned furnace and the Dream Soul Mask, would contribute significantly to his growth, more so than 2 formidable weapon-type artifacts. Yet, he still lacked a longsword. Wang Jifei recalled the dark green longsword he had obtained from the Wild Mountain Peak's lair and resolved to inquire with Xiaosu. Coincidentally, he had planned to visit Captain Yan that evening to check on his condition. Upon arriving at Captain Yan's residence, Xiaosu, upon learning that Wang Jifei was there to detoxify his master, hastily set down the half-filled teacup and ushered him into Yan Sunan's bedroom. Captain Yan appeared considerably thinner than just a few days prior, caught in a state of semi-consciousness. Observing his gaunt face, Wang Jifei felt a wave of uncertainty. After all, the poison had spread deep into Yan's organs. Administering the prepared detoxification pill, Wang Jifei began to channel his Qingmu technique. As the light from the small black snake coursed through it, tendrils of poison were gradually extracted. The small black snake had grown considerably after absorbing the soul-corroding venom from numerous emissaries of the Lu Kingdom, enhancing its ability to absorb toxins. Once the brilliance of the small black snake settled, Wang Jifei exhaled deeply. Captain Yan's complexion appeared slightly improved. Yet a deep gray-black hue lingered at the center of his forehead. The detoxification attempt had failed. "Fij, how's my master?" Xiaosu asked, still hopeful. "Xiaosu, as you can see, I have only addressed the surface symptoms. Uncle Yan's poison has already infiltrated his internal organs," Wang Jifei said, glancing at Xiaosu's reddening eyes, feeling helpless. "Addressing the surface is still addressing it. Thank you, Fij." The young man with the floral tattoos, who seemed to have matured overnight, gazed despondently at his master. Both Xiaosu and Wang Jifei felt the weight of despair. Wang Jifei had been brought into the divine capturing hall by Captain Yan, who had imparted much knowledge to him. Out of a sense of brotherhood, he felt compelled to assist. After contemplating his options, Wang Jifei deemed other methods impractical. It would be unreasonable to directly approach the higher-ups of the Dark Star Gate for an antidote. Instead, he resolved to enhance the power of his small black snake, ideally manifesting its consciousness, as this seemed a more realistic approach. After some consideration, he realized he still possessed several beast soul stones and eggs, and his cultivation of the Qing Yuan technique was steadily progressing. In 2 months, he should reach the peak of the first tier. He hoped it wouldn't be too late. It would be prudent to seek out beast soul stones or eggs from serpentine creatures to cultivate the small black snake's consciousness, which would provide additional assurance. The beast soul stone from the withered wood snake should still be with Captain Yin and Captain Qin. He decided to give it a try. Without hesitation, Wang Jifei asked Xiaosu to retrieve Captain Yan's beast soul stone and then requested him to seek the remaining stones from Captain Qin. He then made his way to the gambling house to find Boss Yang and share his intentions. Upon hearing that Wang Jifei sought to exchange for serpent-related beast eggs and soul stones to aid Captain Yin, Boss Yang readily provided him with 1 beast egg and 3 soul stones. "A fei, this is from a second-tier beast, the red ring snake. I hope it can assist old Yin. If you need anything else, just let me know. Uncle Yang, here are 7 detoxification pills. Please keep them. There are still many from the Dark Star Gate in town. You are considerate as always, a fei. I wish you a smooth journey to the capital. Yang Wei will come looking for you tomorrow morning. Rest assured, I will take care of Xiao He and Xiao Su." At this point, Boss Yang paused deliberately. "And regarding your little lover, I've found out she's lost in the mountains and was fortuitously rescued by young Master Muro. She will be accompanying you to the capital. You better seize this opportunity, young man." "Ha ha ha. Uncle Yang eagerly anticipates toasting at your wedding." With his objective of securing detoxification pills accomplished, Wang Jifei decided it was time to depart. "Thank you, Uncle Yang. I must take my leave." With the departure set for the next day, Wang Jifei spent the night finding Xiao He, teaching him the inner strength techniques suited for men from the Chanu sect, and informing him about Zhang Wufan's situation. The thought of the woman he cherished embarking on a journey filled him with sorrow. However, the mayor's residence was not a place he could easily access. Ultimately, he penned a letter for Wang Jifei to deliver to Zhang Wufan. On December 17th, Wang Jifei, carrying Xiao He's letter to the young lady, climbed aboard the carriage with Yang Wei, and their grand entourage slowly departed from Shimin town. With nearly 600 individuals, the group could only cover 80 to 90 kilometers daily, with plans for departure and rest meticulously arranged in advance. Such a formation was prone to ambush, and Wang Jifei held little regard for this arrangement, yet he understood it was unavoidable. Fortunately, with a large military escort, they encountered no significant troubles along the way. In the past 7 or 8 days, Wang Jifei found himself enjoying a leisurely existence. During the daylight hours, he either engaged in conversation with young Master Murong or exchanged boasts with members of other delegations, continually deepening his connections with them. Occasionally, he would visit Zhang Wufan, and in the evenings, he would practice his skills within the confines of his carriage. Last night, after finally absorbing all the beast eggs, he attained the late stage of the first rank of the Mingtu realm and simultaneously manifested a small tail. However, this tail was somewhat peculiar. It was not the plush tail of a swift-winged eagle, but rather a bear snake's tail. Gazing at the approximately 10-centimeter-long black appendage protruding from behind him, Wang Jifei found himself at a loss for words. and a strange thought surged within him. He wondered about the utility of this snake tail. Could it possibly be used to absorb toxins? Both eagles and snakes are oviparous. Could it be that he had a connection with oviparous magical beasts, prompting him to seek out more such creatures to absorb? The monotonous journey over the past week had rendered the group weary and bored. The escorting army maintained a disciplined and orderly demeanor. Yet many soldiers donned casual attire and engaged in occasional chatter, lending the entire procession a touch of vitality while diminishing its vigilance. Around noon, Yang Wei leapt down from the carriage, carrying 2 large buckets, and addressed Wang Jifei, "Brother Fei, let us fetch some water. These 2 horses drink quite rapidly." "All right. After sitting in the carriage for so long, it's just the right time to stretch my legs." By the riverside, the barren branches and the carpet of fallen leaves rendered the wintry riverbank even more desolate. Noticing that others were still queuing to fetch water, Yang Wei seized the opportunity while bending to fill his bucket and whispered, "Brother Fei, there's an operation tonight." Wudi. "Yes. And the station troops, Zhou Tao and Molly Biao, will be joining as well." "That's good." In a manner reminiscent of clandestine operatives, the 2 engaged in a brief exchange by the water buckets. Upon returning to the carriage, Wang Jifei unfurled a map. Since Wu Di and his team had plans for the night, it was certain that there would be allies present, though their hiding places were likely limited to just a couple of locations. As he scrutinized the terrain depicted on the map, Wang Jifei gradually began to deduce the potential hideouts of Wu Di's accomplices. Chapter 68, Confidential Conversations in the Carriage. It was noon, and with another 40 to 50 kilometers ahead, they would arrive at their destination. Wang Jifei pointed to Nyoto Mountain on the map. This mountain marked the end of the road. Beyond it, after a half-day's journey, the envoy would cross the river. Gazing at the vast expanse of Nyoto Mountain, Wang Jifei contemplated that it would indeed serve as a suitable ambush site, though he was uncertain about the approach of the assailants, especially given the presence of the Qinglong army. How would they expose Wu Di's identity to the envoy, particularly to Murong Wuji, under the guise of the envoy? It would be utterly unwise to rashly eliminate the young Master Wu. A series of questions flooded Wang Jifei's mind, leaving him slightly overwhelmed. As he lifted the curtain, a slender, graceful silhouette flashed by outside. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Miss, are you busy? I need to discuss something with you." "Oh, Brother Wang, you're here? I was just looking for you," Zhang Wufan said softly, her gaze cast downwards, surprised by Zhang Wufan's sudden approach. Wang Jifei recalled that since he had delivered Xiaohong's love letter to her days ago, she had been avoiding him. What prompted her to seek him out today? As they walked and conversed, Wang Jifei quickly learned of Zhang Wufan's intentions. It was indeed Wu Di who was pulling the strings. She revealed that Wu Di intended to recruit her into the Tianji sect, a temptation she could hardly refuse, given her desire to avenge her father. Regarding Xiaohong's feelings, she delicately conveyed that she would not entertain personal matters until her vendetta was fulfilled. "Brother Wang, you mentioned you had something to discuss. What is it?" "Nothing much. Since you've already expressed your intentions, I now know how to respond to Xiaohong. Thank you for eliminating Feng Yanlin, and please extend my gratitude to Xiaohong as well." Watching her retreating figure, Wang Jifei shook his head in frustration. He had intended to enlist Zhang Wufan as help in luring Wu Xing, but before he could articulate his plan, it had already faltered. If Zhang Wufan had indeed allied with Wu Di, the situation had become precarious. The usually cautious Wang Jifei could no longer afford to disclose anything to her. After much deliberation, Wang Jifei resolved to seek an audience with Murong Wuji to gauge his stance. Arriving at the largest carriage in the convoy, he found Murong Wuji engaged in a game of chess with the deputy envoy. At Murong Wuji's gesture, Wang Jifei quietly took a seat beside him, waiting patiently. "Fei, if you've come to warn me to be cautious tonight, there's no need for that," Murong Wuji said after finishing a match with the deputy envoy. Noticing Wang Jifei's startled expression, "It's been eerily quiet along the way. Not a single bandit or beast has appeared." "Indeed. If nothing stirs on the last night before crossing the river, I can hardly discern the movements of the Dark Star sect or the Chanyu sect. Will they strike near Nyoto Mountain tonight? It's south the only place capable of concealing so many." As Murong Wuji spoke with ease, Wang Jifei realized that this envoy was no ordinary figure. Not only was he of noble lineage and formidable in strength, but he also possessed keen military acumen. "Brother Wuji, it seems I've come in vain. You are already well prepared," Wang Jifei admitted. "Fei, let us not beat around the bush. I have a fair idea of your purpose." He wrote the character for Wu in water on the table, quickly wiping it away before looking at Wang Jifei with a patient smile, waiting for him to speak. The revelation of the character shocked Wang Jifei. What did Morong Wuji mean? Had he already sensed Wudi's unusual activities? Or was he cautioning him to be discreet, as Wudi was his disciple? Unsure of how to respond, Wang Jifei hesitated. Observing Morong Wuji's composed demeanor, Wang Jifei decided to adhere to his initial judgment and, with determination, spoke up. Brother Wuji, I trust your character and the strength of the Tianji sect. You must have noticed the Wu family's irregularities. He paused, scrutinizing Morong Wuji's unchanging expression, which reassured him. Carefully choosing his words, he continued. We are confident that the auction incident was orchestrated by the Wu family in collusion with the Dark Star sect, aimed at undermining the alliance between our nations. As for your disciple Wu Di, he is likely to reveal his true colors tonight. Wang Jifei boldly laid out all he could convey. Believing that even if Morong Wuji became incensed at the suspicion cast upon his disciple, he would not act rashly, considering the larger picture of the alliance. Moreover, Wang Jifei was convinced that Morong Wuji must possess some intelligence regarding the Wu family and could not fully trust them. Silence enveloped the carriage, and Wang Jifei's heart raced at Morong Wuji's contemplative silence. Had he miscalculated? After what felt like an eternity, Morong Wuji finally spoke, causing Wang Jifei to be momentarily taken aback. How can I assist you in removing this disgrace from my sect? Morong Wuji asked directly. Afei, do not assume that I am oblivious while within the borders of your Eastern Wu kingdom. The Wu family, including Wu Di, believes as much, which is why he will perish tonight. Do not underestimate any sect when you elevate your cultivation. You will come to realize that a nation is of little consequence compared to a sect. A nation holds no weight against a sect? Wang Jifei inquired, puzzled. Seeing his confusion, Morong Wuji smiled slightly and stood. Afei, the Eastern Wu kingdom is a quagmire. I hope you can extricate yourself soon. If you truly find yourself without a path, consider joining our Tianji sect. With your strength and alchemical talent, reaching the realm of Destiny Masters should pose no challenge. Wang Jifei was taken aback by Morong Wuji's invitation. Morong Wuji did not press him further, patiently waiting for his response. Brother Wuji, allow me to contemplate the matter of joining the Tianji sect, Wang Jifei replied after a moment's reflection, uncertain of his decision. Was the power of a nation truly so fragile? Afei, there are matters I cannot elaborate on. Let me ask you this. How long has a major sect existed compared to a nation? The longest, Zhao, barely spans 400 years, while our Tianji sect has endured for over 9 centuries. Afei, this world is vast. The Donghua continent is but a minor landmass. As Wang Jifei pondered this, Morong Wuji continued. Consider this. There are numerous emperor-level beasts within the Qinglong mountain range. What do you think would happen if one were to lead its kin into your Eastern Wu kingdom? Have you ever heard of such a beast attacking an ordinary nation? No, right? Have you ever pondered why? Indeed, this world is immense. The Donghua continent is merely a small fragment. Why do emperor-level beasts not assault ordinary nations? What is the depth of a sect's foundation? What are those experts doing? These questions had never crossed Wang Jifei's mind before. Morong Wuji's words seemed to open a new door for him. Though only a narrow crack, it allowed him glimpses into the unknown. Feeling somewhat disoriented, Wang Jifei gradually exited Morong Wuji's carriage. As he departed, he recalled Morong Wuji's nonchalant assurance that he would lend his support that evening. Wu Di must perish at his hands. Lost in thought, his mind felt blank, yet filled with Morong Wuji's calm exposition, Wang Jifei returned to his own carriage, taking a long while to regain his composure. Indeed, the demeanor of Morong Wuji was one of serene detachment. For Wang Jifei, the Wu family, along with Wu Di, represents a formidable entity that warrants careful consideration, as it is intricately entwined with countless threads. However, Morong Wuji remains utterly nonchalant to him. The entire Wu family appears as inconsequential as a mere ant. This illustrates the perspective that a grand sect holds towards ordinary noble families, showcasing the vision and breadth of the younger generation of a major sect. Although Wang Jifei possesses limited knowledge of this world, his experiences from 2 lifetimes have imparted wisdom that reveals this is not solely about strength, but rather about depth and accumulation. Is it truly possible to join the Wuji sect? Would such an affiliation bestow upon him the same depth and vision? Considering his relationship with Morong Wuji, which can only be described as amicable, Wang Jifei resolved to wait and see, especially since Morong Wuji would not be returning to the Lu kingdom anytime soon. What is firmly held in one's grasp is the only reality. Thus, Wang Jifei decided to elevate his own realm to the level of a fate warrior first. With the presence of the Qingyuan art and beast soul stones, that day would soon arrive. As the sun set behind the western hills, wisps of smoke curled upwards. The team was establishing camp in a clearing at the foot of Nyoto Mountain, where diligent cooks and attendants had already begun to prepare the evening meal. Wang Jifei, Yang Wei, Zhou Tao, and Ma Li Biao stood on a small hillside to the west of the camp, gazing at several carts marked with the character Wu within the encampment. Brother Zhou, Brother Ma, Fei, I have observed that Wu Sheng, that rascal, used the excuse of fishing by the river to head towards Nyoto Mountain with his guard. Cheng Yinling, they are likely going to send a warning, right? Many people saw them heading that way. They can't be so foolish, can they? Let it be. We can deal with it when the time comes. Brother Zhou is right. What about those individuals on the mountain? We can lure them over. The Qinglong army is already prepared. Indeed, they will split into two groups. One will advance into the mountain, while the other remains on alert. At that time, if we toss Wu Xing's head into the camp, it will be tantamount to treachery, whether it is or not. Wu Di had better not resist. Listening to their exchange, Wang Jifei understood that this plan had long been orchestrated by the Qinglong army in the Divine Capture Hall, and it was likely that numerous officials were already present atop Nyoto Mountain. Chapter 69. The death of Wu Di as the sun dipped low in the western sky, casting a crimson hue across the landscape. Wang Jifei and his companions commenced their endeavor. Yang Wei led Wang Jifei and Ma Li Biao away from the camp. Following the trail of Wu Sheng, Zhou Tao had joined the Qinglong army. The trio concealed themselves amidst the foliage, observing Wu Xing and Cheng Yuanling, who were joyfully engaged in fishing in the river. One wielded a sword, while the other brandished a stone, with Wu Sheng frequently shouting in exhilaration. Before long, a considerable pile of fish accumulated along the riverbank. They were indeed here to fish, but who would alert the others? The three exchanged bewildered glances. Pondering the actions of Wu Xing, Wang Jifei's mind was plagued with even greater uncertainty, not only regarding Wu Xing's behavior, but also concerning Murong Wujie. Upon their ascent of the hill, Murong Wujie had already taken notice, yet he had yet to make his appearance. Was he not intent on personally executing the traitor Wu Di? Just as the trio hesitated about when to act, a calm voice echoed from behind them. What are you waiting for? These two are merely a diversion orchestrated by the Wu family. Wu Di has long since disguised himself as a chef and infiltrated Nyoto Mountain. The voice startled both the trio, who had been fixated ahead, and the two fishermen, causing them to leap from the river. Clad in white, Murong Wujie stood beyond the thicket, a creature known as the seven-star spider scuttling across his back, its luminescent spots shimmering like the stars of the Big Dipper. Casting a kaleidoscope of colors, Murong Wujie turned to the three still dazed in the woods, urging, "What are you waiting for? Move." With that, he charged forward. Accompanied by the seven-star spider, the disciples of a great sect indeed showcased extraordinary prowess. Murong Wujie's form darted from side to side, the dazzling spots of the spider glimmering. The duo of Wu Xing, a second-tier martial apprentice, and the warrior Hui found themselves ensnared. Utilizing his ethereal agility, Murong Wujie ensnared Hui and commanded the seven-star spider to unleash beams of red, green, and black light. How could Wu Sheng, merely at the martial apprentice level, withstand the might of the demon general's seven-star spider? After being struck by the three colors of light, Wu Sheng became frenzied, slashing wildly at the air around him, before staggering as if inebriated. After 2 to 3 minutes of exposure to the black light of the seven-star spider, he stood motionless by the riverbank, akin to a marionette rendered lifeless. Surrounded by 4 individuals and 1 beast, we did not experience the same fate as Wu Xing under the black light. Just as the red light faded and the green light commenced, he stumbled, allowing Wang Jifei to swiftly slice a deep gash across his throat with a single stroke of his sword. Watching as we clutched his neck, desperately gasping for breath, Wang Jifei found it hard to believe that this esteemed senior brother of Yi Mei, the leader of the Chana men, had perished so easily. Fei, I entrust this guard to you. We shall interrogate Wu Sheng, Murong Wujie stated with his characteristic calmness, his authority and strength affording him the confidence to make such arrangements. As Wang Jifei gazed at the lifeless Hui, he struggled to articulate his feelings. This adversary, a constant thorn in his side for months, had suddenly ceased to exist, leaving a surreal void. Shaking his head, he began to examine the corpse. Upon completing his inspection, he was once again struck by the might of the great sect's techniques as he observed Wu Sheng, under the control of the seven-star spider, obediently answering Murong Wujie's inquiries as if he were a child in kindergarten. How many of you are there tonight? Over 400? What factions do you have? Members of the Wu family, as well as those from the Dark Star sect and Chana men. Where is Wu Di? He has gone into Nyoto Mountain. Who remains at the camp? Who disguised him? He is one of my guards. Cheng Yuanling transformed him to resemble my elder brother. Are you aware that Qing Yuanling is Hui from the Dark Star sect? Yes. Who else from the Dark Star sect is with your Wu family? There is also. As Wu Sheng's body gradually slumped, Morong Wujie retracted the seven-star spider. Within a valley of Nyoto Mountain, Wu Di, disguised as a chef, hurried with a band of masked men toward the camp. Brothers, we have 7 or 8 li left. Everyone, muster your strength, under the cover of darkness. Let us slaughter a few more from the state of Lu, ensuring that their alliance is completely thwarted. Ha ha ha, young Master Wu. Shall I take care of you at the camp as well? Your cunning in this ruse is commendable. Sun Datu, be clever. Ensure that young Master Wu's body is unrecognizable. After this, your contributions will be immense, and the third elder will surely accept you as a personal disciple. Do take care of us, brothers. The Dark Star sect has only 5 elders, and you are 1,000 times more esteemed than the ordinary disciples of Wujiman. Amidst the flattery, Wudi remained grounded. Although one of them spoke a truth, personal disciples indeed held more prestige than ordinary disciples, which was a primary reason for his betrayal of Wujiman. All right, brothers. The last auction held by my family was disrupted by that Wang Jifei, costing us many brothers. This time, he shall not escape unscathed. I expect you all to let him fall into my hands. The third elder's personal disciple had spoken. Naturally, the brothers would oblige. As long as young master acts swiftly, I fear that our brothers might lose their restraint and kill that Wang fellow themselves. An arrow pierced through the skull of a masked man, who collapsed. His final words forever silenced. Wang Jifei witnessed Yang Wei release the first arrow, and soon an entire battalion of crossbowmen unleashed a barrage, their bolts raining down upon the encircled masked men like a tempest. The forest was stained crimson, cries of despair echoing throughout. With over 100 of the Qinglong army's bolts having struck, the unexpectedly ambushed masked men had suffered grievous losses. Another wave of over 100 crossbowmen lay in wait, unleashing a second flurry of arrows. After 2 such assaults, fewer than 100 masked men remained standing. Wang Jifei surged forward with the main force. He sought vengeance against Wu Di, just as Wu Di sought him. A tremendous claw descended from above, crashing forcefully against Wu Di's back. Wu Di, were you not searching for me? The fluidity of Wang Jifei's assault left Wu Di no time to respond to the provocation, realizing he had been ensnared in a trap. Wu Di's long hair obscured his face as he glared furiously, heedless of his own injuries, retaliating with fervor. Meanwhile, Wang Jifei remained steady, expertly countering with his eagle claw technique. In less than 10 minutes, a disoriented Wu Di stared blankly at the black claw embedded in his chest, begrudgingly gazing up at Wang Jifei. The blood oozing from his mouth stifled any coherent final words. Why is the Qinglong army here? Why did I perish before manifesting my life beast, the 2-headed golden-striped leopard? As the battle drew to a close, Wang Jifei regarded Wu Di's lifeless form, contemplating whether the absence of his life beast might leave behind a beast soul stone. He bent down to search the chef's body, discovering naught but a steel sword. His hands, as always, were stained with darkness. Wu Di had carried nothing to conceal his identity. After half an hour of clearing the battlefield, they gathered the corpses of the bandits into a pile and set them ablaze, while the living would be taken back for thorough questioning. The remains of their fallen brothers would be returned for a proper burial. The commanding officer declared loudly, marking the conclusion of the battle. Approaching Morong Wujie's side, I observed him meticulously adjusting his white robe, as if this deadly encounter, which claimed the lives of 300 to 400 individuals, was merely a fleeting excursion for him. Morong Wujie stood like a graceful nobleman amidst the battlefield, exuding an air of composure that left Wang Jifei profoundly impressed once more. The battle at Nutushan seemed to have utterly shattered the lurking forces of the Dark Star sect and other factions within the Qinglong prefecture. After crossing the river, the delegation encountered no significant assaults, apart from 2 poisoning incidents and 1 robbery by mountain bandits along the way. The poisoning did not inflict substantial losses on the envoy. Under the militarized management of the Qinglong army, no personnel were harmed, though a few horses and attendants succumbed to the poison. However, the subsequent robbery by mountain bandits cast a shadow of despair and unease, particularly among the people of Dongwu. This occurred less than 2 days' journey from the capital. Those foolish enough to rob a convoy escorted by the military were clearly desperate peasants, brandishing farming tools to assert their dominion over the mountains and highways. The envoy made no attempt to confront these wretched bandits. Even the resolute Qinglong army refrained from launching a single bolt, instead offering enough provisions to sustain the 20-odd bandits for half a month. It was evident to all that the Dongwu kingdom had descended into chaos, as the populace within a mere 200 miles of the capital was already struggling to find sustenance. Along the journey, fields lay fallow and homes stood empty, a testament to the extent of the turmoil. Each time Wang Jifei recalled the sight of young children and the elderly clutching hoes and rakes, staring blankly at the 500 armed soldiers of the Qinglong army, his heart ached profoundly. This was the calamity wrought by the Yu kingdom, where all able-bodied men had been conscripted to the battlefield, leaving no one to cultivate the land or produce sustenance. The Yu kingdom seemed intent on exhausting the last flicker of hope from Dongwu's Qinglong and Jinshan prefectures, relying on its extensive strategic reserves across more than a dozen counties. A brazen scheme, yet it effectively forced this helpless, starving populace to rise in rebellion. The tragic plight of a small nation with scarce resources was vividly manifested in these impoverished citizens, bold enough to challenge the military for their survival. This sight pierced Wang Jifei's heart, which had maintained a detached observer's stance until now. In that moment, he resolved to take action, despite knowing that the Dongwu kingdom was destined to fail. Chapter 70, The Royal Library. On December 29th, the eve of the small new year, the team finally arrived in the capital city. The streets were bustling with chariots and people, illustrating the grandeur and vitality of the nation's capital. As Wang Jifei gazed at the towering palace, standing at an impressive height of 70 to 80 meters, he could not help but feel a sense of awe. Wang Jifei and his companions were to remain in the capital for 7 days, aside from the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. When King Wu would receive the escort delegation, they had little to occupy their time. The group residing at the inn had indulged in a celebratory feast on New Year's Eve, but beyond that, there was little to do. Every household was preoccupied with festive preparations, and finding a place to eat on the streets was nearly impossible. Thus, the first New Year in this foreign realm passed amid the city's splendor and indifference. After practicing the dark thunder technique, Wang Jifei lay in bed, listening to the sounds of laughter and joy from outside. The dark thunder technique was a treasure, discovered in the hidden compartment of Wu Di's carriage upon their return to camp. As Wu Di was at the warrior level, it was likely that the 3rd elder of the Dark Star sect had also taken precautions against him, granting only techniques suitable for cultivation up to the warrior stage. This technique harnessed the power of thunder attributes, and having already reached the 3rd level of the Qing Yuan technique without any subsequent methods, Wang Jifei decided to give it a try. To his surprise, the mystical gray space did not disappoint him. In a mere 7 to 8 days, he had cultivated the Dark Star technique to the level of a first-rate apprentice. This was promising, as he now had access to techniques suitable for the next stage of cultivation. As for why he was able to progress so smoothly with the thunder attribute Dark Star technique, Wang Jifei could only attribute it to the gray space. The claws of the Gale Eagle grew larger, and the tail of the little black snake extended longer. Wang Jifei had a premonition that he would soon fully manifest these two creatures. What gifts would King Wu bestow tomorrow, he wondered. On the morning of the 3rd day, before the stars had completely faded, Wang Jifei and a dozen others, led by an official responsible for ceremonies, arrived at a side entrance of the royal palace. The dark corridor ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. It was not until the sun had risen high that, after enduring 2 hours of cold wind on empty stomachs, they were finally led into a lavish courtyard. Following a thorough search and admonition, they finally met the sovereign of the Eastern Wu Kingdom. Upon beholding this dignified middle-aged man, whose every gesture radiated authority, Wang Jifei and the others bowed respectfully, standing in line to receive their rewards. The entire process, tedious and formal, stretched until noon. During this time, King Wu Qianshiji learned of Wang Jifei's alchemical prowess in curing the envoy's affliction, the soul erosion poison, and he called him forth. Wang Jifei, fortunate to be summoned, anticipated a special reward. However, nothing of the sort occurred. After half a minute, under the approving gaze of King Wu, Wang Jifei gradually retreated. The king's actions conveyed a clear message. A reward was out of the question. He was still too young and naive. He had merely been called forth. As Wang Jifei contemplated his reward, he once again felt his own immaturity. After all, this was an audience with a monarch, an official commendation for saving the envoy of a friendly nation. How could it be anything less than substantial? His heart raced uncontrollably as he struggled to believe his ears. 500 taels of gold, a 2nd-tier beast soul artifact, a full set of 1st-tier demonic beast leather armor, 10 bottles of warrior-grade elixirs, and an increase in rank. As the ceremonial officer enumerated the rewards, smiles adorned every face. Especially jubilant were Wang Jifei, Captain Yang Wei, and the others. as they were granted a day of study at the Royal Library, allowing them to select a set of techniques. Upon returning to the inn, amidst the congratulations of the group, the four of them entered Wang Jifei's room. Haha, this is all thanks to Brother Wang. Otherwise, how would the three of us have the chance to enter the Royal Library? As soon as they settled in, Yang Wei and the others expressed their gratitude to Wang Jifei, who was pouring tea. Not at all. This is all the favor of King Wu, which granted us this opportunity. Brother Zhou, you're from the capital. Please enlighten us about the Royal Library. I intend to choose an extraordinary technique. Don't listen to Brother Maya's nonsense. I know very little about the Royal Library myself. Once inside, it will be a matter of chance. Come on. Your Zhou family is a prominent household in the capital. You shouldn't be so modest. All right, I shall share what I know. The Royal Library is where the Eastern Wu Kingdom's secret techniques are stored, located in the northwest corner of the palace. According to Zhou Tao, there are no fewer than 800 techniques within, the most precious being the 8 Extremes technique, the royal family's own cultivation method. The library is divided into 5 levels, with the highest requiring a master-level cultivation to access, where human-level techniques are stored. They would only have access to the first 3 levels. But Zhou Tao advised them to only enter the second level, as each level is protected by restrictions. Their current strength might not even allow them entry to the third level, and even if they managed to enter, the pressure of the restrictions would likely prevent them from examining anything. According to Zhou Tao, the second level is already quite good, with opportunities to obtain either a complete second-tier technique or fragments of a first-tier technique. Second-tier techniques are still commendable. An ordinary second-tier technique can cultivate one to the realm of a life master. Tomorrow, finding a life master technique on the second floor will suffice. One must not be too greedy. Draped in the swift leopard leather armor and wielding the second-tier beast soul artifact, the white eye, Wang Jifei felt quite satisfied, silently reminding himself to avoid greed. The white eye was crafted from the main eye of the 100-eyed beast, a second-tier beast soul artifact, capable of illusions and barrier breaking, serving as a tool for disrupting enemies and unraveling illusions. The swift leopard leather armor was essentially a semi-finished beast soul artifact, primarily composed of the fur of the first-tier swift leopard, which was not particularly renowned for its defense. However, even if the swift leopard was not adept at defense, its hide could withstand the full force of a second-tier beast attack without issue. Wearing the swift leopard leather armor, Wang Jifei felt the wind attribute star power surging around him, enhancing his speed. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, unable to contain his eagerness, Wang Jifei arrived in the courtyard before 6 o'clock, finding the other 3 already gathered and chatting, which brought a smile to his face. It seemed he was not the only one filled with anticipation, following the same narrow corridor as the day before. They were escorted by the same official through much of the royal city until they reached a quaint 5-story building. The building featured eaves and corners that reached skyward, constructed from blue stones, standing alone beside a small lake. Mere meters away, a fully armed guard arrived to conduct inspections, and after the verification was complete, it was over half an hour before Wang Jifei and the others entered the building. From the outside, the small building appeared to have few windows, yet inside, it was as bright as day. Gazing at the neatly arranged rows of towering bookshelves, the 4 felt as though they were entering a sea of books. Picking up a random tome, Wang Jifei sensed a faint ripple of star power. He recognized it as the energy of the restrictions. Let us hurry up. We must leave by this time tomorrow. Remember, we cannot take too many techniques. Once we select our techniques, let us try to learn as much as we can from other cultivation insights. Feeling the weight of the pressure on the second floor, Wang Jifei counted the bookshelves. There were 10, each holding about 70 to 80 books. He casually picked up a book from the first shelf, quickly flipping through a few pages before setting it down. It was merely an introduction to medicinal herbs. The books on the shelves varied widely, covering techniques, formations, alchemy, forging, and other esoteric arts. After spending 3 to 4 hours perusing the first 7 shelves, Wang Jifei had yet to find what he sought. At that moment, the inner demon whispered temptingly, urging him to venture to the 3rd floor, where he was certain he would find what he desired. Suppressing the restlessness within, Wang Jifei continued to peruse half a bookshelf, yet yielded no fruitful discoveries, only acquiring 3 manuals suitable for those destined for greatness, limited to the realm of fate warriors. Observing the other 3 individuals who had already selected several tomes and were engaged in repetitive comparisons, a surge of frustration welled up within Wang Jifei, compelling him to ascend to the 3rd floor. As he stepped forward, a sudden weight bore down upon him, akin to a mountain pressing on his shoulders. His mind clouded. As if struck by a powerful blow, golden stars danced before his eyes, blood rushing to his head. Drenched in sweat, he leaned against the door of the third floor for what felt like an eternity, standing in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, a crystalline spring seemed to emerge from the gray expanse of his consciousness, gradually nourishing the dazed Wang Jifei. His awareness began to reclaim his corporeal form, and the immense weight felt slightly alleviated. He could hear the creaking of his knee joints as he lifted his gaze. The third level of the library housed only 2 bookshelves. Surely, there were manuals suited for fate warriors within. Resolute, Wang Jifei decided to take a chance, cautiously advancing, his body drenched in perspiration until he finally reached the first shelf. Wind and thunder technique, he murmured. Ah, this is the one. Selecting a tome whose title resonated with the essence of a martial art, Wang Jifei extended his trembling hands. To his dismay, it remained immovable, ensnared by some arcane restriction. As heavy as a mountain of mystical iron. Could he truly abandon this opportunity after such effort? Demon Clan secrets, manifest for me. Gale Eagle, arise. Under the immense pressure akin to a towering mountain, Wang Jifei unleashed all his capabilities. With a resounding and vibrant screech, a magnificent divine eagle enveloped him. And with all his might, Wang Jifei fully materialized his spirit beast. With claws as sharp as steel, the eagle gradually pried open the first page of the wind and thunder technique. A manual for fate warriors, top-tier quality, comprising 7 complete layers, embodying both wind and thunder attributes. The brief introduction reverberated like thunder within Wang Jifei's mind. This was what he sought. A gust of wind surged forth, stars shimmering around the divine eagle, as Wang Jifei abruptly lifted the wind and thunder technique from the shelf. The moment the tome departed from its resting place, the overwhelming pressure dissipated instantly. The library's enchantment had acknowledged Wang Jifei's right to claim this technique. Chapter 71. The Realm of Destiny, unable to conceal the excitement within. Wang Jifei was immediately noticed by the 3 upon his return to the second floor. Despite his immense discomfort, he understood he could not hide the truth from them. After informing them of his acquisition of a top-tier technique and inquiring about the time, Wang Jifei consumed a pill at the staircase and began to meditate slowly. After resting for over an hour, he finally mustered enough energy to rise and peruse other scrolls. The depth of the Eastern Wu royal family was evident, as he not only encountered the name of another continent in a miscellaneous record, but also stumbled upon various rumors concerning the realm of cultivation. Before he realized it, a day had passed. Outside the small building, the sun shone brightly, and the 4 of them found themselves bereft of the desire to appreciate the grandeur of the royal city. Upon hastily returning to the inn, they exchanged furtive smiles, each understanding the unspoken agreement to retreat to their rooms. Seated at the table, Wang Jifei took a moment to reflect and reconfirm that he had indeed reached the realm of destiny. With the rising tide, his martial prowess had elevated to the pinnacle of a novice warrior, on the verge of stepping into the intermediate stage. In the vastness of the world, sustenance was paramount. With his energies severely depleted, Wang Jifei quickly skimmed through the thunder and lightning technique before indulging in a hearty feast. Within the small building, amidst secret techniques and the complete manifestation of the Gale Eagle, Wang Jifei's energy was utterly exhausted. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he collapsed into a deep slumber. He awoke in the dead of night, realizing he had slept for 13 hours, a stark contrast to his usual 5 to 6 hours of rest. Closing his eyes, he sensed the vibrant energy of the Gale Eagle within his mind's gray space, its brilliance swirling. There was no need for Wang Jifei to channel his technique. His innate beast instinctively communicated with the heavens, autonomously absorbing the omnipresent star energy. This was a distinct hallmark of the realm of destiny. He merely needed to wait for his realm to stabilize before he could summon the creature directly. Pleased with the self-sustaining Gale Eagle, Wang Jifei suddenly noticed that the little black snake was no longer perched upon its talons. Where could the little black snake be? After a careful search, he quickly sensed its presence. What does it mean to be on a feather of the Gale Eagle? Following the direction of his intuition, he observed that several feathers at the end of the Gale Eagle's tail appeared unique, particularly vibrant. Upon closer inspection, Wang Jifei was startled, for distinct feathers bore lifelike imprints, 2 large and 1 small, representing the Gale Eagle, alongside the mark of the little black snake. While the 3 Gale Eagles made some sense to him, given that he had previously absorbed their eggs, the presence of the little black snake was perplexing. How did it end up there? Had it been consumed by the eagle? Pondering this enigma for a while without arriving at a conclusion, Wang Jifei decided to manifest the little black snake. No issues arose. Feeling the thicker tail of the snake left him even more bewildered. Given the significance of his gray space, he dared not inquire further, choosing instead to keep the secret to himself. The mysterious gray space had never led him astray, and he hoped this change would prove beneficial. For now, his priority was to fully manifest the little black snake. This was the only solace he could offer himself. After such a tumultuous night, sleep eluded him. He retrieved the top-tier technique, the thunder and lightning technique, and began to study it intently. By dawn, the entire text of over 20,000 words was firmly imprinted in his mind. Today marked the day of bidding farewell to the Lu Kingdom delegation. According to his arrangement with Murong Wuji, Wang Jifei arrived at the embassy early in the morning. The doorman, already informed of his arrival, led him directly to a pavilion in the garden. Dressed in white, Murong Wuji remained composed, inviting Wang Jifei to sit and share tea. Observing Murong Wuji's deft handling of the teacups, Wang Jifei could only wait patiently. After 3 cups of fragrant tea, Murong Wuji, meticulously cleaning the exquisite tea set, finally spoke. Your nation's Longjing tea truly lives up to its reputation as the finest in the world. Unfortunately, as it is early in the year, I could not savor the best post-rain Longjing. What a pity. Though Wang Jifei was not a connoisseur of tea, he was well aware of the famed post-rain Longjing and understood Murong Wuji's subtle reference to the current situation in eastern Wu. If Brother Wuji does not remain for several more months, you shall surely have the post-rain Longjing. With your nation's assistance, I believe the Yu Kingdom will certainly refrain from rash actions. Oh, Fei, is that truly your sentiment? Murong Wuji's eyes sparkled, fixating on Wang Jifei like a blade. Brother Wuji, this afternoon we must part ways, so let us not dwell on this. I have come today to bid you farewell and to express my gratitude for your guidance. Oh, Fei, in that case, you still do not wish to join my Wuji sect? May I inquire why? Brother Wuji, I shall not conceal my thoughts. I genuinely wish to join the Wuji sect. But given the current circumstances in Eastern Wu, my heart feels unfulfilled. Moreover, upon arriving in the Lu Kingdom, I would be all alone in the Wuji sect. I cannot burden you at every turn. Wang Jifei's polite refusal did not disturb Murong Wuji's serene demeanor in the slightest. He merely nodded with a smile, as if he had anticipated this response. He then reached into his robe and produced a white star stone, presenting it to Wang Jifei. This contains some of my insights on cultivation and alchemy techniques. Take it as a token of remembrance. With that, Murong Wuji rose and began to depart the pavilion. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. Fei, when you arrive in the Lu Kingdom, bring this star stone to the Wuji sect to find me. His calm voice echoed as he walked away. Wang Jifei tightly grasped the white star stone in his hand, gazing at a side gate in the garden. Lost in thought, on the 6th day, Wang Jifei and his companions were set to return home. With the spring breeze invigorating their spirits, they galloped forward, eager to witness the blossoms of Chang'an. Though this was not Chang'an, Wang Jifei felt as exuberant as Ming Xiao, celebrating his success after an examination. The rewards from this trip to the royal city were bountiful, and their hearts longed to return home. Otherwise, to whom could they share their joy? Their journey to the royal city had been cautious and methodical. The return was marked by familiarity and freedom, no longer tasked with escort duties. Wang Jifei and his companions did not ride with the Azure Dragon army. Instead, they rode swiftly by day and rested at inns by night. By the time they returned to Sherman Town, the Lantern Festival had already passed. With significant wealth, Wang Jifei invited the Little Black Snake and Little Sue to the town's largest hotel, where they indulged in a lavish feast. Amidst the clinking of cups, the atmosphere in the private room was lively. Whether it was the opulence of the capital, the discipline of the Azure Dragon army, the calm demeanor of young Master Murong, or the treachery of Wu Di and the plight of the destitute, the rich tapestry of experiences captivated Little Black Snake and Little Sue, who were nearly ready to bite their chopsticks in excitement. Once the stories concluded, as Wang Jifei prepared to pick up more food, the infatuated Little Black Snake eagerly inquired, "Brother Fei, did the young lady say anything?" Wang Jifei's hand, which had reached for the food, slowly retracted. Little Black Snake, Zhang Wufan likely will not return to Sherman Town. Before leaving the capital, Wang Jifei had sought out Zhang Wufan. Due to Wu Di's betrayal, she could no longer remain with the delegation and found a tavern upon reaching the capital. By the 5th day, when Wang Jifei searched for her, she had already departed. The innkeeper handed him 2 letters, one for Wang Jifei and one for Little Black Snake. Taking the letter from his pocket and handing it to the somewhat pale Little Black Snake, Wang Jifei and Little Sue remained silent, quietly eating their meal. With his thoughts drifting beyond the confines of the private room, Wang Jifei read Zhang Wufan's reply. After finishing, he carefully refolded the letter along the original creases and gently placed it into a pocket close to his heart, pouring himself a drink. Little Black Snake raised his cup and drank it all in one go. "Brother Fei, I understand now. Thank you," he exclaimed, pouring himself another cup. After carrying the inebriated Little Black Snake home, it was already the dead of night. As he gazed at the slumbering figure of the young man named Xiao He, who occasionally called out for Zhang Wufan in his dreams, Wang Jifei felt a pang of melancholy in his heart. His brother was ensnared by love. While he felt helpless to assist, Zhang Wufan sought vengeance for her father, embarking on a journey to distant lands in pursuit of strength. And Wang Jifei knew he could not impede her quest. On the 20th day of the Lunar New Year, having rested and recuperated for 2 days, Wang Jifei once more sought out Boss Yang. "Ah Fei, how was your rest? You look as vigorous as if you could fell a tiger, ha ha." Yang chuckled. "Uncle Yang, spare me your jests. Your vitality is commendable," Wang Jifei replied. "Indeed, everyone is well. How are preparations coming along? Old Yan's condition remains stable." "Yes, everything is in order. I hope this time we can assist Uncle Yan." Last night, having successfully cultivated the second layer of the Wind-Thunder decision and the third layer of the Dark-Thunder decision, Wang Jifei's realm was firmly established, allowing him to fully manifest the Black Snake. When a massive serpent, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and as thick as a bowl, adorned with alternating yellow and green stripes, materialized within the room, Wang Jifei himself was taken aback. Snakes inherently exude an aura of cold danger. And even though this was his destined beast, he found himself somewhat uneasy. With a gradual attunement, he sensed that the black snake's ability to absorb toxins had indeed been significantly enhanced. Having returned 3 days prior, Xiao Su seemed on the verge of speaking several times. This loquacious young man, with tattooed arms, had spent the past month residing in his master's quarters, diligently tending to Captain Yin, providing massages to invigorate his blood flow and caring for his body. Recalling Xiao Su's sunken eyes and haggard expression, coupled with the urgency of Captain Yan's condition, Wang Jifei resolved to act without delay. Xiao Su was already prepared, anxiously pacing in the courtyard. Upon seeing Wang Jifei and Boss Yang approach, he rushed forward, his voice brimming with urgency. "Uncle Yang, Brother Fei, shall we begin now?" Gazing at Xiao Su, whose hair resembled a wild bird's nest, Wang Jifei recognized the torment the boy had endured over the past month, with his only family member poisoned and bedridden. It was a heavy burden for a 16-year-old. Wang Jifei, uncertain about his ability to heal Captain Yin, could not bear to see the glimmer of hope in Xiao Su's eyes extinguished. "Xiao Su, trust in me. I shall restore your master to vitality." Chapter 72. Nanshan Mansion, having administered 3 detoxification pills in one breath and summoned forth the little black snake, Wang Jifei activated the Qingmu technique. With a synchronized effort, the immense serpent, stretching 7 or 8 meters in length, gradually consumed the dark energy enveloping Yin Sunen's face. The little black snake's crimson tongue flickered as it inhaled wisps of toxic vapor into its belly. Amidst the continuous hissing, Yan's expression began to relax, and a hint of color returned to his cheeks. Wang Jifei opened his eyes to find that the black toxin had been entirely drawn out from Yan's limbs, leaving only a faint darkness lingering at his brow and chest, poisons deeply entrenched within his organs. Closing his eyes once more, Wang Jifei summoned all his strength to channel the Qingmu technique, communicating with the little black snake to urge it to exert its full capabilities. The nascent consciousness of the little black snake surged, its form expanding dramatically, radiating a swift and brilliant light. Suddenly, it lunged and sank its fangs into Yan's chest. The unexpected turn of events caused Wang Jifei's scalp to prickle with alarm. What was it doing? He hastily prepared to communicate with the black snake. The subsequent developments compelled him to halt. The little black snake's sharp fangs merely pierced the surface of Yan's skin, allowing black blood to flow from the wound and be consumed by the serpent. The room was instantly filled with a nauseating stench as the black blood spilled forth. Now it became clear, the little black snake was directly absorbing the poison. With a sigh of relief, Wang Jifei focused once again on the Qingmu technique, working in tandem with his spirit beast to detoxify and heal. After approximately 10 minutes, the flow of black blood from Yan's chest finally ceased. Wang Jifei had genuinely feared for his life, concerned that he might be drained entirely. Observing Yan, who appeared pale from excessive blood loss, Wang Jifei silently prayed for divine intervention, hoping for Yan's successful detoxification. After taking Yan's pulse for a moment, A smile crept across Wang Jifei's face. Although Yan's pulse was weak, it was evident that the poison from the Shihun San had been entirely purged. All that remained was the need for proper recuperation. With the weight of a significant concern lifted from his heart, Wang Jifei opened the door and nodded vigorously at the ever-patient boss Yang and Xiao Su waiting outside. Indeed. Haha. The ecstatic Su Chaoling rushed into the room, soon bursting forth with joy and then embracing Wang Jifei with a silly grin. Yang, observing the exuberance of the two, chuckled incessantly. Excellent, excellent. Ah Fei, you truly are a gem, just as old Yin predicted. With his right hand swiftly stroking his beard, Yang patted Wang Jifei's shoulder. You are indeed our lucky star. First rescuing the Lu Kingdom envoy, and now saving old Yin. Marvelous. Uncle Yin, Xiao Su. I too did not anticipate success on the first attempt. Let us discuss this further inside. After opening the windows for ventilation, Yang and Xiao Su conducted another thorough examination of Yan's condition. Yang, observing the delighted expressions of Wang Jifei and Xiao Su, cleared his throat. As the two fell silent, Yang slowly addressed Wang Jifei. Ah Fei, the detoxification process involved more than just the Qingmu technique and detoxification pills, did it not? I also heard other sounds. Startled, Wang Jifei, still basking in joy, stiffened and regarded Yang with caution. Even Xiao Su sensed something amiss and gazed questioningly at the two. Seeing Wang Jifei's bewilderment, Yang let out a hearty laugh. Why the fright of Fei? Xiao Su, listen carefully to what I am about to say. This matter of detoxification must not be disclosed. Otherwise, the Dark Star sect will certainly seek trouble with Ah Fei. Xiao Su, you will continue to feign care for your master during this period. I will manage the rest. Do you understand? Listening to Yang's composed arrangements, Wang Jifei felt a chill creeping down his back. He had not anticipated such serious repercussions arising from his detoxification efforts. According to Yang, this detoxification was entirely different from the previous resolution of the envoy Shihun San. The envoy had only recently been poisoned, while Yin had suffered for over a month, with the Shihun San deeply permeating his organs. Should the Dark Star sect become aware, Wang Jifei would undoubtedly find himself on their list of targets. Not to mention the little black snake's secret. Should someone with knowledge of pharmacology scrutinize the situation, it would become clear that neither the detoxification pills nor the Qingmu technique could wholly eradicate the potent toxins within Yin. At that point, Wang Jifei's desire for a tranquil life would be nothing but a foolish dream. Having an elder in the house is indeed a treasure, and Wang Jifei felt immensely grateful for Yang's presence. Yang's plan was as follows. 5 days hence, Wang Jifei would depart for Nanshan Mansion to undergo training, accompanied by Yin and Xiao Su. Along the way, Yin would feign death due to poisoning, with Xiao Su transporting him back to his hometown for burial, thus allowing Yin to vanish from the mortal realm. Though reluctant, this was the only viable solution. For Yin, who had lost all his cultivation, adopting a hidden identity was a suitable choice. Over the years, the vengeful Yin Sunan had made many enemies. Remaining here posed significant risks. In the subsequent 5 days, Wang Jifei diligently visited the library of the Divine Capturing Hall, meticulously examining the scrolls on the shelves. His efforts bore fruit. During this time, he not only uncovered numerous secret tales and legends from the cultivation world, but also discovered the method to activate the white star stone left to him by Morong Wuji. This peculiar star stone bore a unique name, the Jixing Stone. Its function extended beyond mere recording and transmitting of text. As one's cultivation level ascended, the knowledge encountered became increasingly profound and intricate, rendering simple words inadequate. The Jixing Stone could inscribe information in the form of mental fluctuations, facilitating the exchange of information on a spiritual level. Generally, techniques above the human level were recorded using the Jixing Stone. The Jixing Stone was crafted from an exceedingly rare spatial attribute star element stone, combined with the beast soul stone of a demonic beast possessing illusionary talents. Only a handful of large sects possessed the knowledge to create such stones, with fewer than 10 sects across the entire eastern Hua continent having this capability. Having perused the texts and identified the method, it was time to leave Shermin Town. On the morning of the 26th day of the first month, under the farewell of the little black snake and others, Xiao Su and Yang Wei departed Shermin Town under the pretense of escorting Yin to Nanshan Mansion for treatment and detoxification. The day after the trio's departure, Wang Jifei also set off alone on horseback, intending to participate in the martial arts competition held by the Divine Capturing Hall in the entire Qinglong County, as well as to receive 3 months of training at Nanshan Mansion. Riding swiftly, Wang Jifei finally caught up with Xiao Su and the others' carriage at a designated village by noon on the third day. Fei Ge, over here. Dressed in the garb of a commoner, Xiao Su awaited at the village entrance. Seeing Wang Jifei leading his horse while scanning the surroundings, she called out from a distance. Upon entering the courtyard and spotting the three disguised as brothers, Wang Jifei could not suppress a laugh. He had never encountered three siblings who differed so vastly in appearance. Their physiques, ages, facial features, and demeanor bore no resemblance. One would have to be blind to believe they were related. Wang Jifei certainly did not consider himself blind. After inquiring about whose brilliant idea it was, he began to employ his somewhat rudimentary disguise technique to transform them into a father and two sons. Fortunately, the disguise skill he had acquired from Yodo Mountain was remarkably exquisite. Even though the three could not utilize the techniques of the Cham sect to assist him, their appearances underwent a dramatic transformation. 2 hours later, a frail, haggard old man, a tall and honest-looking eldest son, and a sprightly, talkative younger son emerged in the courtyard. Xiao Su and the others gazed at their unfamiliar reflections in the mirror, astonished, unaware of Wang Jifei's hidden talents. Fei Ge, you are simply incredible. Where did you learn this? Indeed, Fei. I recall that your seventh uncle is not adept at disguise. Where did you acquire such skills? Fei. Could it possibly be that you obtained them at Nyotu Mountain? You have certainly learned quickly. Wei Ge, do you know? Please share with me. As the tales of Nyotu Mountain unfolded, there came a moment when Yang Wei recounted the tragic demise of Wu Di. The sun had already begun its descent. The crimson hues of twilight painted the sky, while a chilling wind whispered through the air, causing the corner's wax plums to wither slightly. According to the plan, after nightfall, Captain Yin and his companions were to depart for a place of safety. It was yet another moment of parting. It seemed that I had been bidding farewell to friends all too frequently of late, parting ways with seventh uncle, Uncle Qian, and Mu Rong Wu Ji, as well as with Zhang Wu Fan, and now I must part from Xiao Su and Captain Yin. Gazing at the frail figure of Captain Yin, whose countenance bore the weight of time, Wang Jifei felt a lump in his throat. Yet another elder, who genuinely cared for him, was about to leave. After today's farewell, who could say when they might meet again? On the following day, the morning sun cast its radiant glow upon the earth. From the woods outside the small village emerged a man of stern demeanor, whose stature was akin to that of Wang Jifei. With a swift motion of his right hand, a majestic and formidable gale eagle appeared at his side. The man lightly leaped onto the eagle's back, and with a resounding call of the bird, the pair soared into the azure sky, vanishing into the horizon. Half a day later, Wang Jifei arrived at Nanshanfu. This was the residence of the Prince of Qinglong County, and the seat of the governor, Jiang Wushu. As the very heart of Qinglong County, Nanshanfu was exceedingly prosperous. Observing the towering city walls, nearly 15 meters high, Wang Jifei could not help but express his admiration as he approached the city gate. The bustling streets echoed with the cries of merchants, while young men donned in splendid attire and maidens clad in vibrant garments vividly illustrated the opulence of the capital. If it were not for the ubiquitous presence of refugees and beggars, Wang Jifei would certainly have lauded the splendor of Nanshanfu under Jiang Wushu's governance. Alas, the vast expanse of Nanshanfu could not escape the shadows of war. The pallid faces of the destitute and the tattered garments of beggars seemed to mar this beautiful tableau with a splattering of filth. Chapter 73. Entering the Qinglong mountain range, Wang Jifei meandered through Nanshan Prefecture for 2 days, arriving at the Divine Capture Hall on the 2nd day of February. Armed with the waste token of 100 households and a recommendation letter from Jiang Wushu, he successfully registered. Transforming into a stern-faced young man, Wang Jifei followed the directions to locate his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found it satisfactory. A single room, though modest in size, was precisely what he desired. 3 months hence, Wang Jifei had no intentions of securing a notable rank in the martial competition. After gaining insight into the vast world and profound knowledge brought by Murong Wuji, the self-taught Wang Jifei felt a deep sense of envy. During these 3 months, he intended to focus solely on self-improvement, mastering not only the training provided by the Divine Capture Hall but also integrating the knowledge he had acquired. Central to his studies was the Star Knowledge Stone bestowed upon him by Murong Wuji, containing an extensive and diverse array of information. Emerging from his cocoon was essential for growth. The metamorphosis into a butterfly was fraught with pain, and not every cocoon could yield a butterfly, as those unable to break free could not endure the agony of transformation. Growth is a journey every individual must undertake, filled with moments of joy and sweetness alongside the anguish and tears of failure. just as a caterpillar requires the form of a butterfly to realize its dreams. Wang Jifei aspired to become a brilliantly colored butterfly. Each day of the 3 months, he concealed himself within a thick cocoon. As spring thunder rumbled, late April in Jiangnan blossomed with vibrant flowers and lively grass. Observing the gentle rain outside his window, Wang Jifei waved his hand, dissipating the moisture within the room and condensing it into a water sphere, which he deftly shaped into a water spike. With a flick of his wrist, the spike plunged into the muddy ground outside, leaving behind a bottomless circular hole. This water spike, inspired by the principle of wind spikes, was a creation of his own, demonstrating even greater power, though it fell short in range and environmental adaptability. Now in the mid-stage of being a martial artist, Wang Jifei found himself utterly impoverished, possessing merely a few hundred taels of gold and devoid of any resources for cultivation. Even low-grade medicinal materials like tiger bone pills and stone ox powder had been exhausted. This was the result of his meticulously timed practice. The pursuit of cultivation indeed devoured wealth. He realized he needed to devise a plan upon his return. Accustomed to rapidly advancing through the use of elixirs, Wang Jifei could no longer tolerate such a slow pace of training. With the martial competition looming in the next couple of days, Wang Jifei, having disguised himself, did not aim for an exceptional performance. He was wary of staying too long aboard the imperial vessel, planning to dismantle the foothold of the Yu Kingdom near Shimin town before departing from the Divine Capture Hall. With a speed nearing 60 meters per second and a force of 2,000 kilograms, Wang Jifei managed to secure the 15th position in the martial competition, obtaining some elixirs before leaving Nanshan Prefecture. In a relatively lively tavern, Wang Jifei ordered some food and drink, listening intently. He learned that after the return of the Lu Kingdom envoy, the Yu Kingdom did not retreat but instead launched several medium-scale offensive operations in the spring, causing the Eastern Wu Kingdom to suffer consecutive defeats and lose several towns. Fortunately, after the mobilization of the Lu Kingdom forces, the Yu Kingdom exhibited some restraint, refraining from further reckless actions. Hearing the diners passionately discussing the conflict between the two nations, Wang Jifei shook his head. The timing was crucial. The Yu Kingdom was exploiting the interval created by the alliance between the Lu and Eastern Wu Kingdoms, testing their limits while disrupting the spring plowing efforts of the latter. With the year's plans laid in spring, the imperial court would face yet another headache. The price of white rice had surged to 15 copper coins per pound, 3 times what it was when Wang Jifei first arrived in this world. Riding the swift wind eagle, restored to his original appearance, Wang Jifei gazed at the desolate landscape below, his anger simmering. Even the cold winds at high altitudes could not extinguish the fire within him. Rather, it swelled ever higher, growing more intense. As his fury reached a boiling point, Wang Jifei arrived at a small village called Lijiatu, a stronghold of the Dark Star Gate on the outskirts of Nanshan Prefecture, where 11 traitorous members lay in wait. Under the moonlight, only a few households in Lijiatu remained lit. After observing for some time, Wang Jifei summoned all his spirit beasts, 1 snake and 4 eagles, which bolstered his confidence to challenge this stronghold. The Lijiatu stronghold housed 2 martial artist-level enemies, 2 first-grade warriors, 5 second-grade warriors, and several ordinary individuals, making it one of the more formidable targets on Wang Jifei's revenge list. The snake was a small black serpent at the martial artist level, while the 4 eagles included a large martial artist-level swift-wind eagle and 3 smaller first-grade swift-wind eagles. These 3 smaller eagles were manifestations of the 3 marks on the tail of the swift-wind eagle in the gray space, remaining immortal as their essence persisted, allowing for their summoning again after some time. Under the dim starlight, the small black snake stealthily slithered through the sewer into the courtyard, silently infiltrating the rooms. Occasional low hissing sounds echoed as a faint black mist began to envelop each bedroom. Soon, the courtyard door creaked open, and a massive serpent head emerged, eagerly flicking its crimson tongue toward its master. Under the lethal potency of the withering wood snake's venom, the members of the Dark Star Gate below the martial artist level had lost all capacity for resistance. Observing the 1 snake and 4 eagles steadily subduing the 2 martial level men, Wang Jifei stood at the forefront with his sword, dispatching the remaining foes with ease. After eliminating 9 individuals, he began to meticulously search the premises for valuables. Under his careful control, the 1 snake and 4 eagles sustained their presence for approximately 40 minutes before Wang Jifei felt a slight dizziness. It seemed that at full power, they could persist for about an hour. He recalled his spirit beasts and approached the 2 bloodied individuals. Surprised by their performance, Wang Jifei, in a good mood, spared them further torment, asking a few questions before granting them a swift end. The 11 wicked souls writhed in the inferno of the courtyard, where flames roared. Amidst the blaze, a giant eagle soared into the sky. Such flames ignited 7 locations within Nanshan Prefecture in a mere 5 days. Curiously, the authorities showed little interest, with investigators making only a brief appearance before vanishing altogether. It was not Wang Jifei's intention to cause these fires, rather. The swift-winged eagle was unable to contain the spoils. Although these 7 strongholds held few truly valuable items, they contained a fair amount of wealth. Consequently, Wang Jifei had filled 3 large chests, not because his divine eagle could not bear the weight, but because the chests were too large, significantly hindering his flight speed. In Sherman Town, within the courtyard of Boss Yang, Wang Jifei was enjoying tea with Yang Yuanhua. Observing the spirited Wang Jifei, Boss Yang slowly reached for the letter on the table. So, you were saying that the fires in those locations were your doing. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Uncle Yang, I trust you to keep this under wraps. Keep it secret? Boss Yang paused, looking at Wang Jifei's calm eyes in confusion. Wang Jifei remained silent, sipping his tea, undeterred by Boss Yang's piercing gaze. I never anticipated that both I and Old Yin would misjudge. I didn't expect such tremendous progress in just 3 months, Fei. I thought it would take you about a year to achieve this. With a few taps on the letter, Boss Yang chuckled. Of course, I shall keep your secret. You've done us such a great service. If I don't keep it secret, wouldn't that rob me of my merit? Then I thank you, Uncle Yang. However, my departure may extend beyond 6 months. As for the little black ones, Fei, rest assured, that little black fellow has been diligent. He finally reached the 1st grade last month and has been out on missions these past few days. What of the little Su? Any news of him? Xiao Su is expected to return by early June. In his last letter, he mentioned that Lao Yin has made a commendable recovery. Now possessing the skills of a 3rd-tier martial artist, ensuring his self-preservation is no longer a concern. As for his exact whereabouts, it would be best to inquire with Xiao Su upon his return, as I am unaware of them. Xiao Su has now attained 1st-tier status as well, so there is no need for concern. Hearing that both of his brothers are faring well, Wang Jifei felt a sense of relief. In 3 days, the auction on May 12th will commence. After entrusting some of his recent spoils to Boss Yang for processing, Wang Jifei devoted himself to diligent cultivation within his small courtyard. Following the auction, he resolved to embark on a journey to the Qinglong mountain range for further training. Within the Jixing stone gifted to him by Morong Wujie, there was mention of a cave dwelling nestled within the mountains, prompting Wang Jifei to contemplate a visit. However, this was not his primary motivation previously. Morong Wujie had explored Qilong Mountain without success in locating this site, leaving Wang Jifei with tempered expectations. His true aim was to ascertain whether he could absorb additional innate beasts or, at the very least, enhance the imprints of the Gale Eagles. Although the little black snake lacks feathers, its scales may provide an opportunity to assimilate some serpentine imprints. Chapter 74. The Azure Dragon Mountain Range, Part 1. The pine-patterned furnace was excessively large, compelling Wang Jifei to leave it at Sherman Town and purchase another alchemical furnace weighing just over 100 pounds. He concealed this smaller furnace within a secluded cave at Taohua Gorge, intending to use it as a base for his exploration of the Azure Dragon Mountain Range. The vast expanse of the Azure Dragon Mountains teemed with various demonic beasts, and countless medicinal herbs flourished therein, perfectly meeting Wang Jifei's current requirements for herbs and pets. With the imprint of the Gale Hawk in the sky and the little black snake on the ground, Wang Jifei traversed a narrow path hidden amidst withered grasses and branches. His destination was a towering mountain known as Twin-Headed Ridge, which was dominated by a flock of Gale Hawks. Although Gale Hawks were deemed low-level demonic beasts, a small number of adult ones could attain 1st-tier status, with an exceedingly rare few breaking through to the realm of demonic soldiers. However, few dared to provoke them. Not even the higher-tier demonic beasts that typically refrained from preying on them. Over 100 Gale Hawks congregated in this area, their numbers bolstered by more than half being fully grown. Each day, approximately 20 of these hawks divided into 2 small teams to patrol the mountain, while over 30 more formed 3 or 4 groups to hunt for food. Who could say that the intelligence of ordinary demonic beasts was lacking? This well-defined division of labor and stringent vigilance had been ingrained in their lineage for millennia, ensuring the survival of the Gale Hawk clan. Every species possesses its unique traits, and the lowly Gale Hawk was no exception. Wang Jifei felt a genuine admiration for them. For 2 full days, clinging to a thread of hope, he lay in wait nearby, subsisting on dry rations and wild fruits, all in the hopes of encountering a solitary gale hawk. Yet, harsh reality proved otherwise. Not a single one appeared, with even the smallest group comprising at least 5 adult hawks. While Wang Jifei was certainly capable of fighting, he could not reach them and could only watch helplessly as the 5 robust hawks soared away. Confrontation was out of the question, and there were no stragglers to exploit. Sending the black snake into the fray was also ill-advised, as hawks prey upon snakes, a risk Wang Jifei was unwilling to take. It seemed he would have to take a chance under the cover of night, hoping that the books were accurate in stating that most birds possess poor vision at night. On a moonless night, after spending 2.5 days in the forest, Wang Jifei emerged, gazing at the dark silhouettes of the 2 distant peaks as he sprinted forth. The base of the mountain lacked any hawk nests. They were positioned high up the cliffs, at least 700 to 800 meters above. Gale hawks had the unfortunate habit of building their nests on steep cliffs, constructing them on protruding rocks the size of a bed. From behind a cluster of rocks at the cliff's edge, Wang Jifei scrutinized a nest that loomed 80 to 90 meters high, with a straight-line distance of 200 meters between them. He could clearly see 5 gale hawks within, 2 large and 3 small. Wang Jifei could hardly believe that these hawks would fail to notice his stealthy approach. With a resolve akin to gambling, he decided to take a risk. Clenching his teeth, he retrieved the beast's sole artifact, the white eye, and the ink-green longsword. As the starlight gradually infused the white eye, it seemed that the surroundings dimmed, as if light were bending around him. Tightening his clothing, Wang Jifei began to ascend slowly, his fingers gripping the hard stone wall like the talons of an eagle. Like a black lizard, he stealthily climbed at an angle, inching closer to the hawk's lair. Closer now. Just 40 meters away, a distance easily perceptible to both parties with sharp eyesight. Biting down on his longsword and dismissing concerns of exposure, Wang Jifei hurled the flying claw from 30 meters away and swiftly leaped onto a protruding rock. At the moment he landed, he summoned 1 snake and 4 hawks, fiercely launching them at the 5 gale hawks. The sudden cry of the hawks erupted, transforming the cliff into a chaotic scene akin to a disturbed henhouse, with the sky filled with flapping wings. Unfortunately, the stone slab, measuring only 7 to 8 square meters, was just right for Wang Jifei, but felt cramped for the large gale hawks. Most of the hawks in the sky could not launch an attack on him due to the towering cliffs, which impeded their swift flight. To avoid colliding with the hard stone walls, dozens of massive gale hawks could only circle slowly in the air, emitting piercing cries. Wang Jifei found himself facing merely the 5 primary hawks, while any occasional attacks from others were deflected by his summoned beasts. Moments later, the 5 hawk corpses were kicked from their nest, and Wang Jifei seized a half-eaten beast carcass from within, leaping down from the cliff's edge. The base was still quite safe, and in the pitch darkness, Wang Jifei skillfully began to gut his prize, reveling in the joy of his bounty. In the latter half of the night, after the cacophony of the hawks had subsided, the cliff fell silent once again, with all the gale hawks drifting back into slumber. A vague, distorted figure reappeared on the steep cliff, slowly making its way toward another protruding rock, where a large, round hawk nest awaited. Having concealed himself like a zombie for 4 days, Wang Jifei had nearly cleared all the nests near the cliff base, collecting nearly 100 beast soul stones of various sizes, though he regrettably found no beast eggs. He had even attempted to bring back live fledglings for absorption, but to no avail. His innate beast showed no interest in such offerings. With no choice left, Wang Jifei resorted to consuming the flesh himself, as each fledgling weighed at least 30 pounds, and he spent 2 whole days feasting. Tonight, he prepared for one final attempt. During the day, he had summoned the imprint of the gale hawk and successfully infiltrated the enemy's territory, discovering several nests containing beast eggs. Now he lay hidden amidst dense reeds, with a nest containing 3 gale hawk eggs just 100 meters above him. Inside the nest were 2 adult gale hawks on the cusp of parenthood. The female was a first-tier demonic beast, while the male was a demonic soldier. Under the bright full moon, the area around the nest glowed brightly, posing a significant disadvantage for Wang Jifei. Even with the white eye's concealment, the nearly 300-meter journey was an insurmountable obstacle. With the master in peril, the subordinates sprang into action. 3 smaller gale hawks soared into the sky, darting toward the distant nests, akin to droplets of water splashed into boiling oil, igniting a frenzy at Twin-Headed Ridge. The hawks ascended, winds howled, and feathers scattered in chaos. Seizing the moment of turmoil among the cliff's inhabitants, Wang Jifei's majestic summoned gale hawks swiftly carried him toward the target. Moments later, he employed a diversionary tactic, successfully reaching the nest. The demonic soldier-level Gale Hawks proved formidable. Even stripped of their speed advantage, the male and female hawks matched Wang Jifei in a fierce confrontation. At this juncture, 3 of his summoned Gale Hawks were shredded, and within moments, 50 to 60 furious Gale Hawks were on their way. This would not suffice. Wang Jifei quickly devised a plan, commanding the black snake to swallow a beast egg while he grasped 2 eggs himself, hastily leaping down from the protruding rock. Nursing his right leg, injured by the rocks, Wang Jifei limped into a pre-dug cave, shortly followed by the wounded black snake. After surviving the ordeal, Wang Jifei couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. He had been too careless. The location of the nest was exceedingly high, and the cliffs had opened up significantly, allowing the Gale Hawks to exploit their speed advantage. Hastily retracting the little black snake, a swift-winged eagle egg was unexpectedly left on the ground, adding to the 2 already in hand, resulting in a total of 3 marks. However, the priority now remained on recuperation. In the wilderness, even the slightest injury could prove fatal. He sealed the entrance, applied medicine, and bandaged the wounds. As Wang Jifei operated the greenwood technique, he also surveyed the gray space. Upon reaching the realm of commanders, Wang Jifei's gray space had expanded significantly, now approaching a diameter of nearly 3,000 meters. Within this vast expanse dwelled 2 patients. One was the winged eagle, its grayish-blue feathers diminished by nearly a third. The other was the little black snake, listless and bearing 3 gaping wounds the size of bowls. Fortunately, the innate beast within his mind did not bleed, or the scene would have been far more gruesome. Casting a glance at the 3 dim marks on the long feathers of the winged eagle's tail, Wang Jifei let out a sigh of relief before exiting the space. With his innate beast severely wounded, a foggy haze enveloped Wang Jifei's mind, and he gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 75. The Qinglong Mountain Range. Part 2. No beast dared to trouble the eagle flock at the twin-headed ridge, rendering the base of the cliff a remarkably tranquil locale. Thanks to the swift-winged eagles, Wang Jifei, who had not enjoyed a proper rest for 7 or 8 days, found himself in a delightful dream. He envisioned himself soaring through the Qinglong Mountain Range, with thousands of swift-winged eagles above him and a throng of withered wood snakes underfoot, reigning supreme with great majesty. Yet dreams often betray reality. Awakening to solitude, Wang Jifei shook his head, lamenting the absence of countless subordinates. Fortunately, the healing effects of the Qingmu technique were remarkable. The wounds on his feet had scabbed over, and the fractures in his bones were of little concern. In a moment of misplaced optimism the previous night, Wang Jifei had ventured out unencumbered by provisions, and now he found himself enduring the pangs of hunger in the vast expanse above. At long last, as night descended, he returned to the woods, clutching 3 beast eggs. After satisfying his hunger and repacking his belongings, it was already midnight. Wang Jifei expected a peaceful night, but a casual glance sent chills down his spine. A massive male eagle circled ominously in the sky, its grandeur accentuated by the moon, which resembled a basin. Cursed be the day, for this eagle king was undoubtedly of demon general caliber, and to his dismay, it was active even at night. As he climbed to the treetops for a better view, the eagle king, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, suddenly dove down, unleashing 2 grayish-blue gusts that cleaved through the treetop, carving a trench over 20 meters long and half a meter deep into the ground. Amidst the swirling winds, Wang Jifei, adorned with debris from the trees, rolled 3 times to evade the eagle king's onslaught. Ignoring the pain in his right leg, he hurried deeper into the forest, seeking refuge beneath the dense canopy to escape the eagle king's scrutiny. In recent days, he had slain no fewer than 50 swift-winged eagles, with nearly 40 younglings, marking him as a target for the eagle flock. It was no surprise that the eagle king had taken to the night in pursuit. Clearly, waiting for daylight was not an option. This small grove of less than half an acre could not withstand multiple charges from several adult giant eagles. Each time he peered out, the wind knives of the swift-winged eagle king sent him tumbling back. The once dense grove had been transformed into a sparse collection of trees, offering no further concealment. Swallowing a medicinal pill, Wang Jifei seized the opportunity as the eagle king ascended once more, bolting from the disheveled grove towards a distant hill. The hill, modest in size, was adorned with jagged stones and caves, providing adequate shelter from the eagle king's assaults. This nameless hill lay 4 to 5 li away from the grove, and at full speed, he could reach it in 3 to 4 minutes. Alas, such calculations were naive. For safety, Wang Jifei would have to navigate a winding path. ensuring a run of at least 10 minutes. Taking advantage of earlier glimpses, he noted that only a handful of trees offered temporary cover. Otherwise, he would be exposed to the Eagle King's lethal claws. He estimated he would need to evade 6 attacks to reach that hill safely. As a fierce gust swept in, Wang Jifei rolled 4 times on the ground, narrowly avoiding the initial wave of wind knives. Seizing the moment as the Eagle King soared higher, he dashed towards the first tree. A piercing eagle cry echoed behind him. The Eagle King had forsaken the wind knives and lunged with its talons aimed directly at his back. Employing a secret technique of the demon race, Wang Jifei hastened his speed by 30%, narrowly dodging the Eagle King's claws. Upon feeling the back of his clothing, he discovered it had been shredded by the turbulent winds conjured by the Eagle King, leaving his back scorched. Cursed be the Eagle King, which held the advantage of the skies. Wang Jifei was forced to scurry like a frightened rabbit, weaving between claws and wind knives. The massive eagle talons descended once more, effortlessly shattering a stone half his height. Gazing at the remainder of his journey, he realized he needed a strategy. Grasping a stone the size of a human head, Wang Jifei ran while glancing back. As the swift-winged Eagle King dove again, he hurled the stone with precision, and in that fleeting moment, 3 arrows from his small black crossbow were released. Hiding in a cave, panting heavily, Wang Jifei watched the Eagle King circle above. A short arrow reflecting a metallic sheen lodged in its abdomen. Listening to the Eagle King's furious cries, he knew he had narrowly escaped doom. After hastily bandaging his back, Wang Jifei smirked up at the Eagle King in the sky. Now it was my turn. You enjoyed the chase, did you? Now relish the venom of the little black snake. Each time the Eagle King attempted to depart, Wang Jifei would burst from his hiding place, standing atop a rock, shouting and provoking the Eagle King. Enraged, the Eagle King would return, prompting Wang Jifei to retreat to the cave once more. Indeed, the demon general-level Eagle King proved a formidable opponent. Not until dawn, with his back bleeding profusely, did the heavily poisoned Eagle King begin to falter, struggling to flap its wings in an effort to ascend and escape. But that would not be permitted. Wang Jifei grinned as he shot 3 more crossbow arrows. With a thud, the drunken Eagle King managed to swat away 2 arrows, but the third struck deep into its left wing. With poison upon poison, injury upon injury, the Eagle King could no longer control its body, crashing to the ground in a flurry of dust. Success. Watching the incapacitated swift-winged Eagle King, Wang Jifei rubbed his hands together in excitement. The Eagle King was a demon general-level beast, a treasure trove in itself, promising a substantial profit. Its keen eyesight was a valuable ingredient for potions, while its beak and claws were essential materials for crafting beast spirit tools. The long feathers would serve as exquisite adornments, highly sought after in the capital. With a fierce thrust, he plunged his sword into the Eagle King's head, accompanied by a mournful cry. The Eagle King, which had once brought Wang Jifei to the brink, let out its final sound before falling silent. The Eagle King, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and weighing around 800 pounds, took Wang Jifei half a day to excavate a sufficiently large pit to drag it inside. Finally free from the constant dread of aerial ambushes, he let out a deep sigh of relief and began tending to his wounds. After half an hour of recuperation, Wang Jifei commenced collecting the valuable materials from the Eagle King. Before dawn, he had harvested all the materials from the hefty beast. The Eagle King was ample enough, and Wang Jifei resolved to reside in this cave for the next few days. The Eagle King bequeathed him 9 beast spirit stones, each the size of a grape. Wang Jifei mused that it was no wonder the Eagle King was so formidable. It was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of demon general status. In the days that followed, several swift-winged eagles flew overhead, forcing Wang Jifei to remain hidden in the cave during the day to recuperate and train, venturing out at night for water and wild fruits. Finally, on the 3rd day, after consuming the last of the eagle leg meat, the skies above the small mountain were devoid of the swift-winged eagles. Wang Jifei knew it was time to depart. With 6 distinct markings on the tail of the swift-winged eagle tucked away in his gray space, he left the twin-headed ridge, setting his sights on the next destination. Where there are mountains, there are valleys, and where there are valleys, there is water. As he gazed upon the 7 to 8 meter wide ravine before him, Wang Jifei wiped the sweat from his brow. He had finally arrived at the Black Wolf Valley marked on the map. Wang Jifei was uncertain as to why this valley bore the name Black Wolf Valley, for here there were no wolves, only snakes. Perhaps the valley had once harbored wolves, only to be devoured by the multitude of serpents that now thrived within. This valley teemed with countless snakes, twisting together like a braided rope, sending shivers down one's spine. Among them were the withered wood snakes, bamboo leaf-green snakes, black flower snakes, cobras, and purple-tailed, green-striped snakes. He could identify no fewer than 20 distinct species. Wang Jifei had meticulously chosen this Black Wolf Valley, as other snake congregating spots either lacked variety or featured beasts of excessively high rank. The Black Wolf Valley is home to a moderately sized and diverse assembly of serpents, making it an ideal arena for Wang Jifei to engage in his endeavors. Thanks to the presence of his familiar, the little black snake, he is impervious to the venom of ordinary snakes, placing him in a position of invincibility in his confrontations with the serpent horde. He employs a premeditated strategy, summoning a marked little hawk to divert the serpent's attention, while another hawk discreetly seizes a snake or a few eggs before soaring into the sky. The little black snake is tasked with extracting venom from the injured hawk to facilitate its healing. Observing his 3 industrious familiars, Wang Jifei is filled with satisfaction. His arduous climb up the cliff days prior was not in vain. 1 hawk can sustain for nearly half an hour, and 6 can endure for half a day. In this leisurely endeavor, he merely needs to stand on the hillside, replenishing his resources and collecting materials and snake eggs. The drizzle of apricot blossoms and the gentle breeze of willow trees evoke the picturesque spring of Jiangnan. Yet Wang Jifei finds himself particularly fond of these lines at this moment. The humid spring breeze rustles through the willows, while the valley below is awash in chaos, blood flowing like rivers and scales littering the ground. He is fervently engaged on the hillside. What is there to feel wet or cold about? Snake gall serves as an excellent alchemical material, and the poison sacs can be refined into potent toxins. The fangs can be fashioned into beast soul artifacts. While beast soul stones and snake eggs are, needless to say, the very targets of his ambitions, the serpents in Black Wolf Valley are not particularly formidable, with few reaching the realm of demon soldiers, yet their sheer numbers are overwhelming. After 5 days of relentless hunting, Wang Jifei finds himself with no more space to carry additional materials, and the serpent population in the valley shows no signs of diminishing. Chapter 76. The Qinglong Mountain Range, Part 2. On the back of the Gale Eagle, Wang Jifei returned to Sherman Town, burdened with 3 large bags, each gripped by the claws of a smaller eagle. This unexpected expedition yielded far more than he had anticipated. However, due to the sheer volume of snake gallbladders and venom sacs, he found himself compelled to return for proper handling. Having spent over 20 days in the mountains, Sherman Town remained as bustling as ever. Passing by the Baijin Pavilion, Wang Jifei noted the establishment's doors were firmly shut. Snake gallbladders and venom sacs were highly sought after, and he managed to sell everything he had gathered in just half a day. Good day, esteemed guest. The total comes to 227 taels and 5 coins in gold. To be gracious, I shall round it off to 230. How does that sound? Wang Jifei accepted the silver note of 230 gold without a flicker of emotion, expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper. I appreciate it. I hadn't expected to sell so much. I thought 150 taels would suffice. You see, esteemed guest, the world has become tumultuous, and conflict is brewing in the north, driving prices upwards. Moreover, your medicinal materials are of excellent quality and abundant quantity, hence I must offer a fair price. Our Wang family pharmacy is a time-honored establishment, offering just prices with no deceit. Should you have more materials in the future, do come directly to me. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. I would like to purchase some medicinal pills. Would that be convenient? Why, of course. In our pharmacy, convenience is our service. I'll offer you a 95% discount. After purchasing 4 bottles of pills for cultivating the Life Master stage with 120 taels of gold, Wang Jifei headed to a blacksmith shop, where he similarly sold the remaining materials at a handsome price. As he shook the silver notes in his hand, complex emotions swirled within him. Despite the substantial sum he had earned, the skyrocketing prices dampened his spirits. The costs of medicinal herbs, weapons, and ores surged dramatically, nearly doubling within a month. While purchasing rice at a grain shop, he noticed the price of white rice had also risen significantly, now at 19 copper per pound. The flames of war between the two nations had barely ignited, yet the market was already reeling from inflated prices. He pondered what the future would hold for the common families once their meager savings were depleted. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Wang Jifei mounted the Gale Eagle, heading northwest towards the Qinglong Mountain Range, a sanctuary far removed from the conflicts of the two nations. Inevitably, the war broke out. Yet for Wang Jifei, secluded in his cave to cultivate, it posed no immediate concern. He was currently experimenting with the absorption of snake eggs. Ever since he fully manifested his spirit beast, he found that summoning his beast made the absorption of beast soul stones and eggs significantly more effective. The small black snake, having been well fed, had undergone a remarkable transformation, now stretching approximately 12 meters in length, adorned with vibrant colors resembling a chaotic palette. Wang Jifei speculated that this resulted from the small black snake absorbing a myriad of serpents. He contemplated whether to rename it, though he possessed over 100 snake eggs. Only 13 were from the withered wood snake. To his dismay, upon absorbing these 13 eggs, he discovered that only 6 marked scales appeared on the snake's neck. It struck him as peculiar. He could distinctly sense the presence of 7 weaker souls within the black snake, yet only 6 could be summoned. The dream of having 13 little brothers shattered. Wang Jifei gazed pensively at the crown of the Gale Eagle. Could it be a matter of level suppression? Initially, the small black snake had been caught in the eagle's claws, later becoming an emblem upon the Gale Eagle. Only after the black snake could fully manifest did they separate. Yet, in the gray space, the small black snake still refrained from provoking the Gale Eagle. During cultivation, Wang Jifei noted that the Gale Eagle absorbed far more star energy than the black snake. The crown of the Gale Eagle had manifested after Wang Jifei began absorbing the soul stones left by the Eagle King. This crown symbolized the Eagle King, and its emergence on his spirit beast was perplexing. Since its appearance, the small black snake found itself overshadowed by the Gale Eagle. Wang Jifei surmised that once he absorbed all the Eagle King's soul stones, his spirit beast might evolve into an Eagle King itself. Having been away from Shuangtou Ridge for over 10 days, he surmised that the remaining Gale Eagle eggs had likely hatched. It seemed the other small snakes would have to await a different opportunity. Even if there were unhatched eagle eggs, Wang Jifei had no intention of returning. Now, deep within the periphery of the Qinglong mountain range, he sought other magical beasts, feeling that he could still absorb additional creatures. His current goal was to seek out various magical beasts, one by one. The aspiration was bright, the future promising, yet the path was fraught with obstacles. On his very first day of embarking on this luminous journey as a summoner, Wang Jifei encountered an unexpected challenge. As a person born under the tiger sign, he naturally desired a majestic king of beasts as his mount. On the first morning after leaving the cave, perched atop the eagle's back, he spotted a massive tiger measuring 6 to 7 meters in length and nearly 3 meters tall. This demon soldier-level blue-eyed tiger was precisely what Wang Jifei desired. With its sleek, powerful physique, robust limbs, and a long tail that whipped through the air, adorned with a light blue symbol of the water element on its forehead. It was the perfect mount. To thoroughly conquer this exquisite steed, Wang Jifei chose not to summon his little brothers for assistance. Relying solely on his dark green sword and agile movements, he spent half a day subduing the blue-eyed tiger. With 8 light blue soul stones and a bounty of tiger skin and bones in hand, Wang Jifei prepared to seek out the tiger's lair for potential eggs. As he summoned the Gale Eagle and lifted his right foot, a sudden realization struck him. Tigers are viviparous. Where would he find eggs? Moreover, this particular one was male. Disheartened before even beginning his quest, the once exuberant Wang Jifei found his enthusiasm waning. Was he to settle for absorbing only the eggs of birds, insects, or fish as his companions? What of the mighty lion, the formidable bear, the agile leopard, the robust ox, or the cunning fox, all seemingly out of reach? With no further motivation to seek the blue-eyed tiger's den, Wang Jifei stowed the Gale Eagle and ambled along the ground. If he could not absorb viviparous beasts, it was time to adjust his plans. He would no longer consider tigers or lions. Perhaps there existed some form of dinosaur in this world, which, like them, also hatched from eggs. In that moment, an idea sparked in Wang Jifei's mind, reminiscent of a creature from Earth akin to a dinosaur, namely, the crocodile. This creature boasted a formidable size and strength, capable of ruling both land and water, a highly desirable prospect. Unfortunately, he was deep in the mountains, far from such beings. While crocodiles were absent, turtles were more common. However, Wang Jifei had no intention of taking risks. Most turtles in the mountains were land-dwelling, and he worried that absorbing one might yield a sluggish, terrestrial spirit beast. Given his current disdain for the small black snake, which he deemed a lowly creature, merely a low-tier demon beast, he found himself at a loss. Yet the gray space adhered to its peculiarities, only recognizing the first entity encountered, rendering his numerous slaughters of demon soldier-level snakes futile for absorption. Fortunately, The Gale Eagle could absorb the Eagle King's soul stones to evolve, making it a worthy companion befitting his esteemed status as a transmigrator. As he pondered these matters, Wang Jifei arrived at his next hunting ground, a nest of first-tier demon beasts, the fire ants. The fire ant cannot breathe fire. Rather, the formic acid it expels ignites in the air, rendering it a creature of fire attributes. A solitary fire ant is of little consequence. What captivates Wang Jifei is the innate talent possessed by the ant species. Ants are capable of lifting objects several times their own weight, showcasing immense strength that greatly piques Wang Jifei's interest. As the fierce winds arose, the colossal Gale Eagle flapped its wings, sweeping the fire ants from the ground. Wang Jifei dared not provoke the vast horde of fire ants, yet he could effortlessly dispatch those scattered by the wind. However, retrieving ant eggs proved challenging. After losing 3 marked serpents, Wang Jifei finally acquired a sufficient number of ant eggs. The small, green pea-sized fire ant soul stones glimmered with a faint red light. As a warrior of the Destiny realm, Wang Jifei absorbed them with remarkable speed, soon leaving a small pile of fragments at his feet. It was perplexing. Having absorbed over 20 fire ant soul stones, there was no reaction from the gray space. The little black serpent had exploded numerous soul stones, yet he had only consumed 3 before summoning it. The gray space remained eerily tranquil, as though concealing countless secrets. The eagle and serpent stood silently within, and after an extended period of sensing, Wang Jifei found no other entities. Was his line of thought misguided? Was the little black serpent truly a part of himself? Had he been toiling in vain all these days? Reluctantly, Wang Jifei spent the following 10 days tirelessly searching for new beasts. The green blade mantis proved unworthy. The phantasm butterfly failed. Spiders and centipedes yielded no results. After exhausting all insect species capable of enhancing combat prowess, he turned to ladybugs, crickets, and dragonflies, yet still found no success. Ultimately, in a fit of desperation, he even killed several earthworms, only to be disappointed by these hermaphroditic creatures. Digging holes, burrowing through soil, and climbing trees, Wang Jifei gazed at his reflection in the water, resembling a wild hermit of the mountains, and let out a long sigh. It was time to relinquish the pursuit. One cannot force what fate has deemed unattainable. It was time to explore that cave he had long contemplated. Chapter 77. The porcupine of sharp arrows. Muron Wuji spoke of the cave dwelling located within the depths of the Qinglong mountain range, a site believed to belong to a powerful master who had failed in his quest for the Destiny Master realm over 3 centuries ago, approximately 2 to 3 decades prior. A descendant of this formidable figure inadvertently revealed a hint, providing Wang Jifei with the opportunity to test his luck. After circumventing the Xuantou Ridge, Wang Jifei ventured deeper into the mountains, aware that without additional clues, he could only rely on chance. The expanse of the mountain is immense, roughly equal to 3 or 4 countries of you. Who could possibly locate a legendary cave based solely on a few cryptic phrases? For Wang Jifei, the interior of the Qinglong Mountains already posed significant dangers. The periphery was chaotic, teeming with various beasts, while the interior was starkly different. Each beast king had clearly defined territorial boundaries, with loyal subordinates safeguarding every inch of their domain. Perhaps the cave was merely an excuse for Wang Jifei to justify his intrusion into the mountains, as he felt a sense of dissatisfaction simply remaining outside. At that moment, Wang Jifei crouched behind a group of sharp arrow porcupines, nursing wounds inflicted by their quills on his backside. He had underestimated the challenges within the mountains. After 2 days of wandering, he had scarcely made any progress. He was either evading ferocious beasts or unable to contend with swarms of insects. He had encountered dozens of demon generals, and finally, upon stumbling upon a cluster of merely second-tier beasts, the sharp arrow porcupines, his frustration reached its peak. The phrase "a rain of arrows" was not an exaggeration. Dozens of porcupines unleashed a barrage of quills, resulting in the demise of 4 small hawks. Wang Jifei, hiding behind a rock, was also struck by a rebounding quill. The soft target he had envisioned had unexpectedly transformed into a spiky durian, and thus an enmity was born. After 2 days of trailing the sharp arrow porcupines, Wang Jifei unearthed a secret. Once the porcupines had discharged 2/3 of their quills, they would hesitate to employ this ranged attack again, for the quills took time to regrow. The present group of porcupines was now bare, rendered defenseless without their quills. Wang Jifei finally felt some relief. With hawks soaring overhead and small snakes slithering on the ground, he launched an ambush with crossbow bolts. taking down one porcupine after another beneath the blade of his dark green sword. After dispatching the porcupine carcasses, he leisurely sought their lair, having intentionally allowed a few to escape. With the keen-eyed hawk as his reconnaissance, he had no fear of their escape. Sensing his scout had halted in the southwest direction, Wang Jifei quickened his pace. The valley between two mountains was overgrown with shrubs and weeds, with only the porcupine's passage creating a tunnel about the height of a person. Given the length of the valley, locating the porcupine's den was no simple task. Not wishing to crawl through tree hollows, Wang Jifei released a small snake as an additional scout. The snake, accustomed to the dim and confined spaces, quickly discovered the porcupine's lair within 10 minutes, surprisingly not at the valley's bottom, but rather at a location in the rear right side. This was peculiar. Typically, beast dens were situated deeper for better concealment and security. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Wang Jifei's efforts. He created an opening above the cave and entered with the small black snake. The cave entrance was narrow, yet the interior was spacious, resembling a gourd shape. The porcupines had indeed chosen a decent location, albeit an exceedingly foul one, forcing Wang Jifei to cover his nose as he cautiously explored. The cave was dim and wary of the porcupine's quills. He instructed the small black snake to proceed slowly and scout the area. After considerable effort, Wang Jifei arrived at a large central chamber, already littered with the bodies of several porcupines. Surrounding the chamber were numerous dark passages, necessitating the small black snake to investigate further. Utilizing his control over wind-based star power, he dispersed the foul stench and began collecting materials. The porcupines offered little of value. The quills and flesh were not worth keeping, as they consumed space without providing significant worth. Fortunately, there were plenty of earth-type beast soul stones. The ventilation within the cave was poor, and the stench grew increasingly potent. The small snake had not uncovered anything of note, signaling that it was time to withdraw. 4 snakes had gone in, but only 3 returned. 1 was missing. Wang Jifei halted, sensing another small black snake had become unresponsive. This was unusual. Even if it had been slain by another beast, he would have sensed it. On high alert, he grasped his sword and began retracing his steps. Quietly summoning the small black snake, he instructed it to locate its missing companion. Fortunately, the scent of the lost snake lingered, and the small black snake extended its crimson tongue, guiding Wang Jifei deeper into a wider passage. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, Wang Jifei estimated he had ventured 3 or 4 miles into the cave. Upon rounding a bend, he heard a familiar hissing sound. It was the voice of the lost small black snake. Energized, he quickened his pace. 3 turns later, he entered a broad cavern where the small black snake was coiled around a massive skeleton, blissfully unaware of Wang Jifei's presence. What was happening? Standing at the entrance, Wang Jifei halted abruptly, perplexed that he could not sense his own beast from such a short distance. The skeleton measured 7 to 8 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide, its enormous protruding fangs indicating it belonged to a sharp arrow porcupine. The surroundings exuded an air of mystery. Wang Jifei recalled that the outermost entrance of this lair was no more than a meter in diameter, raising questions about how such a large porcupine could have entered. Could there be another entrance? Yet, the cave was visible from one end to the other, and behind the skeleton lay only a small crack, too narrow for such a large creature to pass through. Wang Jifei estimated the fissure could only accommodate an adult cat. Observing the flickering light on the small black snake, which appeared to be cultivating, he surmised there was no immediate danger. He tossed a small stone, prompting the snake to finally acknowledge its master and emerge. The small snake possessed minimal intelligence, rendering it incapable of providing any information. Wang Jifei summoned another small black snake to probe further, but no unusual findings emerged. Confounded, Wang Jifei sent the small black snake back in, yet still, nothing amiss was detected. However, upon its return, the small black snake transmitted a sense of joy. That was sufficient. Wang Jifei resolved to enter personally. Cautiously extending his left foot, he took a step that posed no issue. 2 steps, 3, and 4, all remained uneventful. Just as he began to feel relieved, he took a 5th step, fully entering the cavern. A wave of pure, rich star power enveloped him, bringing an unprecedented sensation of euphoria that nearly escaped his lips. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Wang Jifei realized he could no longer sense the small black snake behind him. He attempted to step back, and the small black snake and its 2 companions reappeared vividly within his perception. After several trials, He confirmed there was no danger and invited the small black snake and its companions inside. His hypothesis proved correct. For some unknown reason, this cave could obscure his senses, with the boundary lying at the entrance. Given the safety of the area, Wang Jifei summoned his own beast, the now Eagle King, to relish the soothing star power. The enormous skeleton bore no signs of injury, and as Wang Jifei collected the beast's soul stones scattered on the ground, his convictions were further solidified. The 15 beast soul stones are smooth and plump, their earthy yellow surfaces subtly shimmering with a silvery glow, each the size of a grape. Clearly, these treasures belong to the pinnacle of demon beasts, likely valued at several hundred taels of gold apiece. If this colossal porcupine had been slain by someone, it would be inconceivable for these soul stones to remain. The skeleton's owner was presumably the king of this group of porcupines, who, upon inadvertently discovering this cave rich in star power, claimed it for himself. The stronger the creature, the larger its form. Until one day the porcupine king grew to such an extent that it could no longer escape. Sustained by its subordinates, it lived within its lair for many years, ultimately failing to ascend to the demon king realm, dying in the cave before him. Porcupines, as demon beasts, frequently use their long tusks to burrow into the ground, seeking delicious roots of underground plants and small animals. The tusks of the porcupine king, having been neglected in their upkeep, are no longer marketable, making them quite suitable for Wang Jifei as a shovel. The intensity of star power in this cave could not arise without reason, nor could it possess an innate ability to shield perception. So where lies the issue? The fracture in the cave ceiling facing Wang Jifei revealed the answer. The crevice at the bottom of the cave must have formed naturally, as there was no airflow creating a breeze, which somewhat eased Wang Jifei's mind. Otherwise, he feared unearthing something bizarre. The porcupine king's tusks are astonishing, so remarkable that Wang Jifei could scarcely believe it. Holding in his hand a fist-sized, lustrous silvery star essence stone, he found it hard to comprehend that he had excavated such a spatial attribute star essence stone using these tusks. Before he could fully admire this treasure worth tens of thousands of taels of gold, the stone wall emitted a series of cracking sounds. Chapter 78. A startling surprise clutching the bright silver star stone tightly in his hand. Wang Jifei warily gazed at the gaping chasm that had unexpectedly appeared before him. Just half a minute ago, the stone wall had creaked ominously, and after a tremor coursed through the cave, this large opening materialized in front of his eyes. The sensation of the small snake imprint from the exterior cave was now vividly etched in Wang Jifei's mind. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. Why had the cave trembled, and how had the sensory shield suddenly vanished? Could it be the work of some unseen force? Wang Jifei, puzzled, raised the star stone in his hand. Its silvery sheen glimmered like mercury, exuding a potent star energy without any notable distinctions. The imprint of the small snake within the chasm did not convey any sense of danger, prompting Wang Jifei to retrieve a nearby torch and venture inside. Who could have orchestrated such a grand endeavor, carving out a stone chamber within the mountain? As he caressed the smooth stone walls, a vague suspicion began to form in Wang Jifei's mind. This was not merely a single stone chamber, but rather three large rooms arranged in a row, flanked by two smaller chambers at the rear. At this moment, Wang Jifei stood in the center of the largest stone chamber, meticulously surveying a corpse before him. This was a human skeleton, each bone radiating a soft luminescence akin to white jade. The remains sat cross-legged upon a stone bed, surrounded by fragments of clothing that had not yet fully decayed. Wang Jifei could now ascertain that this was indeed the abode of a practitioner, though he remained uncertain if it belonged to the great being mentioned by Murong Wuji. The bright silver star stone he had unearthed seemed to be a part of the cave's restrictions. Over time, the restrictions had weakened, allowing energy to escape through the newly formed crevice, which would ultimately lead to the downfall of the cave's master-s arrangements. Given the state of decay of the garments upon the corpse, it was evident that no ferocious beasts could still linger within the dwelling. Bowing respectfully to the remains, Wang Jifei began to search for treasures left behind by the occupant. The large room to his right appeared to be the alchemical workshop of the cave's master, where a massive bronze alchemical furnace was centered. The surrounding stone shells were reduced to ashes, and even the jars containing finished elixirs had long since crumbled to dust. The enormous furnace dwarfed Wang Jifei's own sunwind furnace, requiring all his strength to budge. It seemed this three-hole furnace was fated to remain beyond his grasp. Reluctantly, he touched the furnace a few times before proceeding to the small room on the far right. Inside the small chamber, he found only the ashes of various decayed items. Using a tusk to sift through the thick layer of debris, Wang Jifei discovered a few fragments of ore. While the quality was decent, the quantity was disappointingly scant. The large room to his left served as the master's bedroom and study, which he had already perused, finding nothing but ashes. Was it truly so impoverished? Wang Jifei felt compelled to ask the corpse, "Is that all you possess? Just this three-hole furnace?" Such a furnace should be a treasure of exceptional value, worth a fortune outside, yet it was of no use to him if he could not take it away. Was he to stew a porcupine with it? Having thoroughly examined the remains and the stone bed multiple times, Wang Jifei had swept away the dust in a fit of frustration. He had dismantled the bed and bookshelf in the bedroom, yet the rewards were meager. However, within the ashes of the bookshelf lay a Jixing stone, which recounted the master's origins and experiences. This cave was indeed the abode of the great being referred to by Murong Wuji, whose surname was Li, who had secluded himself here in an attempt to break through to the realm of Destiny Master. After repeated failures and depleting years of cultivation, sensing his lifespan was dwindling, he left this Jixing stone for a fated individual. The Jixing stone also noted that there was a mechanism within the bed, where the remnants of his possessions were concealed. The mechanism had long been violently dismantled by Wang Jifei, revealing a small spatial ring that brought him a moment of joy. However, the space, only 3 to 4 cubic units, contained merely 20 or so medium star stones, a couple of hundred ordinary star stones, and a plethora of beast soul stones of varying sizes. Though it appeared substantial, it was hardly befitting of a peak Destiny Master's stature. The techniques and alchemical knowledge within the Jixing stone were only of mediocre quality. You, great being, are rather impoverished, are you not? Please explain how you managed to bring in such a large alchemical furnace. If you claim to have carried it on your shoulders, I shall concede defeat. And what of your weapon? Don't tell me you wielded this multifunctional alchemical furnace as a weapon too. Wang Jifei grumbled in indignation. Predecessor, you lack virtue. Do not blame me for lacking righteousness, he muttered defiantly as he began to contemplate the treasures of the deceased master. Grasping the tusk, he proceeded to the small room on the right, mirroring the position of the left small room, and began to dig earnestly. Not long into his efforts, he unearthed another star stone of the same spatial attribute. With the previous discovery, he was confident others would follow, for where one existed, others were likely to be nearby. With diligence, even an iron plate could be sharpened into a needle. With skillful strikes, even a city wall could be toppled. Inspired by the allure of starstones, he excavated the 5 rooms, leaving a trail of pits in his wake. With each star stone unearthed, the remnants of the cave's restrictions weakened. Eventually, numerous cracks began to appear in the walls, causing Wang Jifei to hesitate. He did not wish to be buried alive. Standing in the central chamber, he suddenly realized a troubling fact. There was no exit. The large chasm through which he had entered was certainly not an exit. Surveying the corpse leaning against the smooth stone wall, Wang Jifei pondered how it had entered. Surely, a cave must have a door. One could not simply seal oneself off without an exit. Feeling that he had overlooked something, he meticulously re-examined the 5 rooms, yet still found no escape. No exit meant no escape, but he had the large chasm to depart through. However, what was the state of the wall behind him? There were no pits or indentations. Had he truly not dug there? Frustrated by the comfort of the corpse lounging against the intact stone wall, Wang Jifei resolved to strike it a resounding blow. Raising the tusk high, he brought it crashing down, and with a few strikes, he unearthed the star stone. Sighing in relief, Wang Jifei wiped the star stone clean and prepared to retreat. Deep down, he understood that he could not continue digging. Further excavation would lead to a collapse. Knowing is one thing, but doing it is another. Otherwise, humanity would not have coined the beautiful term regret. At that moment, hiding within the furnace, Wang Jifei regretted his impulsiveness, questioning why he had chosen to provoke a corpse. Generally speaking, restrictions, formations, and inscriptions are symmetrical, even when large-scale asymmetries exist. Smaller areas tend to maintain symmetry. The central axis or core of symmetry is invariably significant. The room where the corpse was situated served as the central axis of the 5 rooms, and the stone wall behind it was the core of the entire restriction. Hence, it was of utmost importance. When the cave trembled violently, Wang Jifei had no time to escape and could only seek refuge within the furnace. The thunderous sounds from outside had ceased, leaving only the occasional patter of small stones cascading down, striking the furnace's exterior. Even with the use of a breath-concealing technique, the meager air inside the furnace could not sustain him for long. Feeling increasingly stifled, Wang Jifei mused that about a quarter of an hour had passed. Surely, there would not be a second collapse. He pushed against the furnace lid, relieved to find it had not been compacted. Air from outside filtered in through a 3 to 4 centimeter gap, allowing him to breathe again. The stones outside weighed more than tens of thousands of pounds. Wang Jifei exerted himself multiple times, managing only to widen the gap enough to tentatively peek outside. His rations could last him 4 to 5 days if he conserved them. But any effort to clear the stones would consume much more, leaving him with little time. Wang Jifei estimated that he had merely 3 days left. If he could not escape within this time frame, he would either succumb to starvation or be trapped to his demise. The imprint of the little snake had been released. Yet it continued to circle around without discovering an exit, as the surroundings had been completely sealed off. Now, every ounce of strength needed to be conserved. Wang Jifei summoned back the little snake and grasped a star stone to begin recuperating his vitality. The immediate priority was to escape this alchemical furnace. But the area was surrounded by stone, and his strength was woefully insufficient. In times of great peril, tranquility is essential. Wang Jifei compelled himself to calm down. Accompanied by a piercing cry from the Gale Hawk King, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and leaned weakly against the stone, casting a grateful glance at the 4 grayish-blue beast soul stones lying on the ground. These were the remnants left by the Gale Hawk King after its disappearance. Just moments ago, Wang Jifei had risked being buried alive, summoning a large Gale Hawk and 6 smaller ones outside the furnace. Although they had emerged for less than half a minute, their innate strength and formidable size had successfully carved out a space of less than 2 cubic meters outside the furnace. The death of a familiar beast would negatively impact future growth, yet Wang Jifei could not afford to dwell on such matters. Fortunately, his daring endeavor had succeeded. Picking up the 4 beast soul stones of the Hawk King, he vowed to himself that he would never again allow his familiar beast to perish so recklessly. The loss of his familiar beast felt as if his head had been cleaved open. Only after donning the mask of the sleep soul beast could he barely concentrate on contemplating his next course of action. Chapter 79. The sinister master of the cavern. First and foremost, one must determine the direction. To escape, I must locate the previous vast cavern. Secondly, I must prevent any further collapses while digging. Thus, the alchemical furnace must remain by my side. Lastly, there is the matter of time. I must emerge before my strength is entirely depleted. The rest shall be left to fate. Wang Jifei silently uttered a prayer for divine protection. In the pitch-black cavern, visibility was non-existent. Wang Jifei recalled that the alchemical furnace was situated in the large room on the right. To reach the small room on the far left, he would need to traverse the central large room, where the corpses lay, and the adjacent bedroom to the left. Yet, at this moment, distinguishing right from left was futile. He could only vaguely discern up from down. If only the little snake mark was still present. Alas, it had been drawn back into the mysterious space when his mental power was compromised. Perhaps that silent prayer for divine protection had indeed touched the heavens, as Wang Jifei had previously overlooked such matters. Just as he lamented his lack of direction, he suddenly felt a chill on his right shoulder. It was the wind, a faint current brushing against his sweat-soaked shoulder. Overjoyed, Wang Jifei felt as if he had stumbled upon a lifebuoy. The presence of wind indicated that he was not entirely isolated from the outside. A passage must exist within the chaotic pile of stones. Whether this passage led to the large cavern on the left was now of little consequence. When faced with limited options, the only choice left is the most favorable one. A person cannot exist without hope. Once hope fades, one's resolve weakens, and vitality gradually dissipates. This gentle breeze instilled in Wang Jifei a renewed sense of hope, akin to a lost ship at sea suddenly spotting a distant light. He finally found a direction to strive toward, unleashing tremendous potential within himself. The cavern appeared cluttered with stones, yet clearing them was relatively simple. Gaps of various sizes existed between the rocks. By inserting smaller stones into these crevices and using larger ones for support, Wang Jifei gradually fashioned a sufficiently large space. After wiping the dust from his face, he began to maneuver the enormous alchemical furnace. As long as he could extricate the furnace, the subsequent steps would be manageable. It was merely a matter of time before he could find the exit. Success hinged on this pivotal moment. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jifei crouched down and lifted the furnace. Fortunately, without the furnace's support, the space only experienced a minor collapse of small stones. It did not cave in entirely. As the area expanded, the airflow became increasingly apparent. Like a diligent ant, Wang Jifei tirelessly transported the stones. Whenever thirst struck, he conjured a water sphere to sip from. And when hunger gnawed at him, he nibbled on his provisions. Several times, stones tumbled from above, striking his back painfully, but thankfully, the alchemical furnace shielded him from total collapse. After pausing for the third time to restore his strength with the star stone, he had moved the furnace nearly 20 meters forward. The sound of a gentle breeze flowing through the stones was distinctly audible to Wang Jifei's ears. This faint wind was music, confirming that he was on the right path. Revitalized, he stowed the shimmering star stone in his pocket and resumed his labor. His hands grew increasingly sore, and the wind intensified as the furnace advanced another 10 meters. Why hadn't he arrived yet? By his estimation, he should have reached the bedroom by now. The bedroom contained the most items, all of which Wang Jifei had carelessly scattered about. Yet now, aside from stones, the ground bore nothing. Could it be that this was not the direction of the large cavern? Where might it lead? Despite the swirl of questions in his mind, Wang Jifei did not pause his hands, for he understood that altering his course at this juncture would be akin to courting disaster. Having honed his resolve over time, Wang Jifei pressed on, knowing that his only recourse was to continue digging. The wind seemed to grow stronger. He must be close, bolstering his spirits. Wang Jifei bent down to continue his search. Moving stones required skill. He could not simply remove the larger ones, as doing so might precipitate a collapse of the entire pile. As he probed, Wang Jifei extracted a long, slender stone from a crevice ahead. This stone felt unusually light, strange, and quite smooth. This distinctively textured stone captured his attention, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a human femur. How could there be a leg bone here? The master of the cavern? By distance, it should not be located here. Could it belong to someone outside the cavern? This thought surged forth from the depths of his mind, a relentless tide of speculation. Upon realizing this, Wang Jifei, as if invigorated by some potent elixir, threw caution to the wind and began to dig furiously. A sudden gust of dust engulfed him, forcing him to crouch down, close his eyes, and cover his nose. Coughing and waving his hands to disperse the dust, he slowly opened his eyes. A dim ray of light filtered through a head-sized opening ahead, illuminating the swirling dust like joyful sprites dancing in the air. Fresh, moist air rushed in, revitalizing Wang Jifei. Moments later, a beggar, covered in grime and clad in tattered rags, emerged from the stone pile. "Haha, I am finally free." The beggar version of Wang Jifei leaned against a nearby boulder, panting heavily, gradually surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a passage strewn with stones, and above it, glimmering jewels were embedded at intervals, likely the orbs of some magical beast. Casting a faint glow, the passage turned at a bend about 10 meters ahead, its destination unknown. However, the wind was indeed blowing from that direction, compelling him to investigate. Turning around, Wang Jifei was startled to find the skull of the cavern master staring back at him, its hollow eye sockets and gaping mouth seeming to mock his disheveled state. "Curse you!" A surge of unnameable anger welled up within Wang Jifei as he approached and slapped the skull, sending it crashing against the stone wall, shattering into fragments. With a clang, a gray-white ring rebounded from the wall, tumbling across the ground. Wang Jifei paused, then picked up the ring. Overjoyed, he realized it was another spatial ring, the true treasure of the cavern master concealed within. How delightful it was, for his plans had been thwarted by fate. Wang Jifei suddenly understood. The treacherous master of the cavern had deliberately laid a maze in the bedroom, concealing the genuine treasures within his very mouth. The items within this ring were indeed worthy of a master of great renown. This meant that the passage must lie behind the corpse. After he had excavated a hole, the restrictions of the cavern were entirely dismantled, and the wall crumbled, revealing the passage naturally. "You cunning old fox, who hides a passage behind themselves, concealed by a wall," Wang Jifei mused, contemplating that the cavern master must have made arrangements with his descendants before entering seclusion, hiding the genuine treasures in his mouth, while the items in the bedroom were mere distractions. Alas, for reasons unknown, his kin had never come to retrieve them. Contemplating how this master of great renown could afford to use treasures worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins as bait, Wang Jifei felt a mix of anger and admiration. With this internal space, a spatial ring of at least several dozen cubic meters, managing the alchemical furnace would become significantly easier. After a brief recovery, he stored it within the ring, with a brown small spatial ring on his left hand and a gray-white large spatial ring on his right. Wang Jifei felt somewhat like a wealthy aristocrat as he began to walk toward the passage. As he had surmised, since this passage was prepared by the cavern master for his descendants, it bore no traps or hidden weapons. After rounding the bend and traversing several hundred meters, he encountered a stone door. The stone door was exceedingly heavy, and despite Wang Jifei's considerable increase in strength, it took him nearly half an hour to pry open a narrow gap, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Once he maneuvered his way sideways through the opening, he found himself in a descending passage. As he traversed the dimly lit corridor for several hundred meters, a sense of hesitation enveloped him. His physical condition was far from optimal, and the path grew deeper, with the signs of human craftsmanship dwindling as he ventured further. A few illuminating orbs flickered ahead, but soon he was engulfed in darkness. Contemplating this, Wang Jifei resolved to return through the door to recuperate and retrieve a few more orbs to serve as his source of light. The exterior of the door bore a circular pattern design. Upon pushing it open, he observed that each of the two doors had a half disc, the purpose of which eluded him. Perhaps it was part of the cave's protective enchantments. However, the enchantment appeared to have waned. For Wang Jifei surmised that he would never have been able to move the doors alone had they remained functional. With a mindset of curiosity, he cast a few more glances at the circular motif, finding it oddly familiar, yet failing to decipher any specific significance. It was hardly surprising, after all. It would be peculiar for one to perceive the intricacies of a trap set by a master craftsman. He shook his head in embarrassment and slipped through the crevice. The silver starstone, which contained a meager amount of stellar force, gradually crumbled between his fingers, and Wang Jifei felt a pang of regret as he gazed at the shards scattered on the ground. Although he had absorbed the star energy within, the loss still stung. One precious high-grade starstone was now gone, a rare spatial attribute stone that, despite being used for 3 centuries, could have fetched a fortune in gold had it been sold. With a heavy heart, he smoothed the fragments with his foot, picked up a bone staff tethered to a glowing orb, and, having regained his composure, Wang Jifei squeezed back through the door, re-entering the murky passage. The corridor sloped downward and became increasingly damp, until he found himself wading through water that reached up to his waist. Drips of water incessantly fell from the rocky ceiling, soaking Wang Jifei until only his head remained above the surface. He looked ahead, troubled by the obscured path beneath the dark water. Ever since encountering the little black snake, he had developed an inexplicable affinity for water, yet this was the first time he felt anxious in its presence. It seemed the exit lay submerged, and he wondered if he could swim out within a quarter of an hour. Wang Jifei could manage to move underwater for approximately 30 minutes. However, to be cautious, he resolved to limit his underwater exploration to a mere quarter hour. What harm could come? If he could not locate the exit within that time, he would simply return, perhaps opting to move stones and exit through the porcupine's den. Chapter 80. Slaying the dragon-blood crocodile after bolstering his spirits. Wang Jifei summoned 7 serpents and descended into the depths of the water. 3 small snakes scouted ahead, while the little black snake and the other 2 protected him, who lacked combat strength, as they swam cautiously forward. The underwater realm was shrouded in darkness, with the passage growing wider. After about 10 minutes, the group of 1 human and 7 snakes finally emerged from the submerged corridor into a vast lake bed. Gazing up at the shimmering light above, Wang Jifei discerned it to be the water's surface. Grabbing the tail of the little black snake, he urged it to ascend swiftly. With a splash, Wang Jifei broke through the surface, inhaling the fresh air deeply, while the 7 snakes quickly surfaced, their tails thrashing in apparent celebration for their master. The crescent moon hung gracefully above, casting its silvery glow upon the water, creating a scene of serene beauty. If only Eagle King were present, he mused. He would not have to swim so far. Instead, he could soar alongside the moon. He wondered whether the recovery of his destined beast, the Gale Eagle King, would impact his essence. Having narrowly escaped, Wang Jifei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Under the gentle moonlight, the lake's surface lay still, and a soothing breeze invigorated his spirit. After days without a bath, he hummed a tune while scrubbing his body, gradually swimming toward the shore. Alternating between backstroke and frog kick, he realized that the dog paddle suited him best, recalling the sight of several large fish beneath the surface. He dove in with determination and resurfaced clutching a hefty fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds. 1 fish hardly sufficed, so he dove again, splashing back to the surface with another large catch in each hand. However, upon seeing his serpentine companions raise their heads warily, hissing in alarm, he was taken aback. Where did those large pieces of wood come from? They hadn't been there moments ago. Wiping his face for a clearer view, Wang Jifei's heart raced with dread. Those were not mere logs, but 7 or 8 enormous crocodiles slowly approaching. In a panic, he discarded the 2 fish, sending up a spray of water as he swam frantically toward the shore. Not far behind, the crocodiles, realizing their ambush had failed, submerged and rapidly swam toward him. The urgency heightened. As he swam, he noticed his little companions had inadvertently swum ahead of him. This was unacceptable. Where was their awareness of their subordinate position? Gazing back at the formidable crocodiles now trailing him at a distance of 20 to 30 meters, Wang Jifei urgently directed his snakes to engage the enemy, or rather, to create a tactical distraction. Crocodiles possessed a modicum of intelligence. At this juncture, mere distractions would not suffice. He needed to deploy all his little allies. To his surprise, the small, marked snakes, despite being at the first rank of demon soldiers, managed to contend evenly with the crocodiles of a higher caliber. Watching the agile serpents darting in and out around the crocodiles, occasionally landing a bite, Wang Jifei was astounded. It was indeed true that smaller vessels can maneuver more easily. These diminutive snakes could outsmart the larger crocodiles. Grasping the little black snake with his left hand, he urged it to guide him toward the shore while his right hand conjured wind blades, preparing to launch a surprise attack. With a swift motion, he struck the crocodile's hide. Another shot missed, but the third struck its tail, retreating while firing. Wang Jifei unleashed a barrage of wind blades and finally made it to the shore. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet was exquisite. Retrieving his 5 little snakes, he coldly regarded the 9 enraged dragon-blood crocodiles in the water. With the command given, the solitary snakes ceased their skirmishing and swiftly dove back into the depths. Hastening toward the shore, the 9 dragon-blood crocodiles closely pursued them, their splashes growing louder as they neared. Suddenly, 3 of the crocodiles on the right plunged beneath the surface. Realizing the peril, Wang Jifei felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had struck his temple. He understood that his little snakes were doomed. Watching the dragon-blood crocodiles clamber onto the shore, he silently remarked that they too would soon meet their end. He turned and dashed into the nearby woods. The dragon-blood crocodiles, rulers of the aquatic realm, sluggishly traversed the land, their ancient lineage warning them to remain near the water. The land was not their dominion. Observing the 9 crocodiles, each adorned with a blood-red teardrop marking beneath their eyes, he noted their hesitation to approach. Wang Jifei resolved to assist them. With a swift motion, he struck the largest crocodile, shattering its eye with a wind blade. The wounded beast thrashed about, its roar resonating like a tidal wave. Enraged, the crocodile leader surged forward with its subordinates toward the woods. This was precisely what Wang Jifei sought. He feared their inaction more than their charge. Fixing his soul-binding artifact, the white eye, to a tree, Wang Jifei swiftly activated a water attribute beast soul stone, leaping to another large tree. The dragon-blood crocodiles rampaged through the underbrush, their powerful tails demolishing any obstacles in their path. Such arrogance on land would lead to their demise. Wang Jifei unleashed his prepared lightning summon technique, marking its debut in battle since he had cultivated the wind and thunder technique to the 3rd level. A pale blue bolt zigzagged through the air, striking the one-eyed leader. The effect was remarkable. The advantage of lightning against water was evident as the leader convulsed and soon lay subdued. A wind blade pierced through its vacant eye socket, penetrating its skull. The enormous body of the crocodile stiffened before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The death of their leader incited fury among the remaining 8 dragon-blood crocodiles, which relentlessly pursued Wang Jifei up the tree. Trees measuring 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter fell before their might. Alas, their efforts were in vain. One by one, they succumbed to the combined onslaught of the lightning summon and wind blades, collapsing in defeat. Managing the exertion while refraining from releasing his snakes to feed the crocodiles, Wang Jifei found himself breathless. The dragon-blood crocodile, a demon soldier-level beast, was rumored to be a descendant of ancient dragons. The distinctive teardrop markings beneath their eyes indicated their lineage. The more pronounced and vivid the markings, the purer their bloodline and greater their strength. Wang Jifei regarded the 9 crocodiles, each with teardrops no larger than a coin. Their power was unimpressive to him. It was time to seek their lair, where he hoped to find a dragon-blood crocodile with markings as large as eggs, or of the demon general rank, worthy of becoming his companion. The innate ability of the dragon-blood crocodile, the power of the dragon, significantly enhanced its physical attributes, which piqued Wang Jifei's interest. However, he recognized the limits of his current capabilities. The dragon's destined power was beyond his reach at this stage. With the convenience of his spatial ring, Wang Jifei harvested every resource from the 9 crocodiles, meticulously collecting 18 pieces of crimson dragon blood flesh, the primary ingredient for crafting the second-tier superior dragon blood pill. Reclining on a soft bed of straw, savoring roasted crocodile legs, Wang Jifei reveled in the comfort of his spatial ring, astonished at his newfound fortune and the peculiar predicament of possessing too many techniques to manage. The Qingyuan Ju, the Wind and Thunder Ju, and the Dark Thunder Ju, alongside the recently acquired human-level technique, the Ziyang Xianming record, all present a conundrum for one's limited energy. Which path should one prioritize? The Qingyuan Ju and the Dark Thunder Ju can be dismissed, as I do not possess the complete techniques and their attributes do not align with mine. The top-tier Wind and Thunder Ju, however, aligns splendidly with my attributes, while the Ziyang Xianming record, primarily focused on the cultivation of the soul, is a human-level technique of the dark attribute, of which I possess the entire content. The decision is indeed a challenging one. Wang Jifei contemplated deeply, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, particularly because the Ziyang Xianming record is exceptionally formidable. Being a human-level technique that nurtures the soul is undeniably enticing. It is essential to understand that the essence of one's life beast is inherently tied to one's soul, yet it does not correspond with my attributes. It is akin to being presented with a delectable feast, visible yet unattainable, a torment indeed. After much deliberation, Wang Jifei ultimately resolved to primarily cultivate the Wind and Thunder Ju, which resonates profoundly with his attributes, while setting the Ziyang Xianming record aside for the time being, intending to practice it gradually when time permits, thus enhancing his soul incrementally. The Qingyuan Ju has already been cultivated to its peak. Without further techniques, it remains as such. However, he cannot neglect the Qingmu technique and alchemy, as the former aids in healing and detoxification, while the latter significantly assists in cultivation and financial gain. As for the Dark Thunder Ju, it has always eluded his comprehension. The sudden emergence of the Thunder attribute following the cultivation of the Dark Thunder Ju raises questions. Even after reaching the 4th layer of the Dark Thunder Ju, he still has not grasped the Dark attribute, which is perplexing. It seems this is yet another instance of his gray space playing tricks on him. Chapter 81. Crocodile Old 3. For several days, Wang Jifei had not rested properly, and as disorganized thoughts swirled in his mind, a wave of drowsiness began to wash over him. The taste of crocodile leg from yesterday lingered pleasantly in his memory, and today he sought a more formidable delicacy, perhaps the leg of a higher-tier demon beast. He also planned to seize a few dragon blood crocodile eggs for a taste. As he munched on his rations, he contemplated the day ahead. Upon awakening, Wang Jifei instinctively sensed his familiar beast and was pleasantly surprised to find the Gale Eagle King reappearing in his mind. Although its form had diminished significantly, the crown atop its head remained intact. The return of the Gale Eagle King allowed Wang Jifei to expedite his plans. Otherwise, traversing the vast lake in search of the dragon blood crocodile's lair would have been an exhausting endeavor. With the Gale Eagle King, albeit still a second-tier beast, stretching its wings and scanning the lake's periphery with keen eyes, it soon let out a piercing cry that echoed through the skies, circling gracefully above. Wang Jifei's gaze followed, and there it was. Crocodiles favor basking in the sun, and this group had established their nest at the base of a cliff on the opposite bank, sheltered and warm, facing southeast, an ideal location indeed. Curious, he noted that their lair seemed not far from the underwater exit he had discovered yesterday. Could that mountain be the location of the cave? Checking his map, he realized he was over 10 kilometers from the Porcupine Cave, quite a distance, indeed. This distance caused him some concern. The Gale Eagle King was not yet fit to carry him across. Swimming across the lake was out of the question, so he pondered whether to circumvent the lake and climb the cliff instead. Ultimately, Wang Jifei decided to wait a day longer to recruit his subordinates. Not that he expected the Gale Eagle King to be fully restored by tomorrow and able to ferry him across the lake. That was an impossibility, even with ample energy replenishment. It would take at least 10 days or more for the Eagle King to recover. For now, Wang Jifei needed to gather some medicinal herbs to concoct a specific elixir. The crocodile's lair was not extensive, merely the size of a couple of soccer fields, insufficient for flying kites. A reckless intrusion would surely result in his being torn apart by the dragon blood crocodiles, leaving him as little more than fertilizer by morning. Thus, He resolved to act from a vantage point on the cliff. The elixir he aimed to create was a potent one for restraining the crocodiles, known as the Chaos Pill. This third-tier inferior pill was commonly utilized by disciples of major sects in practical training with their domesticated beasts. Consuming the Chaos Pill would enhance a beast's combat prowess by 2 to 3 times, rendering them frenzied, impervious to pain, and indiscriminately aggressive toward all in sight. For Wang Jifei, crafting a third-tier pill presented no significant challenge. He was capable of producing most third-tier intermediate pills. What he lacked were the various herbs necessary for the Chaos Pill, which were not particularly rare, with an entire batch worth no more than 2 taels of gold. Yet, it took Wang Jifei 5 days to procure these herbs, thanks to the abundant resources found in the Qinglong mountain range. The processes of gathering, drying, and brewing were exceedingly tedious, prompting him to resolve to stockpile commonly used herbs in his spatial ring in the future. Rubbing his eyes, which teared from the herb fumes, Wang Jifei couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. As a third-tier intermediate alchemist, how could he commit such a blunder? He had forgotten to bring along even a charcoal fire. Third-tier pills require specially prepared charcoal, yet he had resorted to using fire attribute beast soul stones as fuel. Such a waste. Amidst his self-reproach, he successfully brewed 3 batches of Chaos Pills, stuffing the crimson capsules into the bellies of the small animals he had prepared, fish, rabbits, and the like. Wang Jifei then mounted the Gale Eagle King, which had returned to its peak first-tier state, and soared into the sky, quickly reaching the cliff on the opposite side. The descent of the Eagle King attracted the attention of the basking dragon blood crocodiles below, with several massive crocodiles roaring thunderously at Wang Jifei perched upon the cliff. Among them, 2 particularly boisterous dragon blood crocodiles caught his eye. One was a colossal, scarred beast of the demon general level, its long snout issuing relentless roars, causing nearby companions to hastily retreat. The other, also a demon general, was slightly smaller, yet the tear stains beneath its eyes were larger than eggs, indicating a remarkably pure bloodline. Though uncertain if the beast's bloodlines would influence their transformation into familiar beasts, Wang Jifei discreetly allocated a subordinate position to the smaller, pure-blood crocodile. Observing the fish's eyes, he noted the emergence of blood vessels. The effects of the Chaos Pills were already taking hold. He swiftly threw all the chickens, ducks, fish, and rabbits into the fray. With arms crossed, Wang Jifei stood high above, watching as the furious crocodile horde tore apart the small animals, devouring them with wild abandon. The 2 demon generals seized a considerable portion of the spoils, and a sinister smile crept across Wang Jifei's face. Once the feast concluded, the crocodiles settled down, each seeking a comfortable spot to bask in the sun. Yet, Wang Jifei knew that the real spectacle was about to unfold. Sure enough, not long after, he observed several smaller crocodiles on the stone beach beginning to wobble upright, their tear stains turning a blood-red hue, an unmistakable sign of their fury. A mother crocodile lifted her tail high, attempting to shake off the smaller one clinging to it. The stone beach erupted into chaos, with the 2 prominent demon generals displaying their prowess, their sharp fangs smeared with the flesh of their kin, their thick tails sending their former brothers and sisters flying. Amidst the tumult, blood and severed limbs littered the ground. This time, Wang Jifei opted not to employ the wind spike at such close range. The more potent water spike would prove far more effective. The water spikes detonated upon contact with the battling dragon blood crocodiles, creating gaping wounds deep enough to reveal bone. Their tormented roars filled the air, and the thick stench of blood refused to dissipate, wafting up to Wang Jifei's nostrils. As the number of surviving dragon blood crocodiles dwindled, those few who had not consumed the Chaos Pills were driven into the depths of the lake by their 2 leaders, having long since fled. By the time only 2 battered demon generals remained, engaged in their brutal conflict, midday had passed. Wang Jifei, unwilling to wait any longer for fear of collateral damage to the precious crocodile eggs, bestowed each of them a sharp water spike before descending to the stone beach atop the Gale Eagle King. The 2 ferocious crocodile leaders were oblivious to Wang Jifei's presence as he collected crocodile eggs and beast soul stones nearby. The scarred crocodile had already lost a hind leg to the pure-blood smaller crocodile, its tough hide marred by bite marks. Not to mention the 2 gaping wounds on its white underbelly created by Wang Jifei's water spike. The pure-blood smaller crocodile had not disappointed Wang Jifei, though covered in wounds. With chunks torn from its jaw and tail, it had not sustained any immediately lethal injuries. This simply would not do. Brothers ought not to treat each other thus. Wang Jifei seized the moment to unleash a thunder strike upon the scarred crocodile. As Wang Jifei found himself in possession of over 150 dragon blood crocodile soul stones and more than 60 crocodile eggs within his spatial ring. 2 demon-level dragon blood crocodiles lay on the rocky shore, barely clinging to life, their blood staining the surrounding grass and soil. That evening, Wang Jifei returned to his cave dwelling once more, the crocodile meat and wild fruits in his ring sufficient to sustain him for an entire month. Sensing that he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-level of the Fate Soldier realm, he resolved to enter a period of seclusion to strive for this advancement. His mastery of the Wind Thunder technique had grown increasingly refined, finally reaching the 4th layer. He could now begin practicing the Wind Thunder body forging technique, harnessing the power of wind and thunder to continually enhance his physique. More importantly, this would gradually improve his innate qualities, allowing him to resonate more harmoniously with the forces of wind and thunder. The Wind Thunder blade technique could also be cultivated, although he would need to find a suitable blade that ideally resonated with the power of wind and thunder upon his exit. Furthermore, he could commence training in the Wind Thunder 9 turns movement technique. Once perfected, his speed and evasion skills would ascend to an astonishing level. Wang Jifei felt immense gratitude for his decision to primarily focus on the Wind Thunder technique, as each session of training brought him great satisfaction. The sensation of being in his element constantly reminded him that he was destined to cultivate both wind and thunder attributes of stellar energy. 20 days passed, and the Gale Eagle King had long since regained its former majestic presence, standing in the center of the gray space, disdainfully surveying its 2 subordinates. Snake 2 and Crocodile 3. Chapter 82. Returned to Twin-Headed Ridge. Wang Jifei now had 3 subordinates, whom he named Eagle King, Snake 2nd, and Crocodile 3rd. Crocodile 3rd was transformed from the 12 beast soul stones of a purebred crocodile. However, he was beginning to overshadow Snake 2nd, pushing him to the right of Eagle King, thereby occupying the original position of the small black snake. Wang Jifei recalled a martial arts novel he adored on Earth, where a character named Nanhai Crocodile God was quite amusing, ranking 3rd and often claiming to be the 2nd most skilled among the 4 notorious villains. It appeared that this description suited his 3rd subordinate perfectly. Nevertheless, Crocodile 3rd had not yet managed to absorb 6 imprints like Eagle King and Snake 2nd. His strength had reached the pinnacle of mid-level Fate warriors, yet he was unable to break through. Logically, this should not be the case. The transition from early to mid-level was a minor breakthrough, and it seemed unreasonable for the high-grade technique, the Wind and Thunder art, to be stalled here. Could the problem truly lie with Eagle King? Sensing the 6 lifeless imprints on Eagle King's tail, Wang Jifei resolved to investigate. Had these 6 imprints not appeared after Eagle King's resurrection, he would not have harbored such doubts. However, Eagle King had regained his strength for several days. Yet these imprints remained inactive. Even when he practiced with the Wind Attribute Star Stone, Eagle King exerted all his effort to absorb. Yet the imprints showed no sign of movement. As he returned to Twin-Headed Ridge, he knew he would likely not find any Windstorm Eagle eggs. If he did, they would probably be dead eggs. However, if the imprints remained, perhaps killing a few Windstorm Eagles could suffice. He had spent nearly 3 months in the mountains and felt it was time to return to Sherman Town to see how the war between the 2 nations was faring. At that moment, it was the hottest time of the year. The Qinglong mountain range was lush with vegetation and brimming with life, with roles of predator and prey constantly shifting. Wang Jifei arrived at the edge of the territory of the Crimson Flame Dragon Sparrow. Gazing at the formidable silhouette in the sky, he prudently abandoned his plan to hunt a Crimson Flame Dragon Sparrow. The Crimson Flame Dragon Sparrow and Zhang Wushu's Azure Water Dragon Sparrow belonged to the same family. One represented fire, while the other represented water. As he approached Twin-Headed Ridge with the hope of possibly recruiting a fire attribute subordinate, the sight of the Demon Lord-level Crimson Flame Dragon Sparrow made him abandon such unrealistic aspirations. The fiery and imposing creature gracefully surveyed its territory with its magnificent tail, reminiscent of a regal queen. At this level, Wang Jifei knew it was unwise to provoke such a powerful entity and turned back towards Twin-Headed Ridge. Suddenly, a thunderous cry pierced the air, causing him to swiftly duck into the woods and dash to the left. A golden 2-headed bird, carrying 2 young women clad in purple and green, was being fiercely pursued by the queen-like Crimson Flame Dragon Sparrow, speeding directly towards him. The dragon sparrow, engulfed in flames, emitted urgent cries. The woman in purple seemed to notice Wang Jifei's frantic escape and shouted, "Yin Shiji, There's someone over there. Let us go right." As her melodious voice echoed, Wang Jifei watched the golden two-headed bird flap its wings energetically, veering right above him. The woman in purple flashed an apologetic smile and waved vigorously at Wang Jifei. What a nuisance. Wang Jifei glared at the sky, annoyed at the unexpected trouble. Unbeknownst to him, the woman's wave was a warning about the enraged crimson flame dragon sparrow behind him, but he failed to heed her advice. Fortunately, the dragon sparrow's target was not him. A massive fireball soared past his head, crashing into a distant hillside and obliterating it. That was terrifying. Wang Jifei watched, heart-pounding, as the dragon sparrow pursued the golden two-headed bird, running his fingers through his singed hair. He was grateful he had foolishly provoked it. Otherwise, he might have been reduced to ashes. What were the origins of those two women to dare challenge a demon lord? Surely they hadn't encroached upon the territory of the crimson flame dragon sparrow. Two similarly shaped peaks reappeared in his sight, with the vigilant windstorm eagles circling above, ever watchful of any disturbances at Twin-Headed Ridge. Wang Jifei's intentions were clear: to hunt 6 windstorm eagles that night and test whether their beast soul stones could revive the imprints of the young eagles. He theorized that the reason the imprint eagle could not be revived was that its soul had dissipated. Without an eagle egg, the beast's soul stones might hold some potential. On that summer night, the stars shone brilliantly, illuminating the valley. Yet this did not deter his plans. The former Eagle King had become his subordinate, and the new Eagle King likely hadn't matured to such ferocity. He could confront them directly, summoning his meat shield subordinate, Crocodile III. The narrow, protruding rock was instantly crowded. Crocodile III flicked his tail, sending the wooden eagle nest at the rock's center flying. A male and female windstorm eagle called out, summoning over a dozen of their kind, surrounding Crocodile III in the air. Hiding behind Crocodile III, Wang Jifei saw that the windstorm eagles had gathered sufficiently. With both hands, he unleashed 7 or 8 lightning strikes. The pale blue arcs crackled through the flock, and over a dozen giant eagles fell like dumplings into the valley below. The continuous thuds echoing through the canyon. The resounding noise awakened all the windstorm eagles. However, they could do nothing against Wang Jifei, who had already plunged into the valley. Uncertain if this world contained ghosts, Wang Jifei decided to attempt reviving the imprint eagle at the canyon's base. He opened the chest of a windstorm eagle, gripping the still-warm beast's soul stone, and settled down to meditate. The Eagle King in the gray space emanated an undulating glow, and as the wind and thunder art was activated, it frantically absorbed the essence of its fallen companions. The gray-blue light pulsed faster, and a resounding voice echoed in the space as the imprint on Eagle King's tail began to brighten. When Wang Jifei began to absorb the second beast soul stone, the imprint flickered in unison, a small stream of star power flowing toward it. The 2 beast soul stones turned to dust in the fierce mountain wind, and a brand new imprint eagle obediently stood beside Wang Jifei. Aha! Success! Wang Jifei triumphantly raised his fist, certain his hypothesis was correct. Come, my subordinates. Let the storm intensify. This windstorm eagle had contributed 6 beast soul stones. He wondered if the remaining 4 could revive another 2. Bold assumptions and careful verification led Wang Jifei to the conclusion that it was futile. No matter, he would first restore the remaining 5 young eagles. Skillfully extracting the beast soul stones, he maintained a safe distance, sitting cross-legged 5 meters from the second eagle's corpse. Before long, the second young eagle reappeared in the canyon. The distance grew, and one by one, the young eagles were revived. As the last imprint eagle was revived, Wang Jifei dashed out of the canyon and directly into the large pit where the Eagle King had perished. It seemed that the beast's soul stones contained the essence of their souls. He needed to stockpile some in his ring, though he wondered if these souls would gradually dissipate. Forget about those trivial matters for now. In due time, I shall ascertain the outcome. I shall mark the date on the Gale Hawk Beast Soul Stone and the Dragon Blood Alligator Beast Soul Stone within the spatial ring, storing them separately in a designated grand wooden chest. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Jifei also tossed in a branch of the phoenix perching wood, pondering that it might prolong the duration of the souls contained within. After all, this branch of phoenix perching would have ceased to serve any purpose for him at present. Having completed these tasks, dawn was nearly upon him, and Wang Jifei resolved to take a moment to recuperate here, intending to venture forth only after achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Life Master realm. Subsequently, he planned to return to Wolf Valley before heading back to Sherman Town. The following day, he awoke to find it was already midday. Wang Jifei, brimming with vitality, felt an extraordinary clarity of mind, and his entire being was imbued with a profound sense of energy. It appeared his initial hypothesis was indeed accurate. Once the imprint was restored, he would be on the verge of a breakthrough at any moment. Now, he merely needed to patiently await the right opportunity. Little did he know that this awaited opportunity would take a full week to materialize. With ample support from star stones and beast soul stones, Wang Jifei diligently honed his skills, feeling the star power coursing through him, vibrant and robust, akin to a bull in rut. Despite the myriad signs indicating he had reached a critical juncture for a breakthrough, he found himself unable to transcend. Frustrated by the pent-up energy seeking release, he devoted countless hours to mastering the body refinement techniques, swordplay, and agility techniques of the thunderstorm art. In the midst of his practice, he inadvertently made headway in all three profound arts. What could possibly be amiss? All signs pointed to his readiness for a breakthrough, yet he remained ensnared in his current state. Chapter 83. The conquered Sherman town. Those brimming with vitality are prone to fiery tempers, and their inability to break through their limits only adds fuel to the flames. The consequences of this raging inferno fell upon the serpentine denizens of Wolf Valley. With eyes nearly ablaze, Wang Jifei wreaked havoc in Wolf Valley for 3 days and nights. During a particularly fierce bout of slaughter, the serpents scattered across the mountainside were halved. The formidable crocodile Old Third, leveraging his tough hide and robust form, barreled through the snake horde, mercilessly striking with his thick tail. Any serpent unfortunate enough to be swept by it was either left in tatters or reduced to a bloody pulp. As the palpable aura of slaughter enveloped him, Wang Jifei suddenly realized he had overlooked something. The Eagle King had acquired 6 Windhawk subordinates, and Snake's second had also gathered 6 withered wood snakes, yet Old Third still lacked any underlings. Was this where the problem lay? The process of assigning 6 subordinates to Old Third had been seamless. In a mere half-day, the dragon blood crocodile had developed 6 crimson tear-like markings beneath his eyes, each seemingly harboring a tiny crocodile swimming within. Upon the emergence of these 6 markings, the dragon blood crocodile's innate power, the might of dragons, surged forth. Instantly, an overwhelming pain flooded Wang Jifei's senses as countless spikes pierced his skin, tiny saws gnawed at his bones, and hammers pounded upon his muscles. Within moments, drenched in sweat tinged with blood, he lost control of his body and collapsed onto the hillside. The agony arrived swiftly, yet it departed even more quickly. As he lay there, still reeling from the shock, he experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation coursing through him. The sensation of rebirth was nothing short of exquisite, explaining why so many become obsessed with martial arts, forsaking worldly pleasures to seclude themselves in the mountains for relentless cultivation. The intoxicating feeling of enhanced strength was utterly captivating. Rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes, Wang Jifei noticed his garments felt a tad constricting, his limbs restricted in their motions. Upon further inspection of his physique, joy surged within him, compelling him to burst into song. The might of dragons was indeed extraordinary. His muscles, bones, and internal organs had all been fortified to varying degrees, and this enhancement continued to unfold, shortening his sleeves within a mere half-hour. However, Wang Jifei's elation was short-lived. As a rumbling from his stomach abruptly grounded him back to reality, an insatiable hunger overwhelming him, he devoured the remnants of a crocodile leg from the previous day in an instant, patting his flat belly, only to realize he was still but half satiated. He then skewered another dragon blood crocodile leg over the fire. Before it could even reach a semblance of being cooked, his stomach began to protest once more. Thus, for the better part of the afternoon, Wang Jifei oscillated between grilling and consuming meat, only pausing when night fell. On the verge of collapse from overindulgence, his mind was clouded with the greasy residue of roasted flesh. He then seized a handful of wild fruits, biting into them voraciously, the unique sweet-tart flavor flooding his palate, eliciting tears of joy. Never had he discovered such delightful fruits. After consuming 50 to 60 pounds of meat, Wang Jifei felt himself grow several inches taller, his muscles swelling considerably, rendering him quite formidable. He effortlessly hoisted a stone weighing approximately a ton with one hand, estimating his strength to have surpassed 4,000 kilograms. Feeling the contours of his newly defined muscles, he marveled at the might of dragons, noticing a faint glow emanating from his skin, signifying a marked increase in his resilience. A stone the size of an egg was hurled over 10 meters into the air, crashing down onto Wang Jifei's bare arm. The impact merely left a dull ache. With his skin reddened slightly, a testament to the dragon blood crocodile's innate gifts. As night descended upon Qinglong Mountain, fraught with peril, Wang Jifei sought refuge in a cave for the night. Inside, he discovered a stone slab beneath a stalactite, from which clear, round droplets of water steadily dripped, forming a bowl-like indentation in the hard stone over the years. He cupped his hands to wash his face with the cool water, and soon the bowl filled again. The surface tension held the water in place, rising above the rim. With a gentle plop, another droplet fell, causing a trickle to flow down the stone. Wang Jifei stood transfixed, watching the droplets and the bowl, unmoving. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as he remained there, surrounded by a surge of star energy. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from him, knocking the droplets off the stalactite and causing them to scatter around the bowl. As the water continued to fall, his presence grew ever more potent, summoning his familiar, the Eagle King, into the cave. Moments later, a lengthy black serpent slithered into the cave. The winds within began to swirl, propelling the droplets farther away. As Wang Jifei's aura reached its zenith, the imposing crocodile Old Third materialized alongside him. The piercing cry of the eagle merged with the deep, resonant roar of the crocodile, echoing throughout the cave. In this raucous symphony, Wang Jifei regained his composure, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a razor-sharp intensity. A surge of potent energy swelled within his chest, and he let out a resounding, spirited howl that reverberated endlessly. It had not been easy. He had finally reached the latter stages of the warrior rank, and the joy within him was palpable, igniting a fervor in his heart. Perched atop the windhawk's back, the brisk winds did little to quell the fire within him. Wang Jifei yearned to return to Sherman Town. It was not a desire to boast, but rather an eagerness to reconnect with humanity after a prolonged absence, to once again experience the warmth of human camaraderie. With the expansive wings of the windhawk slicing through the mountain air, its clarion calls resonated through the valleys. The great creature's silhouette soon loomed over Qingstone Village. Sensing her master's unease, the increasingly sentient windhawk descended, allowing Wang Jifei a clearer view. As dusk approached, the once bustling Qingstone Village lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Not a single villager could be seen on the streets, nor even a stray dog to be found. After pushing open several doors, all he encountered were dust-laden courtyards and empty homes. Where had everyone gone? Was it possible that, returning to his former abode, a sense of dread settled deeper within Wang Jifei? His suspicions gnawed at him, leaving him restless. The ongoing conflict between nations had escalated dramatically. Otherwise, the villagers would not have fled from their ancestral home. The only solace for Wang Jifei was that the villagers' homes remained intact, and he found no evidence of death. It seemed they had departed of their own accord. Either the forces of the Yu Kingdom had not arrived, or the villagers had already evacuated upon their approach. Lying on his old bed, which felt as if it were pricking him with thorns, Wang Jifei found sleep elusive. Though Qingstone Village was not his birthplace, it had been the home of Wang Dachui for a considerable time. Thus, in a sense, it was his home. Yet now, Qingstone Village was no more. Overwhelmed with myriad thoughts, Wang Jifei could not quiet his restless mind. He donned his clothes and stepped into the courtyard. The moonlight flowed like water. Where had Qingstone Village gone? What had become of Yin Chong and the others? In this graveyard of silence, Wang Jifei felt an unbearable heaviness within his heart. The distance between Qingstone Village and Sherman Town was not great. He resolved to investigate immediately. In the early dawn, drenched in dew, Wang Jifei stood atop a small hill southwest of Sherman Town, gazing at the distant city gates bathed in morning light, a bitter taste filling his mouth. The once fluttering banner of deep azure, symbolizing the royal family of the Eastern Wu, has vanished from sight. Instead, a crimson flag now hangs prominently from the lofty mast, its black hue appearing all the more glaring. At last, the northwestern gate of the Eastern Wu has been thrown open. Where are the soldiers of you? Where are Xiao He and Xiao Su? Where is Boss Yang? Where are my friends, my colleagues? The very thing I dreaded has finally transpired. Though I knew this day would inevitably arrive, as a subject of the Eastern Wu Kingdom, I find this reality excruciatingly hard to accept. Beset by a maelstrom of emotions, Wang Jifei yearned to storm into Sherman Town and unleash unbridled carnage, but reason ultimately prevailed. From the first glimmer of dawn until noon, Wang Jifei stood vigil. But no one emerged from Sherman Town. The scorch marks and axe wounds on the city walls were starkly visible, and the unrepaired breach in the city gate bore silent witness to the ferocity of the battle. With one last glance at the tattered banner of the Eastern Wu royal family discarded outside the city gate, Wang Jifei somberly turned away, mounted the Eagle King, and soared towards Nanshan Prefecture. As the Eagle King sped through the heavens, Wang Jifei grew ever more silent. Nearly half of Qinglong County had fallen to the invaders, and the broad highways teemed with troops bearing the banners of Yu. Burned villages, scorched fields, blood-soaked rivers, and the cries of the elderly and infants assailed Wang Jifei's bloodshot eyes at every turn. A mere 10 miles separated him from Tonggo City, where the two armies were locked in a stalemate. Before Wang Jifei could get a clear view, a sharp arrow whistled from the Yu encampment, its message unmistakable: leave, and the farther the better. Both Yu and Eastern Wu shared the same policy. During active hostilities, no one of uncertain allegiance was permitted within the perimeter. Wang Jifei directed the Eagle King to skirt the edges of the conflict. His presence would be of little help. This war was a clash of national strength, beyond the power of a single individual to influence, unless one had attained the level of a Grand Master. A little over 3 months ago, Nanshan Prefecture had bustled with activity, a constant stream of people and carriages, with queues stretching half a mile from the city gates. Now, a line less than 30 meters long forced Wang Jifei to wait for over an hour. Each person and every package was meticulously registered by the gate guards, who demanded to know names, ages, destinations, residences, and occupations, leaving no detail unexamined. Wang Jifei traveled light, carrying only a pack to conceal the existence of his spatial ring. Even so, he was scrutinized for nearly 5 minutes. Fortunately, these were extraordinary times, and the soldiers were not inclined to extort bribes. Though the common folk grew restless, they dared not cause trouble. The streets were sparsely populated, and nearly a third of the shops were shuttered. Wang Jifei entered a random rice shop and reluctantly purchased 100 pounds of white rice. 3 taels of gold were of little consequence to him now. What grieved him was the sight of a woman with 2 snot-nosed children, desperately begging the shopkeeper for half a pound of rice. Her entire fortune amounting to only 10 copper coins. 1 pound of white rice cost 32 copper coins. But 100 pounds could be had for the discounted price of 3,000 copper coins, precisely 3 taels of gold. In the end, the shopkeeper relented and sold the mother of the 2 children half a pound of rice. Wang Jifei could not bear to watch the children cram the raw rice into their mouths with their grimy hands, while their mother, weeping, patted their backs. He offered 20 pounds of white rice to the family, but the shopkeeper coughed pointedly and said, "Sir, I can see you have a kind heart, but 2 or 3 pounds would suffice. Any more, and you'll only bring them harm." Wang Jifei followed the shopkeeper's gaze to a group of beggars lurking outside. With his extensive experience of human affairs, he understood the implications immediately. "Thank you for the warning. Alas, this world is not kind to the benevolent." With that, he withdrew the rice and gave the shopkeeper 1 tael of gold, asking him to look after the family for 10 days or half a month. What would happen after that, he did not say, and the shopkeeper did not ask. Even the woman, who had been kowtowing incessantly, remained silent. As Wang Jifei turned to leave, the beggars surged forward, their intentions clear. Before the 2 burly men outside the rice shop could intervene, a 5 or 6 meter long mark snake materialized at Wang Jifei's side. At the sight of the snake, the beggars lowered their heads and retreated to the roadside, their eyes darting nervously at Wang Jifei until he disappeared into a narrow alleyway with his sack of rice. Half a day later, Wang Jifei sat in a small courtyard of the Divine Constable Hall. Before long, a travel-worn Yang Wei arrived. The 2 friends, separated for many days, embraced tightly, cherishing the rare opportunity to meet in these troubled times. "Brother Yang, tell me what has transpired." "I have been cultivating in the Azure Dragon Mountains and only descended recently. I flew here, but I never expected to find things in such a state." "Ah Fei, you have seen for yourself. I just finished my patrol and rushed here as soon as I heard the news." "What do you wish to know?" Yang Wei drained a cup of water in one gulp. "Very well, I shall begin from the beginning. Today is the 17th of September. In late June, the Yu Kingdom suddenly reinforced its troops. While the 2 armies were facing off, we received the shocking news that Sherman Town had fallen. Those despicable Yu dogs had concealed their soldiers among several mountain bandits, who had ironically been among the first to surrender to the court. Sherman Town was captured by these very men. From that breach, the Yu forces poured in like rats. Unfortunately, our court's military preparedness was sorely lacking. Our soldiers were typically fed only half rations, receiving a full meal only when going into battle. The common folk were gaunt with hunger. How could we possibly fight under such conditions? Seeing Yang Wei's face contorted with indignation, his finger pointing northwest, as he berated the air. Wang Jifei could well imagine the utter collapse of the Eastern Wu forces. What of the aristocratic families? Surely they possessed ample weapons, armor, and provisions. Did they not? Halfway through his question, Wang Jifei saw Yang Wei smash the stone table with a furious blow and decided not to continue. The depravity of those aristocratic clans was all too predictable, as the Wu family of Serpent Town had demonstrated before the war. Yang Wei, still seething, fell silent, and Wang Jifei, disgusted by the vile deeds of the aristocratic families, lost all desire to speak. He watched Yang Wei's chest heave and remained silent. "Brother Fei, you've finally arrived." Xiaohei hopped into the courtyard through the moon gate. "Xiaohei, what's wrong with your leg?" "Let me see." Wang Jifei rushed forward and knelt down, cradling his right calf. "Brother Fei, I'm fine. Ask Brother Yang if you don't believe me." "Ah Fei, don't worry. Xiaohei's leg is not seriously injured. He was stabbed last month while on patrol, but the wound didn't affect the tendons. He'll be fine with some rest." Xiaohei, noticing the shattered table, was puzzled. "Why is the table broken like this? Why are you talking here?" Anxious to avoid embarrassing Yang Wei, Wang Jifei changed the subject. "Never mind that. Xiaohei, I have nowhere to stay. Find me a room and some wine and food. There are plenty of rooms. Come to my place." Yang Wei thumped his chest. "Xiaohei, your brother Fei is back. Come stay with me too. It'll be more lively." Xiaohei agreed, seeing that Wang Jifei had no objections. Yang Wei's home was nearby, only a few minutes away. Upon entering, Yang Wei went to make arrangements, while Xiaohei and Wang Jifei sat in the hall and discussed the events in Serpent Town. "Brother Fei, did you return to the town when you came?" "No, I passed by 3 days ago, but it was under strict lockdown. I didn't see anyone come out." "Xiaohei, tell me how Serpent Town was breached. What of Centurion Yang and Head Constable Chun? Has Xiaosu returned? Oh, and did my brother from Azure Stone Village, Inchang, come looking for you?" Xiaohei slowly raised his right leg and tapped it on the armrest of the chair, sighing despondently. "There's no news of Brother In or Xiaosu." Serpent Town was surrounded as early as late June. In early July, during the tumultuous times of the crocodile, 2 of the 3 prominent families had tightly shut their gates, while one, in a treacherous alliance, covertly allowed the soldiers from the Yu Kingdom to infiltrate under the cover of darkness. That night, the sky was illuminated by flames, accompanied by the cacophony of screams, cries, and explosions that resonated for dozens of miles. I estimate that at least 30 to 40,000 innocent lives were lost. The treacherous family in collusion was undoubtedly the local Morong clan, wasn't it? How did you manage to escape? Indeed, it was that treacherous Morong family. Realizing the dire situation, Captain Yang led us to seize the southwestern gate, allowing us to flee. Once Captain Yang saw that most of the people had escaped, he even detonated the city gate. However, it now appears that there is no turning back for the court. Alas, it turns out that the destruction of the gate was orchestrated by Uncle Yang. Where are they now? What about the town mayor and Captain Li? Fij, that Morong family is truly despicable. They claimed they would provide food and weapons, and even invited the town mayor to a banquet, which delighted Mayor Zhu immensely. However, the mayor never returned after attending, and later, it was said that the Morong family had presented him as a token of allegiance to the Yu army general. At this point, Xiaohei slammed the table in fury, exclaiming, "This wretched Morong clan, may I never cross paths with them." Upon hearing of the mayor's tragic fate, Wang Jifei was equally indignant, yet he urged, "Xiaohei, let us discuss vengeance later. First, tell me about Uncle Yang and the others, as well as Captain Li. Allow me to speak." At that moment, Yang Wei entered, plopping down on a chair with such force that it creaked ominously. "My uncle and the others are safe. They sustained minor injuries and went back out after recovering. It's been nearly a month since I last saw them. As for Captain Li, he perished valiantly, leading 2 battalions of brave men in a fierce fight. My uncle waited at the city gate for over half an hour, yet not one soldier emerged. Each of them was a stalwart warrior." Chapter 85. The Contest of the 3 Kingdoms. Chapter 85. The contest between 2 nations. Let us raise our first cup in honor of Captain Li and the valiant men of the 2 regiments. With that, Wang Jifei poured a drink onto the ground and bowed thrice towards the direction of Serpent Town in the northwest. "Yes, let us toast to them." Xiaohei and Yang Wei followed suit. "For the second cup, we toast to the 40,000 souls lost in Serpent Town." Wang Jifei again poured out the wine, suddenly reminded of a mother and her 2 children, silently adding a thought for the innocent civilians who perished. "The third cup is for ourselves, as we must strive to survive in these chaotic times. Yes, We must live with purpose and dignity. With red-rimmed eyes, the three men lifted their necks and drained their cups. Drawing a blade to sever water only causes the water to flow more. Raising a cup to dispel sorrow often leads to deeper grief. That night, burdened with heavy hearts, the trio drank to the point of inebriation, one after another collapsing in Wang Jifei's room. By the end of September, a formidable army of 500,000 from the Lu kingdom breached the borders of the two nations. By mid-October, the Lu forces had seized the northernmost and Ding prefecture of the Yu kingdom. In early December, diplomatic negotiations among the three nations commenced in Tongzhou. In truth, the hostilities between Eastern Wu and the Yu kingdom had largely concluded by the time Wang Jifei was still at Qinglong Mountain, with both armies locked in a standoff near Tongzhou since mid-August. Over these 2 months, significant warfare had not erupted. Only a series of minor skirmishes persisted. Wang Jifei had been ceaselessly deployed by the southern mountain prefecture's Divine Capture Hall, either to gather intelligence or to eliminate traitors. As missions became increasingly frequent and his achievements grew more illustrious, when Xiaohei's accomplishments were sufficient for him to be promoted to an officer, Wang Jifei received 2 pieces of news. One was that the three nations had agreed to a ceasefire, to amicably pause for tea and wine, and to witness a martial contest among the young heroes of the three nations, using the outcomes to resolve certain contentious issues, such as the ownership of several towns in northwest Tongzhou and the treatment of prisoners of war. The other news was that Murong Wuji had arrived at the southern mountain prefecture, accompanying the Lu emissary to Tongzhou. After more than 10 days of verbal sparring, the three nations finally decided to halt hostilities. Following the ceasefire, Eastern Wu would undoubtedly extend a grand reception for the Lu delegation, to be held at the government office in Qinglong County. Murong Wuji conveyed this through official channels to Wang Jifei, though unexpectedly. It was the southern mountain lord Jiang Wushu who came to notify him. Jiang Wushu appeared as ethereal as ever, yet the weariness in his expression was unmistakable. "Fei, is it not curious that I am here to inform you of such trivial matters?" He gestured for Wang Jifei to sit as he settled into a grand chair in the hall. Upon hearing Jiang Wushu affectionately call him Fei, Wang Jifei sensed that this matter was anything but trivial and likely connected to Murong Wuji. He respectfully bowed and addressed Jiang Wushu as Lord, then took a seat on a chair nearby. "Indeed, Fei, we are somewhat familiar. I have heard from Yang Wei that you have advanced to the late stage of martial prowess. It seems your time at Qinglong Mountain has been fruitful." Jiang Wushu stroked his beard, looking at Wang Jifei with a smile. "Your insight is commendable. I recently fortuitously broke through to the late stage of martial prowess. I owe much to you, Lord, for your recommendation for me to undergo 3 months of training." "Ha ha ha, no need to be so formal. Come, sit closer." "Why sit so far away? It creates distance." Wang Jifei understood that the main topic was approaching, and he moved forward 2 positions, resuming his seat just beneath Jiang Wushu's left hand. "Fei, you are aware of the ceasefire between the two nations, yes? Your old friend, young Master Moro, has contributed significantly. When he arrives in a few days, be sure to treat him well," Jiang Wushu stated, retrieving a letter from his bosom and handing it to Wang Jifei. "Yang Wei's place is too small to accommodate the esteemed guests from the Lu kingdom. I have a villa to the south of the city. You shall stay there for now." As Wang Jifei stood to decline, Jiang Wushu frowned, feigning anger. "You must not refuse. You represent the court. Is there no suitable place in Eastern Wu to host the Lu envoy?" Wang Jifei had no choice but to sit back down, and before he could express his gratitude, Jiang Wushu continued, "Fei, do not thank me. We are colleagues, both serving the court. We must ensure the court's dignity is upheld. How much do you know about the treaties among the three nations?" Finally, the substantive discussion began. Wang Jifei's heart tightened as he hurriedly responded, "I only know that the three nations have ceased hostilities and returned to friendship. The territories and prisoners of war will be determined through martial contests. Other than that, I am unaware." "Friendship, my foot!" Jiang Wushu could not help but exclaim, the facade of calm he had maintained slipping away. Realizing his outburst, Jiang Wushu stood in anger and declared, "Friendship? What friendship can remain between the court and the Yu kingdom? The conflict has persisted for nearly 2 centuries, and still, they speak of friendship. Ha!" With that, Jiang Wushu produced a map and pointed with his index finger at the 7 towns in Tongzhou. "Fei, at this point, there is no need to conceal anything from you. The framework of the agreement among the 3 nations is set. Each will offer 5 towns. Yet the ownership of these towns will be determined by the results of the martial contest." "5 towns? Yet you clearly indicated 7. Why mention 5? Realizing he had not explained sufficiently, Jiang Wushu pressed Wang Jifei back into his chair. Let us sit down and discuss this properly. It turned out there were 3 proposals for the martial contest among the 3 nations, broadly similar in nature. Each nation would present 5 comparable towns as rewards for the victorious warriors. The Lu Kingdom would naturally offer 5 impoverished towns in the north of the Yu Kingdom. The Yu Kingdom and the court had no choice but to present 5 towns near Tongzhou as stakes. The competition would not consider individual rankings. Each nation would send 10 warriors under 25 to form 2 teams of 5, competing against the other 2 nations. Opponents would be determined by a drawing. The first-place team would retain 1 town while gaining 2. The second-place team would relinquish 2 towns, which would be chosen by the first and third place. The third-place team would forfeit 3 towns, which the top 2 would select. In truth, the rankings among the 3 nations were already predetermined, with the Lu Kingdom assured of first place, followed by the Yu Kingdom and Eastern Wu in the last position. Additionally, the Lu Kingdom would certainly return 2 towns to the Eastern Wu court. Ultimately, the Lu Kingdom would lose 1 town, the Yu Kingdom would gain 1, and the court would forfeit 1. This notion was undoubtedly proposed by the Lu and Eastern Wu kingdoms. As the 5 towns in northwest Tongzhou were all under the control of the Yu Kingdom, this meant the court would reclaim 4 of the 5 towns, while the Yu Kingdom would lose its 5 northern towns but would only gain 1 from Eastern Wu. Observing Wang Jifei's contemplative expression, Jiang Wushu recognized he understood the implications and spoke up. Although the Yu Kingdom has been defeated by the Lu Kingdom in the north, our domestic forces are limited, and we will not advance further. However, they are not easy to negotiate with. They have presented their own proposal, insisting that the 5 towns must be those they currently control, meaning the court must provide 5 towns from the southeastern side of Tongzhou. Upon the revelation of this proposal, the Eastern Wu court vehemently opposed it, and the delegations nearly came to blows. At this moment, under Murong Wuji's guidance, a compromise proposal emerged. The 5 towns from the Lu and Yu kingdoms would remain the same, while the 2 towns from Eastern Wu would be selected from the unoccupied towns in the southeastern region of Tongzhou. The first-place team would offer 1 town to gain 2, while the second and third-place arrangements would remain unchanged. Additionally, a champion would be chosen from the 30 participants, who would have the privilege of selecting 1 town as a reward from the third nation. After listening for an extended period, Wang Jifei finally grasped the entire situation. This proposal indeed seemed more reasonable. However, why must the first-place team offer 1 town? Gaining 2 towns for providing 1 seemed overly complicated. No, the delegates from the 3 nations were all astute. There had to be some hidden intricacies that he had yet to discern. Noticing Wang Jifei's furrowed brow and his gaze fixated on the ground, Jiang Wushu smiled and reminded him, "Fei, you are now a late-stage martial artist. You must view matters from a broader perspective. The crux of the matter lies in the single town relinquished by the state of Lu, rather than the 2 towns presented by the court. Have you pondered this further? It appears that one's perspective remains limited. Beyond the court of Eastern Wu, would either the state of Lu or the state of Yu place significant value on such minor territories? Certainly not. The state of Yu has recently seized half of Qinglong County, encompassing over 50 small towns, returning triumphantly. The loss of 1 or 2 towns is utterly inconsequential. Their focus is solely on the town surrendered by the state of Lu. Securing this town would preserve the dignity of the state of Yu. In due course, the court of Yu could proclaim to its citizens, "Our military has triumphed in the conflict against Eastern Wu," sweeping across the battlefield and ultimately dominating a substantial portion of Qinglong County. However, taking advantage of the court's unpreparedness, the state of Lu encroached upon the northern and Ding prefecture. Fortunately, united in purpose, our valiant soldiers fought fiercely, and we have reclaimed several towns from the formidable and malevolent state of Lu. Thus, both face and substance are preserved. It is no wonder that Jiang Wushu made a personal visit. This is a gesture of respect towards the state of Lu. Murong Wuji's proposal comes under considerable pressure. The town surrendered by the state of Lu must inevitably be one from Inding Prefecture. Externally, this may be framed as a gesture to foster enduring friendship, with the state of Lu exchanging 1 town for several from Eastern Wu. Yet, the accountability for this territorial loss must rest upon someone. Contemplating this, Wang Jifei finally unraveled the situation, exhaling deeply. Ultimately, amidst the vastness of the world, the dignity of a nation reigns supreme. The intricacies of this proposal serve merely to salvage some semblance of honor. Chapter 86. being schemed against having finally sorted out the situation. Wang Jifei's mind was at last free to contemplate other matters. However, upon reflection, a chill ran down his spine. Oh no, I have been ensnared. Raising his gaze, he found Jiang Wushu holding a teacup, observing him with an enigmatic smile. This only reinforced Wang Jifei's conviction that he had indeed been manipulated. Could the clandestine affairs among the three kingdoms possibly be known to a mere 100 households? Jiang Wushu, you cunning old fox, you have led me astray. The subtle shifts in Wang Jifei's expression did not escape the keen eyes of the lord of the manor. What has brought about this realization? Wang Jifei forced a bitter smile and laid his cards on the table. My lord, if there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free to state it directly. How could a humble 100 household head like myself dare to meddle in matters of state? Now it appears I know more than I ought to. Please, just tell me. Very well. I have another question for you. Once I have asked it, we shall lay everything bare, shall we? Please ask away. Noticing Wang Jifei's reluctant demeanor, Jiang Wushu remained unfazed, fixing him with a serious gaze. Your spirit beast is rather extraordinary, is it not? The Gale Eagle does not assist in detoxification. Fei, speak to me truthfully. Do you have confidence in securing the top spot for yourself? Although Wang Jifei had harbored suspicions for some time, the abrupt unveiling of his trump card still caused his heart to leap. At this juncture, it seemed the secret of his spirit beast could not be concealed any longer. Weighing the options, he decided to reveal what he could. Slowly lifting his teacup, he countered, My lord, may I inquire how you came to discern this? I did not pry into your affairs, someone informed me. Upon hearing Jiang Wushu's response, the weight in Wang Jifei's heart lifted. At least no one was watching him closely. It must have been Yang Baihu, Lord Yang, correct? You are quite astute. However, this individual may or may not be the source. Jiang Wushu detected Wang Jifei's slight concession and stroked his long beard in delight. To be frank, I have met with young Master Moro. He was the one who first brought this to my attention and suggested your participation in the martial competition among the three kingdoms. Naturally, I had to verify the matter afterward, and Yang Yuanqing had no choice but to provide an honest account. So it was Morong Wuji who first noticed, Wang Jifei mused. Which explains much. If even Yang Baihu could detect the anomalies, it was only natural that the adept alchemist Morong Wuji would have been aware. After learning of Wang Jifei's rapid advancement in strength over the past few months, he must have connected the dots regarding the issues surrounding his spirit beast. With this understanding, Wang Jifei proactively offered to summon his spirit beast, addressing the lord of the manor. When dealing with a cunning character like Jiang Wushu, one must not be evasive. His vast experience and sharp insight would easily see through any pretense. Fortunately, just days prior, while absorbing several pieces of spatial attribute starstones, his gray space had undergone a transformation. The imprints of the little eagle and others had autonomously detached from his being and manifested within that space. Otherwise, he would not have dared to summon the Gale Eagle and the Withered Wood Snake. Explaining such obvious marks would have been a challenge. The parlor was too small. So Wang Jifei summoned only the Withered Wood Snake, a creature over 10 meters in length, which caused the table and chairs to be pushed aside. If the Gale Eagle were to join, it would surely shatter the ceiling. Excellent, excellent. One eagle in the sky, one snake on the ground. Quite splendid. If I am not mistaken, this snake resembles the Withered Wood Snake, albeit with some differences in color. My lord, you are correct. It is indeed the Withered Wood Snake. Jiang Wushu regarded the snake with interest after Wang Jifei's straightforward confirmation. Fei, your caution is commendable, but you now possess a degree of self-defense. There is no need to conceal. Remember, while it is wise for practitioners like us to remain vigilant, we must also maintain a broad and resolute heart. A scholar must not lack in ambition. I shall heed your teachings, my lord. I have been curious as to why young Master Morong specifically recommended you. Now I must commend his discernment. The competition is set to take place at Nanshan Manor on the 6th day of the first lunar month. You have 17 days to prepare. Should you have any uncertainties, come directly to me. The detailed rules and participants of the competition have yet to be finalized, but I will ensure you receive the information in due course. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall undoubtedly give my all to eliminate the accursed rebels. Oh, well said. Your clarity of purpose is commendable. This competition will undoubtedly be fraught with peril, and unexpected occurrences are inevitable. For the next few days, focus on preparing to receive young Master Moro. In a few days, I will take you to our treasure vault in Nanshan Manor to select a few defensive artifacts. Consider it a gesture of goodwill from the people of Nanshan. Do not disappoint their earnest desire to serve our nation. I understand. And I assure you, I will not fail to live up to your expectations, my lord. Indeed, just do not let down the heartfelt hopes of the populace. Now that we have concluded our matters, come find me in a few days. I have other matters to attend to. Should you have any questions, seek out Yang Wei. Wang Jifei need not worry about the arrangements for receiving young Master Morong. Diligent and responsible court officials were preparing everything. He merely moved his belongings from Yang Wei's guest quarters to Jiang Wushu's villa. The villa was quite expansive, with a vermilion gate adorned with ornamental rocks and small bridges, teeming with vibrant flowers and verdant foliage. With over 100 servants bustling about, Wang Jifei had yet to remember more than a few names. Among them were Steward Su, who managed both minor and major affairs, his maid Xiao Zui, and the official Zhou, who instructed him on etiquette. At that moment, the four of them were gathered in a pavilion on the island in the center of the villa's lake, discussing the intricate details of receiving young Master Murong and his party. Lord Wang, after you have shared lunch with the guests, you may invite Lord Murong here for tea. It is best not to prolong the visit. Half an hour should suffice. As this is a private conversation, it would be inappropriate for outsiders to be present. You must learn to brew tea. I shall demonstrate the preparation of biluakan for you. Please pay close attention. After learning how to brew tea, the four moved to a study filled with various classic texts and paintings. The attentive steward Su had even prepared several slightly worn herbal manuals for him. Lord Wang, this study is where you and Lord Murong will discuss the alliance between our two nations and the cooperative resistance against you. Here are key events and figures I have compiled for you to memorize tonight. I shall remain outside the door, so feel free to call me if you have any questions. In the training room, Lord Wang, this is where you and Lord Murong will discuss cultivation matters. You will need to. In the main hall, Lord Wang, this is where the evening's song and dance performances will take place. During that time, you must. Throughout the afternoon, Wang Jifei followed the official surnamed Zhou, traversing the entire villa and absorbing the myriad arrangements and knowledge, the sheer volume of which left him feeling overwhelmed. In short, the private meeting between him and young Master Murong had evolved into a significant diplomatic event with deep implications for the friendship between their two nations. Fortunately, they had at least allotted him half an hour of private time. Otherwise, Wang Jifei would have truly been at his wit's end. The following day was filled with rehearsals and knowledge assessments, and Wang Jifei found the day unbearably grueling. It was more taxing than battling the Gale Eagle. Yet he bore the discomfort, observing the anxious servants and sweat-drenched dancers with a sense of helplessness. The saying goes that weak nations lack diplomacy. And on this continent where the strong reign supreme, that rings especially true. The entire villa, the entire Qinglong County, indeed the whole Eastern Wu court, seemed to be catering to the envoy from the Lu Kingdom. One need only look at the official surnamed Zhou, who had not slept through the night and continued to explain the etiquette to Wang Jifei, to realize how pitiful Eastern Wu's situation truly was. Study diligently. Perhaps by memorizing one more historical reference, the court can save a few thousand taels of gold in the future. As Wang Jifei endured the immense strain, a figure clad in official robes, young Master Murong, arrived. To my surprise, Murong Wujia, adorned in a pristine white robe, appeared exceptionally elegant in the attire of the envoy. Indeed, a person of striking appearance can carry off any garment with grace. However, upon observing his expressionless demeanor, Wang Jifei discerned that he, like himself, was merely a wooden figure. Between two such stoic beings, conversation was limited to polite exchanges until they arrived at the pavilion in the heart of the lake, where they finally had the opportunity for a more meaningful dialogue. Murong Wujia accepted the Bailuo Chun tea that Wang Jifei offered and took a gentle sip, slightly furrowing his brow as he softly remarked, "Fei, to be candid, you are wasting such exquisite tea. Just look at how muddied your brew is, and the temperature is all wrong. Wujia, you are aware that I am merely going through the motions. Now that it is just the two of us, please do not take offense." Chapter 87. Murong Wuji's suggestion. Allow me to brew some tea. Murong Wuji's said with a chuckle. By the way, how much time do we have left? As he watched Murong Wuji's meticulously clean the tea utensils, Wang Jifei was unconcerned. Half an hour. We can only stay here for half an hour. Oh, the schedule is quite tight. Here, take this. He then produced a yellow-brown bound book from his robe. Wuji's, what is this? Just take a look for now. Once I prepare the tea, we can converse at leisure. Seeing Murong Wuji's skillfully warm the teacups, Wang Jifei opened the book. The first page prominently displayed the name Murong Wuji's, followed by details including his age, realm, and beast companion. Wang Jifei possessed a similar book, gifted to him by Jiang Wushou, which detailed the participants in the Three Kingdoms martial arts competition. However, the information Jiang Wushou provided was evidently less comprehensive than that of Murong Wuji's. The records from the Eastern Wu Kingdom only contained data on the 30 official competitors, whereas the records from the Lu Kingdom were not only thorough but also included several reserve candidates. Wuji's, I won't bother with formalities. Could you share your intentions? Fei, what do you think my intentions might be? Murong Wuji's pushed a fragrant cup of emerald green tea toward Wang Jifei, a slight smile gracing his lips. I truly cannot fathom your intentions. You bear the name of lost territory and still choose to personally participate in the competition. What is the reason? Fei, I cannot divulge that at the moment. I hope you can secure first place in this competition, allowing me to request Master to take you as a disciple. At that point, you will be able to assist me. Is it serious, Wuji's? Let us not discuss that for now. In this competition, our two nations will likely end up evenly matched, but the situation with the Yu Kingdom remains uncertain. A new rule has been introduced. The victor may remain on the stage to accept challenges from up to 5 opponents. You must seize this opportunity. As long as you can win 3 matches or more, first place will undoubtedly be yours. Wuji's, I know you would not harm me, but you are aware of the situation in Eastern Wu. Murong Wuji's laughed heartily at Wang Jifei's words, pouring another cup of tea before gazing intently at him. Fei, you still do not understand. Do you think the Yu Kingdom has not set its sights on you? The intelligence you submitted is worth at least 20,000 troops. Originally, they planned to advance here. As he spoke, Murong Wuji's dipped his finger in the water and wrote the characters for Nanshan on the table. Seeing him quickly erase those words, Wang Jifei felt a warmth in his heart. It turned out that Murong Wuji's wished for him to join his sect for protection against the machinations of the Yu Kingdom. Whether there were other intentions was no longer significant. Good tea can only be steeped 3 times, and as the last of the tea was consumed, time was nearly up. Murong Wuji stood, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed out at the water beyond the pavilion. Fei, I know you are nostalgic, but Eastern Wu can no longer endure this. It would be wise for you to make plans. As for my troubles, regardless of whether you join the Tianji sect, once you achieve the martial master realm, do not forget to send word to me. Murong Wuji's cryptic remarks piqued Wang Jifei's curiosity. However, since Murong Wuji's was reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further, silently noting the importance of achieving the martial master realm to offer assistance. The winter in Jiangnan was cold and damp, and the impoverished citizens of Eastern Wu finally erupted in desperation. Coincidentally, these uprisings occurred on the same day, December 24th, marking the traditional Little New Year. It would be strange if there were no foul play behind this incident. Those from the Yu Kingdom were truly despicable. Furious, Jiang Wushou struck the rocks of the artificial mountain and lamented to Wang Jifei. What can we do about these unruly commoners? We cannot kill them. And if we provide aid, chaos will surely ensue elsewhere. Surely, the Lord has made arrangements. I wonder how we can assist. Today was the day Wang Jifei had arranged with Lord Jiang Wushou to select treasures from the treasury, and on their way, Jiang Wushou mentioned the recent uprisings. Fei, your concern is appreciated, but focus solely on preparing for the Three Kingdoms competition. I have my own plans for the unrest. Those gluttonous pigs must be dealt with. Seeing the fierce determination on Jiang Wushou's face, Wang Jifei could not help but feel pity for the wavering small families and gentry. Without strength to match their schemes, they should remain docile. The shifting allegiances would eventually lead to reckoning. It was likely that after the new year, large-scale actions would commence. Wang Jifei did not intend to involve himself in these matters. Murong Wuji's advice was indeed prudent. Eastern Wu was in decline, and within 2 or 3 years, turmoil would surely resurface. His own fragile state could not withstand such upheaval. Today, his objective was clear: to select a fine blade from the treasury. His thunderblade technique was immensely powerful, but he lacked a suitable weapon in the form of a beast soul tool. As the foremost of the district, the treasury of Nanshan was vast. Wang Jifei's wealth had amassed to about 20,000 low-grade star stones. He estimated that he could only afford to purchase more than half of the displayed items, knowing that there were at least 70 to 80 on the shelves. If he were to inspect them all, it would require an entire day in the treasury, and Wang Jifei could not expect Jiang Wushou to accompany him for that long. After expressing his specific intentions, Jiang Wushou produced a star stone and began to scan the items, introducing 3 blades to Wang Jifei. Fei, I have 3 blades that would suit you well. Let us first examine the 2 nearby. The first is a second-tier beast soul tool, the wind pattern blade. As its name suggests, it excels in wind attribute star power. As he spoke, Jiang Wushou retrieved a box from the right side of a shelf, revealing a light green long blade within. The second beast soul tool is a first-tier lower grade, named Autumn Reflection Blade, which possesses water attributes. It is both sturdy and lightweight, ideal for your swift strikes. Regrettably, it does not align with wind or lightning attributes. However, its quality is high, and a first-tier beast soul tool can generally be utilized up to the realm of the Life Master. After showcasing the autumn-hued blade, which was approximately 1 meter in length, Jiang Wushou led him further into the treasury. As Wang Jifei walked, he noticed that the materials used for the shelves here were of a higher grade than those outside. Logically, the better the shelf, the more valuable the items it held. Yet, one blade appeared dark and marred, with varying shades of blemishes, resembling an unfinished blade. Disregarding Wang Jifei's bewilderment, Jiang Wushou picked up the black blade, twirled it with a flourish, and handed it to Wang Jifei with a startling claim. Be careful. This is a top-quality, human-level item. A human-level beast soul tool? Wang Jifei quickly steadied himself, examining the black blade closely. It was longer than an average blade, slightly narrower, and felt somewhat heavy in hand. A gentle flick produced a dull sound, indicating a high level of impurities. Moreover, it was unreasonable for a treasured blade to lack a sheath. Was Lord Jiang Wushou jesting? With an unwavering smile, Jiang Wushou raised an eyebrow. Why do you doubt me? Fei, feel it with your wind attribute star power. Wang Jifei focused his mind and slowly channeled his star power into the black blade. The blade showed no visible change, yet his star power flowed freely within. Now, try with the lightning attribute star power. Jiang Wushou observed Wang Jifei's astonished expression with delight and offered another reminder. Upon switching to the lightning attribute, Wang Jifei noticed a slight hesitation in the flow, but it remained manageable. Without waiting for Jiang Wushou's next suggestion, he quickly infused both types of star power simultaneously, and with the harmonious blend of wind and lightning, the circulation accelerated. Wang Jifei's heart leaped with joy. This was the one, his little black blade. This dagger's origin remains shrouded in mystery. According to the insights of a master blacksmith, it was originally intended to be a wind elemental treasure blade of human rank. Yet, for reasons unknown, it has acquired an additional layer of lightning attribute power. It appears to have been struck by lightning or a thunderous divine force, resulting in this peculiar circumstance by sheer happenstance. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder the operation of the lightning attribute star force is somewhat lacking. However, this minor flaw does not detract from the esteemed position this blade holds in Wang Jifei's heart. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the words of the esteemed lord fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. Regrettably, the array and inscriptions on this treasured blade were damaged at that time, leading to an imbalance between the wind and lightning powers. Consequently, the quality of the blade has steadily declined, now reduced to a mere third-tier mid-grade weapon. This degradation is only mitigated by the superior quality of the blade's material. Otherwise, it would be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Alas, even though Wang Jifei's composure is commendable, he was still taken aback by Jiang Wushou's words. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred. My lord, is there any way to remedy this? Chapter 88. Azure Thunder Sword. A rather clumsy method exists, though its viability remains uncertain. A clumsy method? Could it be that you, Fei, are capable of directly restoring the formation inscribed upon it? The mere existence of a rudimentary approach is commendable. You only need to continuously temper this sword with the power of wind and thunder, relentlessly purging impurities while harmonizing the conflicting energies. Even if the formation remains incomplete, it could still attain the quality of a human-grade beast soul weapon. Upon hearing Jiang Wushou's words, Wang Jifei felt a surge of excitement. The concept of a human-grade beast soul weapon is unfathomable without several million taels of gold. An opportunity now lay before him, perfectly aligned with his own cultivation technique. It would be a disservice not to seize it. Jiang Wushou's subsequent statement solidified his resolve. The renowned master forger also mentioned that the sword's formation might not be entirely destroyed, and its core formation could have even undergone transformation, as it would otherwise be inexplicable how it could suddenly accommodate the power of lightning. After all, while the material was precious, it did not incorporate a significant amount of materials suitable for lightning attributes. Upon realizing Jiang Wushou's goodwill, Wang Jifei promptly sheathed the black sword. "Ah Fei, with this treasure in hand, you need not change your weapon before becoming a master craftsman. Weapons differ from other items. They represent a second life for us cultivators. And naturally, one must be adept with them. So what do you think? This fine sword is now yours. Bestow upon it a name." Gazing at the black sword that would accompany him for a considerable time, Wang Jifei pondered for a moment. Since this blade embodies both wind and thunder attributes, naming it Wind Thunder Sword seemed fitting. Let us call it Azure Thunder Sword. Wind Thunder feels rather commonplace. "Ah Fei, in the future, you should explore the intricacies of forging. It may inspire you," Jiang Wushou suggested after Wang Jifei's naming. He then guided Wang Jifei in selecting various herbs and materials before they exited the treasury. With the Azure Thunder Sword in hand, Wang Jifei returned to his secluded residence. This coincided with the martial competition of the Three Kingdoms, where various cultivation resources were generously supplied. Jiang Wushou not only personally came to instruct Wang Jifei, but also arranged for numerous experts of the Master Realm to train with him. As the 6th day of the month approached, Wang Jifei bore more scars, his aura growing increasingly stable, his eyes occasionally emanating a keen brilliance reminiscent of an eagle. Just as a bowstring stretched too tightly may snap, and a spring compressed too much may deform, on the evening of the 3rd day, Wang Jifei set aside his materials. The information on the 30 competitors for the martial competition was firmly etched in his mind. He was intimately familiar with each individual's character, techniques, weapons, and preferences. Since he intended to treat this competition as his final gift to the Eastern Wu Kingdom, he resolved to invest every ounce of thought and utilize every resource wisely. Among the 30 dossiers was also his own information. The 10 individuals from each kingdom were ranked by approximate strength, with the top 3 seed competitors being formidable masters at the pinnacle of their realm. Wang Jifei was positioned 6th among Eastern Wu's 10, and since his second beast companion, the withered wood serpent, remained undisclosed, few were paying attention to him, resulting in less favorable odds for his victory. Indeed, this competition had substantial implications, prompting many betting houses to establish betting pools. As the opponents were drawn on site, only win-loss bets could be placed. His odds of winning were approximately 2-1, indicating that 2 out of 3 believed he would lose. Murong Wujia and the number 1 seed from Yu Kingdom, Wei Song, garnered the highest calls for victory, with odds around 5-1. There were specific odds for the first prize of the competition, cleverly termed the Martial Champion Award. Should a selected contestant win, not only would they receive a substantial reward of approximately 1 million taels of gold, but those who placed bets on them would also receive corresponding winnings. Wang Jifei's odds for the Martial Champion Award stood at 1-66, while Murong Wujia's were 1-7. This information had been relayed to him by Xiao He and Yang Wei, who spent their free time at the residence under the pretense of caring for Wang Jifei. In truth, they were there to observe the exchanges between masters. It was an opportunity seldom afforded to watch various styles and techniques of master-level combat. However, being brothers, Wang Jifei bore no resentment. Rather, when he encountered training partners whose fighting styles complemented their own, he deliberately slowed the pace. After enjoying a warm bath that eased every fiber of his being, Wang Jifei donned loose-fitting attire and contemplated the competition in his study. In truth, there was not much to deliberate. His wind thunder technique had progressed significantly, and his swordplay and agility had improved remarkably. Yet, he still sought an appropriate location to practice the wind thunder body refinement technique, remaining stalled at the entry level. He needed to consider whether to reveal the presence of his companions, such as the little eagle, during the competition. If he chose to expose them, securing the Martial Champion Award would undoubtedly be effortless. Who could withstand the assault of 7 swift winged eagles in the sky and 7 withered wood serpents on the ground? Moreover, the current Eagle King could already unleash wind blades. Although not as powerful as a wild Eagle King, the wind blades could still span around 6 meters wide and effortlessly cleave through half a meter of ordinary blue stone. After much contemplation, Wang Jifei ultimately decided against exposing the little eagle and its companions. Contributing to the Eastern Wu Kingdom was one matter. Risking his life was another. Revealing the withered wood serpent, Little Air, had already placed him in a precarious position. Exposing further secrets could attract the attention of ancient, formidable beings. Resolute in his decision, Wang Jifei picked up the star knowledge stone he had acquired from the cave. The knowledge left by the Li family lord was vast. Even now, Wang Jifei had only perused about a third of its contents. It was understandable, considering a great master could live for 500 to 600 years, with some even surpassing 700. Such a life would be anything but simple. Furthermore, this star knowledge stone was intended as a treasure of inheritance for future generations, containing detailed explanations from the onset of cultivation to the late stages of a master. It encompassed topics such as formations, alchemy, and forging. Theoretically, holding this star knowledge stone would enable Wang Jifei to gradually cultivate to the master realm on his own. Yet, the path to becoming a master is not so easily traversed. One must bear in mind that the Eastern Wu Kingdom has but one master, and he is on the brink of death. This master, Qian Tan, is the ancestral figure of the Eastern Wu royal family, purportedly a direct descendant of the kingdom's founding emperor. Such knowledge is typically unknown to the masses. However, the Li family lord was certainly not an ordinary person, as evidenced by his meticulous records. Wang Jifei deduced that this lord must have passed away within the last 200 years. Otherwise, he could not have known about the establishment of the Eastern Wu Kingdom. It seems that these two great masters were contemporaries, one choosing to strive relentlessly towards the path of destiny, while the other opted for patience, seeking to protect his family. Wang Jifei had specifically inquired about Qian Tan from Murong Wujia, who claimed to have never heard of him, nor had his master ever mentioned him. It appeared that Qian Tan had not been active for nearly a century. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why the Eastern Wu Kingdom had been beleaguered for so long. The Li family lord had already perished in the deep mountains, and his family had fallen into decline. Even if Master Qian had not died, he was likely on the verge of extinction, and the Eastern Wu Kingdom appeared to be on the brink of collapse. The fates of these two prominent masters were indeed tragic, evoking a sense of melancholy. As his thoughts wandered, the destinies of these two great figures caused Wang Jifei to lose focus on his studies, prompting him to set aside the star knowledge stone and retire early for the night. Chapter 89. The Martial Arts Competition of the Three Kingdoms, Part 1. Even amidst the ravages of war, the festive spirit of the Spring Festival remains palpable within the southern mountain prefecture. The beleaguered populace, long accustomed to suffering, scarcely has the opportunity to revel in the joys of life, leaving one to ponder what hope remains in a lifetime. Yet, even in hardship, they strive to celebrate the Spring Festival with gusto. The fervent topic of the martial arts competition has further enriched the festive atmosphere, igniting discussions among all ages and genders throughout the streets. Men inquire among their brothers, Zhang, whom have you bet on to win? I have placed 10 taels of gold on young Master Morong. As a brother, I must share with you that young Master Morong has reached the pinnacle of warrior status and may soon ascend to master level, coupled with his spider companion, which is rumored to now emit 4 divine lights. Tell me, who could possibly defeat him? Trust my words and place your bets quickly. After 3 o'clock this afternoon, no further wagers will be accepted. Women converse with their companions. Li, have you seen how remarkably handsome young Master Su of you is? Shall we bet on his victory? Amidst the bustling crowd, Wang Jifei, disguised as a cool and aloof figure in black, leisurely traverses the lively streets. After a week of semi-isolated training, his mind feels somewhat dulled. Thus, listening to the idle chatter of the crowd serves as a welcome distraction. However, as he absorbs the conversation, he finds his name conspicuously absent from their discussions of the competition, leading to a tinge of disappointment. It appears that the frontrunners for the championship are still young Master Morong and the top seed of you, while even the top contender from Eastern Wu, Qian Jun, is not favored. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Jifei arrives at the rice shop where he had purchased rice earlier that day. Observing the ironclad door locked shut, he shakes his head, wondering about the fate of the mother and her children who run the shop. Perhaps they still cling to life. The tightly shut wooden door bears inexplicable black handprints, remnants of despair left by the impoverished who could not afford rice. Among the dark smudges, several small, faint handprints, no taller than a half-grown child, stand out starkly. Wang Jifei envisions little beggars kneeling outside the rice shop, their tiny hands rhythmically patting against the door, leaving shallow imprints. At that moment, the weight of those faint handprints presses upon him like the formidable talons of an eagle king, filling him with an unarticulated fury. With the slightest spark, his chest could ignite in explosive rage. As the competition commenced, the citizens of Eastern Wu erupted in a frenzy. The entrance of the 10 martial artists from Yu was marked by an audacity that was beyond compare, as they donned tattered Eastern Wu military uniforms repurposed into warrior attire. The character for Wu was crudely obscured, leaving only a half-formed character resembling the word for heaven. The gaping holes and dark red stains from blades and swords on their uniforms were a jarring sight. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of "kill them," as stones, fruits, and rotten eggs soared through the sky, all aimed at the Yu warriors. How brazen! Is this how you greet envoys from a neighboring nation? The Eastern Wu citizens, in their coarse demeanor, had shown their true colors today, and the leading figure among the Yu warriors swept aside the projectiles with a flourish of his sleeves, striding confidently to the left side of the platform to confront the Eastern Wu officials. In the midst of the fervor, the Eastern Wu officials could not quell the anger of the masses. It was not until Jiang Wushu's azure water dragon appeared above the competition arena, its wings flapping and stirring up a tempest, that the crowd began to shield their faces from the wind. Whether intentional or not, the debris fell most heavily in the resting area of the Yu warriors. Thus, the martial arts competition commenced amidst this chaotic scene, an early harbinger of the fierce clashes to come. The drawing of lots was completed swiftly, and indeed, Wang Jifei found himself in the same group as Yu. Holding a wooden token inscribed with Yu too, he reflected on the information regarding his opponent. Fang Jingxue, hailing from the northern region of Yu, was 22 years old and had already reached the latter stages of warrior status a year prior. He was adept in wielding a 7-foot-long blazing star spear, forged from the fiery iron of a volcanic eruption, perfectly complementing his fire-based cultivation technique, the Heavenly Sun Spear. As Wang Jifei discreetly assessed the tall figure of his opponent, marked by a prominent scar between his brows, Fang Jingxue scrutinized him in return. Their gazes collided fiercely before both shifted toward the arena, where the competition commenced. The first bout featured a friendly match between the states of Lu and Eastern Wu. The combatants exchanged blows with great fervor, showcasing their skills in a display reminiscent of dragons diving into the sea or eagles soaring through the heavens. These lower-ranked competitors exerted every effort, revealing their advanced techniques and martial prowess, until exhaustion compelled them to relinquish their weapons. The opponents demonstrated grace, ceasing their attacks decisively when one signaled surrender, allowing the defeated to exit first, as Eastern Wu temporarily lagged behind with a score of 2-3. The warriors of Lu prepared for their first match against the martial artists of Yu. This match was of paramount importance, featuring Lu Rintao, the second seed from Lu, against Feng Zitao, the third seed from Yu. Both were masters at the pinnacle of warrior status, with records of over 100 defeated foes. Given the historical enmity between Lu and Yu, both fighters summoned their respective spirit beasts to the arena, igniting a fierce battle that was a stark contrast to the previous friendly exchanges. Blows were exchanged with ferocity, and the spirit beasts clashed with a cacophony of roars. The intensity of the conflict was palpable, with the audience erupting in cheers and jeers as Lu Rintao gained the upper hand, while Feng Zitao faced the wrath of the crowd. Yet, amid the tumult, Feng Zitao's resolve faltered. His heart, disturbed by the fury and disdain of the thousands watching, led to a moment of hesitation. This lapse proved fatal, as Lu Rintao's blade pierced Feng Zitao's chest, prompting an eruption of emotion from the Eastern Wu spectators, who rose in unison, tears of joy streaming down their faces. This victory, albeit over an ally of Yu, was sufficient to elicit a celebration. All they desired was to see the despised Yu warriors defeated. The competition continued under the gaze of Feng Zitao's spirit, with subsequent matches alternating in victories between Lu and Yu, each bout steeped in bloodshed and further igniting the fervor of the Eastern Wu crowd. When the snow-white figure of young Master Murong entered the arena, countless citizens rose in admiration, chanting his name in unison. Murong Wujia's opponent was not the top seed from Yu, but rather the second seed, the Black Wolf. This nameless figure had grown up in the wild, adopted by a mysterious mentor who imparted skills to him. However, the Black Wolf's nature was cruel and merciless, ultimately leading to his mentor's departure after stripping him of his powers. Little did anyone suspect that, upon retreating into the mountains, the Black Wolf would awaken his spirit beast, the Black Abyss Demon Wolf, catapulting him to newfound power while his temperament grew even more savage and terrifying, said to require fresh blood daily.